Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 598 to Chapter 664. Yorkshire? The name flashed across Angor's mind. He didn't expect Sunders to ask about this name as soon as he came out. His memory of the name was so vague that he almost forgot it himself. If Sunders did not mention it, he would never have remembered the name. I've heard the name before. But I'm not sure if it's the person I'm thinking about, Professor. Sunders nodded. Who are you thinking about? Someone from the Pat family? Angor nodded and was about to answer when he suddenly felt his right hand becoming sluggish. Before he could react, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the narrow room. Moreover, when this gust of wind first rose, it began to leap with the momentum of a whale swallowing the sea. It was only a gentle breeze at first, but it soon became the eye of the storm. The room was already dark to begin with. The gust of wind quickly extinguished the last remaining candle in the room. In the pitch-black room, only the whistling of the wind could be heard. What's going on, Angor? Sunders' anxious voice came from their spirit bond. I don't know. Why is there a gust of wind? It's not wind. It's an energy storm. And an energy storm with you at the center. Sunders' spirit power began to stutter as the wind grew stronger. An energy storm? Of course, Angor knew what an energy storm was. When a stable energy source collapsed for a split second, it would cause an energy storm. An energy storm was an atypical disaster that could break the balance of power. In the wizarding world, energy storms occurred frequently because of the ubiquitous elements and primal mana. Devil's Water was always in chaos due to the frequent occurrence of energy storms. A normal natural phenomenon could easily cause the collapse of a stable energy source and cause an energy storm. The power of an energy storm depended on the stability of the energy source and the total amount of energy in the area. Now, Sunders told him that he was the cause of the energy storm, and Angor was completely unaware of it. Was the primal mana in this area so unstable that it collapsed as soon as he showed up? But it couldn't be. Fortunately, he was at the center of the energy storm, which did not do any harm to him. At this moment, the energy storm changed every second, and the roof made of ordinary stone was clearly unable to withstand it. The ceiling was lifted up by a tornado-like whirlwind, revealing the pitch-black sky. The tornado was like a twisting and dancing line, reaching the top of the dark domain. Around this line, the originally stagnant aura of darkness was slowly being swept up, and the pitch-black world was slowly fading. It was as if clear water had been added to ink, diluting the surrounding darkness. It's not a storm caused by primal mana. It's the collapse of the nightmare energy, said Angor in a clear voice. He looked up and saw Sunders standing beside him without him noticing. His hat had been blown away, revealing a head of short gray-green hair. His originally neat and tidy gentleman's suit had also been scraped open, and the silk lining could be faintly seen. Sunders' eyes gleamed in the darkness as he stared at Angor's right hand. Your right hand absorbed the nightmare energy around you, which caused the energy collapse. That's what caused this energy storm. While speaking, Sunders grabbed Angor's right hand and raised it above his head. As Sunders did this, the tornado in the sky slowly swayed, which confirmed Angor's guess. Absorbing nightmare energy from a distance. Where did it go? Sunders muttered to himself. Angor also noticed something strange about his right hand. He could not move it at all, and a strange sensation was spreading from his right hand to his body. Following the flow of the sensation, Angor found the source of the energy, his mind space. Professor, my mana pool is expanding. It's all going into my mana pool. Angor exclaimed. In just 1 minute, his mana pool had expanded by 1/6 of its original size. Apprentices were divided into 4 stages for each level: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Angor used to be a beginner level 3 apprentice. But after what just happened, he was slowly approaching the level of an intermediate level 3 apprentice, and it was still growing. Angor was terrified by the sudden increase in power. For something like a mana source, if there wasn't a stable foundation, once an accident occurred, there would be no possibility of recovery. Sunders was planning to study it further, but he quickly gave up after hearing Angor's words. He wrapped Angor's spirit power around him. Don't resist. I'll take you to the gravity garden. Angor felt his mind going blank for a moment. For the first time, he clearly sensed the energy collapse. Before he could take a closer look, he was already inside the gravity garden. Toby flapped his wings and flew toward Angor as soon as he entered the garden. But when he saw the man beside Angor, Toby stopped and hovered in the air. This time, Sunders followed Angor into the garden. Angor quickly checked his mana pool. It had expanded by 1/6 of its original size. Normally, it would take him at least half a year to achieve this. But now, his mana pool grew bigger overnight. It didn't seem to be a problem for now. But this was exactly why Angor was worried. While Angor was immersed in his mind space, Sunders was looking at Angor's right hand in confusion. He thought Angor's right hand was a large nightmare stone that could compensate for the nightmare aura and strengthen his illusions. But he didn't expect that the stone could also absorb nightmare energy to nourish his mana pool. But that didn't make sense. His mana pool contained primal mana. Nightmare energy and primal mana were two different things. How did the energy from the nightmare world expand his mana pool? How is it? Is there anything wrong with your mana pool? Sunders asked. Angor shook his head. It's 1/6 of its original size. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But I don't know if it's just a facade. Maybe it's already damaged inside. Expanding one's mana pool required constant meditation, and then slowly accumulating mana through the backflow of mana. Angor didn't think it was a good idea to expand his mana pool all of a sudden. He even imagined a water bucket that was forcefully expanded so that the inside of the bucket was full of holes. Sunders shook his head when he saw Angor's worried look. 1/6 isn't a lot. Don't scare yourself. Your situation is different. Did you forget how you became a level 1 apprentice when you became a level 2 apprentice? Twilight pushed him into a plain passageway that was said to be connected to the nightmare realm. Inside the plain passageway, Angor found that his training was very effective. Within a month, he became a mid-tier level 2 apprentice. Back then, Angor didn't think too much about it. He thought he just went to a treasure trove for training. But now that he thought about it, he realized there were some similarities between the two places. With the help of the nightmare aura, his training speed increased tremendously. Back then, Angor only felt it when he was meditating. But now, he was using his right hand as a medium to absorb the nightmare aura to expand his mana pool. Nightmare aura can increase my training speed? Angor asked. Sunders chuckled. I don't know about other people, but I can't. But I can't deny it completely. After all, you're a living example. Even if it's true, the power I gained out of nowhere is like floating duckweed. Angor looked at his right hand with a worried look. Sunders nodded in approval. You're right. Power comes from your own training. However, it's not like you can't use this opportunistic method. The premise is that you have to grasp the essence of this rapid increase in strength. Otherwise, it's very likely to be an obstacle on your path to seeking the truth. Angor understood this, but he still looked worried. Sunders shook his head. Angor was the only one who was worried about increasing his power. Open your mind. I'll check your mana pool for you, Sunders said. Angor nodded. Sunders should be able to see the problem with his mana pool. With a nervous heart, he opened up his mind. A gentle spirit force entered his mind. It lingered around his mana pool for a moment before withdrawing. Sunders shook his head. So far, your mana pool is fine. Your foundation is solid. Also, Maya predicted that your right hand won't do you any harm. Sunders saw Angor sighed in relief and continued, but just to be safe, let's observe it for a while. When we're done here, I'll go to that underground village you mentioned and see if the nightmare aura in the plain passageway will cause your right hand to change again. Angor was a little surprised. If he went to Pakrati, would he run into Akiso the giant snake? Sunders didn't notice Angor's expression. He was thinking about something else. I can't let you out for now. Otherwise, you'll cause another energy storm, Sunders sighed again. Anything related to the nightmare realm always brought up strange things. Especially Angor. What was his identity in the nightmare realm? What was wrong with his body? Why did the nightmare aura increase his mana pool? These were all mysteries. Never mind. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it would get. Let's put that aside for now. Answer my first question. Who's Yorkshire? Yorkshire is a mute servant, Sunders said. He used to serve my parents. When my teacher fell ill after my parents passed away, Yorkshire has been serving him ever since, Angor said. He then told Sunders about Yorkshire's life. Yorkshire was crippled by a slave trader, and old Pat bought him and kept him in Pat Manor ever since. There was nothing special about Yorkshire's life. The luckiest thing about him was that he met old Pat, who gave him a place to return to. Since Xianxia Tianxing could not speak and had a low sense of existence, Angor did not know who this person was. It took Angor a while to remember who this person was. Mute servant, Yorkshire, Sunders repeated the name with a complicated look in his eyes. Professor, why did you ask about Yorkshire? Angor asked, are you saying that the unknown monster from the nightmare realm is Yorkshire? Since Fox, Froggy, and Ollie all had corresponding nightmare monsters in Pat Manor, it made sense for Yorkshire to show up here. I think so, Sunders said. When I entered the outer city, I saw a lot of infected people. They were singing strange songs, just like what happened in Midnight Sovereign. But apart from the names of Queen, Fox, and Froggy, there was another name I didn't recognize. Yorkshire, Sunders said. I was ambushed by a strange enemy in the outer city. I think it's Yorkshire. If Sunders used the word ambush, the ambush must have succeeded. He's stronger than the fox and the frog. He's at least a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, which means he's not a nobody. You were injured by it, Professor? What does it look like? It's just a small injury. It did it when I was unprepared. As for its face, I couldn't see it clearly because of all the darkness. But I'm sure it's not a human. Well, it made sense. Apart from Queen Shava and Shava, the other famous nightmare monsters he met all had strange appearances. For example, foxes, frogs, and even Olga was just a toy owl. While thinking about Ori, he suddenly remembered something. During the grand auction at Twilight Auction, he used his nightmare domain to summon Ori. Back then, he tried to trick Ori into telling him who else would be performing in the upcoming auction apart from the harp-wielding fox and the singing frog. At that time, Ollie seemed to have mentioned Yorkshire. What did Ori say back then? He opened the box of memories and saw all kinds of colorful scenes, beautiful scenes, and fragments of memories exploding in his mind like fireworks. He did not have Sunders' hyperthymesia ability, but with his current spirit power, it was not hard for him to find clues as long as he had experienced it before. After a long while, the misty memory leaped into his line of sight. I remember it. Olga said that Yorkshire is a puppeteer. Sunders was about to leave the Gravity Garden to find Greya and see if he could get his hands on the mystery item. However, Angor's shout stopped him from doing so. Isn't Yorkshire a mute servant? Sunders was puzzled. Angor shook his head. I mean Yorkshire in the nightmare realm. Ori told me about it when I summoned her at Twilight Auction. She said Yorkshire is a puppeteer, and she's going to perform strings. A string performance. Sunders didn't know how exactly Yorkshire did it, but he could tell something from Yorkshire's class and its performance. Maybe Yorkshire's ability is more of a control type? Sunders thought to himself. Okay, I got it. You stay in the garden for now. I'll go check it out. While Sunders and Angor entered the Gravity Garden, the wizards in the inner city of Sleepless City were startled by what they saw outside the city. The energy storm Angor caused was a tornado that spread from the inner part of the darkness to the outer part. Even though they were in the monsoon district, they could clearly see the horrifying tornado that directly pierced through the dark domain and stirred up the surrounding wind and clouds in the sky. That's an energy storm? Someone caused an energy storm in there and broke through the darkness? Douglas asked in surprise. Could it be His Excellency Phantom? Phantom and his apprentice were the only ones who managed to enter the outer city. It wasn't impossible for Phantom to cause such an energy storm. That's not all. Did you notice that the energy storm is absorbing the darkness? The one who shouted was Uddo Academy's Tuluxiu. Uddo Academy was a gathering place for light magi, and almost 80% of the magi there were from academies. Tuluxiu was no exception. Although the academic faction's combat power was not as good as the practical factions, in terms of insight into energy, they would far surpass the practical faction due to their own profound accumulation. Tuluxiu's words attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, Hero Line from White Coral Floating Island Academy agreed. You're right. The darkness color is getting thinner. Not only that, but the strange light spots were also being devoured by the energy storm. Using an energy storm to solve the problem. Mr. Phantom is a genius. No wonder he dared to go in alone, Fane from Nocturnal Forest spoke in a hopeful tone. Fane's words made everyone think. If Sunders really did solve the problem. Their expressions changed. Some were happy, some were hesitant, some were indifferent, and some were jealous. For the citizens of Sleepless City, it was a good thing. Their foundation, which had been built for thousands of years, would not be destroyed overnight. But for the other organizations, it was a different story. Sunders was basically handing the mystery item to them, which meant they could no longer compete for it. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, Crotty suddenly said, "The energy storm has disappeared." Everyone immediately looked over. Just as Kratos had said, the tornado had disappeared without any warning. The darkness, which was already slightly thin, was once again filled with a deep darkness. Did Mr. Phantom fail? That can't be right. That energy storm wasn't weak, and its energy level was still increasing. How did it disappear just like that? Everyone's thoughts changed. Everyone's originally complicated emotions changed again at this moment. Even if they wanted to get the mystery item, they had to wait for the darkness to disappear first. Now that the darkness was reignited, they might lose their minds if they didn't check it carefully. Anglo suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as the crowd discussed among themselves. "Professor Anglo, what's wrong?" Douglas stepped forward. Payne was standing right next to Anglo, so he could clearly see that Anglo had started plucking the strings as soon as the energy storm appeared. Was it because his plucking had failed? "I forced myself to pluck the string and saw something interesting," Anglo wiped the blood from his mouth and said with an unreadable expression. "Something interesting?" Payne was puzzled. "I was able to see what was going on inside the darkness when the energy was fading." Anglo rubbed his forehead. That energy storm wasn't Mr. Phantom's doing. The energy storm wasn't Sunders' doing? But the energy storm couldn't have appeared out of thin air, right? Anglo added, "Mr. Phantom wasn't the one who created the energy storm, but he was the one who stopped it." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other. They believed that the energy storm could really destroy the darkness. But why would Sunders stop it? Payne and the other Sleepless City cultivators were the most upset. Why did Sunders destroy the hope when he saw it? Anglo shrugged. "I don't know. I didn't see much. But I do know that the energy storm was caused by Sunders' student." Anglo's words shocked everyone again. An acolyte had caused an energy storm? Was this a joke? But Anglo's expression told them otherwise. "I remember Sunders' student is called Angor Pat. He's very talented in alchemy, and he once learned about mystery items." "Yeah. He's just as famous as his teacher in alchemy circles. Maybe he used some kind of alchemy item to trigger the energy storm?" While everyone was discussing, Mara was hiding in a dark corner and looking at the dark outer city in the distance with mixed feelings. Had his growth already reached such a stage, it didn't matter how Angor caused the energy storm, but he was still seen by all wizards. Mara shook his head and sighed. "What kind of monster did I bring back from the old earth?" In the dark domain, in a narrow alley, a black shadow flashed past. When the wind stopped blowing, Sunders stood on the wall of the alley and looked down at the two apprentices who were twisting their necks and doing a strange dance. He shook his head and sighed. "You know them, sir?" Angor's voice reached his ears. Sunders nodded. "They're Wallace's students. I didn't know they were in Sleepless City." Angor slowly descended from the sky and landed beside Sunders. His figure was faintly discernible. His feet did not touch the ground as he floated in midair. Sunders looked back at Angor. "Your soul is as solid as a real body now. I bet Ness will be scared when he sees you." Sunders told Angor to leave him in the gravity garden, but Angor still had other things to do, such as killing Hookdick and finding Nausicaa. He didn't know whether Nausicaa was in Sleepless City or not, but since Hookdick and Shilyu were both here, Angor assumed that Nausicaa was here as well. Therefore, he didn't want to stay in the gravity garden. However, leaving the gravity garden meant that he could absorb the nightmare energy and cause another energy storm. This was the wizarding world, after all. The nightmare energy had just arrived and wasn't fully stabilized yet. In such a situation, he chose to eject his soul from his body. His right hand would remain normal in this state, and he wouldn't absorb any nightmare energy in the darkness. Sunders agreed with Angwar's decision. He set up a small space in the gravity garden to maintain his physical body, then followed Sunders to the outer city. Wallace's students. Wallace was also a level 2 wizard and a core member of Brute Cavern just like Sunders. However, Wallace was more of an academicist. In some aspects, he did not agree with Sunders' ideals. Angwar looked at the two people again. They seemed to have noticed Angwar's gaze as well. They tilted their heads and showed strange expressions. Praise the Queen. Praise Shava. Praise Yorkshire. Strange voices echoed in Angwar's ears. Next, they bowed to Angwar respectfully and moved away from Angwar with their limbs twisted in a strange way like marionettes. This was the third time this happened. Whenever Angwar showed himself, the victims would retreat on their own. It was exactly the same as when Angwar was in Midnight Sovereign. Sunders glanced at the two people who were moving away and turned to leave. Aren't we going to take them away, Professor? Angwar wondered. These two people were Mr. Wallace's students and apprentices of Brute Cavern. He's Wallace's student. Let him worry about it, Sunders said in a plain tone. Angwar hesitated for a moment and watched Sunders disappear into the darkness. Then he followed Sunders. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast, and the surrounding environment was like a revolving lantern, constantly moving backwards. They were heading toward the central area of the outer city. According to Philo, the sound of the harp came from this area. Sunders came to the outer city to kill the fox that escaped from his hands, and to find Greya. While Greya was nowhere to be found, he planned to kill the fox harp wielder first. Furthermore, after killing the fox harp, the mysterious harp would naturally be his. It was not easy to find a mystery item in the Nightmare Realm because it could not be brought back. However, if a monster from the Nightmare Realm brought it to the Wizarding World, it would be a different story. Do you have something to say to me? Sunders suddenly turned to Angwar and asked, Do you have something to say to me? Angwar was surprised. Am I that obvious? Sunders' voice came again. You've been looking like you wanted to say something. You were waiting for me to ask, weren't you? Angwar chuckled. He did not feel embarrassed at all. I'm just going to take a look at Brute Cavern's branch. Sunders nodded as if he already knew what Angwar was thinking. You're doing this for Ness student, right? Let me think. Hookdick injected with the succubus blood, right? Ever since Philo mentioned that he ran into Ness' disciple in the outer city, Sunders noticed Angwar's dazed look. This was why he wasn't surprised at all when Angwar mentioned that he wanted to visit Brute Cavern's branch. Yes. Angwar nodded. It's a good chance. He almost tricked me in the Sea of Purification. I've been looking for him ever since I returned to Brute Cavern, but he's long gone. I didn't expect to see him here. Sunders considered for a moment and gave Angwar a thoughtful look. Go. I don't think anyone can hurt you in this darkness. Angwar hesitated for a moment. Also, I think a good friend of mine is trapped here. I want to save her. You can save anyone you want. But are you sure you can take her out of the darkness? Angwar was a little surprised. Didn't Sunders put them in the gravity garden on purpose? On second thought, Sunders could have saved Wallace's students and brought them out of the gravity garden. But he didn't do so, which meant Sunders didn't want outsiders to enter the garden. I'll try. He rolled his eyes and said, Okay, I'll try. Go ahead, then. But if you really bring them out, there will be trouble. You need to learn how to think carefully. With that, Sunders cut his finger with his fingernail, and a drop of blood oozed out from his right fingertip. It was a drop of crimson blood that contained a large amount of stable energy. Angwar was shocked. He always had a vague idea of how strong Sunders was. He only knew that the man was strong, but he never knew how strong he was. But now, he had a clear comparison. This was because he discovered that this drop of blood alone was enough to overcome all of the mana in his mana source. In other words, a single drop of Sunders' blood was enough to destroy his soul. Sunders flicked his finger, and the drop of blood turned into a glowing red orb and landed on Angwar's palm. Take it with you. I'll be able to sense your location. With that, Sunders patted Angwar's shoulder and disappeared into the darkness. He pinched the blood bead in his palm and felt something warm coming from it. He exhaled deeply and whispered to Toby, "Time to go. Let's find Hookdick first. Maybe we can run into Lady Greya too." Toby flapped his wings and circled around Angwar. "Don't get too far from me. Those parasites will affect you too," Angwar warned Toby. A gray aura appeared under his feet. The man and the bird exchanged glances. Then, the sequence of gravity burst out, and they disappeared in an instant. In less than a minute, Angwar and Toby arrived at Brute Cavern's outpost. He floated in the air and looked down at the building. In the darkness, he could only see the Tree of Eternity emblem shining faintly. As for the shadowy buildings behind it, they were all covered by the chaotic darkness. He closed his eyes and listened carefully, but he didn't hear anything. He didn't even hear the strange song of praise. It was as if he was in an abandoned building. Angwar landed on the ground and asked Toby to take out a lighter and an oil lamp from Snowy Feather. His bracelet was left behind in Sunders' gravity garden along with his body. He couldn't cast light in his soul form, so he had to use the primitive method. Luckily, Toby's Snowy Feather had a lot of miscellaneous items, including the oil lamp. The light from the oil lamp was dim and could only illuminate a few meters around him. However, as a soul, Angwar had good night vision, so he could see his surroundings clearly as long as there was a bit of light. In the dim light, Angwar could see the messy traces of a fight on the ground, as well as some dried blood stains. With his current height, Angwar could still sense the energy waves left behind by the fight, but it must have been some time ago. Too bad I can't use cantrips, or I could use detect to find more clues. Angwar shook his head. According to Mr. Philo, Xianxia and Hookdick fought around here, and these blood stains are probably from their fight. Angwar thought for a moment and asked Toby to come down. Take a sniff. Toby didn't know what to do, but it was still Angwar's order, so he took a sniff and smelled something fishy. Angwar quickly asked with a hopeful look, "Can you find its owner by following the scent?" Toby didn't know what to say. Not every animal could smell like a dog. Toby rolled his eyes at Angwar. See for yourself. Angwar chuckled awkwardly. Since Toby couldn't track the blood, Angwar had to use the most primitive method, using his eyes. However, the blood stains were all strange. Some were on roofs, some were on the streets, and some even fell into the wet grass. Angwar couldn't find a single trace. While looking around, he saw a broken wall in front of him. The broken wall attracted Angwar's attention because of the spiraling energy coming out of the broken wall in the shape of a ring. Angwar's expression turned grim when he sensed the familiar energy. There were more than one spiral force in this world, but Angwar believed that the spiral rune was the only one in the entire southern wizardry region. Angwar engraved a spiral rune on the mechanical arm he made for Nausicaa. This particular rune was considered a very special one in his alchemy books. Mitra couldn't believe his ears when he heard Angwar's words. Mitra had never heard of this rune before, so he had no idea what it could do. If even a master alchemist like Mitra didn't know about spiral runes, this rune must be the only one in the entire southern wizardry region. Angwar was certain that the broken wall was caused by the spiral rune. His bad feeling was right. Nausicaa was in Sleepless City, and she fought against Hookdick. Apart from Nausicaa, Angwar also saw several giant footprints that didn't belong to humans. He quickly simulated the footprints and realized that they belonged to a barbarian from another world. Genk was here, and so was Sean. It seemed that Sean, Xianxia, and Nausicaa left Brute Cavern a month ago to kill Hookdick. But they didn't expect something like this to happen to Sleepless City. Angwar put away his unnecessary thoughts. If Nausicaa was here, he had to find her. He entered the building with an oil lamp in hand. He walked around the building and confirmed that it was completely empty. There were traces of chaos everywhere, but no signs of fighting. Perhaps the residents here panicked after the incident at the Darkness Domain. After leaving the station, he planned to follow the traces left behind by the battle. However, the traces of the battle were limited to the area around the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. It was impossible to find any more information. There were so many parasites in Sleepless City. It would be hard for Nausicaa and her companions not to get infected. Angor would have to run all over the city if he wanted to find them. There was no way they would stay in the same spot. They must be doing Brownian motion somewhere in the city. God only knew where they went. Angor sighed. He had no choice but to search around the building with Brute Cavern as the center. Luckily, he was in his soul form. With the help of the sequence of gravity, he could move quickly. As long as they didn't enter the building, it was only a matter of time before he found them. Half an hour later, Angor landed on the second-floor balcony of a wooden attic. He noticed something strange while searching for Nausicaa. Normally, many people in the outer city wouldn't be able to escape in time due to the sudden invasion of the darkness. In other words, there should be a lot of apprentices and mortals in the outer city within a radius of hundreds of miles. However, Angor didn't see many people along the way. Even if the victim would avoid him due to her identity as Shava, his speed after activating the sequence of gravity was enough to cover half of the city in a short period of time. While searching for Nausicaa, he saw less than 100 people in total. They were dressed in colorful clothes and had strange and twisted postures. They scattered in all directions like puppets. Only 100 people in the entire city? That didn't make sense. Angor didn't visit Sleepless City the last time he visited, but he was still impressed by the city's bustling population. It wasn't to the extent that they would rub shoulders with each other, but there should be hundreds of people on an ordinary street at a glance. But this time it didn't look like that. They couldn't all be hiding in buildings, right? Angor turned around and looked at the room behind him. It was a wooden attic. The balcony was decorated with purple stars. This was a small purple flower that looked like a sky full of stars, but it could emit a lustrous light in the darkness, just like the stars in the night sky. It was very beautiful. Angor pushed open the door to the balcony. The room wasn't big. It should be a lady's room. He could smell a faint fragrance in the air. Like most of the other rooms, this one was in a mess. The wardrobe was opened, and there were clothes scattered all over the floor. Angor guessed that the owner of this place must have changed into something similar to a child's costume or a clown's costume. He left the bedroom and headed to the first floor. He chose to stay in the attic because he heard some noises coming from the first floor when he was flying in the air. As soon as he went downstairs, a dark shadow pounced at him. Angor didn't move. Toby flapped his wings and slapped the shadow away. The shadow hit the ceiling and landed on the sofa. The shadow shook its head, straightened its posture, and barked at Angor. Arf! Arf! An oil lamp lit up, revealing a spotted puppy that wasn't much bigger than Toby barked at them from the orange-red fabric sofa. The puppy looked like it was trying to say, "I'm super mean," but it was actually barking in a childish voice. Angor didn't do anything because he noticed that the puppy was just a mortal creature. A mortal's pet, to be exact. Strange. The owner didn't escape the parasite, but the pet dog is fine. Angor could only assume that the dog was lucky enough to escape. Angor looked at the angry puppy and rubbed his chin. He had an idea. Toby didn't have a good sense of smell, but this puppy should be good. Angor asked Toby's help. Angor approached the puppy with an evil grin. The puppy didn't seem to be scared at all. It was still barking. It wanted to attack Angor again, but Toby released another gray aura. The puppy floated in the air and stopped in front of Angor. The puppy didn't know what to do when it suddenly floated in the air. Instinctively, it waved its limbs and tried to paddle around as if the air was an ocean. "Hey, little guy, let's work together. Help me find someone, and I'll take you to your owner." Angor rubbed the puppy's head. At first, the puppy tried to bite him. But as Angor released his gentle aura, it slowly relaxed. In the end, the puppy even raised its head in comfort, hoping that Angor could scratch its chin. "Stupid puppy. Trust an outsider so quickly. You don't have any sense at all." While complaining, Angor grabbed the puppy and left the attic. He went to where he found the blood, the entrance of Brute Cavern's outpost. He didn't know who the blood belonged to, but he assumed it was Hookdick's or Nausicaa's blood. He let the puppy sniff for a while and told it to find the owner of the blood. However, the puppy did not seem to understand him at all. It kept licking Angor while wagging its tail like a fan. "Toby, can you talk to it?" Angor looked at Toby again. Toby turned its head and rolled its eyes at Angor. Angor now understood why the parasites didn't try to take the puppy's body. Maybe they didn't like such low-intelligence creatures. Angor decided to give up on using the puppy. But suddenly, the puppy started running. Angor didn't know whether it was enlightened or possessed by some evil spirit. It kept barking at Angor, as if it was asking him to follow. Angor's eyes lit up and followed. The puppy ran in front while Angor chased after it. One street after another was left behind. Angor's excitement at first slowly turned into confusion. Finally, he stopped. "You're not walking me, are you?" Angor grabbed the puppy by the back of its neck and questioned it. The puppy answered by wagging its tail and licking Angor. Angor tossed the puppy to the ground. He was sure that the puppy thought he was going to take it for a walk, so it took him for a walk. It was always someone walking a dog. What the hell? Angor was being walked by a dog. He turned around and planned to leave the puppy alone. However, before he could take a few steps, he heard a loud noise coming from a building behind him. Angor turned around abruptly. The puppy was also staring at the building with a solemn expression. Angor walked to it and crouched down. "You didn't bring me here because you smelled something here, did you?" The puppy had a silly look on its face as it wagged its tail. Stupid puppies really did lower my IQ. Angor sighed and flew toward the source of the noise. Toby suddenly whispered something into Angor's ear. Angor followed Toby's gaze and saw the puppy on the ground following Angor. They had been flying for several hundred meters, and the puppy followed them for several hundred meters. The puppy also stopped when it saw them. Strange. I'm already far away from it. Why are the parasites not interested in it? Angor noticed that the light spots around the puppy did not enter its body. At first, Angor thought the puppy was lucky enough to avoid them. But now, it seemed that the parasites were not interested in it at all. Maybe the parasites didn't live on canines? Angor pondered for a moment. He could not figure it out, so he gave up. Angor ignored the puppy on the ground and kept flying toward the source of the noise. The source of the noise was behind a 4-story building. Angor arrived at a plaza, which happened to be the back door of the teleportation hall. The source of the noise was inside the teleportation hall. He couldn't see what was going on inside the teleportation hall, but he did hear some loud noises coming from inside. It sounded like someone was fighting inside. He didn't enter the teleportation hall right away. Instead, he landed on the roof of the hall. The ceiling was made of transparent glass, but there was already a crack on it. Angor looked down. He was too high above the ground, and it was too dark for him to see clearly. However, he could hear someone panting. Furthermore, this voice sounded vaguely familiar. Angor closed his eyes and listened carefully. It was the sound of someone panting. But he only heard one person's voice even after he tried to listen carefully. It didn't sound like a fight. Then what's going on inside? As Angor pondered, a hand reached out from the darkness and placed itself on his shoulder. Angor was startled and instinctively activated the sequence of gravity to defend himself. "It's me." The deep voice sounded a little magnetic. Angor looked back and saw Sunders standing behind him. Just like Angor, Sunders was staring at the teleportation hall with a pair of glowing blue eyes. "You're here too, Professor?" Angor asked in a small voice. Sunders created a spirit bond with Angor. "I was nearby. I heard the noise, so I came here." "What are you doing here?" "I was brought here by a dog. There was a commotion here, so I came here." "Dog?" Sunders narrowed his eyes. "Where is it?" Angor flew to the edge of the hall and tried to point out the dog. However, the puppy that followed them all the way to the teleportation hall was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that we lost them? I wasn't flying that fast. Angor mumbled to himself. Maybe the dog is scared and doesn't dare to come out. Sunders was hinting at something. His eyes revealed an unfathomable emotion. It was just a puppy. It didn't matter if it went missing. Angor believed the puppy could find its way home on its own since those parasites didn't want it. With that in mind, Angor decided to ask about the situation in the teleportation hall. Sunders didn't try to hide anything. "There is someone in the hall. Someone we both know." When Angor heard the name Greya, Toby almost jumped up in excitement. He almost wanted to rush into the hall right away. Lady Greya is in there? No wonder she sounded so familiar. Did she make all those noises? Angor wondered. Sunders nodded. I don't know what happened to the teleportation hall, but it looks like Greya is trapped down there. Greya was hanging in the middle of a pile of strings. Her entire body was pierced by the strings, and her blood kept flowing out. The white strings were dyed red by her blood. Her posture was also very strange. She was like a puppet, as if these threads were connected to an unknown puppeteer, putting her in the strange posture of a puppet. Her body was surrounded by strange light spots. These light spots tried to merge into her body again and again, but they failed every time. Greya was panting heavily. She tried to drive the light spots away again, but the Truthfinder soul in her soul space was getting weaker and weaker. If the Truthfinder soul fell into a deep slumber, the light spots would invade her body in the next second. A strange sucking sensation came from the spot where his finger had been pierced. Not only were these threads controlling her body, but they were also sucking her blood from time to time. The pain caused Greya's body to tremble again. But every time she moved, the holes on her body would widen. The threads were sharper than blades. They were not only sucking her blood, but also cutting her flesh. Blood, flesh, and light spots. Greya didn't know how long she could hold on under these three conditions. Her mana pool in her mind space was almost exhausted. She had to rely on her Truthfinder soul to hold on. However, she had already held on for 2 days. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she would either be invaded by the light spots, bleed to death, or be torn apart by the threads. Greya smiled bitterly. As a gourmet wizard, she had been captured and fallen into traps. She had ventured into the abyss, escaped from the nightmare realm, and experienced unimaginable dangers. Finally, she set foot on the path of truth and became a gourmet wizard. She did not expect that she would die in this place, in the hands of a fox. Felicia was still in Dark Castle, and all communication was blocked in the realm of darkness. Her last hope was gone. No one would come to save her, right? Greya stared into the darkness and slowly lost her focus. She didn't have many friends in the world of adepts. Even if someone did treat her as a friend, they wouldn't be so bored as to ask a prophet to check on her condition, would they? As the spirit of truth grew weaker and weaker, the soul of the main body began to stir. Greya knew that the moment her soul was destroyed, she would die for good. There was a moment when she thought of simply giving up, but she was unwilling. It had been so difficult for her to reach this point. Why should she give up? All Greya could do was put up a desperate struggle. Even if she knew that no one would come to save her, what if a miracle happened? This time, Greya's face was already turning pale, and her threads were turning pink. In her mind, the only thing she was thankful for was that these threads did not pass through her heart and could not suck away her essence blood. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. However, even though it was only normal blood flowing through her veins, she was unable to hold on any longer. When she was dying, the world was dark, and her consciousness began to fall into the extreme frozen land. At this moment, she even had the mood to wonder why the fox didn't kill her. The miracle did not happen. Greya slowly closed her eyes. GG, Greya suddenly opened her eyes like a zombie. She thought she heard Toby's voice. Greya couldn't believe it. Was she hallucinating before she died? GGG, was that really Toby's voice? This time, Greya clearly heard the familiar voice. Why is Toby here? At the same time, Greya thought about Sunders and Angor. Did they bring it here? Toby? Greya tried to call Toby's name, but her throat was pierced by a string, and her voice was so weak that she could barely hear herself. At this moment, a dim yellow light lit up not far from her. Greya, looks like you're going to owe me a favor this time. A magnetic voice came from behind the light. Greya struggled to look up and saw a blurry figure among her messy hair. She already knew who it was from the voice, but she still wanted to see if it was her illusion. As it turned out, she wasn't hallucinating. Sunders was standing behind the dim light, Angor was floating beside him, and Toby was flapping his wings while holding an oil lamp in his mouth. Greya's eyes suddenly felt hot, and she felt a numbing sensation in her nose. She tried her best to hold back the feeling that she hadn't felt for hundreds of years. She let her hair cover her face and muttered, "I can't believe you saw me like this. How embarrassing." "Not bad. You look like a character in a puppet show," Sunders answered casually while observing the strings with a grim look. "Are you all right, Lady Greya?" Angor stepped forward worriedly. Greya quickly stopped him. In her panic, the strings in her throat moved, and blood and flesh flowed out from her mouth. She tried her best to suppress the pain. "Don't come any closer. They're very sharp." Angor stopped, while Toby lunged at Greya without hesitation. Toby was small, so he managed to find a way to reach Greya's side even though the hall was filled with threads. Toby rubbed Greya's face with a worried look. "Don't worry. I'm fine," Greya said in a small voice. She almost gave up not long ago, but now, she saw hope again. Sunders rubbed his thumb and middle finger together. With a snap, a sun-like source of light rose from the teleportation hall and illuminated the entire place. It was a level 2 cantrip, the second evolution of light, called Light Ray. Normal magi would probably stop after learning Brilliant Light, which was the advanced version of illumination. Apart from lighting up the area, there wasn't much else that could be done. Blinding one's opponent was another way of fighting. Although it was useful against apprentices, it was useless against wizards. Angor wondered if Sunders had too much time on his hands to learn the second evolution of Light Ray. But he had to admit that the Light of Light spell had brightened up the entire teleportation hall. There were no longer any corners that could be missed. He finally noticed what was happening in the teleportation hall. A dozen or so portals were destroyed. There were obvious traces of damage on the floor. The magic array engraved on the floor was destroyed as well. Other than the broken teleportation array, almost everything else in the hall was intact. It was obvious that this teleportation array had been deliberately destroyed. Greya's position was at the center of the hall, which was completely sealed off by countless strings. The strings were connected to the stone pillars in the hall. Some of the pillars were cut in half, and the ground was covered with dust, but the strings were still intact. Angor assumed that the loud noise they heard was the collapse of the stone pillar. But now was not the time to worry about that. He had to save Greya from the strings first. Angor noticed that the strings that went through Greya's body were already turning red. There was also a large pool of blood on the floor. Something bad might happen if he didn't save Greya now. Seeing that Sunders was still observing the strings, Angor approached one that wasn't connected to Greya and tried to use the sequence of gravity to cut it. However, Angor released a ball of grey aura. The string trembled, and a nearby stone pillar was cut in half. The pillar collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Angor ran out of the hall with his face covered in dust. Under Sunders' cold stare, Angor put on an innocent look and said, "I only touched it a little, if the sequence of gravity counts as a little." Sunders didn't continue. Fortunately, the string wasn't connected to Greya. Otherwise, it would cause more damage. The red fox must have made these threads, right? Sunders suddenly asked. Greya coughed up blood. "Yes." "Did you see the fox?" Sunders shook his head. "No. I'm looking for it too." With that, Sunders cast a healing spell on Greya, Resuscitate. Thanks to the green aura, Greya's wounds were mostly healed. However, the strings were still there, and they were still a threat. At least for now, Greya looked much better than before. "Thank you," Greya mumbled. Sunders chuckled. He created a new spirit bond and dragged Greya into it. Now, Greya was added to the bond. "Let me think about how to deal with these strings first." Sunders sent his spirit wave to Greya. Due to the string in her throat, Greya felt great pain every time she tried to speak. Fortunately, Sunders' spirit bond helped her out of this problem. Unfortunately, Toby wasn't allowed to join Sunders' spirit bond. "How did you run into Fox, Lady Greya?" Angor asked through the spirit bond while Sunders checked the strings. "Fox? You mean that arrogant fox is called Fox?" Greya asked. Angor nodded. "Yes. So it's Fox. No wonder there's always strange praises coming from outside, praising Fox or something." Greya frowned. "But why isn't anyone responding to such a loud noise?" Other than the strange praises, no one else came to the teleportation hall. Lady Greya, you don't know what those light spots are for? Angor asked. Greya shook her head. I have a feeling that they're trying to harm me. But I don't know what they're for. It's a long story. I'll have to start from when the darkness came. Angor decided to explain everything that happened after the darkness showed up. Greya listened carefully. If Sleepless City is about to fall, and no one dares to come here, why did you choose to come? Also, I noticed that the spots of light surrounding me left after you came in. If you don't think for the mystery item is enough, you can add we're here to save you, Sunders said in a plain tone. Angor and Sunders didn't seem to want to answer her question. Greya was a smart girl, and her life was still in Sunders' hands. Then I'll accept the second reason. He changed the topic with a single sentence. Sunders continued to study the strings while Greya looked at Angor again. You asked me how I met that arrogant fox. It all started when the darkness came. Greya told Angor what happened to her in a simple way. Her story was simple. When the darkness came, the entire outer city was sealed off. She couldn't leave, so she tried to use a teleportation array to escape. Back then, the dimension energy in Sleepless City was still stable, which was evident from how Douglas opened a plain passageway and brought out all the wizards stationed in Sleepless City. If Greya wanted to use a teleportation array to leave, she would be able to do so at that time. To Greya's surprise, the teleportation array was already destroyed by the enemy, and it was already in the process of being destroyed. The person who had destroyed the teleportation array was none other than the Fox Sither player. When Greya arrived at the teleportation hall, she bumped into Fox. One of them wanted to destroy the array, while the other wanted to use it to escape. A fight was about to break out. The Fox's strength was actually only at the sorcerer level. However, it had a mysterious harp, and its battle prowess had increased by quite a bit. Greya, on the other hand, had a spirit of truth, but her physical strength had yet to reach the level of a wizard. She was only as strong as an ordinary wizard. Facing the fox, he was subdued without any chance to retaliate. The only thing Greya could not figure out was that the fox did not kill her after subduing her. Instead, the fox played a strange tune and released countless strings to bind Greya to the spot. Then, the fox left. But I think I understand now. Maybe it's trying to wear me down so it can infect me with these light spots. That's much better than killing me. Greya sighed. If you didn't come, it might have succeeded. Angor frowned after listening to Greya's explanation. So the teleportation array here was destroyed by Fox? In other words, they did it on purpose. But what are the benefits of doing so? Are they planning to turn this place into their stronghold? Angor frowned. He knew that the Queen always wanted to conquer the wizarding world, and she had already developed several bases, such as Pakrti. Perhaps there were other similar strongholds besides Pakrti. However, since those were not exposed, it could be seen that they were very well hidden. But this time, it was a big move. Directly occupying the hinterland of a quasi-large adept organization? Maybe they just want to announce to the world that they are about to step onto the stage of the wizarding world, and unfortunately, Sleepless City has become that stage. Of course, there's also the possibility that the tunnel just happened to appear in Sleepless City, and they were forced to do so. But there's one thing we can be sure of. After causing such a big ruckus, they are not going to hide anymore. Sunders frowned. Perhaps this is just the beginning. They will do something else in the future. The shadow of the demon god is still watching the southern region. Now, something even more powerful than the demon god is baring its fangs at this world. Sunders shook his head. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing if the shadow of the future was hovering above his head. Angor remained silent. Whether it was the shadow of the demon god or the nightmare realm, it was always the people who suffered. Maybe he should start planning for the future of the Pat family. However, he had to be strong enough to protect his family first. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Something even more dangerous than the shadow of the demon god is looking at the south? You're not talking about this darkness, are you? Greya could not understand what they were talking about. Again, Sunders ignored Greya's question. Since Sunders did not want to talk about it, Angor did not dare to ask. Fine. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. But at least you can tell me where that arrogant fox came from, right? Greya said, I was tortured by that fox. You have to tell me the truth, right? No one spoke for a moment. After a while, Sundar spoke again, wherever your true body is, the fox will come from there. Nightmare realm? You mean the fox came from the nightmare realm? Greya gasped. Sundars did not answer, which meant he admitted it. Greya frowned. I think I know what you're talking about now. If it's really from the nightmare realm, then those legendary monsters are really as powerful as the shadow of the demon god. I think you misunderstood. The nightmare realm is divided into different realms. That fox came from a place far more dangerous than where your real body is. Legendary? Maybe it's not even a pawn there, Sundar said in a cold tone. The legendary level was not even considered a pawn, this was the only thing that echoed in Greya's mind. If what Sundar said was true, wouldn't they destroy the entire southern region with a snap of their fingers? Creatures of that level are not something you and I can worry about right now. If they really come, let the world's consciousness worry about it. It won't just watch the wizarding world get destroyed. Sundars pretended he did not care, but no one knew what he was really thinking. You said the fox is only as strong as a regular wizard? Sundars suddenly changed the topic. Greya nodded. She tried to hide the greed in her eyes. If it wasn't for that mysterious harp, I wouldn't have lost to an animal. A level 1 wizard, huh? Sundars sneered. He clearly remembered that the fox was at least as strong as a level 2 wizard during Twilight Auction. But now, it lost an entire level in less than a year. As expected, without the help of the nightmare aura, it was impossible for them to maintain their strength. In other words, this was the best time to kill the fox and the frog. If they stayed in this darkness for a longer time and absorbed the nightmare aura, they would slowly recover their strength, and it would be difficult to kill them again. Sundars collected his thoughts and spoke to Greya. It's a little difficult to cut these strings. I tried using my strongest attack just now, but I couldn't even leave a mark on them. Good thing they don't have any loops. The only way now is to pull them out of your body one by one, Sundars said. It might hurt, but you must endure it. There were more than 20 threads piercing through her body. Just the thought of pulling them out was unbearable. However, Greya remained calm. Do it. If I can't even endure the pain, I won't be qualified to be called a wizard. Sundars nodded and chopped down all the pillars around them. Following a series of loud noises and a cloud of dust, Sundars quickly pulled the strings out of Greya's body. Sundars heard muffled groans coming from the dust. Angor couldn't see what was going on inside, but he clearly saw warm blood spurting out through the dust. Judging from the degree of the blood, Greya was in a terrible condition. When the dust settled, they saw Greya half kneeling in a pool of her own blood. Her body was covered in blood, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Her veins were bulging on her forehead, and her eyes were red as if they were going to shed tears of blood. Angor could feel the pain just by looking at it, but Greya didn't make a sound. She only knelt on the ground and panted heavily. Sundars released another resuscitate spell. Greya's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, her skin became smooth again. The wounds on her body were healed, but it would take some time for her to recover from the blood loss. Greya held on for a while before she finally gave in and fainted on the ground. Sundars didn't even look at the unconscious Greya. He turned around and left. Angor thought Sundars would bring Greya into the gravity garden, but it seemed that he was too naive. Still, he couldn't just leave Greya here. In the end, Toby put Greya inside Snowy Feather. Now that Greya was saved, Sundars only had one goal left: kill Fox and take the harp. Angor had his own goals as well. His first goal was to find Nausicaa. If possible, he would kill Hookdick while he was at it. So, he planned to part ways with Sundars again. But he suddenly saw Sundars standing at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Is he waiting for me? Angor approached him with a puzzled look. But when he reached Sundars' side, he noticed that Sundars wasn't waiting for him. Sundars was looking at the square in the distance with a strange expression. Angor followed his gaze and saw a dark shadow slowly walking out from the dark depths of the square. With the help of the illumination spell in the hall, Angor could clearly see the shadow's appearance. Is that a puppy? Angor was puzzled. It was the spotted puppy that brought Angor here not long ago. At this moment, it was slowly walking over with its short legs. The puppy was about to attack Sunders, but when it saw Angor, it quickly wagged its tail and barked at Angor. "That's the puppy I met on my way here." Angor pointed at the puppy. Sunders frowned. To him, the puppy was just an ordinary dog. He thought that the dog might be the unknown nightmare creature, Yorkshire. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. But why did he feel like something was wrong? The puppy curled up its body and barked at them several times before it sat down on the ground. "Professor, is there something wrong with it?" Angor carefully asked through their spirit bond. "It's strange that the parasites here aren't trying to latch onto it." Angor quickly noticed the strange look in Sunders' eyes and realized something. However, when he asked his question, Sunders became hesitant. "It looks like an ordinary dog, but for it to be here, something is wrong." Even if the puppy was just an ordinary dog in the eye of truth, how could an ordinary dog move freely in the darkness? A ball of dancing flame suddenly appeared in Sunders' hand. Without warning, the flame opened its eyes and transformed into a fire sprite that rushed at the puppy. "Let's see if we can find out." Sunders' eyes glowed as he carefully observed the energy waves coming from the puppy. Before the fire sprite could reach the puppy, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the puppy and shielded it from the incoming fire sprite. Sparks flew and scattered in all directions. Following a muffled sound, a figure as white as jade appeared in front of him. It was a woman who stood on tiptoe like a ballerina. She was wearing a beautiful dress with golden patterns on a black background. Her exposed hands and feet were as white and tender as lotus roots. However, her face looked like that of a wooden puppet. His eyes were wide open, and there were obvious signs of assembly from the corners of his mouth downwards. One could faintly see that there was a piece of wood in between the cracks. The puppet woman stood in front of the puppy and slapped the fire sprite into pieces. "She's..." Angor looked at the puppet in confusion. "Professor, is she Yorkshire?" Sunders considered and shook his head. "The shadow that attacked me wasn't a human." The puppet woman squeaked, lifted her skirt, and half knelt down. She opened her mouth and spoke in a soft voice, "Greetings, Lady Shava." Every syllable was accompanied by a caw-caw sound. Angor still didn't know the truth about Shava. He didn't even know if the puppy was a man or a woman. However, it was obvious that the Shava that the other party was referring to was him. What should he say? He frowned. Was he going to embarrass himself like last time when he faced Olga? The puppy on the woman's back suddenly barked at him. "Hey, Mississippi. You're right. Woof. Woof." The little dog barked at the puppet woman and even pounced on her, biting her little foot. The puppet woman lowered her head and looked at the dog beside her feet with a puzzled expression. Angor and Sunders looked at each other. What's with the dog? The fact that the puppet woman had blocked the flames for it was obvious that there was something wrong with the dog. But why would the dog, who had been proven to be problematic, suddenly attack the puppet girl who seemed to have saved it? The puppet woman didn't attack the puppy either. She just watched it bite. As a puppet, no matter how it bit, it would not feel any pain. After biting for a long time, the puppy finally let go. Angor could see a circle of teeth marks on the puppy's foot. Next, the puppy wagged its tail at Angor as if saying, "I'm awesome, please compliment me." "I think it's a stupid dog," Angor said. Sunders nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's a stupid dog." Due to the dog's interruption, Angor forgot about replying to the woman and focused on the puppy. The puppet woman suddenly opened her mouth again. "Mr. Watcher, are you here to stop the Queen's plan again?" "Again?" Sunders was a little confused. "What? Did Fox, that little fox, tell you?" "How rude. Mr. Watcher, you have no right to call the wielder by her name." "Not only can I call her name, but I'll also kill her." Sunders narrowed his eyes and released several ripples from his body. The ripples quickly reached the puppet woman's body. The puppet girl was instantly drowned by the ripples. The ripples immediately turned corporeal, like ropes that bound her limbs completely. Just as the puppet girl was about to fall into a passive position, a strange golden line flashed across every joint on her body. The golden line connected to the void, and it was as though someone was controlling her from the void. With a gentle tug, she flew into the air, completely out of the range of the ripples. While in the air, the puppet woman also released a large number of golden strings to attack Sunders. However, the strings seemed to be avoiding Angor on purpose. Sunders appeared behind the puppet woman in a flash and slapped her body into hundreds of pieces. However, the hundreds of parts were quickly reassembled into a complete puppet on the other side by the golden threads in the void. Angor was surprised to see this. Did he just start a fight because of a disagreement? This was not a battle he could get involved in. He quickly told Toby to back off. Professor, I'll leave now. I'll keep looking for the others. Sunders nodded. Yeah, Sunders replied. Angor didn't notice that the spotted puppy had suddenly appeared beside him and was rubbing its head against his leg. Angor patted the dog's head. Get out of here, you silly puppy. If they get you killed, you won't know how to explain it to anyone. With that, Angor turned to leave. Behind Angor's back, Spotted Puppy suddenly showed a confused look. Angor only ran for a few dozen meters when he suddenly saw the sky turning dark. He then heard Sunders yelling, "Watch out, Angor!" Angor turned around and widened his eyes in shock. The Spotted Puppy suddenly opened its mouth. Its head, which was about the size of Angor's palm, suddenly grew hundreds of times bigger. The pitch-black mouth was about to bite Angor. Angor tried to react, but it was already too late. His vision went dark as he was swallowed into the puppy's stomach. Sunders did not miss the whole scene. He was fighting the puppet, but he was still paying attention to Angor. When the puppy approached Angor, he kept an eye on it. But as Angor said, the puppy was just a silly puppy. It only came to Angor to ask for a pet. When Sunders relaxed a little, Angor said something to the puppy and left. The puppy stayed where it was for a while before it suddenly dashed toward Angor. Its head expanded as it ran, and in the end, it swallowed Angor whole like a dog swallowing the sun. The puppy suddenly became as fast as Angor when he fully activated the sequence of gravity. He wanted to warn Sunders, but it was already too late. Sunders' eyes were filled with anger. He dashed toward the puppy. After swallowing Angor, the puppy turned back into a cute puppy again and barked innocently. When it saw Sunders coming, it panicked and ran into the darkness. The puppy was even faster than a bloodline wizard who specialized in agility. Sunders had to keep the puppet busy while chasing the puppy, but he could not catch it. The puppet woman was not strong, but the golden strings were strange. They were almost as strong as Fox's white strings. The puppy was also faster than Sunders expected. When he finally got rid of the puppet woman, the puppy had already disappeared into the darkness. Sunders gave the dog a cold glare. Instead of chasing after the dog, he turned around and began to fight the puppet woman. He kept asking questions while fighting. He wanted to know where Fox was and who the puppy was. However, the puppet woman did not seem to want to answer. She kept making cracking noises. "Mr. Watcher, don't be so stubborn." A moment later, the puppet woman was reduced to dust and wood shavings, while the golden thread slowly retracted into the void. Crackle crackle. A series of strange noises came from the void. A living watcher is a valuable resource. Too bad the queen can't use it. It's just a burden. A sharp voice came from the void and reached Sunders' ears. "Who are you? Yorkshire?" Sunders stayed in the air for a while and slowly landed on the ground when no one answered him. As soon as he landed, he sensed the drop of blood on Angor's body. Soon, he looked to the northwest. His bloodline told him that the blood was coming from that direction. It was the center of the outer city, which was also where the vortex in the sky was located. Sunders already went there, but he sensed something strange in the center of the vortex. When he tried to go inside, he sensed danger looming over his head. When he heard the loud noise coming from the teleportation hall, he gave up on exploring the area. But where did the puppy go after eating Angor? Just in time. Sunders planned to check it out anyway. With that in mind, he stomped on the ground and dashed toward the center of the vortex. He did not know how Angor was doing, but he left a warning function in the blood. If the blood was attacked with too much energy, it would automatically explode. Since the blood did not do anything, Sunders believed Angor should be fine. The dog had been trying to please Angor all the time. Why did it suddenly eat him? Sunders was also curious about the puppy. Why didn't he sense any energy ripples from it? Also, he could tell that the puppy was just an ordinary dog. Still, the puppet woman, the puppy's incredible speed, and the sudden enlargement of its head indicated that there was something wrong with the puppy. If the one controlling the golden threads was Yorkshire, the puppeteer, who was hiding in the void, then what was this puppy? Could it be that there were other nightmare monsters coming out from the tunnel other than Yorkshire? He was in a pitch-black space. He could neither see the sky nor the ground. Just like the realm of souls, this place was chaotic and senseless. Angor was trapped in this place. After being swallowed by the dog, he found himself in this pitch-black space. The dog's mouth did not seem to be connected to its esophagus. Instead, it seemed to be connected to this boundless space. There was no heat, no blood, and no stomach as he had imagined. It was just pure darkness. This kind of pitch black was a very pure black. Almost all visible light would be completely absorbed in here. Angor could not even see his own soul clearly. It was as if he was just a mass of consciousness that could think. Luckily, he could touch his soul with his hand, which proved that he was not just a mass of consciousness without a body. At the same time, there was something else that proved his existence. It was Toby. Toby was also swallowed into the dog's mouth. Now, Toby was leaning against Angor's neck and whispering something. Now that Toby was here, Angor felt a little more confident. Greya was inside Snowy Feather, and she should be able to take them out of this place. However, reality was not as good as it seemed. Toby told him that Snowy Feather could not be opened, as if it was locked by some kind of power. A sealed space item? It was not something common, but it was not unheard of. However, a dog's body could actually seal a space item. Wasn't this dog a little too powerful? Angor was disappointed, but he had to face the truth. Since Toby could not open Snowy Feather, Greya would not be able to help them leave this place. They had to find another way to get out of here. But what could they do? He did not even know why the dog swallowed him, or why there was a dark space inside the dog's body. Whenever he thought about the dog, he could not figure out what was going on. He found the dog in an attic, and he thought it was the owner's pet. But it did not seem to be the case. The dog looked like an ordinary puppy, but as Sunders said, it could travel freely in the darkness. Something was definitely wrong. Now he was sure that there was something wrong with the dog. Could it be the mysterious Yorkshire? Angor tried to call out to the creature. However, no matter how he scolded, cursed, or tried to appease the creature, he received no response. It was as if he was the only one in this absolute darkness. In such a silent, dark, and cold environment, if one did not have a strong heart, they might slowly go crazy. He did not know how long he could hold on. His only consolation was that Sunders' blood droplets were still warm on his body. Maybe Sunders could use the bead to find him? Angor pondered. It was good to have a vision, but they could not put all their hopes on Sunders. He tried to walk around to see if he could find anything. He couldn't see anything, but he believed that there should be some sort of barrier around this place. Maybe he could find a way to leave this place. With this utopian thought in mind, he began to move. Soon, he noticed something that puzzled him. He sensed someone's aura. It was a familiar presence. Apart from Sleepless City, there was another reason why so many wizards were attracted to this place: the presence of mystery. Someone sensed the presence of mystery, which meant that a mystery item was about to be born, and the darkness was a sign that indicated the birth of a mystery item. As a result, many wizards came here for the mystery item. Back when he was outside the darkness, he also told Sunders that he sensed a faint mystery presence in the outer city. Since he had once touched the mystery domain himself, he knew more about it than anyone else. The mystery aura in the outer city reminded him of the mystery spirit that appeared in Dark Castle. Strangely, when they entered the outer city, Angor could no longer sense the mystery spirit's presence. Until now. He discovered that he had once again sensed a familiar mysterious aura within the body of a dog. Why would there be a mysterious aura here? Could it be that the mysterious object was actually hidden in this dog's body? Could this dog really be Yorkshire, the one who brought the mystery item to the wizarding world? He was wandering around aimlessly, but the mysterious aura helped him find his way. He came to Sleepless City to look for Greya, but Greya didn't. But if there was a chance for him to find the mystery item, he wouldn't refuse. He planned to follow the source of the aura. The deeper he went, the stronger the mystery aura became. Angor was still inside the darkness, but he could already sense the mystery aura around him. It was the same feeling he got when he was crafting Prelude to Rebirth. This time, the mystery aura was even stronger than before. Angor believed that he was very close to the source of the mystery aura. If he kept going, he would see the mystery item that attracted so many wizards to Sleepless City. But soon, his eyelids began to droop. "Why do I feel sleepy?" Angor mumbled. He was in his soul form. Why did he feel so sleepy? He forced himself to stay awake, but he couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness. Soon, he unknowingly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different place. He suddenly appeared in a white light, in the bright and magnificent void. There was no one around except himself. Even Toby was nowhere to be seen. Before he could figure out where he was, a majestic voice suddenly spoke into his ears. "I can give you a drop of water. Do you want it?" "Who are you? Where am I?" asked Angor. The other party didn't respond. Instead, he repeated, "I can give you a drop of water. Do you want it?" Obviously, he wanted Angor's answer. Yes or no? Yes or no? Does it make a difference? Angor asked. There was still no response. He was still asking if he wanted the drop of water. Do you want it or not? What kind of strange question is this? And who's talking to me? Angor scratched his head in confusion. To be safe, he chose not to answer. But that didn't mean the voice would stop asking. It seemed that the unknown voice wanted an answer from Angor. Angor considered for a moment and finally said, yes. Angor didn't know what the answer was, but he knew that once he chose yes, there would be a variable. If he chose no, there would also be a variable. But there was a higher chance that he would return to his previous life. Compared to returning to his previous life, Angor was more eager to see a variable, whether it was good or bad. As he made his choice, the majestic voice spoke again, all right. Here is a drop of water. A shiny drop of water appeared in front of Angor's eyes. It simply floated in front of Angor. The tiny drop of water reflected the light around it. That's it? Angor took a closer look and found that it was just a normal drop of water. Apart from the fact that it was floating in the air, there was nothing special about it. I can lend you some power. Do you want it? Angor heard the voice again. What power? Angor asked out of instinct. When he thought the voice wouldn't answer, it said, unknown power. Unknown power? Angor considered for a moment and chose yes again. He couldn't see anything from a drop of water. He wanted to know what the voice wanted. After making his choice, a grayish-white ball of energy appeared beside the drop of water. This should be the so-called unknown power. Angor observed carefully and found that the ball of energy was filled with chaos, as if it was an unknown number that had no order. Angor reached out to touch it with his finger. The ball of energy was pushed to the side of the drop of water as if it was real. Then, it quickly merged with the drop of water. The drop of water began to change as soon as it merged with the unknown power. The drop of water slowly spread out and turned into an ocean. Angor stood in the air and watched the birth of the ocean with his own eyes. Angor was still puzzled by the fact that a drop of water turned into an ocean. Wasn't this too fantastical? He wouldn't be surprised if some kind of fish appeared in the ocean. His prophecy came true. As Angor thought about it, strange and primitive fish began to jump out of the ocean. Next, a giant tree covered with leaves rose from the bottom of the sea and covered half of the ocean. Creatures began to appear on the tree, and they began to evolve. Lightning ignited the fire of civilization, and intelligent creatures appeared on the tree. Then, a tree civilization with the ocean as the background appeared in front of Angor's eyes. A drop of water and an unknown power became a civilization? Angor still couldn't understand what was going on. One day, a war broke out on the tree civilization. Many intelligent creatures died, and a plague spread. Even the giant tree slowly withered away. After that, the tree collapsed, and so did the civilization. At this time, a crumbling wall and an ocean slowly separated. Time seemed to be rewinding. In the end, what appeared in front of Angor's eyes became a drop of water and a ball of air again. This time, the ball of air was tainted with some black and green strands. Angor clearly sensed that the black represented death and destruction, while the green represented life and continuity. But soon, the black and green mixed together again. In the end, the ball of air became grayish-white again as if they had been assimilated. In front of Angor, the ball of air returned to its original state, the combination of a drop of water and an unknown power. 46. What was that? Returning to nature? Or devouring and disintegrating? What did all those changes mean? Was it to show the rise and fall of a civilization? But what was the point of showing the rise and fall of a civilization? As far as Angor was concerned, the details and context of a civilization were more important. The context of a civilization showed everything about it. The rise and fall of a civilization were just two colors on a palette. There were many things he couldn't figure out, but he couldn't deny that this seemingly ordinary water droplet and energy aura gave it an indescribable sense of mystery. After a long moment of silence, the water droplet and the grayish-white aura did not show any changes after absorbing the two opposing auras. Maybe it's because there's no external help? Angor reached out a hand to touch them. But this time, he only touched the water droplet. The water droplet did not break. Instead, he slowly pushed it to the center of the grayish-white aura. Once again, they fused together. However, this time, the unknown power represented by the grayish-white aura seemed to have chosen a different direction. Instead of turning the water droplet into a sea, it merged itself into the center of the water droplet and became something similar to the earth. The water droplet covered the surface of the earth evenly. It looked like a planet. For a moment, Angor even thought that he was looking at John's home planet, Earth. Clouds and rain came together. Ravines fell. Continents separated. Mist evaporated. Creatures from the sea came to the land. Then, they chose to evolve. All kinds of strange animals appeared on the land, including humans. After that, civilizations rose and fell. Palaces were destroyed in an instant. The cycle of reincarnation began. Above the ruins, the last group of survivors knelt in front of a statue that they called the God of Creation. Their eyes were filled with hope as they prayed to the God of Creation. But in the end, they still didn't receive salvation from the gods. Their lives ended in despair. After they died, Angor noticed a flower slowly growing on the ground where their corpses were. It was a strange flower with 6 petals. 3 of them glowed with a clear light, while the other 3 were covered in gray mist. When the flower appeared, time went back again. As if in a dream, a drop of water appeared in front of him again, together with a grayish-white ball of energy. However, in the center of this aura, the strange flower was slowly sinking. He sensed that the 3 petals of the flower were shining with the light of hope, while the other 3 petals were filled with the gray of despair. After the flower merged with the grayish-white aura, it disappeared. He looked at the water droplet in front of him and sensed something. But he couldn't figure out what it was because his vision was too hazy. He couldn't wait to try again. Once again, he pushed the water into the grayish mist. The unknown power had made a new choice once again. It was completely different from the previous 2 developments. This time, there wasn't even the appearance of a civilization. It was only a division of darkness and light. Finally, the darkness and light merged into the grayish-white aura. Angor tried again and again, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Every time, he would change the grayish-white aura and merge the 2 opposing auras. Death and new life, destruction and creation, hope and despair, darkness and light, truth and falsehood. In Angor's eyes, these opposing auras were the laws of nature. Even though there were no real fluctuations of the laws, their intents represented the laws. Angor didn't know how much time had passed. He saw different worlds, which merged many laws into the grayish-white aura. However, the grayish-white aura didn't change color at all. Instead, it created more interesting worlds for the next cycle. This time, the grayish-white aura seemed to have reached its limit. Angor sensed that there were still many more cycles waiting for him to explore. But the grayish-white aura no longer merged with the water droplet. He felt a little disappointed, but also a little hopeful. He had a feeling that perhaps the final answer to this strange space was about to be revealed. Angor stood aside and carefully observed the water droplet as well as the saturated unknown energy. Time slowly passed. When Angor was wondering if he made a mistake, the water droplet slowly moved closer to the grayish-white aura. This time, they didn't merge. The water droplet wrapped around the unknown power and slowly changed its shape. The thing Angor had been wondering about for a long time finally showed up, the mystery aura. A large amount of mysterious aura leaked out during this process and instantly filled the space. The mystery aura completely surrounded Angor like an ocean. Angor's attention was still on the water droplet's transformation. But now, the mystery aura was so dense that it almost became tangible. A few months ago, he accidentally came across a mystery item while doing alchemy in Dark Castle. That mystery alchemy was actually a lucky encounter. It was also the result of Dark Castle's accumulation of resources. It didn't have much to do with Angor himself. He just happened to be a porter. But even if it didn't have anything to do with Angor, if he could really craft a mystery item, he would definitely become a mystery alchemist and gain access to an unimaginable mystery world. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. How could he not regret it? However, his mentality was very upright, and he knew that some things could not be obtained by forcing them. The alchemy he was doing in Dark Castle might have been the doing of a great being. It might have been fate that he was forced to do. He was destined to ignite Dark Castle's resources and bring Isabel back to the wizarding world. With such thoughts in mind, Angor let go of the matter. He didn't become a mystery alchemist, but this experience did bring him a lot of benefits. At least, his status in the alchemy circle was strengthened. Even the research department of Floating Mech City gave him an access card, which meant he could enter the top alchemy circles in the southern wizarding region whenever he wanted. These benefits made him feel better. Then, a wild ambition rose in his mind. Since the mystery item was just a coincidence, even if he really became a mystery alchemist, he wouldn't be able to live up to his name. In that case, he didn't need such a reputation. He didn't need to rely on any coincidences. He just needed to rely on his own strength to refine a mysterious item and prove himself as the mysterious alchemist, and this time was such an opportunity. He didn't really come into contact with the mystery item, but being surrounded by such materialized mystery aura, he could easily analyze it and use it for his own purposes. Maybe he could craft a mystery item if he truly understood the mystery item. With such a thought in mind, Angor fully immersed himself in the thick mystery aura. However, mystery power was a concept that even wizards could not understand. How could a mere apprentice like him understand it? Obviously not. Angor didn't understand it, but he had a unique skill that no one else could learn. He could sense emotions and fuse them together. For example, the reason why the music box he made surprised Lady Mirror, who had lived for countless years, was that he subconsciously fused the feeling of the nightmare realm into it. What did the nightmare realm make people feel? Time was frozen. Every blade of grass, every tree, every nook and cranny of an extinguished fire was filled with meaning. It was his unique skill to infuse the nightmare realm into his illusions. Or rather, it was a special talent. Since he could remember the feeling of the nightmare realm and fuse it into his illusions, if he could also fuse the mystery aura into his illusions, he would be able to sense and study it for a long time. Even if he left this place, he could still study the mystery aura. With this in mind, Angor didn't try to analyze or understand the aura. Instead, he copied and memorized the mystery aura. He didn't need to understand it. Just by copying, Angor progressed a lot faster. However, the mystery aura was too complicated. Even if he was just copying, Angor still couldn't understand it. Angor also noticed something else during this process. The mystery aura seemed to contain the meaning of the unknown. If he tried to copy it intentionally, he would never achieve the desired result. However, the unintentional memory could yield very effective results. As more mysterious feelings appeared in his mind, he began to find some familiar traces. For example, the unpredictable, incompatible with the laws of nature yet perfectly blended with them. They seemed to be related to the laws of nature he saw in the grayish-white aura. Could it be that the grayish-white aura from before was a demonstration of the birth process of the mystery? But something didn't seem right. A mystery item couldn't possibly destroy countless civilizations, right? Maybe it was just describing the nature of the mystery aura, which was unknown and contradictory, Angor spent some time memorizing the aura and felt that he had a general idea. However, he couldn't use any illusion since he was a soul without any mana foundation. He didn't know if he could really fuse the mystery aura into his illusions after he returned to his body. He would have to wait until he returned to his body. After a while, the mystery aura began to fade away. Angor slowly came back to his senses and looked at the water droplet again. But when he looked again, he didn't see the water droplet. Instead, he saw a familiar animal, a spotted dog. Logically speaking, he believed that the mystery item would show up in the end. But to his surprise, it was the spotted puppy that showed up in the end. The puppy wasn't fully formed yet. The water droplet had already taken the shape of a puppy, while the gray aura that represented the unknown power formed the puppy's mystery energy. Is this a mystery spirit? Angor widened his eyes. So the spotted puppy was the mystery spirit Xianxia brought out from the nightmare realm, and all the mystery energy came from it. No wonder he sensed the presence of a mystery spirit outside the darkness. It was this puppy he was looking for. However, looking at this mysterious spirit, he couldn't help but recall the mysterious spirit he saw in Dark Castle. That mysterious spirit was full of deterrence and looked like a demon from the abyss. It was completely different from this spotted dog. But it had to be said that the aura of the mysterious spirit on the spotted dog was much stronger than that of the female abyssal mysterious spirit from last time. This also meant that the Dalmatian's level was naturally higher than that of the female abyssal demons. But where was the puppy's carrier? The mysterious spirit could transform into a human form and possess intelligence. Last time, the mystery spirit of the abyssal demon was formed from several hundred kilometers of dark clouds. As soon as it took shape, it quickly fused into the carrier he created, the revolver. But where was this puppy's carrier? Or did it simply appear in the form of a mysterious spirit without a carrier? Angor didn't know. He didn't know much about mystery items, not to mention the concept of mystery spirits. Maybe a mystery spirit could exist on its own, or maybe it could gain intelligence. But Angor wasn't sure if he could understand such things at his current level. Angor put his thoughts aside and quietly watched the puppy's transformation. After a while, the water and unknown energy disappeared from the puppy's body. It looked just like an ordinary dog. If Angor didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the puppy was a mystery spirit. Angor slowly approached the puppy and patted it. The puppy's head twitched, and a pair of pure eyes slowly opened, revealing Angor's image. The puppy tilted its head and stared at Angor as if trying to memorize his face. "You're a mystery spirit?" Angor asked in a low voice. The puppy still looked confused. It didn't seem to be very intelligent, but it was still wagging its tail happily. Angor shook his head. Silly puppy. He thought that the righteous voice belonged to the puppy, but it didn't seem to be the case. He thought the puppy had intelligence, but it was clearly a misconception. Angor sighed and was about to say something when time seemed to freeze in this bright place. Angor's vision changed from first-person perspective to third-person. Then, he witnessed the land of light crumbling without any warning. And Angor's. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the dark space where Toby was still rubbing his shoulder. However, in the darkness around them, there was no longer a trace of the mysterious aura. It was as if all the mysteries had disappeared when he opened his eyes. So, the experience just now was actually just a dream? A dream created the mystery spirit? A dream? Or was it an illusion? Angor couldn't give an answer, but he still remembered the feeling of mystery. If it was a dream, at least for Angor, it was still a wonderful one. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard woof. Woof. The dog's bark was so loud that it seemed to come from all directions. Angor was puzzled when the puppy spat him out of the dark place and returned to the outer city, which was shrouded in darkness. The puppy that swallowed him was sitting obediently beside him, wagging its tail and wagging its head, as if waiting for Angor's praise. Angor looked at the cute puppy with a complicated expression. He didn't sense any malicious intent from the puppy, but he didn't know what it was doing. Also, was it really a mystery spirit? Or was it actually a mystery item in the shape of a living creature? Angor sighed and shook his head. He looked around and wondered where the puppy took him. He was now standing in the middle of an empty crossroad. The street lamps were still on, so the place was still. brightly lit. Unfortunately, Angor wasn't familiar with the layout of Sleepless City. The buildings around him all looked the same, so he didn't know where he was. When he looked up, he saw the black vortex floating in the air. Angor was surprised. The black vortex was right in the center of the Eternal Brilliance magic array, which meant it was located at the center of the outer city. Was he at the center of the outer city? Toby, is Lady Greya awake yet? Toby shook his head and asked if he should use a special method to wake Greya up. Angor waved a hand. Our goal is to find Nausicaa. There's no need to wake Lady Greya up. He was planning to ask Greya why the outer city was so empty when she woke up, and if there were any hiding spots in the city. But on second thought, he didn't want to disturb Greya right now since she was trapped in the teleportation hall. Angor came to Sleepless City to find Greya so that Toby wouldn't have to worry about her. Now that Greya was inside Toby's snowy feather, Angor's goal was achieved. The only thing left was to find Nausicaa and kill Hookdick if he had the chance. As for Sunders, Angor had one of his blood droplets, so he didn't need to worry about Sunders for now. With that in mind, Angor decided to move right away. But before he could fly up to check the surroundings, the puppy bit his pants. While trying to drag him away, the creature bit Angor. Angor didn't know what the puppy was trying to do, but since it was a mystery spirit, he stopped and looked at it. He didn't sense any hostility from the puppy, but he didn't know whether it was a friend or a foe. Angor was eager to leave because he wanted to get rid of the puppy. Even if the puppy gave him a great opportunity to study mystery power, it still couldn't erase the fact that it ate him in the first place. Since he did not understand the dog's attitude, he decided to stay away from it for now. But it didn't seem like the puppy was going to let him go. Angor decided to stay and see what the puppy wanted. The silly dog suddenly ran to a corner behind him and barked at Angor madly. It was obvious that the puppy wanted Angor to go there. Angor hesitated for a moment and followed the puppy's order. When he turned around and looked inside the corner, his pupils shrank. People. He finally saw people. There were a lot of people at the end of the corner. They all had their backs to Angor and were twisting their bodies in strange poses. It looked like they were being infected by the light spots. So they're all here? Angor muttered to himself, but why can't I hear anything from them? Don't the victims know how to sing? While Angor was wondering, the puppy nudged Angor's trousers. He came back to his senses and saw that it was squatting obediently, putting on the same asking for praise, petting, praises look as before. So you brought me here to find these people? Angor asked curiously while asking Toby to take out the blood-stained rock outside Brute Cavern's building. Sniff again. Is the owner of the blood inside? The puppy sniffed and barked at the end of the road. So they're really inside? Angor's eyes brightened up. He looked back at the puppy with a curious look. Was the puppy really dumb or just pretending? Could it be that he actually wanted to bring it here in the first place, and not to walk it? It didn't matter whether the puppy found the owner of the blood or not. Since there were already people inside, Nausicaa was probably here as well. With that in mind, Angor slowly walked deeper into the building. But the further he went, the stranger he felt. There were clearly so many people inside, and they looked densely packed. Why was there no sound at all? Even if they didn't talk, they would still make some noise when they danced. Moreover, what was even stranger was why they were gathered here. Angor suddenly stopped in his tracks. 10 meters in front of him, there was a parasitized person wearing bright red and green clothes, twisting his body and dancing. Under the dim light of the street lamp, Angor could clearly see the person's lips moving. Apparently, they were trying to say something like praise the queen. But Angor couldn't hear anything from 10 meters away. Angor stopped to take a closer look and noticed something strange. For example, the street lamp. The street lamp on the street beside him was a unique style of shark-oil lamp, which could burn for several years with a single light. The light from the lamp wasn't strong, but it could still dispel some of the darkness. However, Angor noticed that there was a slight angle 2 meters in front of him. It appeared out of nowhere. However, there was clearly nothing in front of him. It was just a wide and flat street. How did this angle appear? How did the light deviate? 46 It was as if there was a layer of film that blocked the light, causing him to shift. Angor slowly walked to the spot where the light was shifted. He picked up a broom lying on the ground and slowly moved it forward. The membrane he was expecting did not appear. The broom went through the light without any problem. Angor could tell that the broom did not lose any energy. However, there was still a slight change in the light. The street lamp was originally the handle of the broom, reflecting a pure white light. However, when the broom passed through the deviation of the light, one could clearly see that the pure white light on the handle had turned a little gray. The light reflected from the handle of the stick showed two different reflections. Angor could tell that there was something wrong with the light. Perhaps there was some kind of special field in the area that could absorb some visible light and block sound. In the end, his guesses were not valid. He still had to personally test it out. Angor reached out a finger and poked it through the hole. He did not feel anything strange. He pulled his finger back, and nothing happened. Looking at his finger, Angor was sure that his soul would not be affected by the shift of the light. Since there was someone inside the light, he could tell that the light would not affect his physical body. Angor took a bold step forward and stepped into the area where the light was shifted. As soon as he entered the area, he froze in place. The quiet world around him suddenly changed, and people began to sing in unison. Praise the Queen! Praise the moonlight! Praise the land that is about to become a new land! Sure enough, it was just as he'd guessed. There was some sort of field here that blocked out the sound and created an intersection between clamor and silence. Angor looked back to see what would happen if he tried to go out. But when he turned his head around, he discovered that he could no longer see the path he had come from. Behind him was an area of black fog. Shark whale lamp? Light deflected? There was no such thing. Angor tried to go back, but the black mist completely blocked his way. Whenever he stepped into the mist, he would always end up back where he came from. It was just like the edge of darkness that covered Sleepless City. Angor could only enter, but not leave. Since he could not go back, he had to keep moving forward. He planned to fly in and search for Nausicaa. However, something unexpected happened. When Angor was about to take off, one of the singing people suddenly turned around and saw Angor on his back. He immediately took a few steps back and shouted, "Praise Shava!" Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the crowd and attracted the attention of the other parasites. Angor was instantly exposed to everyone's sight. Because of Angor's presence, they all changed the tune of their hymns. Between Praise the Queen and Praise the Moonlight, there was a new Praise Shava. Shava even bowed to Angor while singing. After saluting, they stepped back and cleared a wide path for Angor to enter. Angor's plan to sneak in had to be abandoned because of this. As he tried to figure out what to do next, two figures descended from the sky and stopped in front of him. The one on the left was Froggy the Frog, who wore a small suit and brown curly hair. The one on the right was Fox, who was wearing a gauze dress. After they landed, Fox immediately played the harp in her hand. Melodious music flowed out from the harp. Along with the music, Phalog took a deep breath and propped up the chest of his loose suit. Then, he began to recite an inexplicable hymn with deep emotions. Angor forced himself to smile and listen to Froggy's recital. Clap clap clap. Angor clapped his hands 3 times and smiled at Froggy. Mr. Froggy's aria is like the moonlight shining into my heart. It's so beautiful. Phalog was very pleased with the compliment. He raised his head and narrowed his bulging eyes, as if he had turned into a bright moon. Next, he looked at Fox's reserved expression and praised, "Miss Fox's harp, Miss Fox. You play as well as ever, and I can't help but recall the Queen's elegant face." This round of flattery was very useful to the two of them. Fox was laughing so hard that her fiery red tail covered her face. As she swayed her tail, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Her Excellency Shava is the same as before. Yeah, Mr. Shava is my soulmate. It's a pity that this place abandoned by the moon doesn't have enough accompaniment. Otherwise, I'd definitely give Her Excellency Shava a performance of the highest standard. Froggy's voice had always been rhythmic, like an aria, with peaks and valleys. Angor smiled and nodded from time to time as if he was responding to Froggy's words. Angor sighed in his mind. Looks like I'll have to show off my acting skills again. Luckily, he was a veteran in the wizarding world. His acting skills weren't perfect, but they weren't bad enough to be seen through. I sensed Mr. Shava's aura just now. She almost tore apart half of the tunnel. Thank goodness Shava stopped in time, or our efforts would have been in vain, Fox said. Is Mr. Shava's true form already? True form? It's not talking about my right hand, is it? Angor rolled his eyes. Only a part of her true form is here. But it's still hard to control. I almost destroyed the tunnel, so I ejected my soul. Angor spoke in a half-serious tone. You're right. This world can't tolerate Mr. Shava's true form, so a part of her will be here in the long run. Angor quickly changed the topic when he saw that Fox still wanted to talk about him. He didn't know what kind of existence he was in the eyes of these creatures. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. So, you're here for... Angor purposely spoke slowly to make it sound like he already knew what was going on. But in fact, he was trying to convey something with his eyes and words. Of course it's for the Queen. Croak, croak. Unfortunately, the Queen doesn't want to come to places where the moonlight doesn't shine, so she sent an annoying fellow. Phalog was very agitated when he spoke, and the brown curly hair on his head jumped up and down. The Queen doesn't want to come? Angor narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that the Queen didn't want to come to this world. She didn't come because she didn't want to, but because she had other reasons. Are you talking about Xianxia the puppeteer? Angor raised an eyebrow. That's him. Croak. He also brought Minister Dim's stupid dog here. Minister Dim is probably going to run naked on the moon right now. Minister Dim? Another name appeared in his mind. A middle-aged man appeared in his mind. Angor also knew someone called Minister Dim, but that man was the blacksmith of Pat Matter. Maybe this Minister Dim was Blacksmith Dim's projection? You mean this one? Angor stepped aside to reveal the Dalmatian behind him, who was wagging its tail furiously. Fox and Froggy looked at each other and sighed. Yes. It ran away from the interlayer not long ago. We didn't expect it to run into Mr. Shava here. Angor was surprised by their words. The reason why he was stunned was not because the identity of the dog had finally been revealed, but because they had mentioned the interlayer space. This is an interlayer? Angor muttered in his mind. He knew what an interlayer was. Back at Twilight Auction, he forcefully sensed the presence of the Queen and created a luxurious banquet hall, which was an interlayer. In other words, if someone severed the interlayer using a special method, they would enter the Nightmare Domain. According to the mystery of Nightmare Domain, there was a natural interlayer space. According to Sunder's mystery of Nightmare Domain, the interlayer space also meant that there was a semi-passage. Angor looked up at the so-called semi-passage. He couldn't leave this place, but he could still see the dark vortex in the sky. Come to think of it, this is the semi-passage of this mezzanine space? Where's Xianxia? Angor asked in a casual tone. That annoying bastard went out to look for the dog. But I think he ran into a traitorous nightmare watcher on his way. He's fighting with that traitor now. Froggy seemed to be enjoying Angor's misfortune. Fox's attitude was different from Froggy's, but a hint of worry appeared on her face. Nightmare Watcher? Was it Angor's professor? Angor nodded and walked forward. He kept an eye on the infected people around him to see if he could find Nausicaa. Unfortunately, the light was dim and many people were making weird expressions. Also, when Angor approached them, they all backed away, which made it even harder for them to see what was going on. Since he was already exposed, he might as well go all out. He asked Toby to take out the oil lamp and put it in his mouth like a bird holding a lantern. Fox and Phalog didn't have much of a reaction to Toby either. Toby had already shown up during the Twilight Auction. You said the Queen can't leave this time. What should we do next? While searching for Nausicaa, he did not forget to ask for more information. This is a good location. We can stay here and recover our strength, Fox said. So, they're going to turn this place into a base like Pakrati? 89 There were more and more Nightmare Realm bases like this. Were they trying to take over the Wizarding World? But there were plenty of worlds that could connect to the Nightmare Realm. Surely they wouldn't stop at the Wizarding World? Nice. This place feels good. It'll be a good base for us. Angor nodded. But why are there so many humans here? It's so noisy. Fox suddenly covered her mouth with her pale paws and giggled. She then gave Froggy a flirtatious look. Oh, Froggy, you're right. Angor stopped and looked at Froggy. Phalog awkwardly combed his slightly curly hair and said, there's no moonlight, and no queen's blessing. I can't sing well, so I croak. Fox wagged her tail in the air. Actually, he thought he needed someone to listen to his aria. That's why he gathered so many people. Angor nodded. You're right. Musicians need to look cool. Froggy puffed up his chest and looked satisfied with Angor's title, musician. I was going to listen to the two musicians work. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to listen to them in such a noisy place. Angor carefully observed their expressions and chose his words carefully. Besides, how can we let a bunch of common folk enjoy such elegant music? Of course, they knew what Angor was trying to say. Froggy thought for a while and found it quite reasonable. Croak, croak. Shava, you are indeed wise. I'm reciting such a noble and elegant aria. How can these common people understand it? He then turned to Fox. Let's get them out of here. Let's give Lady Shava a quiet concert. Fox bowed to Angor. As you wish. Fox placed her harp under her chin and plucked the strings with her claws. Beautiful music flowed out of the harp. White strings emerged from the harp and formed a giant fox shadow. The fox shadow then flew to the dark vortex in the sky. Angor wondered what the fox shadow did inside the vortex. The road behind them parted to create a path. He looked back and saw the shark oil lamp outside the passage, which was still giving out a faint light. Croak. Get out of here. Can't you hear that Lady Shava is tired of you? This means that the queen doesn't want to see you either. Phalog's voice was so loud that it reached everyone's ears. In the next second, a large group of people began to move toward them. Perhaps it was because of Shava's disgust, they moved more normally and quickly headed for the exit. Tell them to slow down. I'm going to pick a few. I mean, servants. Angor's voice sounded a little uneasy. Judging from their previous attitude and Shava's position in the Ode of Praise, Shava's status should not be low. She was even ranked between Queen and Moonlight. Since Shava's status was higher than Froggy and Fox, he decided to use a negotiating tone to see what they would do to Shava. Froggy nodded and ordered his men to slow down. Before they left, they all took a look at Angor. Fox nodded as well. She didn't doubt Angor's words. Angor gained a better understanding of Shava's status. He was still a little immature, but Shava seemed to accept his request. Angor assumed that Shava rarely interacted with Fox and Froggy in the Nightmare Realm. Otherwise, they would have noticed the change in her personality. Also, Shava's request was likely to be accepted as long as it didn't go against the Queen's orders. Although this was just a guess, judging from their performance, it should be close to the mark. With Phalog's order, the group immediately slowed down and crossed the road, heading towards the outer realm. Angor stood in the air and carefully observed the leaving crowd. He sent Toby to hover above the crowd with an oil lamp in his mouth to illuminate their faces. People of all shapes and sizes were slowly walking away. Under the light, their expressions were very strange and ferocious. Sometimes, even their friends and family would not be able to recognize them. However, Angor only needed to recognize people based on their characteristics. For example, he only needed to recognize Nausicaa's mechanical arm. Toby, on the other hand, could recognize people based on their aura. Therefore, changing one's face didn't affect their ability to recognize people. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A gray aura picked out a short little beam from the crowd. It was a little girl with a funny face. She was wearing a red and green robe, but the robe was obviously for adults. It didn't fit her at all. The girl looked a little scared when she was pulled to Angor's side. Shan. Angor called out her name in his mind. Stand behind me. Don't run. Princess Shan trembled in fear, but she still obeyed Angor's order and retreated behind him. Shan's here, but where's her big guy? Angor looked around and didn't see Genk. A while later, Angor picked a woman with curly blue hair out of the crowd. Her limbs were twisted in a strange way, and her toes were stretched straight. It was Shilyu. Also, judging from Shilyu's appearance, she must have been possessed. However, Shilyu was still sleeping. It seemed that even the parasites couldn't remove the side effects of her super talent. Angor placed the sleeping Shilyu beside Shan and continued his search. Since Shilyu and Shan were both here, Angor assumed that Nausicaa was here as well. But after 10 minutes, tens of thousands of people had left. Nausicaa was still nowhere to be seen. Did Nausicaa not enter the interlayer space? Before Angor could figure it out, Toby suddenly screeched and controlled the sequence of gravity. A voluptuous woman jumped out of the crowd. What's this? Angor looked at the woman with a confused expression. What's this? Before Toby could make a gesture, the woman's expression slowly cleared up and slapped at Angor's chest. Angor's attention was on Toby, and he almost got hit. Luckily, he had the sequence of gravity all over his body, which allowed him to escape in time. When the dust cleared, Angor's figure reappeared 10 meters away. The woman screamed in pain. A white thread pierced through the woman's palm, pierced through her collarbone, and came out from her shoulder blade. Fox flew into the air while playing her harp. Are you all right, Mr. Shava? There's something wrong with this woman's soul. She tricked the parasites and coexisted with her. Something wrong with her soul? Angor carefully inspected the woman's face. After losing her ferocious appearance, the woman's face became much clearer. Unlike her graceful figure, her face was square, and there was even some stubble on her lips. She looked like a person who had lost her gender. Androgynous. Angor suddenly thought of someone. You're Hookdick. The woman panicked. She was indeed Hookdick. Or rather, she used to be one. However, she didn't dare to admit her identity. Judging from the situation, Angor must have something to do with those strange creatures. She once learned a soul spell from Soul Soil, which allowed her to retain a small part of her consciousness despite being threatened by the parasites. She hid among the crowd and tried to find a chance to escape. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a way out of this strange place. She had no choice but to leave her body to the parasites. She soon found a chance to escape. But she didn't expect it to come from her nemesis, Angor. She was furious, but she couldn't show it. She kept letting the parasites move away. She thought Angor wouldn't be able to recognize her since the parasites distorted her face and changed her gender. She might have a chance to escape. As she expected, Angor didn't recognize her. But that damned bird did. It was the same bird that saved his life back at Twilight Town. Otherwise, he would have killed Angor back then. But this time, the bird came to ruin her plan again. You've got the wrong person. I'm not the one you're talking about. We're both humans. Why do we have to fight each other? Let me go, will you? Hookdick tried her best to endure the pain from her chest and palms. She sounded calm, but she deliberately emphasized the words both humans. Clearly, she was trying to drive a wedge between Fox, Froggy, and Angor. Unfortunately, her words didn't work. Fox and Froggy didn't react at all. Fox kept playing her mysterious harp to summon more strings. She quickly put on a crying face and begged Angor. I'm just a weak woman. I didn't mean to do that. Please, let me go. Hookdick, who had the bloodline of a succubus, had a way of seducing people's minds when she acted like this. He could even ignore her miserable face and make men pity her. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong target. Angor didn't have a body right now. He was just a soul and couldn't release dopamine, let alone desire. He only found Hookdick's behavior funny and disgusting. Let her go, he said to Fox. Fox didn't understand why Shava would do that. She exchanged a glance with Froggy and saw the same question in each other's eyes. In the end, Fox obeyed Angor's order and withdrew the strings. Hookdick's eyes lit up. She thought her charm worked. She kept putting on a pitiful look and kept calling Angor Big Brother. Angor forced himself not to throw up and slowly approached Hookdick. When Hookdick tried to act shy, Angor released a ray of gray energy from his hand and pierced Hookdick's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. Hookdick's eyes widened. The smile on his face slowly faded away. He looked at Angor with confusion, and then hatred. You lied to me. Blood gushed out of Hookdick's mouth as he spoke. Angor's action not only shocked Hookdick, but also Fox and Froggy. However, the confusion they felt when Angor told them to stop was replaced by joy and cruelty. Froggy even praised Angor in a low voice. As expected of Lady Shava. She's just like the queen when she goes back on her words. Fox also nodded with a smile. Angor's action clearly pleased her. I heard that Lady Shava has her own way of killing her enemies. Now that I've seen it for myself, you and Angor stood in front of Hookdick and grinned. You think I lied to you? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Hookdick's eyes turned blood red. Streaks of energy began to accumulate inside his body. Angor raised an eyebrow and took several steps back. A thick gray mist surrounded him. Hookdick was clearly making a last-ditch effort. He had no intention of fighting her at close range. Angor simply controlled the sequence of gravity from afar. The gray mist was like a sharp blade that began to destroy Hookdick's internal balance. Hookdick screamed in agony. He looked up at Angor with his bloodshot eyes. I won't let you go, even if I have to die. Every word was squeezed out of Hookdick's mouth. Angor didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, do you want to know how I learned about the bloodline of succubus when you changed your body shape? Hookdick's eyes widened when he heard a name from Angor's mouth. It was Ness' other student, Sokka, who told me about it. While speaking, Angor continued using the sequence of gravity to destroy Hookdick's internal organs. He knew that all villains died because they talked too much. Of course, he could taunt Hookdick, but he couldn't stop his actions. Hookdick revealed a bitter smile when he heard that Sokka was the one who told Angor about him. While laughing, Hookdick continued to yell at Angor. Death is not the end. I will let you know the true terror of the soul attribute. With that, Hookdick let out a loud roar. With his body as the core, a violent explosion of energy appeared. Her body was instantly blasted into pieces. Pieces of rotten flesh and organs were blasted all over the ground. The parasite in her body was also forced out by the explosion. It spun in the air and flew out of the interlayer space. Angor looked at the blood mist with an indifferent expression. He knew how soul manipulators worked. Just as Hookdick had said, death was not the end for soul manipulators, but a new beginning. Completely abandoning the shackles of the physical body would instead make the soul stronger. At this moment, a shrill scream came from the blood mist. It was like a special sound wave that was instantly transmitted to a range of several hundred meters. In the area covered by the sound waves, except for Fox and Froggy, all the other creatures with physical bodies were dazed for a moment. Some of the mortals even hugged their heads and rolled on the ground, howling and crying. Even Toby's eyes turned into mosquito coils and began to spin in the air. The oil lamp in its mouth fell from the sky and ignited an abandoned wooden house. The raging flames tore through the darkness. While everyone was still dazed, a translucent figure suddenly lunged at Angor with powerful soul energy. The figure was none other than Hookdick. However, after leaving the physical body, she had become him. His soul reflected the most essential of spirituality. The soul that appeared in front of Angor was the same as Hookdick when he was still a man. Hookdick had a cruel grin on his face as he yelled, "Die!" However, when the soul energy was about to reach Angor, who seemed to have fainted, suddenly grinned and dodged to the side. Hookdick's attack was deflected. Impossible. Why didn't my soul hell work? Hookdick's back was now exposed to Angor's sight. Maybe you should ask Sokka. When Sokka fought me, I was completely immune to Sylvia's soul hell. While speaking, he unleashed several beams of gray energy at Hookdick's back. Hookdick sensed Angor's attack, but he didn't think he would get hurt. He was now in his soul form, which meant he was immune to most cantrips. But reality told him that his self-righteousness was a mistake. His soul was struck by the gray energy, and a huge hole appeared in his soul. It went from his back to his stomach, showing a penetrating wound. Hookdick was slammed to the ground. As a soul manipulator apprentice, his soul could already affect the physical world. He kicked up a huge cloud of dust when he landed. After lying on the ground for a while, Hookdick finally turned around with a terrified expression. He thought he would be immune to all kinds of attacks in his soul form, which meant he could do whatever he wanted and crush Angor under his feet. But things didn't go as he expected. How did you hit me? I'm only in my soul form. How can you affect me? Angor shook his head and grinned. You call yourself a soul manipulator? Didn't you notice that I'm also in my soul form? Hookdick jerked his head up and stared at Angor in the sky. Angor didn't look like a soul at all. If Angor was really in his soul form, his soul was as strong as a wizard's. Hookdick's eyes widened. So he made a mistake from the beginning. Of course, Angor's soul attacks could reach him. But, why? How could an illusionist's soul be stronger and more solid than his, a soul magician's? Hookdick's mind screamed. How could Angor's soul attack be stronger than his? How could Angor be immune to soul's hell? How could Angor be so much stronger than him when they both joined Brute Cavern at the same time? Why, Hookdick could feel his soul energy slowly leaking out of the hole in his stomach. If nothing went wrong, he would never be able to get out of this alive. Such an outcome caused the resentment and indignation in his heart to grow even stronger. Strange auras began to invade his soul. For the first time, impurities appeared in his pure soul. It was as if a door of evil had been opened in his soul. Endless negative energy began to invade his soul. Hookdick's eyes turned red, and his fingernails turned black, longer, and sharper. Thick black smoke began to spread out from his body and quickly enveloped him. Angor narrowed his eyes and observed Hookdick's transformation. He didn't do anything. Mr. Shava, I think this soul is about to turn into an undead. Should I kill it for you? Yes, Mr. Shava. Shava nodded. Can I kill it for you? Angor glanced at Fox. Fox thought that he couldn't defeat Hookdick after he turned into an undead. If Hookdick was really Shava, there was no way Shava couldn't defeat an undead Hookdick. So why did Fox think he couldn't defeat Hookdick? Not long ago, when Hookdick was begging for mercy, Hookdick tried to sow discord between him and Angor by saying something like, "Since we're both humans, I'll spare your life." Hookdick was trying to warn Fox and Froggy not to be fooled by Angor. However, Fox and Froggy didn't react. Instead, Hookdick's self-righteousness gave Angor some unexpected information. The two monsters knew that Hookdick was a human, and they knew more than that. Fox also mentioned that she wanted to help him kill Hookdick before he turned into an undead. Fox and Phaelog not only knew that he was a human, but they also knew his current strength. That was strange. Given how much they despised dirty humans, how could they be so sure that he was Shava? Perhaps there was a deeper inside story that he didn't know about. Angor glanced at Fox for a while before he chuckled. No need. Letting someone else do the job for me doesn't fit my style of killing. He heard Fox talking about killing not long ago, so he decided to use it to his advantage. Forgive me, Mr. Shava. Fox quickly nodded. My apologies, Mr. Shava. With that, Fox retreated to Angor's side. Froggy also flew over and landed next to Fox. Using a special method, he sent a telepathic message to Fox. Why did you retreat? With Her Excellency Shava's current state, how can she deal with an undead that has mutated? Fox looked at Angor's back with admiration. This is Shava's style of killing. It's disrespectful of us to go against the rules. Froggy gave Fox a meaningful look and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Hookdick and began gathering energy. Suddenly, the dark aura around Hookdick's body grew stronger. A shrill voice came from inside. Angor. I won't let you off. Hookdick's consciousness slowly disappeared, only to be replaced by a murderous aura. Finally, Hookdick became an undead. 89 blood-red eyes, bulging veins, a twisted face, and sharp, pitch-black fingernails. As soon as he finished his undead transformation, Hookdick bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He let out an incomprehensible roar. With a casual wave of his sharp fingernails, several mortals around him were torn into pieces. The fresh blood of the living drenched him, and the thick smell of blood made him happy instead of angry. While Hookdick was laughing, he heard a soft sigh coming from above his head. Hookdick jerked his head up and stared at the source of the voice with his bloodshot eyes. It was a young man who made him want to kill. It was as if a voice inside his head was telling him to kill him. Tear him apart. The only purpose of his existence was to drag him into the well of death. Hookdick, who didn't have a mind of his own, made up his mind in an instant. Charge. Kill this man who made all his energy boil. Die. Hookdick stomped on the ground with his left foot, causing a huge crack to appear on the ground. The force of the stomp propelled him into the air. Hookdick was getting closer and closer to Angor. His sharp fingernails danced in the air, releasing a strange black aura around them. Hookdick's body began to emit a horrible stench. Undead venom. Fox waved her fluffy tail, and a fragrant wind blew, dispelling the stench at the tip of her nose. Then, there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Her Excellency Shava should be able to handle it, right? Fox then looked at Froggy. Froggy was secretly gathering his strength while keeping an eye on Hookdick, who was charging at Shava. If you ruin Shava's beauty of slaughter, I don't think she'll ever come to the opera house to listen to your aria again, Fox sent a voice transmission to Hookdick. Froggy looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he uttered a long croak. The atmosphere between Angor and undead Hookdick, who was charging at him from the ground, suddenly became tense. Hookdick's first claw came at Angor with poisonous fingernails. Angor tapped the ground and used the sequence of gravity to lift him into the air. The sequence of gravity allowed him to move through the air as if he was walking on flat ground. Moreover, the greater the space, the greater his agility. Hookdick would never be able to land a hit on him if he was fully prepared. Angor dodged several times in a row as if he was toying with a monkey. This infuriated Hookdick. The frustration in his heart pushed him to unleash a power he never had before. Bulging blue veins appeared on his face and spread all over his body. These blue veins were the negative energy inside his body that broke the balance of his body. Now that more of them appeared, some of the dormant negative energy had been awakened and was growing at a crazy rate. Hookdick roared in anger. Black negative energy rushed out of his body and turned into a poisonous mist that enveloped a few meters around him. The miasma was still expanding. As long as he could get close enough to Angor, the miasma would turn Angor's soul into an undead. Only Angor could see Hookdick's blood-red eyes inside the mist. Hookdick stared at Angor and charged at him. Angor stood still and observed Hookdick's movements. Just as the black mist was about to reach Hookdick, Toby suddenly appeared in the sky and transformed into a gigantic griffin. He flapped his 10-meter-long wings at Hookdick, creating a gust of wind that blew Hookdick to the other side. Toby slowly lowered his body and landed on Angor's palm. Hookdick regained his composure and charged at Angor again. This time, Angor raised his hand and revealed an exquisite revolver in it. Hookdick didn't realize what the revolver meant. He kept charging at Angor until Angor pulled the trigger. A fan-shaped ripple emerged from the barrel of the revolver and expanded until it completely surrounded Hookdick. Only then did Hookdick feel an indescribable sense of dread welling up in his heart. He wanted to run away from the ripple. But it was already too late. The invisible ripples completely surrounded Hookdick. The black mist filled with negative energy slowly dissipated like a melting candle. Finally, the ripples reached Hookdick and merged into his body in a strange way. The essence of an undead creature was that their energy balance would be broken by negative energy. The meaning of this ripple was to disintegrate these negative energies at an extremely low frequency. Once these negative energies were destroyed, the energy balance reconstructed by the negative energies in the undead's body would be broken. Then, the undead's pure soul energy would no longer be able to reconstruct the balance in their bodies, and they would ultimately perish. The negative energy inside Hookdick's body was disappearing at a visible rate. Hookdick's eyes, which had been filled with chaos and violence, slowly regained clarity as the negative energy dissipated. "What is this?" Hookdick's remaining consciousness asked as he watched himself disappear into the wind. "An alchemy weapon designed to deal with undead creatures." Angor shook his head without showing any mercy. "If you didn't go against me time and time again, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you." In 2 years, Hookdick went from an illiterate boy to a level 2 apprentice. He even went through the purification garden and gained unimaginable benefits. It could be said that it was completely reasonable for Ness to give him the golden poster. Hookdick's talent and luck were both top-notch. Coupled with his own hard work, he might even become a truth-finder in the future. Angor believed that Hookdick would become a wizard in no time if he kept this up. Unfortunately, Hookdick's personality had already decided his fate. The color in Hookdick's eyes slowly drained away. "I've lost," he murmured. Angor watched Hookdick slowly disappear into the wind. Such was the cruelty of the wizarding world. A wizard's life was bound to be filled with ups and downs. If one wanted to pursue the truth, they had to control themselves and stay calm. Every impulsive action would cost one's life in the future. Angor learned this from his own experience. Hookdick turned into dust and returned to the earth, which was the last thing he had left in this world. Angor remained silent. He only came to Sleepless City to give Toby some peace of mind. He didn't expect to end up killing Hookdick here. Fate was fate. Time and fate. If you don't have a heart of self-restraint, the hanging sword will eventually fall. He sighed and calmed himself down. He swung his revolver and tossed it to Toby. Toby caught the weapon and put it into its storage space. The weapon that destroyed Hookdick's last hope was Prelude to Rebirth, the same weapon Angor crafted in Dark Castle. Since he left Sunder's Gravity Garden, Angor had to prepare for all possible dangers. He put all the weapons he could find in his bracelet into Toby's snowy feather. Angor didn't expect it to come to fruition. Without Prelude to Rebirth, he wouldn't be able to kill Hookdick so easily. Mr. Shava's art of slaughter is as mesmerizing as ever. It was Fox. She landed behind Angor and said, "You let your opponent do his best and still end the battle with a crushing blow. That's something I can never achieve." What the hell? Angor rolled his eyes in his mind. Compared to Miss Fox's music, I'm still lacking in elegance and beauty. Fox's large tail covered its mouth, and a burst of crisp laughter came from behind it. Froggy joined them and began to sing an ugly hymn. It was a war epic with Shava as the main character, and Hookdick as the supporting character. Who knew how Phalog managed to compose such a shameful poem in such a short amount of time? Furthermore, he was able to turn a massacre into a war epic. Phalog was indeed a genius. Angor tried his best to hold back his urge and continued to flatter the two animal musicians. Froggy and Fox didn't ask why Hookdick hated Angor so much, but Angor did notice something else hidden in their conversation. Froggy and Fox never asked why Hookdick hated him so much. Nor did they ask why Hookdick called him Angor instead of Shava. This made him even more certain that they knew he was a human now, and that he had his own connections among humans. But they did not ask about it, nor were they curious about it. This was something worth thinking about. Angor didn't ask why. He smiled and said, "Well, I need to do something to warm up the atmosphere before I enjoy your music. Now that the humans are gone, I can enjoy your music." After that, he nodded to the two animals and returned to the top of the exit. Now that Hookdick was done, there was only one thing left for him to do in Sleepless City: find Nausicaa. He planned to let more people through and check the last batch to see if he could find Nausicaa's whereabouts. But before he could do that, Toby suddenly barked at him and asked him to look down. Did they find Nausicaa? Angor looked at where Toby was pointing and saw the spotted puppy that Yorkshire brought to the wizarding world in secret. The puppy was feasting on a pile of blood and flesh. Angor quietly landed on the ground and approached the puppy. "This?" Angor looked at the familiar cloth. "Is this Hookdick's body?" Angor gave the puppy a disgusted look. He didn't expect the creature to eat people. But then again, wasn't it normal for monsters to eat people? Angor didn't care about killing people, but he didn't want to see someone eating people. Toby called again, indicating that Angor should keep watching. Angor gave Toby a glare. Why did this thing have to do with his own life? But Toby didn't seem to be in a hurry, which made Angor wonder if there was something else going on with the puppy. With that in mind, Angor looked again. 21046 Angor flew above the dog and observed it carefully. Just as he saw, the dog was lying in a pile of mush and moving its head from time to time as if it was chewing on its food. But when he looked closer, he noticed that the dog's head was still moving, but the pile of mush on the ground did not decrease at all. It didn't eat? Angor raised an eyebrow. If it wasn't eating, why was it hiding its head in the mush? It couldn't be some kind of special hobby, right? Angor considered for a moment and decided to move closer. As Angor approached, the dog slowly lifted its head and revealed its bloody face. When the dog looked up, Angor finally realized why Toby kept telling him to look at the dog. Because a strange aura was coming out of the rotten meat on the ground, pouring into the Dalmatian's mouth. Earlier, Hookdick's body was scattered all over the place due to the explosion. The Dalmatian dog was absorbing the strange aura around Hookdick's body. The Dalmatian's current appearance was very frightening. It would make people unconsciously associate it with a demon that sucked people's essence. However, after careful observation, Angor noticed something. The strange energy coming from the dog's mouth carried a familiar energy signature. That's... Angor frowned and tried to recall where the energy came from. Suddenly, Toby came to him. Surrounded by a gray aura, the bird chirped softly beside Angor. Angor was surprised by Toby's words. He looked at the sequence of gravity around Toby and then at the strange aura that Spotted Spot was absorbing. Realization dawned on him. Is this a sequence of laws? The dog is absorbing a sequence of law? According to Angor's observation, the sequence of law inside Hookdick's body was very thin. It contained the aura of a soul. Perhaps Hookdick had learned something about the law of the soul, but it did not form the source of a sequence of law. Angor also remembered that Hookdick went to the soul soil for a while. That was where Hookdick learned the law of the soul. He didn't know much about soul soil, but according to what Ness said, soul soil should be a sorcerer's garden that belonged to the soul adepts. The fact that Hookdick was able to comprehend the laws of the soul from the sorcerer's garden was impressive. Even though the knowledge was very thin and had yet to form a complete system. So far, he had visited several sorcerer's gardens, but he never learned any law from them. In this regard, Hookdick had a complete victory over Angor. Perhaps it was because of Hookdick's understanding of the law of the soul that he was able to retain his consciousness despite the threat of the parasites. Unfortunately, no matter how talented he was, he still lost to Angor. Even the law he learned was sucked away by the puppy? Angor suddenly realized that this was not the time to admire a dead man's talent. What he needed to pay more attention to now was why this dog was able to absorb the nomological veins from the dead. He once stayed inside the dog's body for a while, so he knew that there was a huge amount of mystery energy inside it. He believed that the dog was either a mystery spirit or a mystery creature itself. No matter what it was, didn't its current actions mean that its ability was to absorb law veins? In that case, after it had absorbed these nomological veins that had lost their host and had no origin, what use would they be to it? Angor pondered for a while but still couldn't come up with an answer. He didn't have the right to ask Fox, so he decided to put the question aside and focus on finding Nausicaa first. There were too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and he couldn't solve every single one of them. With that in mind, he returned to the scene. He told Toby to ignore the puppy's behavior and focus on finding Nausicaa. Although Toby's lamp had been knocked over, the flames from the ancient buildings around them were even brighter than before, illuminating the entire mezzanine space. Angor stood guard in front of the exit while Toby circled above them to search for Nausicaa's aura. Time passed slowly, and another half an hour passed. About 80% of the residents in the mezzanine had left, and Angor still didn't see Nausicaa. 15 minutes later, everyone left the mezzanine, but Nausicaa was still nowhere to be seen. Why were Xian and Shilyu here? Why was Nausicaa nowhere to be seen? Did Nausicaa not come to this mezzanine space at all? He turned around and looked at Xian and Shilyu with a frown. The two women were still floating behind him, supported by the sequence of gravity. Xian looked a little scared, while Shilyu was still snoring away. Since his body was inside Sunder's gravity garden, he couldn't use his nightmare domain to remove the parasites inside them. Otherwise, he could ask them about Nausicaa's whereabouts. He wanted to ask Fox and Froggy to help them, but he couldn't find any reason to convince them. Maybe he didn't need to. He could just ask them and see how they would react. With that in mind, Angor looked at Fox and Froggy. Have you chosen your servants, Lady Shava? Fox flew to him while wagging her tail. Praise the Queen. Croak, croak. There is no moonlight to soothe my throat, but there is a ray of moonlight brewing in my heart. I wish to sing it to Lady Shava. Why does it sound like romantic words? Angor's lips twitched. You don't have to worry about music. It's an elegant piece of art. Now that we're on fire, I don't think it's appropriate for you two to play here. Phalog said, even fire can't extinguish my passion for poetry. I'll dedicate my new epic of war to Her Excellency Shava. Angor gulped. He wanted to find a chance to interrupt Froggy's speech, but he was rendered speechless by Froggy's long speech. Well, all right. Passion has its own beauty. Fire combined with a passionate chant. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I'm looking forward to this performance, Angor said in a dry voice. Now that Angor agreed, Froggy became more enthusiastic. He took out a pile of wooden boxes out of nowhere and piled them together to form a simple stage. Then, he stepped onto it first. A simple stage, but my passion will never diminish. Croak. Froggy took a deep breath and puffed up his chest like a woman's. It seemed he was preparing his next poem. Fox jumped to Froggy's side and sat down on a wooden stool. She began to play her harp. Fox's current image and actions were very stylish. His big red tail swayed here and there was even a hint of bewitchment in his actions. As long as Phaelog didn't open his mouth, Fox's music would always be beautiful. However, as soon as Phaelog started singing, Fox would change the flow of her music according to Phaelog's voice, turning it into a strange melody. That was what was happening right now. Froggy began to sing an epic poem that he thought was passionate. However, Angor found it rather petty and illogical. 1 second, it was a beautiful painting of moonlight, and the next, it became a battlefield of dead bodies. It would be a masterpiece if there was a strong contrast and tension in the story. However, Phaelog had completely combined his own beautiful images together to create a nondescript poem, and he even called it an epic. What a joke. What was even more unfortunate was that Fox's excellent piano playing was also affected by Froggy's weird singing. Sometimes, his voice was light, sometimes it was creepy, and sometimes it was sharp, like the sound of a woman scratching a flat drawing board with her fingernails. Angor frowned as he enjoyed the view. He felt like he was being tortured. After the song was over, a cracked smile finally appeared on his pale face. He squeezed out a comment from between his teeth, "That's a nice aria." As for the charm, well, imagine for yourselves. He couldn't think of anything else to say. When Froggy was about to sing the second poem, Angor sighed in his mind. He was the one who said he wanted to hear it, and now he had to listen to it even if he had to kneel down. But at this moment, a golden thread appeared out of nowhere. It stabbed horizontally in the middle of them, piercing a wooden box into pieces. "It's Yorkshire's void puppet string," Fox muttered as she put down her harp. Phaelog, on the other hand, exclaimed, "This annoying guy, is he trying to ruin my performance? Moonlight will hate it. I swear." Angor raised an eyebrow. The golden string looked exactly the same as the one on the puppet woman he saw outside the teleportation hall. Fox's tone suggested that Yorkshire was the one who stopped them. Angor remembered that Yorkshire was arguing with his professor, and Fox also told him that. Why did the string suddenly appear here? Before he could figure out what was going on, the golden thread suddenly twitched and released a strange ripple. Fox closed her eyes and stood up in the next second. "Yorkshire is calling for us. It seems to be in a passive situation." Froggy curled his lips. "I'm not going." "You go if you want." Fox was not surprised by Phaelog's decision. She wagged her tail and said, "I'll go check it out." With that, Fox apologized to Angor and quickly left the interlayer space, disappearing into the darkness. 19689 Without Fox, this simple version of the concert couldn't go on. Froggy was so angry that his curly hair almost flew up in the air. He kept cursing Yorkshire as if he wanted to feast on Yorkshire's flesh and blood. Quack, quack, this disgusting guy is really a wet blanket. Why did the Queen send someone like him? He's useless except for string manipulation. It was one of the rare occasions when Froggy spoke without his usual intonation, which showed how much he hated Yorkshire. Froggy took several deep breaths and bowed to Angor. "Miss Shava, it's fine that Fox is gone. How about I play for you?" Angor quickly waved his hands. He finally got a chance to relax after Fox left, and he didn't want to be tortured by Froggy again. "Forget it. I'll play it next time. It's not fun without the accompaniment of a piano. You won't allow your work to be flawed, will you, Mr. Froggy?" Froggy stretched out his webbed forelimbs and combed through his loose brown curly hair. He nodded and said, "You're right, Her Excellency Shava is right. It's my responsibility to present you with a perfect product. Now that Fox is gone, the concert has to come to an end." Froggy shook his head and stepped down from the box in disappointment. Angor finally felt relieved. "Mr. Froggy, do you know what happened to Yorkshire?" Croak. Froggy looked at Angor as if he was enjoying a good show. She's not good enough, so she got chased around. Serves her right. Of course. Look at who she's up against. Angor thought to himself. Angor believed in Sunder's abilities. Even if Fox joined the battle, Sunders would still be able to handle it. Even if something went wrong, Sunders could still escape. Angor wasn't worried about Sunders. He was more concerned about Nausicaa's whereabouts. He looked at Sean and Shilyu, then at Froggy. Mr. Froggy, can you remove the parasites from their bodies? I have some questions. According to Angor's observation, Fox, the two animal musicians, was very good at observing details. They tended to be more suspicious of anything that seemed out of place. Phalog, on the other hand, was a little careless. Although he was singing a romantic aria, he was actually more like a careless brute. With Fox gone, it would be easier to deal with Froggy alone. As expected, Froggy pointed at Sean and Shilyu's noses without hesitation. Croak. Did you hear that? Shava asked you to leave. What are you waiting for? Following Froggy's scolding, two sparkling specks of light flew out of their mouths. Angor watched the whole process in silence. He didn't know there was such a way to command the parasites to leave. Shilyu was still sleeping, while Sean was slowly waking up. He glanced at Froggy and saw the old man sitting on the wooden chair where Fox was playing the piano. The old man was looking at the exit with a sad look, as if he was hoping that Fox would come back soon so that he could continue the concert. After making sure Froggy wasn't paying attention to them, Angor dragged Sean to a corner. When Sean opened her eyes, Angor quickly covered her mouth and whispered to her, "It's me. Don't yell." After making sure Sean nodded, Angor released his hand. Are you okay? What happened to me? Hey, Mr. Angor. Why are you here? Sean tried to rush to Angor's side. Angor quickly leaped into the air and said, I have something urgent to ask you. Seeing Angor's serious look, Sean put away her exaggerated expression and nodded to Angor while carefully observing the surroundings. Because there were no more humans here, Froggy was the only one left in the mezzanine. The mezzanine was much quieter. Sean glanced at Froggy from afar and took a step back in fear. What's that green frog? Angor put a finger to his lips. Don't worry about that for now. First, answer me. Did you see Nausicaa? Angor explained what happened in Sleepless City to Sean. He also mentioned that they were possessed by parasites. Did you notice Nausicaa before you were possessed? What was she doing? At first, Sean was still in shock because of the parasites. She only remembered what happened after Angor reminded her a few times. We stopped Hookdick at the outskirts of Brood Cavern's building. But when we were about to kill him, we heard that strange melody again. Sean paused for a second and continued, I had a bad feeling at the time. Before my conscience was completely blinded, I ordered Genk to chase after Hookdick. Genk's emotions had already disappeared, and he wouldn't be aroused by music. After that, I can't remember what happened after that. Sean fell silent. If Genk went after Hookdick, why didn't he find him here? He rubbed his temples. Sean didn't know much. Do you think Shilyu knows something? Sean nodded. Sean glanced at the sleeping Shilyu. I don't know. But Shilyu doesn't seem to be affected by the zither sound. She'll fall asleep every time she hears the zither sound, and another Shilyu will appear. Like the crazy Shilyu who fought Jibra. So, I can't say for sure whether she saw it or not. Sean paused. How about this? I'll wake her up. I have the potion her teacher gave her. Sean said as she lowered her head to take something out of her bag. But when she looked down, she froze in shock. Her clothes had changed into an extremely gorgeous clown style. Furthermore, they were obviously adult clothes. It was very disharmonious on her body. It was both funny and embarrassing, and filled with a spoof theatrical style. Sean cursed under her breath and tried her best to calm her anger. In the end, she accepted the new style. Fortunately, the satchel she was wearing was made of brightly colored pheasant feathers. Otherwise, she would not have been able to keep her satchel if she had been poisoned by the parasite's weird aesthetic sense. Sean found the potion and woke Shilyu up. She then took her to a dark corner and searched for something. Angor kept an eye on Froggy. He didn't think Froggy would do anything, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Not long after, Shilyu came over. Ever since she was parasitized, she had been sleeping most of the time. But even after sleeping for so long, her face still had a tired look that made people couldn't help but yawn. Shilyu rubbed her eyes and whispered, "I've already heard from Sean about what happened here. I'll briefly tell you what I saw before I fell asleep. When I surrounded Hookdick, it was another me who was controlling my body. But now, I'm getting some information from her." Shilyu paused as if she was considering her words carefully. Genk was ordered by Sean to go after Hookdick. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, I saw Nausicaa running after Hookdick. Is Nausicaa going after Hookdick too? Shan's eyes lit up. If that's the case, we just need to find Hookdick to find Nausicaa, right? And we can also find Genk. No. No. Both Shilyu and Angor said at the same time. Shilyu exchanged a glance with Angor and signaled for him to speak first. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that Hookdick is here too." Angor pointed at a pile of meat on the ground. "That's Hookdick. I killed him." The news of Hookdick's death came as a shock to both of them. However, there was also a tinge of regret. "We've been searching for him for almost a month. I didn't expect you to kill him in the end." Hookdick almost killed them in the Sea of Purification, so they hated Hookdick just as much as they hated Angor. Although the final outcome was ideal, it was still a pity that they weren't the ones who killed Hookdick. Angor looked at Shilyu to see why she also denied Shan's idea. "Because I saw a strange creature taking them away." Shilyu's eyes looked gloomy. Angor narrowed his eyes. Finally, he found a crucial clue. Nausicaa's disappearance meant that a third party was involved. "Strange creature? Did you see what it looked like?" Angor quickly asked. Shilyu shook her head. "It was too dark at the time, so I couldn't see what it looked like. But from the fact that it was able to carry Genk away so easily, it must have been a very powerful creature. It might not have been small either." Shilyu thought for a while and then seemed to remember something. "There's something else strange. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but before I fainted, I think I saw a golden glow on its body." "Golden light?" He closed his eyes and tried to piece together what Philo, Sean, and Shilyu told him earlier to create a picture of what happened. First, Douglas opened the plain passageway, then they surrounded Hookdick. Then, they heard the zither again, and all three of them fell into different situations. Finally, he saw the golden light Shilyu mentioned. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you talking about a golden thread?" Above Sleepless City, a meteor streaked across the sky like a flickering shadow. In the end, the meteor landed on the highest point of Sleepless City, the never-ending clock tower. At the top of the never-ending clock tower's arc, the light of the meteor slowly became clear, revealing 3 people wrapped in the meteor. To be precise, it was 3 people, a bird, and a dog. "Hey, Angor, what's with that frog? I think it respects you a lot," Sean began to gossip as soon as they landed. "It must have mistaken me for someone else." Angor quickly changed the topic with a serious look. "Fine, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. But why did you bring this dog with you?" Sean pointed at the dog in Angor's hand. Thanks to the illumination spell, she could see that the dog was a spotted puppy with black and white fur. It was about the same size as Toby, and Angor was holding it by the scruff of its neck, which made it unable to move at all. The puppy raised its short tail to cover its important parts. "We'll need its help to find someone." Sean was stunned for a moment. "You're saying that you're relying on a dog's nose to find someone?" Angor did not answer. His eyes looked gloomy. He didn't know if the puppy had the same sense of smell as ordinary dogs. He brought it here because Froggy told him that it was the only one who knew where to find the prototype puppet. When Yorkshire kidnapped those people, the puppy had been following him all the time. Angor didn't want to talk about the secrets of the Nightmare Realm, so he didn't want to talk about it. However, Sean believed that Angor's silence meant that he agreed. A mortal puppy could only rely on its natural sense of smell to find people. Shilyu, who had been quiet all this time, looked at the puppy in confusion. Why didn't she hear any blood flowing inside the dog's body? "Let's not talk about that now. We need to find Nausicaa as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the worse it will be." Angor looked at Toby. Toby, is Lady Greya awake yet? Toby shook his head. Wake her up. I have something important to tell her, Angor said. Toby nodded without hesitation and landed on the top of the tower. He closed his eyes and tried to sense something. Xian and Shilyu looked at Angor in confusion. Lady Greya? You mean the one we're looking for? Angor put a finger on his lips and kept his eyes on Toby. Not long after, a figure was released from Snowy Feather by Toby. It was a young girl. She was yawning and rubbing her messy hair. She complained to Toby, I just rested for a while and you woke me up. What happened? Lady Greya, please, come here. Angor's voice reached Greya's ears. Greya looked back and saw Angor walking to the other side of the never-ending clock tower, away from the others. Greya checked her surroundings and confirmed that she was still in Sleepless City. She quickly put on a serious expression and approached Angor. When she walked past Xian and Shilyu, Greya gave them a cold glance, which made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. You're pretty good, Angor. You got 2 girls in such a short time. One of them is a big girl, and the other is a little girl. It's just that. I don't like it. Greya did not hold back her words, which surprised Xian and Shilyu. They're my friends, Angor explained. He then gave Greya a meaningful glance. Lady Greya, I have something urgent to tell you. Greya nodded. She waved a hand and set up a soundproof barrier around the area. Tell me. What happened? Why did Toby have to wake me up so quickly? Greya's teasing expression was replaced by a serious one. I've received news that the entire Sleepless City will be turned into a mezzanine in a short period of time. The owner of the interlayer is called Yorkshire, Angor said quickly. Once the mezzanine reaches the entire city, it'll be even harder to leave. Besides, Yorkshire, the owner of the mezzanine, has absolute control over this space. It'll be hard for us to turn the tables. Greya frowned. Who's Yorkshire? She still didn't know what an interlayer was, and she didn't know what Angor was talking about. However, judging from Angor's anxious tone, she could tell that the situation was extremely dangerous. What do you want me to do? Greya didn't beat around the bush. Go find my professor and tell him what I just told you. Angor looked at the 2 girls who were still looking at the barrier. I was going to send Xian and Shilyu, but they aren't immune to parasites, so I'll have to rely on you, Lady Greya. Greya was still confused. But what's an interlayer space anyway? Why is it so dangerous? I don't know how to explain it right now. But both the interlayer and Yorkshire. Angor paused for a moment before continuing, if I'm not mistaken, my professor is fighting against Yorkshire right now, and Yorkshire might have lured him into the interlayer. That's why I need you to go find him, Lady Greya. Greya nodded. Sure. But how did you get this information? Aren't you going to find your professor now? Froggy told me. As for who Froggy is, my professor knows about it too. I have something else to do right now. A friend of mine is trapped here, and I need to go find her. Under Greya's suspicious gaze, he had no choice but to continue. By the way, the Fox Zither player who trapped Lady Greya is also on her way to attack you. Greya's eyes lit up in anger. That arrogant fox is here too? This is great. I'm going to find him. Do you know where Sunders is right now? Greya quickly asked. Angor took out the blood orb Sunders gave him. Lady Greya, can you use this to find my professor? Your professor gave this to you? Greya accepted the orb with a surprised look. Angor nodded and explained what the orb could do to Greya. Greya clicked her tongue and gave Angor a more cautious look. No wonder people say that Sunders is becoming more and more like a light wizard. So it's true. Greya tossed the orb back to Angor. I know where Sunders is, so I'm going now. You take care of Toby and yourself. With that, Greya flew into the sky and disappeared into the darkness like a wisp of smoke. While watching Greya leave, Angor glanced at the darkness around him with mixed feelings. Not long ago, he learned something important from Shilyu, which led him to believe that Yorkshire kidnapped Genk and Nausicaa. But why did Yorkshire want to kidnap them? That was something he couldn't figure out. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to ask Froggy about it. Froggy did tell him that Yorkshire was planning to turn the captives into prototype puppets, which was why Yorkshire wanted to kidnap people and turn them into puppets. The so-called prototype puppet was actually artificially modified into a container that could carry a mezzanine space. Yorkshire had absolute control over the interlayer space at the center of the city. However, monsters in the nightmare realm had to meet certain conditions to gain control over their interlayer spaces. Yorkshire only had control over the interlayer space because he had the help of other creatures in the nightmare realm. In order to cover the entire sleepless city, multiple interlayer spaces had to be combined. Yorkshire could only control one interlayer space, which was the best he could do. The only solution he could think of was to use humans as containers to contain the interlayer spaces. Froggy meant that Yorkshire wanted to turn Nausicaa and Genk into prototype puppets so that they could contain the interlayer spaces. Firstly, once the prototype puppets were successfully created, a new interlayer space would be added to the one at the center of the city. This meant that the entire sleepless city would soon become an interlayer space. As he told Greya, it would be very difficult for them to leave the city. Secondly, once they were turned into prototype puppets, they would lose all willpower, potential, and the ability to evolve. They would become fake guardians of nightmares. It would be a disaster for Nausicaa, who had been pursuing immortality for a long time. If Nausicaa was chosen as a container, Angor had to save her before she became a prototype. But, was it too late? Angor looked into the distance and sensed a familiar energy wave slowly merging with the interlayer space at the center of the city. This meant that another proto-embryo had appeared. I hope it's not you. Angor walked to Xian and Shilyu and ignored their questions. Nausicaa is in great danger. We'll talk about it after we save her. Now, follow me. It was a race against time. Toby transformed into a giant griffin, carried the three people and the dog on its back, and dashed away in the direction Angor pointed at. That was where the dog was barking. He wasn't sure if the dog was barking in the right direction, or if it was just barking randomly. But there was no other way. If he wanted to find Nausicaa, he had to let the dog lead the way. Nausicaa's life depended on how long she could hold on. It was a tall and luxuriant silver banyan tree. Its branches and leaves extended for more than 10 meters. Around this tree, several wooden ladders connected back and forth, interlocking with each other. Finally, in the middle of the tree, where the branches branched out, an exquisite and widely distributed treehouse was built. Next to the treehouse, there was a fluorescent sign hanging on one of the branches. The fluorescent stone was glowing in a dark green light. On the surface of the sign, there was a line of black, flowery characters that clearly stated the name of the treehouse, Firefly Inn. The inn built on the silver banyan tree was Angor's first destination. When they landed, the spotted dog was still barking at the inn. Is Nausicaa here? Xian frowned and looked at the inn that was clearly exquisite, but for some reason, it felt a little gloomy at the moment. I don't know. Let's check it out first. Angor didn't know if the dog was leading them to Nausicaa or not, but he had no other choice. Sleepless City was hundreds of square kilometers in size, and it was too easy to hide a single person. For now, he had to trust the dog. Following the wooden ladders, they reached the entrance of Firefly Inn. Before they entered, the wooden door swung open on its own. Countless parasites crawled out of the door and filled the sky with glowing dots that looked like fireflies. Xian and Shilyu crouched down in fear when they saw the creatures. After a while, all the parasites in the inn finally left and circled around their position. To be more precise, they went around Angor. Why are there so many parasites here? Xian stood up in fear. Maybe the nest is inside. Angor whispered and strode forward into the darkness. Xian and Shilyu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Angor only told them that they wouldn't be infected as long as they followed him, but he didn't tell them why. There weren't many parasites here, so they didn't notice it yet. But now, they couldn't help but wonder. How did Angor make the parasites stay away from him? From the looks of it, it wasn't Angor who was driving the parasite away. It was the parasite that was avoiding Angor. That's strange. Why is he so secretive? Xian mumbled and followed behind Angor with Shilyu. He stopped as soon as he entered the treehouse. Xian was behind him, and in the darkness, she could not see anything. She could only faintly hear a buzzing sound in her ears. It seemed to be the sound of insects. Xian gulped. After asking for Angwar's permission, she released a light spell to illuminate the entire treehouse. When the light spell rose, Xian was stunned. There was a giant nest right in front of them. The buzzing noise they heard came from the unknown insects inside. Xian shuddered. What kind of nest is this? Could it be those parasites? Angwar nodded. There was a deeper connection between the parasites and the nest, but there was no need to explain it. This wasn't the first time he saw this nest, whether it was in Midnight Sovereign or Pakrti, so he wasn't too worried about it. Xian, move the light up a bit. It's above the nest. He was here to find someone, so he wasn't interested in the nest of the rainbow dragonflies. After looking around carefully, Angwar noticed some strange movements in the darkness above the nest. Xian quickly moved the light up even higher. Suddenly, a large number of rainbow dragonflies swarmed out of the nest. There were at least several hundred of them, and they quickly surrounded Angwar's group. These dragonflies were all at the level of peak-level apprentices. Xian's face turned pale when she saw hundreds of them. Her hands and legs stiffened. She was controlling the light source, but now, she stopped moving. What do we do now? It was Xianxia who spoke. She was doing better than Xian, but her voice was still trembling. Before he could say anything, the rainbow dragonfly suddenly released a strange emotion. Xian and Xianxia could only sense that the dragonflies were excited. However, Angwar also heard the dragonflies praising the queen, praising Shava, and praising the purity of moonlight, even though there was no moonlight here. The rainbow dragonfly's intelligence was not high, which could be seen from the praises it sang. Don't mind them. As long as you don't attack them, they won't attack you, Angwar explained. As he expected, the rainbow dragonflies didn't move at all. Instead, they kept circling around Angwar and Xianxia. Xian, move the light upward, Angwar reminded Xian again. Time was of the essence. Right at this moment, a scream came from above. Xian quickly turned the light up. As the light shone, a woman with long green hair was seen hanging above the nest. Her body was connected to the void behind her by golden threads. It was the woman who screamed. After the scream, the woman showed a look of despair. The veins on her face were all gone, and her eyes were pure white without pupils. A mysterious energy was transferred from the void into the woman's body through the golden strings. Next, a strange interlayer space quickly spread out from the woman's body. As the interlayer space appeared, the woman completely lost her will. When it reached several dozen kilometers away, it slowly shrank until it was completely absorbed into the woman's body. When everything was done, the woman was dragged into the void by the golden strings and disappeared. At the same time, Angwar sensed that the interlayer space in the center of Sleepless City was slowly merging with a new one and expanding one. Let's go. Nausicaa isn't here, Angwar said in a cold tone. A prototype puppet was born right in front of his eyes, and he witnessed how the puppet lost its will and became a vessel. This made him even more anxious. He was worried that Nausicaa would give up in the next second. They quickly turned around and prepared to head to the next location. As Angwar turned around, the surrounding dragonflies quickly cleared a path for him as if they were sending him off. Both Xian and Xianxia noticed this, but now was not the time to ask. They quickly followed Angwar. They knew that Angwar was the reason why they were able to avoid the attacks of the dragonflies and parasites, so they didn't dare to stay too far away from Angwar. After leaving the Firefly Inn, Toby transformed into a griffin and led them to the next location. The puppy seemed to understand Angwar's intention and began to bark at the new direction. In less than 2 minutes, Toby had flown for more than 5 kilometers. Finally, they arrived at a graveyard in the western part of Sleepless City. This was a graveyard in the outskirts of the city, which was still covered by the darkness. The graveyard was surrounded by black iron railings, which reminded Angwar of the graveyard he saw in Dark Castle. However, upon closer inspection, Angwar noticed that the inside of the graveyard was clean and tidy. There were no messy graves or overturned coffins. Every grave was placed in a proper place, and the inscriptions on the tombs were all in the style of craftsmen. This is the Rose Graveyard in the Rich District. Those who are buried here must have at least one supernatural in their family, Xian explained. After they landed in the cemetery, it was just as Xian had said. The iron fence at the edge of the cemetery was covered with thorns with beautiful roses growing on them. There was no rotten smell in the air. Instead, there was a faint fragrance in the air. However, this hidden fragrance made everyone's expressions turn ugly. In the southern wizardry region, this kind of flower was also known as death's perfume. Some wizards with special hobbies liked to use death's perfume to create perfume. Not only did it have a stronger scent, but it also stimulated pheromones better than other similar flowers. Let's check it out. Angor took the lead and entered the graveyard. Hey, Angor, what's with that woman? Will Nausicaa be treated like that too? Xian followed Angor with a puzzled look. Yes. We need to find Nausicaa and save her before she completely collapses. Angor noticed that Xian still had more questions. We don't have much time. Let's not waste it. Soon, they found their target in the graveyard. At the center of the graveyard was a nest of rainbow dragonflies. Just like in the Firefly Hotel, Yorkshire's captive was also hanging above the nest. However, it wasn't Nausicaa this time either. However, it was someone they were very familiar with, Gonku. Genk was tied up by the golden strings and hung in the air. He kept yelling in pain. His mask was removed, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. For some reason, Genk doesn't have any desires. He doesn't react to emotions very well. But now, he's crying blood, which means he's reaching his limit. Xian spoke in fear. Genk seemed to have noticed Xian's voice as well. He quickly turned around and whispered her name. He's not infected. Xian looked at Angor. He still remembers me. How do we save him? He's on the verge of collapsing. He already knew that these people would not be infected by the parasite. This was because once a parasite was infected, it would be very difficult to break down the psychological defenses of the parasite due to its unique characteristics. Humans had much weaker psychological defenses compared to parasites, which was why Yorkshire wouldn't allow them to be infected. Whether they could survive or not depended on how strong their psychological defenses were, and how long they could hold on during the process. But how? This was an important question that was placed before them. Angor didn't know. The strings were filled with unstable energy that had reached Truthfinder level, which was something he couldn't touch. Angor looked at the puppy. Froggy seemed to hate Yorkshire a lot, which was why he strongly recommended Angor to bring the puppy with him when he thought Angor was going to look for Yorkshire's captives. Now that Angor thought about it, Froggy's expression was a little strange. He said that bringing the puppy with him would be a great help. Angor didn't know what Froggy meant. At first, Angor thought Froggy was looking for someone. So far, Angor believed the puppy did. But if he was just looking for someone, Phalog had already made it clear from the very beginning. Why would he be so evasive? Let him try. Angor grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck and flew into the air while looking at Genk at the same level. Angor looked closer and noticed that the strings were glowing not because they were golden in color, but because they were covered with strange golden runes. These runes were probably different from the ones in the wizarding world. Angor didn't know how to use them, so he didn't want to disturb their balance. Isn't it just a normal dog? Can it really do it? Xian and Shilyu also flew up, but Toby flapped his wings and brought them behind Angor. I don't know, but I can try. Hey, can you let go of it without hurting it? Angor used his gravity power to keep the dog in the air. Hey, can you let it go without hurting it? Angor didn't know if the puppy understood him or not, but it was obviously happy to be free for a while. It wagged its tail and rushed to Genk. As soon as the Dalmatian touched Genk, it opened its huge mouth and bit down on one of the golden threads that pierced through Genk's collarbone. The string was broken in the next second. I knew it. This dog can break Yorkshire's puppet strings. Angor quickly urged the puppy to keep biting. The Dalmatian's speed was very fast. Almost every bite was able to break a golden thread. However, there were more than 10 strings in total. Every time a string was broken, Genk would scream in agony, which meant the breaking of the strings would cause him great pain. Hang in there. There are only a few left. Xian, who was standing behind him, covered her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Genk. Her voice trembled as she tried to cheer Genk up. Actually, if the spotted dog slowed down its biting speed, Genk might feel less uncomfortable. However, they were in a hurry right now. Both Sean and Angor knew that slowing down would only lower Nausicaa's chances of survival, so they didn't bring up the idea. More than half of the strings were broken. Genk wriggled and screamed in agony. That kind of pain was clearly expressed in its voice, and the 3 people present could empathize with it. There was only 1 string left, and Genk was about to succeed. But right at this moment, Genk's twisted expression slowly relaxed as the pain reached its peak. Angor and Shan's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Genk's expression. Not long ago, the green-haired woman they met in the treehouse also gave up hope in the end. Her expression was calm but desperate, just like Genk's expression at this moment. Genk. Don't give up. Shan's voice trembled. There's only 1 string left. Don't give up. But it was too late. Shan's voice could no longer reach Genk's ears. Genk's pupils disappeared, and his eyes turned pure white. The bulging veins on his body slowly relaxed, and a strange aura was released from his body. There's nothing we can do. The prototype is complete, Angor muttered. They didn't expect to lose everything at the last moment. The presence repelled all of them. Then, just like the green-haired woman, Genk turned into a container in the interlayer space and was dragged into the void by the last remaining golden thread, disappearing from sight. Soon, he sensed that a new interlayer space had appeared in the center of Sleepless City, and it was none other than Genk's name. Angor took a deep breath and turned to Sean, who was crying her eyes out. Let's get out of here. Sean nodded. She looked at the faint void with tears in her eyes. Finally, she braced herself and turned around. She spread her wings and left the cemetery with Toby. It was silent all the way, and only the occasional barking of the spotted dog could be heard. Even Shan's cries had stopped. Can Nausicaa hold on? Even Genk couldn't. Sean sobbed and broke the silence by taking a deep breath. After a long time, there was a deep sigh in the air. I hope so. According to Sean, Genk was an otherworldly barbarian who had no desires, low emotions, and was very stubborn. If even Genk couldn't hold on, it would be very difficult for them to pray for a human, especially one who was born weak, to hold on. At this time, ripples of interlayer space appeared in several directions. It was apparent that a few of them did not make it and became Yorkshire's puppets. Their future was completely cut off. The Dalmatian was originally heading in that direction, but because the unknown person had given up struggling, they had no choice but to change their direction. They had to change directions 4 times in a row because they couldn't hold on. She had been on Toby's back for 5 minutes. She was already anxious, and now she was on the verge of breaking down. Sean was not in the mood to think about Genk anymore. She was praying with all her heart that Nausicaa was not one of the people who failed to survive the ordeal. After changing directions for the 7th time, they landed at the edge of a quiet lake. This was a park designed by Sleepless City. Couples and old people often came here for a stroll. But now, there was no one around. Dalmatian quickly ran to the edge of the lake and barked at the water. It looks like the kidnapped person is at the bottom of the lake. Let's check it out. He was about to dive down, but Shilyu came out of the water and opened up a path for them to go through. Sean also cast a light spell to illuminate the bottom of the lake. It didn't take them long to reach the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the unknown lake wasn't as clean as the surface. It was filled with trash, and rotten corpses. They saw at least 10 corpses on the way to the center of the lake. Some of them had already turned into skeletons, while others were still in the shape of a giant. It was only calm on the surface. No one knew how much dirt was hidden in this beautiful lake that was called the Lake of Love by couples. This small lake was like a dangerous place in the wizarding world. All the peace was just a facade. When they reached the center of the lake, they finally saw something familiar, the nest of rainbow dragonflies. The nest was located in a space separated from the water. Without waiting for Angor's instruction, Sean moved the light to the top of the nest. Just like the previous places, Yorkshire's kidnapper was right above the nest. Angor couldn't see the person's face, but he could already feel the energy ripples coming from the strings. This had already happened 3 times. Every time, the person who was kidnapped was above the rainbow dragonfly's nest. Angor had a good idea why Yorkshire did this. Firstly, it was to give the kidnapper a mental breakdown. Secondly, it was to ensure that the dragonflies wouldn't destroy the nest. "It's Nausicaa!" Sean suddenly exclaimed. "Yes, it's her. She's right here." Angor quickly looked up. When he saw the scene illuminated by the light source, his eyes brightened up. It was none other than Nausicaa who was being tied up. But compared to the others, Nausicaa's condition was even worse. The barrier at the center of the lake did not completely isolate Nausicaa from the water. She was completely submerged in the water from her nose to her toes. Only by lowering his head slightly could he expose his nose to the water barrier and breathe in the air below. But if she lowered her head, she would definitely pull on the golden strings, which would bring her great pain. Seeing Nausicaa's condition, Xianxia quickly moved the water away from her body. The three of them quickly went to where Nausicaa was tied up. It could be seen that she was in a very bad state. Her face was extremely pale and her teeth were tightly clenched. She couldn't receive any information from the outside world. Even when they approached her, she didn't react. If they couldn't sense her vital signs, they would think she was a dead person. "She's still here. I hope she can hold on." Shan's tears fell uncontrollably when she saw her friend still holding on and not giving up hope of survival. Angor's voice trembled. He held the puppy in his hand and stroked it. "Be gentle. Let's get her out of here." The puppy tilted its head and barked a few times. It then jumped into the gray aura created by the sequence of gravity, ran to Nausicaa, and started tearing at the golden strings. As the first golden thread broke, the golden thread broke. Nausicaa finally groaned in pain. She bit down on her blood-stained lips, which were full of bite marks. The second, the third, every time a golden string broke, Nausicaa's expression would become twisted. Compared to Nausicaa's occasional groans, Angor and the others were more nervous and worried that Nausicaa would give up in the next second. Nausicaa bit her lips so hard that her eyebrows started to bleed. She didn't make a sound even though she was frowning so hard that her lips were torn apart. As a matter of fact, Nausicaa could already sense what was going on outside when the first golden thread on her shoulder blade broke. She heard Sean, Xianxia, and Angor's voices, but she did not dare to respond. Despite the extreme pain and her best friend's presence, she kept her eyes closed and focused on an unknown place in her heart. She was afraid that she would lose her courage if she opened her eyes. She was afraid that she would lose her mind if she spoke to her friend, which would give her weakness an opportunity to attack her. Therefore, she had to keep her eyes closed, block out all information from the outside world, and focus on fighting against the biggest obstacle in her life. Every time a golden thread broke, she would feel a heart-wrenching pain. She felt like her bone marrow was being drained, her organs were being dislocated, or her body was being burned by fire. She only broke one golden thread, but she felt as if she was going through the cruelest torture in the world. Even so, Nausicaa held on and did not allow herself to relax for even a second. In the boundless desolation, in the dark world where there was no hope, she never thought of giving up. She persisted for an entire day and a half. Now, her best friend was here to save her. Freedom and hope were right in front of her. Why would she give up now? Nausicaa was still immersed in the unknown place in her heart. Here, she saw a path she imagined leading to the other side of the truth. She turned the intense pain in her flesh into a hurdle she would inevitably encounter on this undying path. She stepped on brambles, stepped on magma, none of the difficulties and obstacles along the way could stop her. She silently shouldered everything as she slowly advanced. She fell more than once, but every time she fell, she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he stood up again under an even harsher burden and continued to walk forward. This kind of powerful willpower and mental force far surpassed those of her peers. Many official magi might not even be able to reach her level of strength. This was Nausicaa's persistence. It was her obsession toward immortality. To achieve immortality, she had to go through this pain. Finally, there was only one golden thread left. Genk fell at the very last moment. Everyone, including Sean and Xianxia, began to watch the dog's every move nervously. Nausicaa seemed to be able to endure the pain better than Genk, but they all knew she was just holding herself back. All of his repressed emotions needed an outlet to vent. Whether she would open the opening under extreme pain or after the pain, it all depended on whether Nausicaa could make it through the last golden thread. This time, the Dalmatian paused for a long time. It seemed to know the importance of the last golden thread. The puppy barked twice as if to remind her that it was about to move. Nausicaa frowned and clenched her teeth. She was waiting for the last thread to break. Taut. The Dalmatian's teeth were on the last golden thread. Nausicaa felt a torrent of pain spreading to every inch of her body. It was as if someone was stirring up her organs and cutting her bones with an axe. However, there was a limit to the physical pain. Nausicaa's soul and spirit were even more unbearable. None of the pain she suffered before had affected her soul or spirit. Nausicaa was able to hold on by relying on her strong spirit. But this time, the mastermind behind all of this could not wait any longer. Nausicaa felt a demon whispering in her ears, describing a beautiful world. As long as she gave up, as long as she fell, the beautiful world would blossom before her eyes like a flower. Even in the midst of the pain, the mastermind left Nausicaa's soul with a trace of extreme pleasure. This kind of pleasure that appeared in the midst of pain was like a sweet poisonous spring in a barren world. Even if you knew that it was full of poison, it was still full of temptation. Even every organ in your body was urging you to drink it. The closer Nausicaa's soul was to the pleasure, the closer she would be to the abyss. Nausicaa was able to hold on physically. Her spirit was also protected by her strong willpower. Nausicaa's soul, however, was not as strong as Angor. She did not want to touch the needle, but she could not control her soul. Her soul was slowly moving toward the abyss. Nausicaa suddenly felt hopeless. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he saw Nausicaa's expression. "Hang in there. It's almost over." Xian almost jumped to Nausicaa's side. Tears flowed down her cheeks and melted the colorful streaks on her face. Xianxia was also trembling. She did not know what to do. As Nausicaa was about to fall into the darkness, a faint soul ripple suddenly appeared from the Dalmatian's body. The ripple came out of the dog's mouth and disappeared into Nausicaa's soul along the golden thread. Apart from Angor, no one else noticed anything unusual because it happened so quickly. Angor doubted himself. He felt a familiar soul ripple, just like Hoopdik's. But it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Was it an illusion because of the pressure? Angor wondered. On the other hand, Nausicaa's soul was about to fall into the abyss. Just as she was about to lose all hope, another soul ripple came out of nowhere and merged with her soul. The pure and mysterious soul ripple immediately changed the nature of her soul, making it purer and stronger. At the same time, Nausicaa gained the ability to control her soul. With half of her foot in the abyss, Nausicaa finally regained control of her soul. She resisted the tempting aura coming from the abyss. She took half a step back and stopped in front of the giant mouth of the abyss. At the same time, the last golden thread, the one that took most of the dog's time, finally broke in half. Nausicaa was still fighting against the demon's temptation. Because of the broken golden thread, all the difficulties she faced were gone. After struggling in the darkness for so long, she finally saw the light. As soon as the golden thread broke, Nausicaa fell to the ground. Angor quickly released the sequence of gravity to keep Nausicaa in the air. Then he slowly moved her onto Toby's back. The golden threads around Nausicaa's body all fell away. Nausicaa opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was 3 faces that were filled with worry, sadness, and joy. She opened her mouth and tried to say something. But when she opened her mouth, she felt something cold and glassy on her lips. "This is a glowing velvet potion. Drink it first." Xian took out a bottle of green liquid from her pouch and stuffed it into Nausicaa's mouth. At the same time, Xianxia chanted the words life and healing over and over again. Streaks of light filled with vitality covered Nausicaa's body. The wounds caused by the golden threads quickly healed under the effects of the potion and cantrips. "Are you okay? How do you feel?" Angor waited until Nausicaa finished the potion before asking about her condition. Although all the golden threads had been severed, the prototype puppet had still taken a huge leap forward, and it was hard to say whether there were any lingering effects. As a bloodline apprentice, Nausicaa knew her body better than anyone else. She checked her body and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving." Before Nausicaa could finish, another portal that looked like a demi-plane suddenly appeared in the air above her. "Hiss! You filthy vermin! How dare you destroy my prototype?" Along with the creepy voice, more golden threads shot out from the portal and formed a path that looked like an iron chain. At the same time, a black shadow emerged from the void and moved along the iron chain path. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's expressions to turn somewhat unsightly. You little snake, and now you're here to bully a junior? Are all the monsters in the nightmare realm so shameless? Another voice came from behind before the black shadow could step out of the portal. This time Angor knew who it was. He turned around and saw Greya in her purple robe slowly landing in front of him. Toby flapped his wings happily when he saw Greya, which created a large ripple on the surface of the lake. When Greya showed up, he turned around to see if Sunders was nearby. But before he could see anything, he sensed someone standing beside him. Professor, Angor called in a small voice. It was Sunders, who was emitting a cold aura and wearing a familiar attire. Sunders glanced at Angor and a group of people on Toby's back. What did you do to make Yorkshire take such a huge risk to come here? Angor quickly explained how Yorkshire kidnapped Nausicaa and used her as a vessel to carry the interlayer space. Sunders frowned. He thought about what Angor told Greya to tell him and roughly understood what was going on. He nodded at Angor and looked at the black shadow in the distance. I think this place is going to become a battlefield soon. Do you want to enter the gravity garden? Angor rejected Sunders' suggestion. Once he entered the gravity garden, Nausicaa and the others would have no chance of surviving the parasites. Sunders chuckled. He wasn't surprised by Angor's decision. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked at a tiny creature behind Angor's feet. When he arrived, he used his spirit feelers to scan everyone in the area. However, he did not notice the puppy behind Angor's feet. Why is it still following you? Sunders was about to ask what was going on with the puppy when he heard Sunders' voice. But before he could, Yorkshire's cold voice reached their ears. Hiss. You two just won't go away. Especially you, Mr. Watcher. Not only do you refuse to serve the Queen, but you're also trying to stop her from going out. Yorkshire suddenly paused and looked at Angor, who was standing beside him. Greetings, Lady Shava. Greya followed Yorkshire's gaze and looked at Angor with a thoughtful look. Angor was planning to take Nausicaa and the others to the edge of the darkness to see if they could find another way to leave this place. Since Yorkshire suddenly pointed out his identity, Angor looked up in surprise. The place where Yorkshire was standing was surrounded by a dark void. Angor could only see a shadow in front of him. But now, he finally saw Yorkshire's true form as he followed the golden strings to the nest. As Sunders said, Yorkshire wasn't in human form. Instead, it was a strange-looking python. He wore a blood-red crown on his head, and his eyes were turbid yellow. His eyes were constantly emitting a cold and cruel light. Its body was covered in dark scales, which were covered with countless golden strings. The strings sometimes weaved into butterfly wings, which allowed the python to fly. Other times, they weaved into claws, which made the python look like a dragon from ancient Xianxia. The most peculiar thing was that behind Yorkshire, there were 3 wooden puppets bound by golden strings. They were almost identical to the female puppet that they had met outside the teleportation hall. Lord Shava, why are you with this traitorous watcher? The Queen set this place as an outpost when she went on an inspection tour. You are making an enemy of the Queen. Yorkshire's tone suddenly changed from respectful to cold. Angor narrowed his eyes. This was the first time a nightmare monster treated him so harshly apart from Shava. You know who you are, Yorkshire. What right do you have to question Lady Shava's decision? Sunders suddenly spoke up when he was trying to think of a way to talk to Yorkshire. Yorkshire, you know who you are. What right do you have to question Shava's decision? You. Yorkshire didn't know how to respond. You. But he didn't say anything else. Instead, the look in his eyes became even more vicious. Sunders grinned. You have no right to question Lady Shava's decision. It's between you and me and Shava's decision. This is between you and me. What does it have to do with Lady Shava? Yorkshire didn't answer. It only gave Sunders a vicious look. Greya, on the other hand, gave Sunders a questioning look. Sunders didn't say anything. Instead, he lowered his head and sent a voice transmission to Angor. Leave now. I'll find you later. Angor cast a cold glance at Yorkshire, who quickly turned his head away to avoid Angwar's gaze. Yorkshire, Mr. Watcher is right. How dare you question Lady Shava's decision? If you tell Her Majesty about what you just said, you'll never be able to get out of this alive. Fox, the red fox, landed beside Yorkshire with an exquisite harp, accompanied by a fragrant wind. Fox, you should know that Lady Shava is the one who destroyed our, watch your words. Fox's seductive eyes flashed with a cold light. Seeing that Yorkshire was still showing a hint of hostility, she sighed and transmitted her voice. Do you think Her Excellency Shava is more important to the Queen, or a small plainer outpost? And remember, we're all just pawns, while Lady Shava is. Fox's words silenced Yorkshire. However, since they were using voice transmissions, no one could tell what they were talking about. Leave now. You can't join the battle here. Sunders sent another voice transmission. Angwar nodded and stepped onto Toby's back. I'll be going. Angwar told Toby to fly into the air. Toby circled in the air for a while before he carried Nausicaa and the others away into the darkness. Not long after Toby left, a series of fiery explosions erupted behind them. Angwar flew to the sky and saw the explosion coming from the lake. His eyes showed a complicated expression. If he had been there, he probably wouldn't have been able to last even a second against the high-energy reaction that soared into the sky. Angwar shook his head and returned to Toby's back. He told Toby to take them to the edge of the darkness. Now that Angwar had achieved all his goals in coming to Sleepless City, Toby flew at a steady pace. He pulled the puppy to him and thanked it in a low voice. Oh, thank you for your help. If it weren't for the puppy, he wouldn't have been able to save Nausicaa so easily. Not long ago, Angwar gained something from the puppy's body. He was still a soul, so he couldn't experiment on it yet. But regardless of whether he succeeded or not, it would help him greatly in his journey to become a mystery alchemist. No matter what, his gratitude was sincere. However, he was still worried about the dog's safety because of the previous scare. Whether it swallowed Angwar or chewed on Hookdick's soul, Angwar had a strange feeling about it. Plus, the puppy always looked harmless, which made it difficult for Angwar to trust it completely. He only brought the puppy with him because he couldn't think of a way to leave this place. Since Yorkshire was the one who created the Dark Realm, he wanted to test if the spotted dog could do anything about it. While he studied the puppy carefully, Nausicaa was already able to move. She leaned on Toby's mane and waved at Angwar. Sean told me that we'd all be dead if it weren't for you. Angwar waved a hand. Don't mention it. I have something I need you to do anyway. Consider it a reward. I'm all ears. Nausicaa shrugged. Angwar already told Nausicaa about the Crococks last time. It just so happened that the Crococks were staying at Phantom Island. Once he was done here, he could ask Nausicaa to take a look at their bloodline. That's easy. I'll check it out as soon as I leave this place. Nausicaa nodded. She knew that Angwar didn't want her to feel too burdened. She accepted his kind intentions, but this did not prevent her from remembering his life-saving grace in her heart. By the way, I heard from Sean that you've killed Hookdick? Unlike Sean, Nausicaa didn't look sad at all. As far as she was concerned, Hookdick's death was a great relief. She didn't have to kill him herself. Yeah. I didn't think he was hiding in Sleepless City all this time. Mr. Firewalker Philo is the resident wizard of Sleepless City. He's a close friend of Mr. Ness. That's why Hookdick chose to stay here. Nausicaa frowned. Hookdick is a soul manipulator. Are you sure you destroyed his soul as well? Angwar nodded. Of course. I'm still a soul now, so I know what I'm doing. Both Nausicaa and Sean widened their eyes in surprise. You're still a soul? I didn't use a single cantrip along the way. Can't you tell? Yeah, right. Nausicaa and Sean looked at each other. No, we didn't, they said at the same time. Nausicaa clicked her tongue. Look at his soul. You don't even need to kill him. He's already pissed to death. Now that they no longer felt burdened, they felt a lot more relaxed. However, he noticed that Sean was also smiling when talking to them, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. It seemed that Gank's death hadn't helped her get over her grief. As for Shilyu, she didn't mind being called the sleeping drizzle. After making sure she was safe, she went back to sleep. Speaking of my soul, it's strange. After what happened at the bottom of the lake, I noticed that my soul is much stronger than before, Nausicaa muttered in confusion. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. I guess that's what happened to you after you destroyed the prototype puppet. Prototype puppet. Nausicaa considered the term carefully. Then she recalled the strange python named Yorkshire. What happened here, Angor? That snake, and that puppet prototype you spoke of, what exactly are they? There are a lot of things we shouldn't know about. Knowing too much isn't a good thing. Nausicaa considered and nodded. I see. She then looked at the puppy. You won't tell me if I ask you where the puppy came from, right? Angor scratched his head. I don't know where it came from either. All right. Nausicaa stopped asking questions and told Angor what happened after Yorkshire took her away. They landed near a church, which was very close to the south gate of Sleepless City. Do you know how to get out of here, Angor? Nausicaa was leaning against the wall of the church while holding a silver pipe in her left hand. Her voice was hoarse and blurred in the smoke. I don't know. Let's see if the dog can bring us another miracle. Angor shrugged. By the way, I don't think I've seen this pipe before. Nausicaa exhaled a puff of white smoke that carried a faint floral scent. She then pointed at the church and said, I just took it from there. I don't know where my pipe is. Speaking of which, it's a high-quality silver scale rose. A roll of it costs at least 10 magic crystals. I don't have the money to smoke something so expensive. You just took something from there? Aren't you afraid that it's not clean? Nausicaa didn't mind at all. I washed it with water. You taught me how to create water. I've never stopped practicing it. Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. Sleepless City is completely empty now. Does that mean we can take whatever we want? Nausicaa's words reminded her of Shan's idea. Well, I'm sure there are protective measures for rare supernatural items. Angor pointed at a bookstore across the street. You can try it if you don't believe me. Xian wasn't going to listen to Angor's advice. She walked into the bookstore while mumbling something about how she was going to be rich. You're going to let her in too? Nausicaa flipped her hair and gave him a bright smile. She won't give up until she tries. All right. There are no parasites around here. Wait here while I go check the south gate. With that, he beckoned the puppy to follow him and headed to the south gate of Sleepless City, which was about 50 meters away from them. It happened to be daytime when the darkness covered the entire city. Therefore, the tall and majestic south gate was not closed, but wide open. However, it wasn't the outskirts of the city. Instead, it was a dark mist. Angor asked the puppy to stay put while he walked into the mist. A moment later, he returned to the south gate in a daze. After entering the fog, regardless of whether he walked straight or circled around, he would always end up back at the starting point. He crouched down and whispered to the puppy, Hey, Spotty, can you get us out of here? The Dalmatian was very puzzled by the name Little Dalmatian. It tilted its head for a long time before it realized that it was being called. It barked a few times as if to express its dissatisfaction. Angor did not notice it at all. He was still asking if there was a way to leave. The spotted dog lowered its head and sighed. Then, it accepted its fate and walked into the black mist while wagging its tail. Angor quickly followed him. The Dalmatian walked in a strange way. It kept moving around in circles instead of in a straight line. However, the more he followed the dog's steps, the thinner the black mist became. Why do I feel like I'm walking through a maze? The dog suddenly stopped moving and sat down in the gray mist. Angor didn't stop. He took a step forward. And this time, he found himself outside the black mist. A few hundred meters in front of him, an adept was laughing shrilly. She was holding a long whip full of thorns, and she was mercilessly whipping the parasitized apprentices around her. It was Whipwitch Rak Ksa, whom Angor met not long ago. Angor's sudden appearance attracted Rak Ksa's attention. She was surprised at first, but soon became excited. With a seductive smile, she put away her whip and dashed toward Angor. Seeing this, Angor quickly stepped back into the mist. When he entered the mist, he could still hear someone yelling angrily, Damn you, little bastard. Angor was now at the south gate of Sleepless City. The puppy was sitting beside him obediently. Phew. Angor sighed in relief. He almost had to face a wizard. Thank goodness he reacted in time. He was still a little nervous, but he was still in a good mood. At least he was sure that the puppy could take them out of this place. How's it going, Angor? I saw you walking around in the mist. Are you sure you can get out? Along with the scent of roses, Nausicaa walked toward them, her body shrouded in smoke. Instead of answering right away, Angor looked at Xian, who was holding Shilyu in her arms with a gloomy look. She looked like a wilted flower in the end of autumn without any energy left in her body. How's it going, Princess Xian? Did you get what you wanted? Angor smiled. Xian rolled her eyes at Angor. You knew it already, didn't you? There's a strange magic array in there. I can only read the book cover, and I can't see anything inside. I'm so pissed. Most magic arrays can be destroyed by brute force. But shops like this one usually set up self-destruct runes. They'd rather destroy the books than let thieves see what's inside, Angor explained. In fact, he didn't say that this kind of magic array could also be broken, but the time it would take would be many times more. Besides, he didn't have a physical body to rely on right now, so it was basically impossible for him to break them. Even though Angor knew that the entire sleepless city was defenseless, he didn't want to go there and loot the place. Of course, there were also shops that didn't set up magic arrays or had not been activated yet. However, there were only a few shops in the entire sleepless city, so there was no need to waste a lot of time and energy searching for them. Xian couldn't help but curse when she heard about the self-destruct runes. These shops are all dogs. However, her fierce scolding was met with the Dalmatian's dissatisfied growl. Xian quickly changed her expression. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other dogs. Other dogs. Angor and Nausicaa exchanged a look when they saw Xian's playful expression. They finally relaxed a little. The incident with Genk might stay in Xian's heart for a long time, but at least for now, her mood was gradually recovering. So? Can we get out of here? Nausicaa asked. Xian also looked at Angor. This place was full of danger, and it was also a place that hurt her a lot. More importantly, she could only look at the empty shops and not touch them. How could she endure this? If she could leave, she would naturally choose to leave this place. Angor nodded. The mist is like a maze. Spotty can take us out of here. Really? Xian exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure it's called Spotty and not Omnipotent Dog? Nausicaa also chuckled. She didn't seem to be worried at all. Because even the last bit of obstruction seemed to have been removed. Xian kept thanking the dog until the dog growled at her impatiently. Can we leave now? She asked Angor. Angor frowned. Yes. But it's very dangerous out there. There are both parasites and humans. I ran into Whip which Rak Ksa just now. If I didn't move fast enough, I would have been taken away by her. Nausicaa pondered for a moment. You said that no one has left the darkness yet. But you showed your face, and Rak Ksa saw you. That will surely alert the people outside. Maybe they've already sent someone to the edge of the mist to keep an eye on you. I don't think it's a good idea for us to leave right now, said Nausicaa with a grim expression. Xian nodded. Although she was a bit eccentric, she was still the oldest person in the room. She knew a lot about the wizarding world. You're right. If we leave now, the wizards outside won't do anything to us. But we won't get away with it either. Besides, they're after the mystery item, and we just left this place. This means, we might get involved in a fight. Angor considered for a moment. Let's stay here for now. We'll leave when the professor comes to us. The three of them reached an agreement. In the wizarding world where strength was everything, having someone as powerful as Sunders around would help them a lot. If I'm a wizard, I won't have anything to fear. I can come and go as I please. Xian sighed. Work hard then. I don't want to see you getting old in 100 years, Nausicaa said. Judging from your tone, are you sure you can become an adept? Xian gave her a sidelong glance. I don't doubt Angor. As for you, I don't know. Of course. I'm going to become a wizard, Nausicaa said without hesitation. Who's gonna believe that? Listening to their argument, Angor, who was leaning on the side, was dumbfounded. He sighed in his mind. Sisterhood is nothing but paper. Time went back to the inner city of Sleepless City. Xianxia reluctantly told Sunders about her encounter with Angor. She was planning to capture Angor and force him to tell her how to get out of Sleepless City so that she could find a way to get her hands on the mystery item. Unfortunately, she saw a wizard's eye nearby. She couldn't tell who it belonged to, and she couldn't tell how much it could see. Therefore, Xianxia decided to tell Sunders about her encounter with Angor as a favor to Sleepless City. Inside Monsoon Zone. Xianxia's news caused another round of suspicion among the wizards. Not long ago, Plucker Professor Anglo forcefully plucked a string and saw what was happening inside Sleepless City. Angor was the one who created the terrifying energy storm. If that energy storm could continue, the darkness outside Sleepless City would be gone. But Sunders stopped Angor. And now, Angor was the first one to leave Sleepless City? It was important to note that no less than 20 adepts had perished in the darkness domain. What right did an apprentice have to stir up such a storm? Did Angor really have some kind of special alchemy item? Douglas looked at Anglo, who had remained silent all this time. Professor Anglo, didn't you say that you'll be able to deduce more information if someone can come out? Well, Mr. Phantom's student has already fulfilled your request. Anglo didn't reply. Instead, it was Moray Lady Heroline who snickered. Who's going to believe a one-sided story? Xianxia said Angor came out. Bring him here then. How can Professor Anglo get more information if you don't? Xianxia narrowed her eyes and gave Heroline a vicious glare. Douglas ignored Heroline and continued to stare at Anglo. Anglo waved a hand at Heroline. Yes, Angor did come out. I saw him with my wizard eye. Xianxia's eyes widened. So you're the one who hid the wizard eye in the branch of the dragon blood tree? I heard that you're the one who urged everyone to leave. Why? Are you interested in the darkness domain now? You're talking about the mystery item, aren't you? No, I'm not interested. I'm only interested in the phenomenon behind the darkness that can interfere with the strings of the world. Anglo adjusted his glasses, which reflected the light. Anglo turned to Douglas. As a matter of fact, when I saw Angor, I already plucked the string once. However, the result of plucking the string is still the same. Anglo showed Douglas the wooden board in his hand. There was a piece of parchment at the top of the board, which still had some words written in blood. It will become the source of darkness and the nest of danger. Douglas glanced at Payne. Anglo wasn't lying. Judging from the color of the blood, it's a new item. Anglo continued, but the words didn't change, but I feel something different about them. I don't know what exactly it is. Maybe something happened in Sleepless City. The only one who can give us an answer is Mr. Phantom, or his student, Angor. Payne stepped forward. If Angor can come and go as he pleases, can we? Anglo shook his head. Why don't you ask Mr. Phantom? According to some signs, Sir Phantom should be coming out soon. Speaking of which, I also want to know what the secret behind this is. For a moment, everyone was silent. Looking at the domain of darkness, he sighed deeply. While the adepts outside were waiting for them to come out, the same was true for the people inside. Angor floated in the air and looked down at the lifeless city. He was just as confused as Angor. Why did the Queen go on an inspection tour? What was the purpose of this outpost for the Nightmare Queen? Also, where would this desolate city go in the future? These were all unsolved mysteries for him. Although he knew that he wouldn't get any answers now, it was like there was an itch in his heart. The more he wanted to pretend that he didn't care, the more curious he was about the truth. He even had the urge to run to the Central District and fool Froggy. But in the end, he restrained himself. Yorkshire was already suspicious of him. Sunders tried to talk his way out of it, but too much contact would give him away sooner or later. After all, he was Shava in name, but he wasn't Shava at all. Besides, he already took advantage of Shava's name to gain a lot of benefits. Angor tried his best to calm himself down. However, he still couldn't figure out the answer to the Nightmare Realm. Every time he cleared up a little bit of the mystery, he would find an even bigger one waiting for him. It felt like there would never be an end to it. Angor was not used to this feeling. He was just a chess piece who couldn't see the situation clearly. He had no idea who was in charge and where he would go next. There were only two ways to escape his fate as a chess piece. First, he could stay away from the nightmare realm for the rest of his life. But that was impossible. Angor owed most of his strength to the nightmare realm. Even if he could do that, Sunders wouldn't let him hide in his shell forever. The second way was to improve his strength. If he could reach a level where even the chess player couldn't control him, he would be able to escape his fate. He had already embarked on this path, but he was still very far away from escaping his fate. He looked at the swirling vortex in the sky and let out a long sigh. Angor, someone called him from the ground. Angor looked down and saw Xian smiling at him while waving at him. Angor rubbed his temples. He came to the sky because he didn't want to listen to the girl's gossip. Nausicaa wasn't a gossiper, but she couldn't move freely right now. Besides, she had to comfort Xian in a subtle way, so she chatted with the girl happily. Angor felt like there were hundreds of ducks quacking beside his ears. When he landed, he yawned and pretended to be tired. "What's wrong?" Xian hopped to him happily. Angor really wanted to complain. Without Gank, Xian couldn't even walk properly. "You look like a kid, but you're already a few decades old." "Nothing. I just saw you looking so down there, so I wanted to talk to you." Xian tried to jump up and grab Angor's arm, but the man was faster than her and leaped into the air. "Forget it. I'm tired. I haven't slept in days, so I need to find a place to rest." With that, Angor turned to leave. Arg! At this moment, a shrill scream tore through the sky. Angor froze and looked at the source of the sound. It came from the chapel not far from them. Nausicaa also limped to them. She was still puffing out smoke from her mouth. "Wait a minute. I didn't see anyone in the chapel. It sounded like it came from the top floor. Did you go there?" Angor looked at the steeple of the chapel. He couldn't see clearly in the dark, but he could see the statue of the prayer goddess and the colorful window decorations. "I didn't go upstairs. I just walked around the prayer hall. I found this pipe in the confession room," Nausicaa said. "Let's go inside. We don't have anything to do anyway." Xian looked curious. Angor glanced at Nausicaa, who nodded at him and made a gesture of drawing circles in front of her ears. Nausicaa couldn't bear the pain of talking to Xian anymore. Angor chuckled. "All right, let's go." This was a chapel built for mortals. Every weekend, believers would come here to pray for their families. The first thing they saw after entering the chapel was the statue of the prayer goddess in the center of the hall. The statue was a made-up deity. Angor guessed that it was one of the methods used by Sleepless City to control mortals. Angor didn't really care about such a religion, but he still preferred a made-up deity compared to those fanatics who worshipped the abyss demons. At least it wouldn't cause any trouble. The large chapel was empty. Only the echoes of their footsteps could be heard. Soon, they arrived at the corridor on the third floor. The third floor was the top floor. There were only the bishop's office and a slightly larger listening room. The listening room was a place where the bishop announced to the public that he or she could listen to the prayer goddess. The door of the room was closed. There were various auspicious patterns engraved on the door, such as wings, holy light, or spring water that represented life. "I think there's something inside," Xian said. Angor hesitated and frowned. "Yeah, there's something inside. If I'm not mistaken, it's the parasite's nest." Both Xian and Nausicaa heard a familiar noise coming from the other side of the door. It was the sound of insects. Angor and Xian did not react to the noise, but Nausicaa's face turned pale. She was not affected by any parasites at all, but she had been hanging above the nest for a long time. She knew how terrifying those parasites were. "Don't worry," Angor whispered to Nausicaa. Nausicaa chuckled and exhaled a puff of smoke. "I can't believe I'm being comforted by you." Angor raised an eyebrow. Why did she sound so strange? Why did she look like she was being looked down upon? Nausicaa put away her pipe and pushed the door open as if she had made up her mind. The door opened. As expected, they saw a giant nest. However, they didn't pay attention to it. Instead, they looked at the sky above the nest. Although they didn't say it out loud, they all guessed that since there was a lair here, there might be captives here as well. Furthermore, the scream from before might have been from the person who had been captured. So, they all looked at the sky above the nest. Just as they had guessed, a man with tattered clothes and bloodstains was hanging in the air. The golden strings went through his body and fell into the empty space. Everyone they met before, including the green-haired woman, Genk, and Nausicaa, were all hiding in their nests. However, this man was different. He was surrounded by rainbow-colored dragonflies. As long as he moved, the rainbow-colored dragonflies would start to peck him. There were hundreds of them at the level of a level 3 apprentice dragonfly. Yet, this man managed to hold on for so long while being bound by the golden strings. That's... Angor muttered to himself. He's at least a wizard. Just as they were in shock, the man in midair suddenly opened his eyes and looked at them. Who are you? Fine. I don't care who you are. You're just a bunch of apprentices. You can't help me. The man lowered his eyes and said helplessly, but you guys are really lucky. You didn't get parasitized by the parasites here and even managed to survive. The man talked to himself for a while Angor and the others remained silent. Now, perhaps your luck will continue. The man raised his head with difficulty. He pulled at the golden thread that pierced through his neck, causing blood to spurt out. He didn't seem to notice it at all. Instead, he slowly glanced around. In the end, his gaze stopped on Angor. He studied the young man carefully and showed a regretful look. He sighed and shifted his attention to Nausicaa. I'm Greg. Have you heard of me before? The man spoke slowly. Well, I don't care. I'm just an idiot who's going to die here. People will laugh at me if they hear about it. Let me put it simply. I'm a bloodline wizard, and I'm going to die soon. Greg's voice sounded sorrowful. I've been tortured by these damn strings, and I've been eyed by these weird dragonflies. There's no way for me to survive. I know I can't hold on for much longer. Maybe in a minute or two. Before I die, I want to leave my legacy behind. Lady in soft armor, may I know your name? Greg stared at Nausicaa without blinking. Nausicaa hesitated and was about to say her name when Greg interrupted her. Forget it. I don't care what your name is. You're just a passerby in my life. It doesn't matter if I know your name or not. Greg shook his head. Just remember one thing. Your lucky day is here. I'll leave all of my legacy to you so that you won't lose it. Including my bloodline. You'll inherit my bloodline and the bloodline of another demon lord. Come here, lady. Welcome your lucky day and accept my legacy. Greg's words were like flowing water, uninterrupted and full of temptation. However, after he finished speaking, no one moved an inch. Lucky lady, I can't hold on for much longer. Once I die, my legacy will fall into darkness forever. Greg urged again. Nausicaa stepped forward but was stopped by Sean. She looked back and saw that Sean had changed her usual cheerful face. She shook her head gently and said silently, Don't go, it's a trap. Nausicaa smiled and patted her hand to reassure her. Angor sat in the air and watched Greg's performance. Of course, he knew something was wrong. He didn't tell Nausicaa because he believed Nausicaa's EQ was much better than his. She used to be the ruler of Blackberry Waters, after all. If even he could see the problem, he was sure Nausicaa would notice it as well. Respected Mr. Greg, my name is Angela. I am a lowly bloodline apprentice. I'm very grateful for your kindness, but I can't do anything. Those dragonflies are too powerful. I'm afraid they'll tear me apart if I move. Nausicaa bowed to Greg sincerely. Greg's expression stiffened. He endured the pain and forced a smile to Nausicaa. The path of wizardry isn't always smooth. Every opportunity comes with danger. If you have to worry about something like this, it'll be impossible for you to go further on the path of truth. Greg paused for a moment and said, Didn't you notice that these dragonflies didn't show any intention of attacking you since you came in? That's because they're all focused on me. Also, you don't have to get too close. Just stand under my feet. You'll be fine. This guy. Nausicaa sneered in her mind. The reason why the dragonflies didn't attack them was because of Angor, not because of their attention. Nausicaa didn't care about Greg's attitude, but she still put on a helpless yet hopeful, eager yet scared, hesitant yet worried expression. Angor could almost see all the complicated emotions in her expression. Nausicaa was a big sister for sure. She was always lazy and focused on her training, but she was also a great actress. He believed that Nausicaa's acting skills were way better than his own. He would not even look back. Angor carefully observed every detail of Nausicaa's expression. Maybe he could use her soul-piercing acting skills in the future. Greg looked at Nausicaa's expression and realized that he had a chance. Judging from her hesitant look, he was only one step away from persuading her to help him. Maybe he needed to throw out some bait now. You really don't want my legacy? Greg sighed. Forget it. No matter why you're unwilling to accept my inheritance, it's just my wishful thinking before I die. It's enough that you're willing to accompany me and say a few words before I die. I'll leave this thing to you. Using what little spirit power he had left, Greg took out a glass bottle from his storage and flicked it 10 meters away. The glass bottle bounced a few times and finally landed in front of Nausicaa. With the help of Shan's light spell, Angor could clearly see that the bottle was a standard thin-necked bottle. Inside the transparent body of the bottle, there was a shallow expansion rune engraved on the inside, which allowed the bottle to contain more liquid. Such bottles had a common name, bloodline bottle. Bloodline bottles were extremely expensive. Each of them cost nearly 100 magic crystals. Apart from extremely precious bloodlines, adepts would rarely use luxury items like bloodline bottles. Under the light, Angor could see the red liquid inside the bottle. According to the standard of a bloodline bottle, this was definitely a precious bloodline. You're Angela, right? Take this and you can leave. It contains the bloodline of another demon. Consider it a gift for you before I die. Sigh. Poor me. No one can inherit my excellent bloodline. No one can match my knowledge. Bloodline of another demon? Nausicaa, Angor, and Xian looked at each other in surprise. This was a high-level bloodline of an abyss demon. It was not as good as the bloodline of another demon lord that Greg injected into his body, but this bottle was still a luxury item. It was far more valuable than a succubus bloodline. Even if it was placed in a sky auction, it would only be sold at the end of the auction. Nausicaa had always been short on money because she needed to save up enough to buy a bloodline. She did not know whether it was another demon bloodline or not, but she believed that Greg would not lie to her at this moment. If she could fuse with the bloodline of another demon, her strength would increase by leaps and bounds. She would also take a decisive step forward in her bloodline training. Even if it was not another demon bloodline, it would not be cheap since it was stored in a bottle like this. Whether she used it or sold it, she would make a fortune. Even the experienced Xian was giving Nausicaa the same message with her eyes. This is a good deal. Let's do it. Nausicaa secretly made a don't worry gesture. Nausicaa looked at Greg and the bloodline bottle with a complicated expression. She seemed to have made up her mind. Finally, she took 2 steps forward. Greg faintly smiled. However, Nausicaa suddenly stopped in front of the bottle and did not pick it up. Greg was a little confused. He had cast an enchantment spell on the bottle. If Nausicaa did not pick it up, it would not trigger the spell. Nausicaa took advantage of her hesitation and gave Angor a meaningful glance. Angor nodded at her. Nausicaa flipped her hair and tried to imitate Greg's words. It's fine. I don't care if you really want to pass down your legacy or not. It's just a small matter for me. I don't have enough strength to carry it on me. Maybe I can't even become a wizard in the end. I don't want to waste your legacy. With that, Nausicaa turned around and yelled at Angor and Xian, "Let's go." Angor and Xian opened the door at the same time and prepared to run outside. At the same time, Angor released a grey gravity power, which wrapped around the bloodline bottle on the ground and carried it out of the door. Greg was stunned by the sudden turn of events. However, he quickly came to his senses. These lowly ants were actually toying with him? That woman had been acting the entire time, and what made him even angrier was that she had actually imitated his tone of voice. This was blatant mockery. Damn you! You filthy worm! Greg was so angry that his veins were bulging on his forehead. With the help of the golden strings, his veins exploded, and blood sprayed everywhere. You can run. But my bloodline bottle is not that easy to take. Greg roared angrily. Explode. Then he noticed that the sequence of gravity around the bloodline bottle began to change. He looked at Nausicaa and said, "Shit. There's an unknown spell inside the bloodline bottle, and it's losing its balance." Nausicaa looked a little disappointed, but she quickly yelled, "Don't worry about it. Throw it away." Angor hesitated. That was a bloodline that was worth hundreds of thousands of coins, but as the imbalance grew worse, Angor had no choice but to throw it away. But just as it was about to hit the ground, a big hand wearing a white glove caught the bloodline bottle. The bloodline bottle flashed in the hand, and its unbalanced energy slowly dissipated, but the bloodline bottle was unharmed. "Since when did you start tricking apprentices, Greg?" A familiar voice came from behind. Angor froze. Nausicaa and Shan also stopped running. Even Shilyu, who was sleeping in Shan's arms, turned around and looked at the newcomer. Angor turned around and saw a familiar face. "Professor? You're here. Are you blind, Angor? Can't you see that I'm here too?" Grea's voice came from above. As soon as he looked up, he quickly lowered his head again. "Lady Grea." Angor muttered. "What? You won't even look at me?" Grea humphed. "You're wearing a skirt. If you don't mind exposing your body, you can fly lower so that everyone can see you." Grea didn't feel embarrassed at all. She winked at Sunders. "Mr. Phantom, what do you think of my skirt? You're more interesting than before. At least your purple underwear isn't too tight." Sunders chuckled. "You're here, Sunders?" Greg looked at Sunders in surprise. "This is Imp Greg from Edge of Night. He's a troublemaker. Don't believe a word he says." Before Angor could say anything, Greg spoke up, "Hey, Sunders, that's not right. We're old friends who went through the Battle of Demon Blood together. How can you talk like that?" The Battle of Demon Blood was a small-scale war between wizards in Shortgrave Plain about 100 years ago. It was caused by a bottle of demon blood. "That's why I know what kind of person you are," Sunders said in a plain tone. "You tricked more than 1,000 people back then." "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Greg muttered. "Feel free to lie to me if you can." Sunders chuckled. Greg rolled his eyes and didn't know what to say. He couldn't just admit it, could he? In the end, he looked at the girl floating in the air. "Grea? I heard them call you Grea, but I don't think Grea has such a slender figure. Your soul doesn't match your body. Did you take over someone else's body?" Grea landed on the ground and rolled her eyes. "It's none of your business. Besides, weren't you planning to do the same thing? You even took a fancy to a little girl's body. Aren't you ashamed?" Greg did want to take over Grea's body, but he was too shameless. "That's what happened. Now that you're here, why don't you save me?" Grea shook her head. "I can't do that." Greg looked at Sunders with a hopeful look. "You won't leave me in the lurch, will you, old friend?" Sunders reached out a hand and released a streak of chaotic energy toward Greg. Greg was startled. But he quickly realized that the energy wasn't coming for him. Instead, it was going for the golden string above his head. Bang, a sound was heard. The chaotic energy disappeared. The golden string trembled a bit but remained unharmed. The one who suffered the most was Greg. His entire body was tied up by the golden threads. Whenever the golden threads moved, blood would spurt out from his body. Moreover, the strange runes on the golden threads were constantly tormenting his body, causing him to unconsciously scream out in pain. Grea was also stabbed by a string before, but it was completely different from the golden one. Even if the string could suck blood, it would only cause physical pain. The golden string, on the other hand, magnified all physical pain and implanted it into one's soul and spirit. Nausicaa had experienced it before, so she could sympathize with Greg's screams. Nausicaa didn't want to look at Greg's body. While Greg was in agony, the rainbow dragonflies gathered around him and began attacking Sunders. It was obvious that the chaos energy released by Sunders disturbed them. Sunders raised a hand and prepared to destroy the dragonfly. Angor quickly ordered the dragonflies to back off. He didn't have any feelings for Fox or Phalog, but he was very grateful to the rainbow dragonfly. If it weren't for the rainbow dragonfly's help, he might have been lost in the darkness forever. The rainbow dragonfly saved his life once, so he treated the creature with more care than before. The rainbow dragonfly obeyed Angor's order without any hesitation and retreated to the side. Greg didn't notice Angor's emotional fluctuations, but the other two wizards, Sunders and Greya, did. Sunders lowered his hand and glanced at Angor without saying a word. Greya narrowed her eyes and gave Angor a meaningful look. After a while, Greg's pain finally subsided, but it also took away half of his life. He looked up at Sunders with his bloodshot eyes and panted heavily. "One more and I won't be able to hold on. There's a demon trying to tempt me and stop me from falling. But I don't want to, help me." Greg was now praying for someone to help him out of desperation. And the person he was praying for was none other than Sunders. Sunders rubbed his glove and lowered an eyebrow. "I can't save you. You should know that the energy I used was the sharpest attack I could, but the golden strings were unharmed." Angor gave Sunders a meaningful look. Sunders quickly created a spirit bond between him and Angor without anyone noticing. "Professor, Spotty can bite through the strings." Angor quickly spoke through the spirit bond. "Spotty?" Sunders glanced at the puppy beside Angor's feet. "It can bite through the strings?" "Yes." Angor explained how the puppy bit through the strings on Nausicaa's body. "I see. But we don't need it here." "You don't have to tell me." Angor nodded. He thought Sunders and Greg were just friends. But it seemed that wasn't the case. "I still have some questions about the dog." "Do you know who it is?" Sunders asked through the spirit bond. Angor hesitated for a moment. "Maybe it's the thing that attracted the wizards here." "You mean?" Sunders uttered the word mystery without making any sound. Angor nodded. "Maybe it's the spirit of mystery. Or maybe it's the main body of mystery. I don't know." Sunders didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he gave the puppy a strange look. Meanwhile, Greg's expression darkened a little. "A blank body will do. Like that woman with the best body." Everyone knew that Greg was referring to Nausicaa, but his words still made the women's expressions darken. Greg suddenly looked at Angor, who was holding the nether demon bloodline. "He's your student, right? I wanted him, but he's just a soul. If I want to live, I have to choose someone else. If you can save me, I'll give you a Mork's vow." Mork's vow was a complete and strict contractual vow named after the person who wrote it. The main purpose of the vow was to fulfill a request from someone while preserving one's freedom and potential. Once Greg made the vow, Sunders could ask for anything as long as Greg didn't restrict his freedom. For example, Greg had to hand over all his wealth. Sunders grinned. "That's a tempting offer. I can accept it. But I have a container for your soul. You can stay there for now. When you find a suitable body, I'll keep an eye out for you." Greg shook his head. "No way. If I could eject my soul, I would have done it already. Why don't I just find myself a body? Something's wrong with this golden thread. It's not only binding my body, but also my soul. Since the golden threads can't be cut off, I can only use the light of my soul origin to escape the fate of death." Greg's face was extremely gloomy as he said this. Greg's escape route was even worse than Greya's. At least, Greya could still rely on her powerful soul to gain the strength of a wizard after taking over Greya's body. Greg's choice, on the other hand, meant that he would lose all his abilities except for his memories and thoughts. He had to start from scratch. Angor read many novels about time travel and reincarnation in his tablet, and they all dealt with similar situations. However, he still needed to work hard to regain his memories and experience. Sunders wasn't surprised by Greg's words. He already knew what Greg was trying to do when he tried to lure Nausicaa to him. Greg's soul essence was extremely fragile. Even if he was a level 2 wizard, his soul essence would vanish in less than a second after leaving soul space. He had less than 1 second to run away. That was why he tried so hard to lure Nausicaa to him. He even used a costly bait to lure her closer. If that's the case. Sunders looked back at Nausicaa. Her expression didn't change, but there was a hint of determination in her eyes. Sunders chuckled. He knew what Nausicaa was trying to do. She wanted to kill Greg as soon as his soul essence left his body. She had a good temperament. Maybe she could become a wizard in the future. Sunders considered and decided to let Nausicaa go. She was a potential disciple of Brute Cavern and a friend of his. So he turned around and asked, "How much longer can you hold on?" Greg hesitated. 2 minutes, tops. All right. Wait for me. With that, Sunders vanished into thin air. It wasn't hard for Greg to figure out why Sunders left. He gave Nausicaa a curious look. He knew Sunders well enough to know that he wouldn't waste his mana trying to find someone. Did Nausicaa have something to do with Sunders as well? While waiting for Greg's answer, Angor asked Greya about Yorkshire. He ran away. He ran to the central area. Sunders didn't allow us to chase him. He said there's something wrong there. Greya paused. Since when did your professor create a mystery item? Mystery item? Angor was surprised. Are you talking about the cursing puppet, Lady Greya? The cursing puppet was a mystery item bought by Sunders at Twilight Auction with 7 million magic crystals. Greg tried to borrow the puppet from Sunders many times to study it, but Sunders always rejected him with all kinds of excuses. This was one of Greg's small grudges. Yup. A ragdoll. So it's called the cursing puppet? That python called Yorkshire was actually scared to tears by a ragdoll. I don't know what happened, but it actually ran away. What about Fox? It also has a mystery item on it. That red fox was smarter. It ran away as soon as Sunders took out the cursing puppet. You don't know how Sunders looked when he saw it. He already considered the zither as his own. Greya took advantage of Sunders' absence and mocked him. Greya stopped laughing and whispered to Angor, "You seem familiar with these nightmare creatures, don't you?" "My professor told me," Angor said. No matter how Greya tried to probe him, Angor remained silent. Greya was worried that Sunders might come back, so she gave up and said, "So you two are hiding a lot of things from me." "Fine, I'm an outsider. I'll let it slide." Angor saw Nausicaa leaning against the door not far away. He walked to her and tossed the bottle to her. Before she could refuse, Greg, who was hanging on the door, began to yell, "Hey! That's mine. I'll use it after I get my hands on her." Sunders showed up at the door with an unconscious young man in his hand. Sunders chuckled when he heard Greg's words. "You said the bottle was for her, and you threw it away yourself. It's too late for you to get it back." Greg panicked. "That's just a trick. She won't take the bait if I don't do it. It doesn't count." Sunders tossed the young man to the ground. "If you can't keep your words, then so can I." Greg didn't say anything. He glanced at the unconscious young man on the floor. The boy was immortal, but he had the potential to become a wizard. Not bad. More importantly, the boy was a potential bloodline manipulator, which was similar to Greg's. Once he took over the boy's body, he would be able to walk on the right path quickly. A person with ambition knows when to yield and when to stand tall. "I will endure today, but one day, I will tear off your hypocritical mask." With that in mind, Greg gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll keep my word. I don't want the bottle. I can't hold it anymore. Sunders, bring him here." Sunders brought the boy to Greg. "Come on. Swear Ding Yuan's oath of Mork first." While Greg was chanting, Angor turned to Nausicaa, who was still anxious, and said, "See? The professor said it's yours. You got it with your own ability, so just take it." This precious bottle of Neanderthal demon bloodline was a great temptation to all three of them. However, Sean had already fused with a bloodline. If she wanted to inject the bloodline of this made demon, she would have to purify her bloodline. Not to mention the success rate, the price of purification was not something Sean could afford. Angor already had Shava's projected bloodline. He did not know how to use it yet, but the projected bloodline was perfect for him, and it would not fail. He could become a wizard with it. Even if people with projected bloodlines could inject new bloodlines at the same time, he did not plan to find new bloodlines so quickly. Therefore, Nausicaa was the best candidate for the potion. She was a bloodline sorcerer, but she had yet to fuse with her bloodline even though she was already a level 2 apprentice. This meant that she couldn't use many of the bloodline sorcerer's spells. Although she relied on her strong physique and battle prowess, she was still at a disadvantage. Once she absorbed the potion, she would undergo a drastic change. Of course, the prerequisite was that the fusion was successful. However, there was always a way to improve the success rate. Bloodline sorcerers had their own secret methods. The Neanderthal demon bloodline was precious, but it was not as worthless as the Azure bloodline. As long as Nausicaa put in some effort, the success rate would not be a problem. In the end, Nausicaa accepted the potion. She looked calm on the surface, but the corners of her lips curled up from time to time. She was excited and happy. Misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Meanwhile, under Sunder's protection, Grag's spirit essence finally entered the young man's soul space. With the help of a secret method, the spirit essence destroyed the young man's already weak soul without any hesitation. Soon, the young man opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at the body in the sky that was about to be sucked into the void by the golden strings. He sighed deeply with a hint of nostalgia and regret in his eyes. Sorrow was only temporary. For someone who once became a wizard, he had a strong will. Judging from how he decided to abandon his original body, he was not someone who would wallow in his past. No matter how cunning Grag was, he would never change his mind as a wizard. When Grag's body was completely sucked into the void, the young man looked down and checked the body's condition. A moment later, the young man showed a satisfied smile. Overall, this body was not bad. A badge fell from the sky and landed in the young man's hand. The young man was surprised. The badge depicted the image of an imp. It was a space storage item he asked an alchemist from Floating Mech City to make for him 100 years ago. It contained most of his belongings. When he abandoned his original body, he removed the advanced rune on the badge. In other words, the item was now an ownerless space storage that contained many valuable items. You don't want it? The young man held the badge. Sunders chuckled. I'm not interested in your belongings. And I don't want to waste a Morko's oath on your space storage item. Now that I've returned your item, I'm going to fulfill my oath. You know Flora, don't you? The young man nodded. Everyone knows Flora, the Blood Witch. My request is for you to become Flora's disciple under Hender's oath. Sunders' lips curled into an evil grin. Hender's oath was an oath made when one became a disciple. It did not have many restrictions. However, betrayal was strictly forbidden. All traitors' souls would be destroyed, and they would never have peace again. Sunders' request meant that the young man had to give up all his connections and assets in Edge of Night and start all over again. The young man struggled, but he had already made a Morko's oath. Sunders' request did not violate Ding Yuan's vow. He was still free. He just had to change his teacher. After struggling for a while, he nodded. All right. I accept. His face was filled with sorrow. He was thinking about how he would tear off Sunders' mask of hypocrisy one day. But now, he was going to take Flora as his teacher, which meant he was joining Sunders' faction. How was he going to remove Sunders' mask? The young man was filled with resentment. Since you've already agreed to this request, then say goodbye to the past completely. Imp Grag is history now, said Sunders. The young man understood. He nodded helplessly. Grag is also my fake name. My real name is Spivot. When he said Spivot's name, everyone's eyes flashed with a strange light. At the mention of Spivot, the first person that came to mind was the legendary figure from 5,000 years ago, the great deceitful wizard Spivot, a great sorcerer who relied on deceit to walk the path of a legend. The name Grag was fake. His real name was Spivot? No wonder he behaved so strangely. Someone with the same name was floating above his head. No one knows my real name. My family is long dead. I'll just use my real name again, the young Spivot said helplessly. Sunders nodded. He only wanted an attitude from the young man. Grag used to be a wizard. He knew what to do. Grayus suddenly sent a voice transmission to Sunders, "You're the best. You convinced the imp with just a few words. Also, I think he has a bright future ahead of him. Sunders chuckled. He chose Greg because he knew that Greg could easily become a wizard again even if he had to start all over again from scratch. Besides, if Greg could remove the traces of Great Wizard of Deceit, he could easily become a Truthfinder wizard. Now, Greg was using his real name again. This was a good thing. So did Greya, which was why she was so jealous of Angor. Sunders didn't say much to Greya. He walked to them with Spivet. Now that we're done here, let's get out of here. You know how to get out of here? Greya quickly asked. Sunders nodded. Angor already told him how to get out of here through their spirit bond. Greya looked excited. Since you know how to get out of here, why don't we go to a museum and find something? To some extent, Greya and Sean were thinking the same thing. Both of them were thinking about how to take advantage of the situation. Sunders shook his head. Let's get out of here now. Besides, there are more and more interlayers. We'll die if we go inside. Since Sunders said so, everyone nodded in agreement. They returned to the city gate and looked at the dark mist in front of them with a heavy heart. Even if they were to leave, this fallen city might never be able to prosper again. Let's go. Sunders asked Angor to lead the way. Under everyone's curious gazes, Angor crouched down and asked the puppy to take them away. The puppy barked and walked into the mist. Follow. Under Spivet's and Greya's curious gazes, the others all followed behind Angor. Along the way, Greya kept asking about the dog's origin, but Sunders did not give her an answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. He was also asking Angor about the dog through their spirit bond. According to Froggy's conversation with Fox, it seems like Yorkshire secretly brought the dog out of the nightmare realm. Its original owner was Minister Dim. Minister Dim? Dim is the blacksmith in Pat Manor. I think Minister Dim is his projection, Angor said. The Monsoon District. Many familiar faces had disappeared from this place, but there were also some new ones. The Dark Realm was a strange place, but it also meant that there were secrets hidden within. Some academic magi were the kind of people who didn't care if it was dangerous or not for the sake of their research. Therefore, a large number of academies came here with the spirit of research. Apart from the academies, there were also many wizards who came here for the mystery items. However, this time, although there were many sorcerers, there were not many apprentices. It was clear that the strange spots of light outside the darkness domain had alerted the major adept organizations. There were those who came, and naturally there were those who left. Under this kind of back and forth, Fufeng District looked the same as before. It wasn't cold and cheerless, but it wasn't lively either. Douglas was now in a domed meeting room in the center of the district. More than 30 wizards from all over the world had gathered here. I'm sure you all know why I called you here, so I won't say much. Anna, you speak. Douglas gave up the central position, and a middle-aged woman wearing a traditional star and moon sorcerer's robe walked up. Una was a very cold-looking witch. She wore a pair of delicate golden single-sided chain glasses and had a pair of slanted wrinkles on both sides of her mouth. She looked very strict. Sir Radiance asked me to go to the Brilliance Plane and ask for help from the Starliege Church. However, I didn't go to the Brilliance Plane because I met Sir Prada as soon as I teleported to the Silver Hub. Stargazer Prada was a famous wizard of prophecy in the Brilliance Plane. He knew that we would go to the Brilliance Plane, so he waited for me at the Silver Hub. I asked him about the Dark Realm, and his answer was almost the same as Professor Anglo's. His attitude toward the Dark Realm was still pessimistic. Anna's words darkened the faces of most of the wizards in the room. The wizards from Sleepless City, in particular, looked gloomy. Prada's words confirmed Anglo's speculation. Sleepless City was about to be relocated. Only the wizards from Edge of Night remained expressionless. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of joy in their eyes. Edge of Night and Sleepless City were both located in the Evernight Kingdom. They were both quasi-large organizations that were only one step away from becoming large organizations. Under such coincidental circumstances, the two adept organizations might not appear to be fighting each other on the surface, but they were secretly competing against each other. For example, Sleepless City had a perpetual day city, and Edge of Night had a perpetual night mountain. Even though it seemed a little petty, it was evident from this incident that the two organizations were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Now, after hearing Prada's words, Sleepless City would have to move out of this place. Even though it was just losing their base, it was still a huge blow to their foundation. Even if Sleepless City moved to another part of the Evernight Kingdom, it would still be inferior to Edge of Night. Furthermore, after this incident, Sleepless City would never be able to join a major sorcerer organization. Under such circumstances, the wizards from Edge of Night were already being polite by not laughing out loud. However, their reaction was still eye-catching in the dark atmosphere. Kitesh, who was always straightforward, snorted and said, "Even if Sleepless City moves away, we can't stay in the Evernight Kingdom any longer. Who knows if the darkness will continue to spread, and if the light spots and monsters will escape. When that happens, the other organizations in the Evernight Kingdom will have to worry about us." Kitesh was obviously referring to Edge of Night. However, no one refuted him, because Kitesh's words made sense. At this time, Anna, who was standing in the center of the room, suddenly said, "I don't know if you remember, but not long ago, there was a message from the Brilliance Plane. They said that the southern region is shrouded in shadows, but there will always be a rising sun. We haven't seen the rising sun yet, but the shadows have already started to spread. Today, the shadows are in Perpetual Day City, but tomorrow, they will reach the mountain of eternal night." Anna continued Kitesh's words and rebutted the wizards from Edge of Night again. In this meeting, the people of the Edge of Night did not kick up a fuss. Only Evil Dragon Harris snorted coldly and mumbled, "We're happy in our hearts." Some people are angry, but they show their anger on the surface. "We're not fools." Harris's words made the others chuckle. Indeed, Kitesh and Anna's behavior was a bit too much. After all, the wizards from Edge of Night were only secretly happy, but they did not laugh out loud. "Even if you laugh, it won't last long," Kitesh said coldly. "Kitesh, let's get down to business. Don't waste everyone's time." Wizard Pain finally stood up with a gloomy face. After Kitesh stopped talking, some wizards began to ask the people who were invaded by the light spots what to do. "Did Prada mention this?" Anna nodded and said, "Mr. Prada said that we just need to wait. There will be a way. However, as for the specifics of the method, you all know the predictive nature of prophets." He did not say anything. "Wait. Both of my apprentices have been affected. We need to come up with a plan." A sorcerer stood up angrily. Anna sneered and said, "What does it have to do with us? Sleepless City didn't ask you to come here. You came here uninvited. You'll have to bear the consequences. So, according to you, a few of my apprentices were captured in Sleepless City. You should be responsible for their deaths, right?" A thin, white-haired, white-bearded old man in a white robe and white boots walked into the meeting room. His appearance immediately caused the wizards in the meeting room to whisper among themselves. Anna choked and lowered her head respectfully. "Mr. Wallace, I didn't expect to see you here." "Of course I'm here. My apprentices are all talented researchers. I can't afford to lose any of them. Since you just said that those who came uninvited would be responsible for their own problems, then they would have to bear the consequences. So, should you be responsible for the people who were staying in Sleepless City and ended up in trouble?" The white-robed old man was none other than Wallace, the representative of academism in Brute Cavern. He might look kind and gentle, but no one in Brute Cavern could beat him when it came to making a scene. On the surface, it seemed like he was here to seek justice for his apprentice, but in fact, that was only one of his goals. His main goal was to get some benefits from Sleepless City. Wallace's words immediately changed the situation. Una was originally very arrogant, but at this moment, she became somewhat timid. After all, the problem Wallace mentioned was the core of Sleepless City, and it was also the source of Wizard Pine's uneasiness for the past few days. Too many people were trapped in Sleepless City this time. Not to mention the mortals, there were already quite a few apprentices and sorcerers. If one were to include those who were related to him, then there would be even more. The most important thing was how to deal with this problem. Of course, Sleepless City could just ignore the matter, but that would also mean that Sleepless City's reputation in the southern wizarding region would be ruined. Una couldn't answer. Pain sighed inwardly, got up from his seat, and walked towards Wallace. "There's no need to rush. According to the information we have here, not many people died inside. They should only be trapped. I reckon that Mr. Wallace's disciples should also be in the same situation. Therefore, the most important thing now is how to rescue them. As for the explanation, there will definitely be one. After they come out, we'll make a plan. How about it? His words were once again pushed back to the original topic. Of course, Wallace knew that his good-for-nothing disciples were still alive, but was that important? While they were talking among themselves, an apprentice suddenly rushed in and whispered something to Harris. Harris's expression changed. He quickly stood up and left the meeting room with the other members of Edge of Night. What's going on? The wizards present were confused. They didn't know what happened to Edge of Night. Why did they all leave? Even Wallace and Pine stopped talking because of this. It wasn't until the end of the meeting that a piece of news came from the apprentices of the Edge of Night. The essence blood of an adept that had entered the darkness domain had mutated. This meant that another adept had fallen in the darkness domain after Adept Dinan. However, this time, it wasn't a wizard from Sleepless City who died. It was a wizard from Edge of Night. Do you know which unlucky bastard it is? Crotty couldn't hide the smile on his face as he asked the messenger with a surprised expression. Earlier, Katesh said that Edge of Night's people would not be happy for long. He didn't expect his words to come true. How could he not be happy? I think it's Mr. Grag, that imp. How could it be him? Everyone was surprised when they heard that Grag was the one who died. Grag wasn't the strongest wizard, but he was cunning and knew how to take advantage of the situation. Besides, he valued his own life the most. How could he die first? Where's his soul imprint? Is it gone? I don't know. But judging from Edge of Night's attitude, it seems to be the case. Even Katesh fell silent. If Grag's soul was gone, he would never be able to turn the tables again. Can Professor Anglo predict how he died? Payne asked in a low voice. I don't know. They're still with Professor Anglo. Maybe we'll get the answer soon. Payne thought for a moment and said to Douglas and Katesh, let's go check it out. When the three of them arrived at Anglo's hut, Harris was just walking out of the hut. Harris's expression was strange and puzzled at first, but when he saw the three of them, he snorted and left without looking back. Anglo was recording some data on a piece of paper when they entered the hut. Yes? He asked without looking up. Is Grag really dead, Professor Anglo? Anglo nodded and then shook his head. His expression was similar to Harris's. Logically speaking, he should be dead by now. But Xianxia told me that he still has a chance to live. So, it's hard to say. What kind of answer was that? How could a dead man still have a chance to live? Anglo's eyes suddenly lit up as he stood up. Wizard Payne, I think we have an answer. My wizard's eye is telling me that Mr. Phantom and his disciple have come out of the dark realm. A few minutes ago. The Dalmatian led them into the black fog. He led the way, and the others followed him. Greya, Grag, Spivet, and the young man named Spivet all stared at the puppy in confusion. Judging from the puppy's skillful steps, it seemed that the puppy could lead them out of the mist. But judging from its appearance and energy signature, it was just an ordinary puppy. They looked at the puppy inquisitively, but they knew that they would not get any useful information even if they asked Sunders. So, they held back their curiosity and followed the puppy. However, Spivet, who was always a blabbermouth, did not know why Sunders wanted him to become Flora's disciple even though he managed to hold back his curiosity. Why do you want me to become Flora's disciple? Instead of becoming her disciple, I might as well become your disciple instead. Sumesh's disciple is fine too. I heard he became a truthfinder not long ago. You know, only truthfinders can teach me useful things. Sunders spoke in a cold tone, you're not qualified to become my disciple. As for Sumesh, since he's a truthfinder, I no longer have the right to make decisions about him. So, you have no choice but to become Flora's disciple. What makes you think I'm not qualified? After all, I am an official wizard. Spivet's voice dropped a few octaves as he reached the end of his sentence. It was obvious that he wasn't confident enough. You used to be a wizard, yes. But now, you're just a mortal. Sunders paused and gave Spivet a meaningful look. Next time, remember who you are when you address someone. With that, Sunders ignored Spivet. Spivet was stunned in place for a long time, and the color on his face kept changing. It was very interesting. After a while, Spivet gritted his teeth and said, "Damn you. You're turning your back on me? Let's wait and see." Sunders' words reminded Spivet of something. With his current strength, he would not be far from death if he still acted the way he used to in the wizarding world. Before he recovered his strength, he should know who he really was. Otherwise, he would be the one seeking death in the outside world. Spivet also sensed an unfriendly glare directed at him. It came from a woman standing diagonally above him. Her name was Nausicaa. Spivet looked at her and saw Nausicaa giving him an evil grin. She pointed at him with her silver metal arm and made a throat-slitting gesture. Spivet's expression changed instantly. He almost forgot that he was going to take over this girl's body. Now, he was a mortal, while she was a level 2 apprentice. She would be his friend in Brute Cavern in the future. Did that mean he had to live under her shadow? Spivet felt a chill down his spine when he thought of this possibility. "Oh, Nausicaa." He smiled and approached Nausicaa. A moment later, Spivet sighed in relief and separated from Nausicaa with a big smile. "What did he say to you?" Angor asked in a low voice. "Why are you smiling so happily?" Nausicaa lowered her voice. "He's afraid that I'll get back at him, so he told me about the Nether Demon bloodline. He also told me how to increase the success rate." Sean listened from the side and could not help but click her tongue. What a coward. That's called knowing what's good for you. Spivet moved away, but his ears were still alert. Angor chuckled. He knew Nausicaa's personality well. Even if Spivet entered Brute Cavern, as long as he did not do anything to Nausicaa, she would not retaliate. She did not even have enough time to train. Besides, Spivet did try to take over Nausicaa's body, but he did not succeed. Nausicaa, on the other hand, received something from Spivet that might change her life forever, the Nether Demon bloodline. Nausicaa's original plan was to save up for a few years, buy a regular bloodline, and become a wizard first. Then, she would undergo bloodline purification. Every step had its drawbacks, but no doubt, it was the usual path for a bloodline wizard. But now, with the extremely valuable Nether Demon bloodline, her future path would be completely changed. Nausicaa was willing to tolerate Spivet's malicious behavior after getting such a great benefit. She made a throat-slitting gesture just to scare Spivet. She did not expect Spivet to tell her about the after-sale service of the Nether Demon bloodline. As they talked, the black mist around them grew thinner and thinner. Now, it was only a thin layer between gray and white. The puppy stopped moving and sat on the ground obediently. Woof. It barked at Angor. Angor's dog language was only at level 0, but he somehow understood what it meant. We're here. One more step and we'll be out of the darkness, Angor explained. I think we've walked for hundreds of meters. Sean was puzzled. Is the black mist really that big? No. It only takes one step to get into the mist from the outside. But it's a long way to get out. I think there's something like a maze inside. A maze magic array? Greya rubbed her temples. I've been trying to remember the dog's path. Now I can't even tell the direction. It's really a magic array. The algorithm must be changing every time we go in and out. How can you remember it? Sunder scoffed. Hey, don't tell me you didn't remember it? I just noticed that your eyeballs are moving faster than mine. Greya kept complaining. She sent a voice transmission to Angor. Do you know what it means to be calm on the outside? See? That's what it means to be calm on the outside. Of course, Sunder sensed the voice transmission. He walked to them with a blank expression. You all can leave now. I have something to tell Angor. What is it? Why are you being so secretive? Greya asked. It's none of your business. Sunders looked at her. There are a lot of infected apprentices, wizards, and other parasites out there. Remember to protect the others. Greya wanted to say why, but when she saw Sunder's grim expression, she quickly nodded without saying anything. She had already teased Sunder several times today. She only dared to do so because she knew how far to go between them. She would only make a harmless joke. However, if she really wanted to, she wouldn't do it even if there were 100 of her. Greya led the others away from the darkness. Only Angor, Sunders, and the dog were left in the thin mist. Even Toby was taken away by Greya. Professor? Sunders pointed at the puppy on the ground. Can you take it with you? Angor shook his head. He already tried to get the dog to show him the way, but the dog didn't seem to want to leave the darkness. Take it by force then. Angor hesitated for a moment and walked to the puppy. He grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and tried to move it out of the mist. However, when he was about to take a step forward, the dog suddenly flashed away from his hand and sat down nearby while barking at him. Woof! 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 Sunders narrowed his eyes. Angor already told him how strange the puppy was. Angor's guess might not be correct, but he was sure it had something to do with mystery. He had to take it away. Sunders' main goal in this trip was to get the harp, and he even used the cursing puppet. However, the fox was too smart. It didn't give him a chance and ran away as soon as it sensed the presence of mystery. Sunders couldn't help but feel frustrated. The darkness was slowly turning into an interlayer space, and Yorkshire, who controlled the interlayer space, was invincible. It was almost impossible for Sunders to take the mystery harp from the interlayer space. The chance of getting the harp was slim, but the dog was still a good target. Even if the dog might end up in Angor's hands in the end, it was not a big deal. Sunders stepped forward and decided to capture the puppy with his own hands. But he soon realized that the puppy was as fast as an ordinary dog when facing Angor. Angor could catch it at any time. But when facing Toby, she was much faster than Angor and Toby, who had already activated the sequence of gravity. She disappeared into the mist in a blink of an eye. Sunders didn't want to look back. It wasn't easy to find the puppy again. As Sunders wondered if he should bring Angor back to look for the dog, the puppy came back and sat down on the ground, looking at Angor. Is it messing with us? Sunders' expression turned serious. Angor had no idea what was wrong with the dog. He called Spotty and slowly approached the dog. Finally, he caught the dog in his hand. While stroking the puppy's fur, Angor returned to Sunders. When he tried to approach Sunders, Blob began to struggle. Stay there. I'll take it into my gravity garden, Sunders spoke to Angor through their spirit bond. Angor stood still, and Spotty finally stopped struggling. Angor waited for the puppy to disappear, but Sunders still didn't say anything. Spotty stayed on Angor's hand obediently. A moment later, he shook his head. No. The dog doesn't exist in the gravity garden. I can take you in, but not this puppy. Sunders didn't know what to do after coming to this conclusion. The puppy didn't want to leave, and it had mystery abilities and speed that couldn't be restrained by them. They tried everything they could, but the puppy still refused to leave. As long as it turned around and ran into the mist, it would be able to escape their pursuit. In the end, even Sunders gave up. It wasn't because they were weak. It was because the puppy was too mysterious. Forget it. Let's go. Sunders and Angor decided to give up and leave. However, the puppy that had been hiding in the same spot suddenly ran up to them and bit Angor's pants. Angor walked out of the mist together with Sunders in a daze. As soon as they stepped out, they were met with a large group of magi. They were surrounded by dozens of magi. Greya and the others, who came out earlier, were already surrounded by several wizards who were using their energy to fight against each other. Nausicaa and the others were already captured. Even Katesh, whose white beard was fluttering in the air, was about to use memory reading on them. Forcibly reading someone's memory would cause severe damage to the brain. Fortunately, Greya would occasionally send energy particles to disrupt Katesh's movement when she was fighting the others. Otherwise, they would have all been brain damaged by Katesh's reading. However, Sunders' sudden appearance changed the tide of the battle. Sunders snickered. Countless illusions appeared around him and surrounded every wizard in the area. The wizards who were still trying to make small movements were instantly frozen as if they had turned into stone statues. Countless illusions appeared in front of their eyes. A nightmare covered in black flames dashed through the illusions. Even the wizards who were not trapped did not dare to move recklessly. The target of the nightmare was Katesh. Black flames billowed, and Kitesh's eyes widened as he watched the nightmare lord about to rush into his body. Suddenly, a thin layer of ice appeared in front of Kitesh and blocked the nightmare's path. At the same time, a white figure appeared along with the ice and spoke in a low, muffled voice, "Mr. Phantom, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean by this?" Sunders pondered for a moment and sneered, "You think you don't understand?" The white silhouette slowly revealed itself. It was Wizard Pain in a white robe. Pain's palm was burning with black flames. The nightmare's attack was neutralized, but the flames were still burning until now. At that moment, his palm was already riddled with wounds, and blood was dripping down drop by drop. However, due to the frigid aura around him, the blood had already turned into frozen blood beads before it dripped to the ground. "I don't believe it. You knew they would come out without any warning, right? Am I right, Professor Anglo?" Sunders glanced at Anglo, who was still in the illusions and did not dare to move. Anglo adjusted his glasses and remained silent for a long while before he said, "I've tried to talk him out of it." Anglo knew what he meant. Pain did not listen to him. "So, if you dare to attack a member of Brute Cavern when I'm about to come out, don't blame me for retaliating," Sunders spoke in a cold tone. Pain's expression remained cold. He knew these people might be related to Sunders, but he did check them carefully and found that they were only apprentices. There was even a mortal among them, which was why he ordered the attack. He did not expect there to be a wizard hiding his true strength among the apprentices, which led to them were ambushed by Sunders. "They're just apprentices, Mr. Phantom, Anglo. Well, I don't care if you think you're important or not. But if you dare to kidnap someone despite knowing my attitude, you should be prepared for the consequences." Sunders grinned and summoned a dozen more nightmares in his illusion. Black flames billowed as the nightmare lord raised its head and hissed. Then, its figure turned into a shadow as it shuttled back and forth in the illusion. Pain paled. "Mr. Phantom, are you sure you want to become enemies with all of us here? Besides, we didn't do anything to them." "That's because you're too weak," Sunders sneered. Black flames spread everywhere. At the same time, Angor dashed toward Kitesh like a bolt of lightning. Gray gravity strings surrounded everyone in the area. Pain glared at Angor and reached out his hand to grab Angor. At least he had enough bargaining chips to negotiate with Sunders. But at that moment, the black flame nightmares had already reached Kitesh. The threat of Kitesh's death forced Pain to protect Kitesh. Angor chuckled and pulled Nausicaa and the others behind Sunders with Toby's help. Greya also walked through the illusions and joined Sunders. As she walked, she pushed down a few adepts that had tried to lay their hands on her. She was laughing and cursing non-stop. "You only said there are infected people outside. You didn't say there are so many unreasonable wizards," Greya complained. "I did my job well, and it wasn't easy at all." Sunders glanced at her but didn't say anything. Angor, on the other hand, thanked her in a small voice. Greya walked to Sunders with a smile and put an arm around Angor's shoulder. "Look at how nice your student is." Sunders didn't say anything and pulled Angor into his gravity garden. Greya, who was leaning on Angor's shoulder for support, almost lost her balance and fell down. "You're such a bastard." Greya spat. Angor calmed himself down and headed to a small room not far away from them. Sunders was the one who brought him back to the gravity garden. Sunders brought him to the place where his body was being nurtured. Sunders' intention was clear: it was better for Angor to return to his body after leaving Sleepless City. If one's soul was damaged in a battle between magi, it wasn't something that could be easily healed. Angor didn't return to his body right away. Instead, he took out 2 items from his clothes and placed them on the table. One of them was Sunders' blood orb, which was still warm. The other was a diamond-shaped crystal that was emitting a strange energy wave. The crystal was still emitting strange soul energy when it was placed on the table. Angor could feel it very clearly. "Devour me. Absorb me. Eat me." That was what it meant. In his soul form, Angor clearly sensed that the crystal was giving off a delicious aroma. Even someone like him who didn't care much about food couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even though he didn't have such a thing in his current form. The crystal came from Spotty. A few minutes ago, when Angor and Sunders decided to give up on hunting the puppy suddenly bit Angor's trouser leg, dragged him to the side, and spat out the crystal from its mouth. The puppy did it very carefully, but it was still under Sunder's observation. Sunders only glanced at the crystal briefly and didn't tell what it was before he took Angor away from the mist. Spotty didn't follow them. Instead, it turned around and ran into the mist. After they left the realm of darkness, a series of events followed. Angor didn't know what was going on outside since he was inside the gravity garden. But since Sunders and Greya were both here, Nausicaa and the others should be fine. The crystal was too tempting for Angor to simply devour it. He didn't want to cause any problems, so he decided to put it aside for now. After removing all the foreign objects from his soul, he returned to the incubation chamber and merged with his body. After climbing out of the chamber, Angor felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe it was because his soul had been in the wilderness for too long, and his sense of freedom was suddenly restricted, making him feel as if he was being imprisoned. After slightly moving his somewhat stiff body, he put the blood beads and the diamond-shaped crystal on the table into his bracelet and left the room. Since he didn't know what was going on outside, Sunders didn't let him out right away. Angor sat in the study outside and observed the crystal in boredom. Strangely enough, when his soul returned to his body, the crystal didn't seem as attractive to him anymore. He could still sense the ripples of absorption and fusion, but he didn't feel as tempted as when he was looking at a delicacy. What was this thing? Angor couldn't figure it out. But there was no doubt that it had something to do with souls. Why did Spotty give it to him? And where did it come from? Images flashed through his mind, from the moment he entered Sleepless City to when he met Spotty, to when he was separated from Spotty, all of which flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Angor's eyes widened. When he killed Hookdick in the central district of Sleepless City, Spotty seemed to have eaten Hookdick's body. No, Spotty must have devoured Hookdick's soul. Hookdick went to the soul soil and learned something about the law of souls. What he learned didn't form a law, but it was still attached to Hookdick's soul. What Spotty devoured was exactly what Hookdick learned about the law of souls. Back then, Angor was quite surprised. But since Spotty already had its own mystery world, he didn't think too much about it. He just assumed that it was one of Spotty's abilities. Now that Spotty gave him a crystal that was obviously related to souls, he couldn't help but be intrigued. Could there be a connection between the two? Spotty absorbed Hoopdick's soul and went through some unspeakable reaction, which turned it into a diamond-shaped crystal. Did Spotty just give it to him? It was a wild guess, but Angor's instinct told him that it was the truth. Did Spotty have the ability to devour other people's law and give it to someone else? This was something that would shock the entire southern wizarding region. What was a law? It was something that could only be found by luck. Back when the gravity garden was opened, Angor and Toby were the only ones who benefited from it. The other wizards sighed, but they couldn't do anything about it. This was fate. There was nothing they could do about it. But if Spotty really did have the ability to devour another person's law and give it to someone else, it would be a miracle. At that time, if Spotty was obtained by a sorcerer and discovered that a lucky person had comprehended a law, he could directly kill him. Then, with Spotty's transformation ability, he would be able to obtain the corresponding law. Wouldn't that mean that he would have countless law veins in a short period of time? Angor was terrified by his own imagination. But if Spotty really did have such an ability, there should be a limit to it, right? Isabel once told him that in the most prosperous origin world, mystery items were not only created by wizards, but there was also a classification system. If Spotty was the mystery item he was looking for, and its ability was just as powerful as Augustine's twin mirror, which Isabel once saw. Shaking off his own imagination, he decided that he would have to appraise the crystal to find out if it really did contain the essence of Hookdick's soul. Sunders put away the crystal, but he wasn't going to let Angor out yet. Angor decided to use this chance to see if he could incorporate the mystery energy he sensed from Spotty into his illusion. With that in mind, Angor sat up straight and tried to recall what he felt when he was traveling through the mystery energy. The endless cycle, the unknown changes, and the conflicting yet strangely harmonious laws. Angor tried his best to recall the memories and tried his best to get a better picture of them in his mind. When he felt it was about time, he slowly opened his eyes. His mind space was filled with darkness. With the help of the axes of the universe, Angor quickly gathered mana from his mana pool to form a cantrip model. It was the most basic illusion. His instinct told him that the illusion was going to work this time. He had done this many times when he was in his soul form, and he was sure that the illusion would show up in the next second. Angor's eyes glowed brighter and brighter. The illusion was about to take shape, and the mysterious power was beginning to take shape. Suddenly, a familiar spirit energy enveloped him. Before he could react, the illusion was destroyed. Next, Angor felt his vision blur for a second before he was taken out of the gravity garden by Sunders. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened in Sleepless City. Sunders' voice came from the other side of the room. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened in Sleepless City. Angor nodded and began to observe his surroundings. He was no longer at the edge of the dark domain. Instead, he was in a large hall with a domed ceiling. The hall was like a square in the inner chamber, with a diameter of about 100 meters. Above his head was a colorful light source, as well as bright runes. Wizards in robes of different colors gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Angor could hear them whispering to each other from time to time. He was in the middle of the hall, surrounded by official magi. While Angor was still observing the situation, Sunders had already moved toward the crowd not far away. He noticed that Wizard Payne, Katesh, and Douglas, who were all ready to fight each other earlier, were all there. Greya, Nausicaa, and the others were resting against a round stone pillar on the other side of the hall. Sunders' people were obviously the leaders of the major organizations, so Angor did not dare to approach them. Instead, he walked toward Greya's side. Along the way, Angor could feel people looking at him. But when he tried to look closer, he didn't see anything. "You're Angor, right? May I have a word with you?" A cold voice reached Angor's ears. The voice came from right in front of him. Angor looked up and saw a well-dressed middle-aged man standing in front of him. Angor recognized the man. His neatly combed hairstyle, clean and serious face, the pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the wooden board with a pile of parchment papers in it all pointed him to Angor. He was Professor Plucker Angor, a prophet from White Coral Floating Island. Angor did not dare to ignore the inquiry of a formal wizard. He quickly expressed his respect. Angor wasn't someone who liked small talk, so he went straight to the point and asked about what happened in the darkness. Angor's answers were always "I don't know." If he couldn't answer, he would answer with silence. "You're the one who created the energy storm, aren't you? Why don't you let the energy storm continue? Who knows, maybe the dark domain will disappear." Before Angor could answer, Sunders' voice came from the other side of the spirit bond. "Prophets don't rely on your current answer to predict the answer. Try to put all the blame on me, and get away from Angor as fast as you can." Angor chose his words carefully. "Professor, it's my professor's decision. I don't know the reason." Angor didn't believe Angor's answer, but he kept staring at Angor. I only stared at Angor closely. From his small movements, the angle of his eyebrows, his heart rate, his sweat rate, and the pheromones he emitted, I was able to infer something deeper. Anglo asked, "Then why did you leave the dark realm alone when Rak Ksa saw you?" Angor considered for a moment and was about to answer when Angor added, "So, you found a way out by accident, right?" Before Angor could react, Angor smiled at him. "Thank you for your answer. I still have a lot of questions, but I'll leave it at that for today. Otherwise, Mr. Phantom's eyes can really kill you." With that, Angor turned around and prepared to leave. He suddenly thought of something and turned back to Angor. "Mara is right. Your personality is completely different from Mr. Phantom's." Angor adjusted his glasses. "Maybe the life of an academic is more suitable for you." Angor straightened his back and walked away. Angor, on the other hand, kept walking toward Greya. Angor felt like he was in a passive position during his conversation with Angor. Maybe it was the difference in strength between the two of them, or maybe it was something else. He remembered that he did not say anything useful, but Anglo's response was as if he had received a lot of information. Puzzled, he walked to Greya's side. Greya saw Angor's puzzled look and asked for the reason. Angor explained his conversation with Angor to Greya. "Oh, that's it?" Greya didn't mind. "Don't worry about that old pedant Angor. He likes to act like he knows everything, but I don't think he's really that good. Next time, don't just keep quiet when he asks you something. This will allow him to observe some real information from your body's reaction." Spivot chimed in, "Actually, it's easy to deal with Anglo. All you have to do is make up a story. As Greya said, that old pedant is best at collecting information, organizing it, and making up a theory. Basically, he's good at imagining things. You just need to fool him and let him come up with a good story in his head. Greya chuckled. Spivet is right. During the Demon Blood War, he used this trick to fool many prophets from Brilliance Plain. You should learn from him. Angor nodded and let it go with a smile. By the way, what happened just now? Why did they stop fighting all of a sudden? Greya shrugged. They're scared, I guess. Your professor didn't tell you the details, but I think Pain must have agreed to something. Otherwise, he wouldn't look so bad. Angor looked back and saw a group of wizards discussing something. As Greya said, Pain and Katesh didn't look happy at all. The mediation between magi could not escape the conflict of interests. Wizards cherished their lives, and they would always try to negotiate as long as they could get something out of it. Time passed. Angor was still chatting with the wizards at first, but when he ran out of things to talk about, he slowly sank into his own thoughts. He didn't want to forget about the mystery he felt inside Spotty. Let's go. Sunder's voice came from the other side of the spirit bond. Angor opened his eyes and saw Sunders talking to Greya and the others. Greya, take them back to Brute Cavern. Flora will take care of Spivet. Sunders tossed a gold coin to Greya. This is a pass to Phantom Island. Good will arrange a place for you. What about you? Greya frowned. I have something to do with Angor, so I won't be going back for now. But it won't take long. With that, Sunders led Angor out of the hall. Toby, who was perched on Greya's shoulder, quickly flapped his wings when he saw Angor leaving. Greya took out a single-use space capsule and handed it to Toby. There's a mana flower inside. Stay with Angor. He needs your protection. Toby flapped his wings, said goodbye to Greya, and flew to Angor's side. Angor patted Toby's head and asked Sunders what they were going to do. Was it related to the darkness? Don't worry about Sleepless City. No matter who asks you, just blame it on me, Sunders said. Let's go to the underground city. They've locked up all the infected apprentices there. Once we get the parasites out, we'll leave. The underground city of Sleepless City was similar to an underground market. However, the place was now filled with wailing ghosts and howling wolves. They could hear strange singing coming from inside. All the entrances to the underground city were sealed. The only way in was an open patio. Once someone was caught, they would throw the parasites into the city. The area around the patio was the most heavily guarded area in Monsoon Zone. Most of the guards were wizards. After going through several obstacles, they finally reached the patio. Did you see my student in Sleepless City, Sunders? Wallace showed up out of nowhere, dressed in pure white robes. Sunders glanced at Angor. You go first. The wizards guarding the area raised an eyebrow in surprise. They didn't expect Sunders to let Angor enter the underground city alone. There were thousands of parasitized apprentices in there. Angor nodded to Sunders and jumped into the patio without hesitation. No. Angor heard Sunders answering Wallace's question before entering the courtyard. After leaving the underground city, Angor took out his gondola and left Sleepless City together with Sunders. Angor was still in a daze when he got on the gondola. He only regained his senses when he saw the dark barrier and buildings getting farther and farther away from him. Professor, about half of the people in the underground city are still unconscious. Angor asked, why are we leaving like this? They're all independent apprentices, or apprentices from organizations that didn't negotiate with me. Saving them is a waste of time. You won't get anything out of it. Before the purification garden was opened, he once asked Nausicaa about the current situation of Midnight Sovereign in Floating Mech City. Nausicaa told him that Midnight Sovereign had regained its order, and the people were living in peace again. Perhaps Nausicaa didn't know what she was trying to say, but Angor did. Since the citizens of Midnight Sovereign were able to live in peace again, it meant that Sunders had saved all the infected civilians in Midnight Sovereign as well. He could save the civilians in Midnight Sovereign, but not the apprentices in Sleepless City. This made Angor suspicious. Since he couldn't understand, he decided to ask Sunders about it. Midnight Sovereign is located near Brute Cavern. Besides, the questing hall gave me a quest, and I'll get something out of it if I save them. Angor pondered for a moment. It was still a matter of profit. But he didn't think Brute Cavern's questing hall would reward him with anything good. However, Sunders still went to save the mortals from Midnight Sovereign. It was a matter of principle. He could save them, but they had to pay something in return. As for how much, that was another story. How did you get rid of the parasites? Sunders suddenly asked. Yes, sir. Sunders arranged several areas for Angor to save the mortals, and they each went to work. In the beginning, Angor did not move fast. But as time went on, his speed reached an astonishing level. Every time he entered an area, he would come out in a few seconds. There were hundreds of people in each area. Sunders didn't ask Angor about it because he was busy with his own area. But how did Angor get rid of the parasites without using his nightmare domain? Angor scratched his newly grown hair. I went in and told them to leave. Then they flew away. Sunders was surprised. You went in and said something, and they listened to you? Angor nodded. At first, he was going to use his nightmare domain to expel the parasites from Xian and Shiliu's bodies. But then he remembered how Froggy scolded the parasites away with his words back in the darkness domain. Angor didn't know there was such a way to expel the parasites. Later, in the dungeon, he tried to use a similar command language to get the parasites to leave, and it worked. After that, he was able to expel the parasites much faster. He didn't need to check if all the parasites were expelled. Sunders shook his head and sighed. I think the monsters in the Nightmare Realm are also divided into different levels. Weaker ones can't disobey the orders of higher-level monsters. You must be a higher level in the Nightmare Realm, so they won't go against your orders. He glanced at Angor's right hand, which was covered by the glove. Shava, Your Majesty. Sunders muttered in his mind. He wondered when he could solve the mystery of Shava. Angor also recalled what happened in the underground city not long ago. Sunders was willing to save the mortals because he had a vested interest. Angor was asked to do the job for free, but that wasn't the case. There were several special areas in the underground city where no one dared to approach within several hundred meters. This was because the people inside were all official magi. Sunders and Angor went to the area together, but Angor was the one who removed the parasites from the wizards' bodies. Every time he expelled a wizard, the wizard would owe him a favor. Angor didn't know whether the favor would be useful in the future, but he knew how valuable it was. Sunders gave Angor the favor, which was more than worth it for Angor to accompany him to save the mortals. Sunders was paving the way for Angor's future. Gondola flew across the sky leisurely. They were now dozens of kilometers away from Sleepless City, and the sky was clear again. Only a few parasites could be seen flying toward them. The parasites in Midnight Sovereign didn't have this ability. Without the parasites, they would lose their vitality as soon as they left Midnight Sovereign's mist-covered area. But now, these parasites were already dozens of kilometers away from Sleepless City. Did they mutate? Puzzled, Sunders grabbed a parasite and placed it on his palm. He noticed that the parasite was able to fly so far away from the nightmare aura thanks to a tiny golden dot on its body. The dot was so small that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Using a special device, Sunders zoomed in on the golden dot and found that it was actually a small segment of a golden string with strange runes engraved on it. The runes on the golden string were emitting a strong nightmare aura that ensured the parasite's survival. However, the nightmare aura would slowly fade away as time went by. There was no doubt about the owner of the golden string. So it's Yorkshire who changed the parasite's habits. Using this method, the parasites can go farther away. Sunders sighed. Is there really no way to solve the problem of Sleepless City? Angor asked curiously. Yorkshire, will you still be here? Perhaps. That half-passage that leads to the Nightmare Realm is still there. If the Queen comes to the Wizarding World through it, then, Sunders understood what Angor was trying to say. The sky of the southern Wizarding region is going to get darker and darker. We don't have time to worry about that. Sunders turned to Angor and said, besides, if the Nightmare Queen really wants to come to the Wizarding World, she can just use the plain passage that leads to Pakrati. If she didn't come, something must be stopping her. As for what could stop that existence, no one knew. Perhaps there was another overlord in the nightmare realm who was trying to stop her. Or maybe it was the world's consciousness. Or maybe she didn't care about the wizarding world at all. But there was no point in guessing. This was not something Angor, or even Sunders, should be concerned about. Sunders and Sunders remained silent for a while. An hour later, Angor finally broke the silence when he saw Sunders steering the gondola away from Parmajai Highlands. "Aren't we going back to Brute Cavern, Professor?" "Not yet. We need to find a place with a large amount of nightmare aura to solve the mystery behind your right hand." Sunders glanced at Angor. "Let's go to Fairy World. The plain passage that helped you grow so fast should have something we need." They first went to Edge of Night, then to Floating Mech City. From there, they flew to Silent Hill. In less than half a day, they arrived at Fairy World from Sleepless City. Once they returned to the surface world, they boarded gondola again and headed toward the place Angor remembered. When they arrived at the lake that led to the underground water, Angor was a little worried. Would Sunders kill Akiso if they ran into him? When he thought about the price of materials from wizard-level monsters at the sky auction, he felt a little uneasy. However, when they arrived at Akiso's cave, Angor noticed that Akiso was nowhere to be found. He couldn't even smell the snake stench in the air. However, the cave that Akiso dug for the dead people of Pakrti was still there. Sunders stayed there for a while to make sure they were all mortal corpses and lost interest. They went through another waterway and arrived at another lake that reeked of rot and grease. This was the stagnant lake near Pakrti village. Half a year later, Angor returned to Pakrti. There were no ripples, and the abandoned village didn't change at all. Even the rainbow dragonfly's nest was the same as when he left. When Angor arrived, the few rainbow dragonflies in the nest immediately praised him with their emotions. After going through so much, Angor no longer feared these nightmare monsters as much as he used to. He tried to tell them to stay away from Sunders, and they all understood and avoided him whenever they saw him. This was in line with Saunders' initial guess. The nightmare world had a clear hierarchy. Angor stayed near the nest while Sunders circled around the small underground space. A moment later, Sunders returned to the center of the space. Judging from the time, this village should have been abandoned for 1,000 years. "I think it's because of these uninvited guests from the nightmare realm." Sunders rubbed his forehead. "So, there was a passage that connected to the nightmare realm 1,000 years ago?" According to the nightmare realm space-time cycle theory, there should have been close contact between the nightmare realm and the wizarding world 1,000 years ago. But why are there no records about it? Also, why did the nightmare realm set up such a place 1,000 years ago? Angor had the same question as Sunders. What did the nightmare realm want by setting up such a trap? Could it be the outpost of the Queen's Patrol? As Yorkshire said, they didn't know the answer to these questions. Never mind. Let's not think about it for now. Let's enter the plain passage first and solve your problem. With that, he took Angor and flew into the plain passage behind the nest. To solve Angor's problem, he had to first observe the source of the problem. Why was his right hand absorbing so much nightmare energy and feeding it back to his mana pool? How did it help him grow so fast? One had to know that the mana source stored pure mana. How did the energy from the nightmare realm turn into mana when it was fed to his mana pool? What kind of transformation was taking place here? The best place to find out was the nightmare realm, which was full of nightmare energy. However, Angor used his soul to enter the nightmare realm. His experience in Sleepless City showed that his soul could not absorb any nightmare energy from the realm. That was why Sunders brought him to Pakrti. First of all, he was curious about Pakrti. Second of all, this place was where Angor became a level 1 apprentice. There must be something going on between the two places. There was a plain passage leading to the nightmare realm, but there wasn't much nightmare energy in the entire Pakrti. His right hand didn't move at all when he entered the cave. Come to think of it, in order to produce a qualitative change, it must achieve a quantitative change. And the best place for quantitative change was definitely within this planar passageway. Sunders noted down the coordinates of the entrance and led Angor into the dark tunnel. There wasn't much mana in the passage, but it was enough to pay for some simple cantrips. Sunders released a light ray which circled around them. Then, he led Angor to wander around the passage. However, not every part of the plain passage was filled with nightmare energy. The concentration of nightmare energy varied from place to place. After flying for a while, they finally found an area where the nightmare aura was stronger than the rest of the world. As expected, something happened to his right hand. He took off the gloves before entering the cave. Now, he could clearly see that his right hand, which was one size larger than his left hand, had undergone obvious changes. The green runes floating above his right hand began to change strangely. Wisps of nightmare energy poured into his right hand through the runes. "Do you feel anything?" Sunders waited for a while before he asked Angor again. Angor shook his head. It was the same feeling he had when he was in the center of the energy storm in Sleepless City. "Check your mana pool and see if it's changing." "Yes. The energy is flowing into my mana pool, and it's expanding." Sunders pulled Angor out of the area and stood in the air. There was nightmare energy here. But it was much thinner than the center of the passage, which prevented Angor's right hand from absorbing the nightmare energy. "How did you do it last time?" Sunders asked. "It's simple meditation. But it's much more efficient than outside," Angor explained. Sunders considered for a moment. "Try it here. I'll keep an eye on you." It wasn't hard to meditate in this quiet plain passageway. However, the primal mana here was thin, and Angor shouldn't be able to absorb too much of it. While Angor was meditating, Sunders noticed that the nightmare energy in the area was gathering around Angor and slowly pouring into his body. He didn't need to think to know where the energy was going. It must have gone into his mana pool. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Angor opened his eyes with a refreshed look. Training here was really satisfying. Just like when he created his mana pool for the first time, he could see the primal mana accumulating inside his body. "How is it? How's your training?" "It's about 20 times faster than outside. One day of training here was the same as half a month outside." Sunders already guessed it, but he was still surprised by Angor's progress. Sunders also tried to train here before, but nothing worked. It seemed that Angor's body was different from the others. Also, when Angor came here last time, he didn't fuse with Shava's right hand. So Angor's right hand wasn't the reason why he could rely on nightmare energy to improve his mana pool. It was just that his right hand strengthened or facilitated the process of absorbing nightmare energy. Therefore, Sunders believed that Angor's body was the problem of absorbing nightmare energy to improve his strength. Maybe it's the special effect of nightmare form. Unfortunately, his nightmare form was sealed away, and there wasn't a third one yet. He couldn't use more samples to gather data. Sunders paused and took out a piece of paper used for calculations. He also took out a convenient blue pen and quickly did some calculations on the paper. During the 6 hours you were meditating, your right hand absorbed energy equivalent to 6.5 regular nightmare stones. You absorbed almost 3 normal nightmare stones worth of energy from your right hand within a minute in the thick nightmare aura. While speaking, Sunders showed Angor some data he was working on. Angor could tell that Sunders' right hand really improved a lot. Both the absorption amount and efficiency were much lower than when Angor was training on his own. "Let's continue with the experiment. See if you can absorb nightmare energy from the nightmare stones." The conclusion of this experiment was negative. "So you can't absorb the energy from the nightmare stones?" Angor could not absorb the energy from the nightmare stone. Sunders had a general idea. The energy contained a certain amount of nightmare energy, but it also contained some special substance that made the nightmare energy extremely inert, which made it difficult to change its nature. "For the next experiment, I'll put my spirit power into your mind space and record the secrets of nightmare energy conversion, as well as the efficiency of your mana pool under different conditions." With Angor's permission, Sunders slowly merged his spirit power into Angor's mind space. Time passed quickly as they carried out various experiments. A week later, Sunders brought Angor back to the abandoned village of Pakrati. During this time, Sunders collected a lot of data, which allowed him to better understand Angor's nightmare form ability. However, the only thing he learned so far was that Angor's nightmare form could absorb and convert nightmare energy at an astonishing rate. Without considering the negative side effects, Angor's nightmare form was even better than many top-tier constitution types. Of course, there were many different types of constitution types. Sunders learned a lot, and so did Angor. Sunders didn't hide the data and conclusions from Angor. Sunders didn't hide anything from Angor. Also, during the week he spent in the plane passage, he did a lot of experiments and slowly figured out how his right hand absorbed nightmare energy. He had a general idea of how to activate the threshold of his right hand's absorption, as well as how to control the switch. The threshold of his right hand's absorption depended on the concentration of nightmare energy. The key to controlling the absorption of nightmare energy was the green pattern that appeared above his right hand. This was the third function of the green pattern. The first function was to cast an illusion spell with his right hand, which had an outstanding nightmare effect. The second function was to generate nightmare energy on its own, which was similar to a large nightmare stone. However, since the green pattern was similar to a nightmare stone, it could only be used to maintain a nightmare domain. The third function was to absorb a large amount of nightmare energy. Angor didn't know much about the green pattern yet, but these three functions were already very useful for him. Also, with Sunders' help, Angor learned a lot about the green pattern. At least, he could now control the pattern to absorb nightmare energy on its own. This meant that he didn't need to stay in his soul form for too long when he entered Sleepless City again. More importantly, he didn't need to worry about his power increasing due to the excessive amount of nightmare energy. Sunders did not see how such a method would harm his mana pool, but he was still worried since it was not his own doing. If it was not necessary, he would not use such a method to improve his strength. Angor's problem wasn't solved yet, but at least he didn't need to worry about getting stronger all of a sudden. The deeper meaning of the green pattern wasn't something they could solve in a short time. With that done, they spent another day in Pakrti. During this time, Sunders spent his time inspecting the place. He still had some doubts about this place. Angor also wandered around Pakrti. It looked like he was doing the same thing as Sunders, but he was actually looking for something else, the All of Eternity. According to the Grand Priest of the Krokiks, the All of Eternity had a black snake circling around it. Angor believed that the All of Eternity was Dodoro's bowl. After all, Dodoro was a mortal who could live for 1,000 years, which fit the description of eternal life very well. What Dodoro unearthed was the silver bowl he always carried with him. Before Dodoro learned the art of divination from Maya, he left the silver bowl in Angor's care. Angor studied it several times, but he still couldn't find anything useful. Since he was back in Pakrti, he might as well check if he could find something similar to the All. As it turned out, Pakrti was just an abandoned village. Angor didn't find any supernatural items. He did find several mortal medical books, but they were all rotten. When Angor came to Pakrti, he was still a step away from becoming a mid-level 3 fighter. But when he left, he was already a mid-level 3 fighter. There was nothing he could do about it. Even though he tried his best to hold back in the plane passage, he still managed to do so. That was why he kept a tense expression on his face as he left the place. There was always a sense of worry when it came to strength that was not obtained through cultivation. Sunders chuckled. I don't see any problems yet. But don't worry. Even if there are ways to fix them. They crossed several bodies of water and circled around the underground cave again. Still, Akiso was nowhere to be found. Angor wasn't worried about Akiso's whereabouts, but he was still wondering where Akiso went. Akiso had been guarding this place for 1,000 years. Why did it suddenly disappear? They climbed out of the lake and flew into the air. Angor took out his gondola and headed towards Silent Hill with Sunders in tow. Gondola moved quickly and disappeared in a blink of an eye. While flying in the air, he did not notice a group of people wearing heavy clothes on the snow mountain dozens of kilometers away. They were searching for something on the mountain walls and under the heavy snow. The leader of the group was a tall, thin man wrapped in a large black cloak. Sir, there are traces of excavation on the walls. We also found the remains of a ropeway. According to the archaeology professor's analysis, it has a history of at least 1,500 years. A middle-aged broker wearing a white fur coat walked over and reported to the leader. The leader nodded. Keep looking. It's best if you can find the way to the ruins. Understood. After the middle-aged man left, the leader slowly took off his hood and revealed a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He glanced at a quiet lake in the distance and exhaled a puff of smoke. The Serpent Kingdom he asked about from the Grand Priest should be around here, right? Let's go check it out. Maybe I can find something that can help me break through. The thick clouds in the sky dispersed, and the golden sunlight shone down, outlining the leader's face with a layer of golden hair. It was a handsome young man with a stubbled beard and a pair of mischievous eyes. If Angor was here, he would have recognized the man as Diablo, the shadow who said he was going to travel outside. In Silent Hill, Taurus sent Sunders and his apprentices to the teleportation array leading to floating Mech City. As the teleportation array flashed, he saw a black figure standing on top of a mountain in the distance. The figure was staring at them. It was Falca. He was still dressed like a Chunibyo. He stood in the distance and looked at them quietly. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Before disappearing, he waved a hand at Falca. Next, they appeared in the teleportation hall of floating Mech City. You know him? Sunders looked at Angor. Angor nodded. I think he's a relative of Mr. Taurus. A very conflicted young man. Sunders didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he escorted Angor through the teleportation array and brought them to a place closest to Brute Cavern. Now that Sleepless City had fallen, the closest teleportation array to Brute Cavern became the edge of night. Angor expected Sunders to tear open a plain passageway and return to Brute Cavern. However, Sunders didn't do that. Instead, he waited for Angor to release his gondola. If Angor didn't release the gondola, Sunders would take Angor on foot to see how vast the land was. Angor sighed and released his gondola again. The two of them sailed toward Parmajai Highlands using the sky as an ocean. Sometimes, he wondered if Sunders was hinting at something in this way. Should he craft a gondola for Sunders? Of course, he didn't ask Sunders directly. Instead, he tried to ask about Sunders' opinion of the gondola. Sunders raised an eyebrow and changed into a more relaxed posture. He crossed his legs and spoke to Angor. It's not as good as the best, but it's better than the standard vehicles from Brute Cavern. Angor didn't know what to think. It's okay, but it's too small. Make me a bigger one. Even if you become a wizard, this is enough for you. Sunders continued. So it's enough for regular wizards, but not for truth finders? What do you want then? Angor kept looking at Sunders. Enough chit-chat. I have something to ask you. About that puppy, how did you know it's a mystery spirit? Or should I say, a mystery item? Angor was just about to take note of Sunders' request when he heard Sunders' question. It sounded like Sunders wasn't going to ask him to craft a vehicle. What happened to you when you were swallowed by it? Sunders asked again. Angor calmed himself down and told Sunders about his experience. Everything he went through inside the Dalmatian's body was too bizarre. The rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of worlds. Angor couldn't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Or was it all just a dream? As Angor told his story, Sunders began to think about the strange things inside the Dalmatian's body. Soon, Angor finished telling his story. Sunders remained silent for a while. From Angor's story, he learned about the characteristics of mystery items, such as contradictory laws, endless cycles, and all kinds of powers that didn't follow the rules but were in perfect harmony. However, if he were to be asked specifically, he would not be able to tell where the mystery lay. Every mystery item had a unique characteristic. For example, they could copy things, pull people into dreams, move forever, and so on. But Sunders didn't find anything related to mystery items in Angor's story. Those civilizations and worlds were obviously made up. The conflicting laws looked like a lot, but they were also made up. Or maybe the Dalmatian wasn't a mystery item itself, but a mystery spirit. Sunders suddenly thought of something else. Oh right, the crystal the Dalmatian left you. What's that? The diamond-shaped crystal reminded Angor of his earlier guess. He took out the crystal and handed it to Sunders. Sunders took the crystal and studied it for a while. He didn't find anything strange about it. But he had a feeling that the crystal might be useful to souls because it kept calling to merge with them. Angor hesitated for a moment before he told Sunders about his theory. Sunders was a little surprised. If Angor was right, the Dalmatian's mystery ability was to devour the laws and turn them into physical objects. If that was the case, it would be unbelievable. The easiest way to determine whether Angor's theory was correct was to try absorbing the crystal. But before that, he had to examine it first. As for how to do that, the easiest way was to use Narda's vision. Angor was an alchemist, but he hadn't learned this cantrip yet. Keep it safe. Don't tell anyone about it for now. Once you learn Narda's vision, we'll decide what to do with it, Sundar said in a serious tone. Angor nodded with a serious expression. As for the topic of the spotted dog, they all had a tacit understanding to not talk about it again. But they still couldn't let it go. Half a day later, Angor arrived at the familiar natural abyss. They reached the bottom of the abyss and saw a mirror shrouded in mist. This was the medium of the mirror world, which was also Lady Mirror's body. Angor was worried that he might run into Lady Mirror here. If Lady Mirror asked him about the illusion he created, he would be in a very awkward situation. Fortunately, Lady Mirror didn't seem to care about the mirror world. They returned to Brute Cavern without a hitch. But before they reached Phantom Island, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Mr. Tree Spirit. Angor quickly greeted him. The newcomer wasn't wearing any clothes, which revealed his muscular body. The only thing covering his waist was a green leaf. Only Tree Spirit would wear such an embarrassing outfit. Tree Spirit greeted Angor and turned to Sunders. Yesterday, Wallace sent a message from Sleepless City. He wants you to go there. Sunders frowned. Did something happen in Sleepless City again? Tree Spirit scratched his ears. I think the people you saved are having trouble again. They can't control their bodies like puppets with strings attached to them. Some of them even wandered into the outer part of the city on their own. You can go there and see for yourself. Tree Spirit put a hand on Sunders' shoulder. Since they asked for it again, I'm sure you'll get a lot of benefits. What do you think? Sunders looked at Angor and asked, why do you think this happened? Angor pondered. We only expelled the parasites from their bodies. The golden threads still remain inside their bodies. And that golden thread is controlled by the puppeteer Yorkshire. Sunders nodded. That should be the case. You go back to Phantom Island first. I'll go check on Sleepless City. Angor hesitated. Do I need to go with you, sir? Sunders shook his head. No need. I won't enter the darkness this time. But I can get rid of the remaining golden strings. With that, Sunders disappeared into the horizon. Angor felt a little uneasy as he watched Sunders leave. His instinct told him that Sleepless City would continue to grow, especially since he just came back from Pakrti. When he saw the desolate state of Pakrti, he could almost see the future of Sleepless City. As for what Yorkshire's goal was, Angor had yet to figure it out. As for what would happen to Sleepless City in the end, no one knew. Angor shook his head. He didn't need to worry about such things anyway. Instead, he rode on his gondola and headed toward Phantom Island. The weather at Phantom Island was always fine. Following Drifting Cloud, Angor soon arrived at Phantom Island. His gondola attracted a lot of attention along the way. Most people were using brooms, which made the gondola look a little exaggerated. Fortunately, the gondola was hidden by the starry sky curtain, which prevented people from noticing who was riding it. Before he could enter Phantom Island, he saw a beautiful figure walking toward him from the sky bridge that connected the island. What are you doing here, Nausicaa? Angor was surprised to see her here. Nausicaa was holding a pipe in her hand while exhaling some smoke from her mouth. The smoke mixed with the clouds around her, giving her an ethereal look. She walked to Angor's side, bringing with her a quiet and elegant rose scent. I've been waiting for you at the Falling Cloud Leaf Station. I didn't expect to wait for a week. Nausicaa tucked her hair behind her ear and put on a strange look. Why do I feel like you've grown a lot stronger? That's just your imagination. What are you waiting for? Angor tried to change the topic. You asked me to help you check the Crocix bloodline, right? That's why I'm here. If you don't come back soon, I'll have to find a safe place to fuse with my bloodline. She spent a week in the wilderness, but she didn't look worried at all. Instead, she was looking forward to the future. Bloodline fusion is a risky thing. You must be fully prepared, said Angor. Of course. Not only have I been waiting for you at the Falling Cloud stop, but I've also gone to the Cloud Library to rent information about the Nade Demon's bloodline. I have a general understanding of the situation. Together with what Spivey told me, the risk is very, very low. That's good. He led her to the center of Phantom Island. Speaking of which, I've heard rumors about nether demons, but I've never seen one with my own eyes. Are you going to grow something weird when you fuse with your bloodline? For example, wings of flesh and a devil's tail. Need demons look very similar to humans, but their bodies are about twice the size of humans. If it has horns on its head, it must have a devil's tail too. Nausicaa shrugged. Well, I can't control what happens to my body. But I don't care about my appearance. I don't care what I look like. I'm willing to pay anything as long as it can help me reach greater heights. That was her nature. Her dream was eternal and immortal. But Angor knew that she had a plan in mind when she had to pay for what she had done. For example, freedom and bottom line, she would never cross them. However, if it was purely a change in appearance, it was nothing to her. She didn't care at all. Speaking of bloodlines, Angor couldn't help but think of his other best friend, Xylem. Speaking of bloodlines, Dave told me that Xylem disappeared before you went to the purification garden at Floating Mech City. I heard he went to bloodline fusion, said Nausicaa. Yeah. Dave said he went to fuse bloodlines. But it's been 4 months, and he still hasn't shown up. Do you know where he went? Nausicaa shook her head. She also looked worried when talking about Xylem. The Azure bloodline was a bloodline full of unknown dangers. No one knew what kind of danger it could bring. Besides, Xylem never showed up. Nausicaa couldn't help but worry. I don't know where he went, but someone might. Nausicaa pondered for a moment and said, someone might. Who is it? Under Angor's puzzled gaze, Nausicaa mentioned a name that Angor never thought of before. The Elder of Books. Do you remember what's Salem's most precious possession? Angor nodded. Anyone who knew Xylem, even those who only observed him, would know. Books. He always carries a thick book with him. That's right, it's that book. I don't know what he's thinking about. But his obsession with that book led him to meet the Elder of Books. The Elder of Books told him that if he wanted to turn the book into a spirit, he had to become a sage. That's why Xylem is so obsessed with the Azure bloodline. Nausicaa paused. Since the Elder of Books told him about this, I think the Elder of Books must know where Xylem is. But so what? The Elder of Books hasn't shown up for a long time. Nausicaa sighed. Angor was a little disappointed. The Elder of Books was the weirdest of the 3 ancestor souls. He usually stayed in Cloud Library and refused to meet anyone. Angor met the Elder of Books once, but he never saw the Elder of Books in the library again. Angor sighed. Well, it's his own choice, and we have to respect it. I just hope he's safe. Angor and Nausicaa both felt a little sad about Salem's disappearance. After a while, Angor finally broke the silence. This time, he changed the topic to the Crocox. He already told Sunders about the Crocox back in Floating Mech City, but he didn't go into too much detail. So, he decided to go through everything again, including the advice Sunders gave to the Crocox. Nausicaa didn't comment right away. She hadn't seen the Crocox yet, so it was pointless for her to say anything now. I didn't think Mr. Sunders would allow you to put the Crocox in his mansion, Nausicaa said with a surprised look. Angor didn't think much about it. His impression of Sunders was completely different from how the others saw him. Following the roars of beasts coming from the forest, they arrived at the center of Phantom Island. This was the first time Nausicaa came to Sunders' mansion. Even though she knew Sunders wasn't here, she still felt nervous. She didn't even talk much after entering the mansion. Mr. Pat. Butler Good came to greet them. Angor nodded and asked Good to take Nausicaa to the greenhouse to check on the Crocox. Meanwhile, Angor returned to his bedroom and changed into a loose wizard robe. The robe wasn't dirty, but Angor still felt a little disgusted after wearing it for so many days. He walked out of his bedroom and headed to the greenhouse. But before he reached the door, he smelled something delicious, which aroused his long-dormant appetite. In a daze, he followed the smell to the kitchen. At the entrance of the kitchen, he saw Hobbiton, who was also attracted by the delicious smell of the food. Even though he was dressed like a phantom servant, his short stature still revealed his identity. He was sniffing the air through the cracks in the kitchen. He seemed to be enjoying himself. It was as if he was eating a delicious meal just by smelling the air. Another phantom servant came to Angor, scolded Hobbiton, and dragged him away. "Greetings, Mr. Pad," the phantom servant said in a low voice as he walked past Angor. "You're number 233? "Yes. Number 233. When Angor was knocked out by Parasite Queen, this man disguised himself as Angor and took his place in the remaining matches of Sky Tower. Angor was quite familiar with this man's voice. "Who's in there?" Angor pointed at the kitchen. Before number 233 could answer, Hobbiton said, "I know. It's Lady Greya." Number 233 knocked on Hobbiton's head. "You have no right to speak here." Number 233's tone clearly showed his affection for Hobbiton. Angor didn't expect Hobbiton to live such a good life here. After saying goodbye to number 233, Angor returned to the kitchen. Just as Hobbiton said, he heard Greya's voice from inside. But it was not something nice. Greya was talking to someone, and she kept cursing and swearing. Angor pushed the door open a little and saw Greya. "You're back, Angor?" Greya looked at Angor. Angor chuckled awkwardly and entered the kitchen. He quickly noticed who Greya was scolding. It was another group of phantom servants, but they were wearing white robes instead of black. Angor recognized them. They were the chefs in charge of the kitchen. "Where's your teacher? He didn't come back with you?" Greya asked Angor while preparing the ingredients in her hands. Mr. Wallace summoned him to Sleepless City again. Angor briefly explained what happened in Sleepless City. Greya pursed her lips and didn't say anything about it. Instead, she kept complaining about how Sunders was wasting the food. Angor listened carefully and realized that Sunders was eating extremely precious ingredients. Angor already knew that. Since Sunders didn't have a gourmet wizard, the ingredients were simply prepared and served on the table. Greya was yelling at these cooks for not knowing how to cook these ingredients at all. They were messing around with the ingredients, which were supposed to be top-quality ingredients, and turning them into low-class garbage. Last time, Angor had dinner here, and he never stayed again. The food was too horrible, and he almost had to eat it raw. "I wouldn't have come here if they weren't so wasteful." Greya paused a little. "Since you're back, I'll leave some for you in the kitchen. Remember to come back later." Angor's eyes lit up. He quickly nodded in case Greya changed her mind. Angor left the kitchen in a good mood. Greya's food was not something that could be enjoyed easily. According to the rules, anyone who wanted to try Greya's food had to obtain a VIP card from Barbie's restaurant. Now that Greya was willing to share her food with others, Angor felt lucky. But according to Greya, the main ingredient for today's dish was mermaid shell. It would take some time to cook it in the ocean and could only be eaten in the evening. Angor took a step back and went to Nausicaa's place while he was making the soup. When he arrived at the greenhouse, Nausicaa had already finished her inspection. She was leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. "How are they doing? Can you solve their problem?" Angor asked. Nausicaa opened her eyes when she heard Angor's voice. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she walked outside with Angor, lit up her pipe, and began blowing smoke at the edge of the fence. "According to what you've said and what I've seen, their main problem is actually their bloodline. However, through their bloodline, a mysterious imprint has been produced in their souls, causing their souls to be unconsciously attracted to the formation you spoke of. It's not hard to get rid of the bloodline problem one by one, but it's not easy to get rid of the root of the problem." Nausicaa took several puffs of her pipe, and the aroma of silverscale rose filled the air. "Do you have any suggestions?" Angor asked. Nausicaa shrugged. "If it's me, I might need to do a routine dissection and analyze a large number of samples to get some clues. But that's not enough samples for the Crocox. I don't think I can find a solution without at least 100 test subjects." Nausicaa saw Angor's serious expression and spoke in a self-deprecating tone, "This is my best. Maybe my teacher, Mr. Fantace, has a better idea. But I'm sure he'll need a lot of samples." Angor rubbed his forehead. "So you're saying some of them have to die?" Nausicaa nodded. "That's the price of asking for help. But Mr. Sunders is right. You can let the Crocox handle this. If there were talented people among them, they wouldn't need to seek help from outsiders if they could successfully embark on the path of becoming a sorcerer. And they know their own bloodline very well, so they won't need a large number of experimental samples when the time comes, so why not? Angor remained silent for a moment after listening to Nausicaa's explanation. Indeed, it would be best if they could solve the problem by themselves. If he couldn't solve the problem after losing so many people, was he supposed to go to Sol Genesis Garden and ask the Grand Priest for more people? Angor nodded. Fine. Since both you and the professor said so, I'll let them deal with it themselves. If there's no other way, we can talk about it after I become an official magus. Nausicaa agreed, but she still had a question. Are you sure there's a talent among them? Angor turned around and pointed at the Crocox. That one, Papaya. My professor said she's talented. As for the others, we need to test them first. It wasn't a difficult test. Sunders already gave him a talent orb and told him to test them. Nausicaa put away her pipe and said to Angor, I heard you're going to leave Fake Continent and return to the marginalized island? Angor nodded. Yes. I'll leave in a few months. My professor is seriously ill, and he's waiting for me to save him. Nausicaa shrugged. I don't think we'll meet again until a long time later. I'll collect some information and leave Brute Cavern. I'll look for materials that can help with my bloodline fusion, and I'll rent a safe place in Immortal Kingdom to do it. I hope we'll both be stronger when we meet again. Same to you. I hope we'll both be safe. Nausicaa said goodbye to Angor in a carefree manner and left. Her figure disappeared into the smoke until it became a tiny dot in the air. Angor didn't know how strong Nausicaa would become the next time he saw her. But he still hoped that his best friends, both Nausicaa and Xylem, could fulfill their dreams. Besides, they had to survive in the southern wizardry region and go further. The path of wizardry was a lonely one, but as long as one's heart was not lonely, knowing that one's friends were always there, they would be a force to be reckoned with. He remained silent for a long time until the evening glow broke through the barrier of sunlight and lit up the horizon. Finally, he exhaled slowly and walked to the door of the greenhouse. Good stood at the entrance of the greenhouse. Although Good's face could not be seen clearly, his whole body was like a pine tree that had pierced into the cliff, strong and straight. Butler Good, can you help me set up a room with all elements? Angor asked in a low voice. Are you going to test the talent of the Crocox, Mr. Pat? Angor nodded. He could tell whether a Crocox had talent just by looking at their talent orbs. But since he was going to do it, he might as well make it more formal. If the Crocox really did have a talent, Angor wouldn't be able to live with himself if he remembered how the person who tested his talent treated him so carelessly when they became wizards in the future. Alright, I'll do it right away. Good seemed to be very experienced. He didn't need Angor to tell him to do anything. They were going to set up a half-enclosed seed room in one of the side rooms of the greenhouse. While Good was setting up, Angor entered the greenhouse. Most of the Crocox lived in the greenhouse, but they still lived in the skyscraper Angor built for them. Angor told Papaya about the talent test. At the same time, he told Papaya that the Crocox had to solve their bloodline problem by themselves. Otherwise, they might not be able to solve the problem even if all of them died. Papaya relayed Angor's words to the Crocox, and they all understood what he meant. They trusted Angor, but it was better for their own people to solve their problems than to leave it to an outsider. Moreover, there was a chance to become a magus. This was an exciting piece of news. This was especially true for all the clansmen present. Almost half of them were young people. They had not yet been infected by the coldness of the world, nor had they completely bowed their heads to life. They all had great expectations for the wonderful fantasy world of the wizards. Everyone, including Papaya, came to the seed room and waited for Angor's return. Although Sunders mentioned that Papaya had a talent, Angor still needed to check the talent orb first. Angor planned to take part in the whole process, but Greya told him that the mermaid scallop soup would be ready soon. If he didn't drink it right away, the effect would be greatly reduced. Also, Greya wouldn't allow her food to be weakened. She would rather banish Crocox to the void than keep them alive. Angor quickly headed to the kitchen. As for the Crocox talent test, he left it to Butler Good. According to Butler Good, he was also in charge of the test when Angkor traveled to other continents on his cloud whale. Since Good was experienced, Angkor didn't mind letting him do it. When he reached the kitchen, Greya was counting the time. "Half a minute later and you won't get the soup. I'm testing the talent of the croquettes." Greya knew what happened to the croquettes. "Too kind." Greya grumbled and didn't say anything else. She told Angkor that the plate on the table belonged to him and left with her own. He walked to the plate. It looked like an ordinary shell soup with green leaves and melted yellow cheese floating on it. He didn't smell anything special, but when he took a sip, his eyes lit up. He felt as if he was standing in the middle of an ocean, listening to the crashing waves, and looking at the endless blue sky. Schools of fish were swimming on the surface of the ocean. He heard the sound of a zither. When he looked back, he saw beautiful mermaids and mermaids. It felt like an illusion spell, but it didn't affect anything at all. Instead, it slowly entered Angkor's body and took him to a fantasy ocean. When Angkor came back to his senses, his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't know whether it was because of joy or because he was touched. Angkor sensed something special from the soup. It was the same feeling he got when he was immersed in the nightmare realm. It allowed him to gain some insights from the mysterious and unfathomable world. When Angkor finished the soup, Greya's voice suddenly reached his ears. "I thought this soup could help you improve your mind. However, I personally mixed it and added some top-notch auxiliary ingredients, so that when you first consume it, it can permanently increase a small portion of your spiritual power without consuming your potential. However, the ingredients are limited, so it can only increase your spiritual power by 0.5 at most." Greya paused for a moment. "Of course, consider it your reward for coming to Sleepless City to save me." Greya's voice fell into silence after she finished speaking. Angkor was still in a daze. Something that could increase one's spirit by 0.5 didn't sound like much, but it was always worth an unimaginable amount of money. Especially when it didn't use up his potential. Anything that could increase one's spiritual power was something that could only be found by chance. In particular, increasing one's spiritual power without consuming one's potential was even more precious. As far as Angkor knew, the best potion that could increase one's spiritual power was called Potion of Austere Night, which increased spiritual power by 2 points. However, the Aura Potion of Austere Night consumed all of one's potential. Once one consumed the Aura Potion of Austere Night, one's aura would no longer increase. Even so, the price of the potion remained high all year round. Not to mention, the mermaid scallop soup did not cost one's potential at all. In other words, a 0.5 spiritual power increase without any potential cost was far more valuable than the 2 spiritual power increase from Potion of Austere Night. This time Angkor had gained a great advantage. Back then, Sunders was the one who saved Greya's life, while Angkor only cheered them on from the side. It was a great fortune for him to get such a precious meal. After finishing the mermaid scallop soup, Angkor enjoyed the pleasant feeling of the food as well as the pleasant aftertaste. While enjoying the aftertaste, Angkor's spiritual light began to move. Many obstacles that he had been facing in the past were now revealed to him. For example, there was one thing that had been bothering him for a long time. How should he create an illusion that had both texture and vulgar? Amidst the reverberations, there was actually a trace of a vein. The illusion he experienced while drinking the soup not only allowed him to feel the roaring sea and the harmony of sea creatures, but also gave him a nosebleed-inducing feeling because of the mermaid's light attire. He could have created the illusion just now and replaced the cool mermaid with the handsome young man in the atlas of handsome men that Lady Mirror showed him. Wouldn't that have been the end of it? Angkor thought happily. The food made by gourmet wizards was amazing. It took Angkor several hours just to enjoy the aftertaste. According to the time, it was already late at night. However, the light inside the mirror world was different from the outside world. It was just a little darker. Butler Good also finished checking everyone's talent. After asking for Angkor's permission, he entered the kitchen. "Mr. Pad, we have the results." Good handed over a parchment. There were 3 names on the parchment: Papaya, Kudodo, and Lakoko. They all had Krokok's names. Now that he thought about it, Dodoro did look like a Krokok too. But Angkor was the one who gave him the name. 30 families and 76 Crockets were tested, but none of them were elderly. In the end, all 3 of them lit up their talent orbs. Good's voice was calm, but Angor could hear the surprise hidden in his tone. Back when Mara was looking for talents at the old Earth, countless people went for the test, and only his grandchildren, Alan and Aline, passed. He remembered that Emo Luo had once said that the ratio of talented people was 1 in 10,000. Angor only brought 81 Crockets away from the Soul Genesis Garden, and 3 of them were talents? Angor then thought about the Crockets who became Bogula's apprentices and realized that the number of talents in the Crockets was shockingly high. It was a shame that Dark Castle only treated the Crockets as raw materials for soul orbs. Otherwise, Dark Castle would have a lot of Crockets to support them. What are the changes they saw in the test? Angor asked. This guy called Kadudu saw a glowing green leaf. Good looked at Angor and whispered, the 7th issue of Abel's annual talent collection mentioned something similar. If I'm not mistaken, they're nature wizards. Nature wizards were the general term for wood elementalists. To Angor's surprise, Butler Good seemed to know a lot about the talent orbs as well. Good said humbly, Sir, if you accept a guiding mission, I will be the one to examine their changes during the test. That's why I've read a few records of Abel's talent collection annual, so I know a little about it. Angor nodded and gestured for Good to continue. This Lakoko girl, she rarely saw anything like that during the test. According to her, she saw a little flying pig that was shining with golden light and had a red cloak draped over it. A golden flying pig with a red cloak? Why does it sound like a character from a fairy tale? Angor wondered. Good chuckled. You're right, Mr. Pat. That's right. Lakoko said that the flying pig was the main character in Baby Pigman, a fairy tale that her late grandmother told her. Baby Pigman. What a terrible name. Angor shivered a little. Abel's annual talent collection doesn't have such a record, does it? Angor asked curiously. Good shook his head. It's rare, but there are records of it. According to the 323rd and 345th issues of Abel's annual talent collection, someone saw something out of a fairy tale during the test. One of them saw a character from a fairy tale, while the other saw an animal from a fairy tale. Although the 2 of them see slightly different things, they are actually of the same rare element. Good paused for a moment and slowly explained, summoning wizards. Occult summoning, Angor sighed in his mind. Summoning talents were really rare in the wizarding world. Summoning geniuses mainly studied summoning spells during their apprenticeship period, so their strength varied greatly. It all depended on the target of their summoning. Angor remembered meeting a summoning apprentice when he first entered the mirror world. Her name was Abel. Her summoned creature was a tricolored deer that couldn't run fast and had weak combat power. As a result, Abel became the weakest apprentice in Brute Cavern. She only accepted quests inside Brute Cavern and never left. However, Abel's summoning ability wasn't weak even though she was weak. Angor also met other summoning apprentices in the past. For example, Dave once mentioned the 3 heroes, 3 losers. One of them was Podongo the dog, but Fox Master, who fought Angor in Sky Tower, was one of the 3 heroes. His blood-eyed vixen was very powerful. If Toby didn't help him, Angor might not have been able to defeat Fox Master. This was why summoning depended on luck and wealth. Of course, this was only for apprentices. Wizards no longer cared about such things. Sometimes, the strength of a summoned creature didn't depend on its strength. Angor didn't know much about it since he wasn't a summoner. Did Lakoko summon a flying pig? Angor chuckled in his mind. Things would get interesting if that was the case. After laughing, Angor asked Good to continue. Angor was quite curious about Papaya's talent. She was the first Crocock he met in Soul Genesis Garden. She looked weak on the outside but had a strong mind. When Angor first met Papaya, she almost fooled Shadow and Papaya by showing off her acting skills. Later, when Angor took the 81 Crococks away, he asked them to swear that they would follow his orders. If Papaya didn't take the lead, the others wouldn't have obeyed him so quickly. Along the way, Papaya had taken care of the Crococks from top to bottom. She was not only a smart, courageous, and capable leader. Angor was curious about the talent of a woman who slowly grew from a bard to a heroine. What kind of talent did she have? The last one, Papaya, said she saw a plant seed falling into her forehead. It slowly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit, Good explained. Angor raised an eyebrow. So she's a nature wizard, just like that Kudodo guy? Good shook his head. Not exactly. Papaya's talent is hard to define. According to Abel's annual talent collection, there are many similar events. What do you mean? Angor asked. I think Papaya is a nature wizard. Mr. Pad, you're right. Papaya is a nature wizard. But the process of the seed growing, blossoming, and bearing fruit was recorded in the 77th issue of Abel's annual talent collection. She's an occult wizard, Good explained. But I have a feeling that Papaya is neither an elementalist nor an occult sorcerer. She's a bloodline wizard, Good explained. When a seed sprouts inside her body, it's not the blossoming of the seed. It's the location of the seed. It's the space between her eyebrows, which means it's inside her body. That means Papaya is a talent who knows how to fuse bloodlines with plants, Angor said. A plant bloodline wizard? Angor was puzzled. Plants could be extracted from plant bloodlines? It's called a plant bloodline, but that's just a more general way of saying it. It's actually a fusion of plant life. This kind of wizard is also considered a bloodline wizard, but it's not common in the wizard world. I remember Treeman Boko from Gravity Forest was a bloodline wizard, Good said. At the same time, he felt a little annoyed at his own ignorance. He hadn't been in the wizarding world for a long time, so he didn't know any of the common knowledge. It seemed he really needed to spend some time to learn more. As a matter of fact, Angor hoped that Papaya was a bloodline talent as well. That way, Papaya would be able to solve the bloodline problem for the Crockets. Judging from how Papaya treated her grandmother and loved her own kind, Angor could tell that she was a very responsible woman. Maybe she really could take care of the Crockets' destiny. Angor was glad that he managed to identify 3 new talents this time. He left the kitchen and went to the greenhouse to meet them. Apart from Papaya, the other 2 Crockets were a man and a woman. Kudodo was an honest young man. If Angor remembered correctly, Kudodo was the second person apart from Papaya to submit to him. Kudodo had his eyes on Papaya, and when he saw Papaya kneeling before Angor, Kudodo did the same. It could be said that Kududu was an honest-looking young man, but he was actually quite clever. The other woman was Lakoko, who was a summoner. She didn't stand out too much. She quickly hid behind Papaya and held a stuffed toy in her hands while looking at Angor in fear. Angor didn't know who she was. Maybe she was just a shy girl. Angor told them about the meaning of being a talent, as well as the cruelty and excitement of the wizarding world. While the 3 Crockets were still waiting for Angor's answer, Angor told them about the Crockets' destiny. According to Angor's observation, Kudodo was hesitant and reluctant to accept such an important mission, but he still nodded in the end. Lakoko, on the other hand, completely ignored it and immersed herself in her little girl's world. Papaya, on the other hand, was the only one who looked determined. Angor could tell that she was determined to solve the bloodline problem of the Crockets. Angor nodded in his mind. Maybe Papaya was the only one who could take on the mission. It's good that you understand. This is the only reason why you left the ancestral land and followed me. It is also the mission of your branch clan. You may have other dreams, but before you complete this mission, put them down and shoulder this responsibility on your shoulders. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Apart from Papaya, the other Crockets responded. Yes, sir. Angor raised his voice again. The 3 Crockets thought Angor was angry, so they all responded in unison. Angor nodded. To be honest, he didn't think the other 2 talents apart from Papaya were very reliable. Papaya, stay here. I have something to tell you. Lakoko and Kudodo, you 2 go to the door first. I'll take you to your identity records so that you can officially join Brute Cavern. When Papaya was still feeling a little uneasy, he spoke again. I've already told you about the bloodline problem, and your Grand Priestess has already told you about it. What I want to ask is, are you really willing to take on this responsibility and help the Crockets survive this disaster? Papaya nodded without hesitation. It's my responsibility. I won't say no. Papaya's eyes were filled with determination, and Angor could sense the determination in her eyes. All right. Since you're willing to do that, I have something else to tell you. Angor nodded. Remember, don't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you. Or, Angor was going to threaten Papaya, but he decided against it. Never mind. I trust you'll make the right choice after I tell you what I'm about to tell you. Under Papaya's curious gaze, Angor slowly spoke up again. It took him a while to finish. Papaya's rosy face was now as pale as a ghost. Sir? Sir? Are you serious? Papaya's voice was trembling. Her delicate face was as pale as death. Of course, Angor replied in a plain tone. Papaya was on the verge of collapsing. After a while, she knelt on the ground. Tears rolled down her cheeks and dripped onto the hem of her green dress, which looked like tender leaves that were soaked by morning dew. Angor could understand how she felt. Anyone would react the same way if they found out that their ancestors' souls were taken away by some unknown magic array and turned into soul orbs. Angor told Papaya the truth that the Grand Priest tried to hide from her. When they left the Soul Genesis garden, the Grand Priest only told them that there was a problem with their bloodline and asked them to leave so that they could find a solution. However, the Grand Priest didn't tell them what the problem was. Now, Angor was merely tearing off the old man's cover. The Grand Priest wasn't entirely to blame for their decision. It could only be said that it was fate. Isabel had saved them during the war. In order to repay Isabel, they had made this choice. They didn't know how serious the consequences would be back then. However, the Grand Priest, who had been protecting the law of living souls all this time, realized how terrible the problem was. That was why they begged Angor to save them from the abyss. Papaya's tears kept falling. She suddenly looked up and asked in a trembling voice, "Were my parents turned into soul orbs as well?" Angor looked down at her without saying a word. Papaya forced a bitter smile. Silence was the best answer she could get. What if my grandmother dies? Will she be taken into the magic array too? Angor nodded. No matter how far away you are, as long as your bloodline problem isn't solved, your souls will go to the magic array under Hippocratic. Papaya trembled and lowered her head, allowing her long hair to cover her face. After a long time, she slowly stood up and put on a serious look. I, Papaya, swear that I will solve the bloodline problem for my people. I will. She slowly stood up and spoke in a serious tone. I, Papaya, swear that I will solve the bloodline problem for my people. If I change my mind, my body will fall into darkness forever, and my soul will perish for all eternity. Angor was surprised. He listened to Papaya's vow. It was as if Papaya had grown 10 years older in just a short time. It wasn't just her face. Her heart and soul were all changing. For a moment, he saw Nausicaa's shadow on the palm-sized figure. Both of them were strong women who couldn't be defeated no matter how hard they tried. Angor suddenly broke the silence and said, "Let's go." Do you blame the Grand Priest? Papaya swallowed several times. She was trying to figure out what was right and wrong. In the end, she sighed. No, I don't. Angor nodded and didn't ask why. He was glad that Papaya was able to see the truth without being affected by her emotions. If Papaya couldn't accept reality, she wouldn't be able to go far in the wizarding world. Let's go. I'll take you to the Tree Spirit Hall. Angor considered for a moment. Calm down and wipe your tears. Remember, don't tell anyone what I said today. Papaya nodded. Before leaving the Tree Spirit Palace, Angor handed the 3 bone cards to the 3 apprentices, each about the size of a grain. Tree Spirit's joking voice was still echoing in Angor's ears. You just brought someone here not long ago, and now you've brought 3 more. Why don't you accept this year's guidebook quest? A guide's mission was a mission that both adepts and apprentices would avoid at all costs. The reward was great, but it would take a long time to complete. It wasn't cost-effective at all, and there might not be enough talents in the end. As a result, the number of apprentices who accepted the quest in the questing hall would plummet. Apprentices were already short on time, so who would accept such a difficult and unrewarding quest? In the end, Rain had no choice but to give the guidebook quest to wizards since they had a long lifespan. At this point, the official magi also began to act shamelessly. There were also magi who pretended to be sick and acted shamelessly. There were also magi who simply escaped to other planes. For example, Wallace was supposed to accept the guide quest last time, but he kept pretending to be weak. Later, Sunders decided to accept Wallace's offer as a favor to Rain since he needed to find Grea's Barbie's restaurant. It was obvious that the guidebook quest wasn't very popular. Tree Spirit was joking, but Angor still decided to accept the quest after a moment of consideration. He took out his bone card and saw the guide mission on it. His name was Angor. With Tree Spirit's authority, Angor accepted the quest without having to go to the questing hall. The minimum requirement for a guidebook quest was 5 people. Apart from the 3 Crocox he brought here today, Tree Spirit also included Dodoro, who was brought here not long ago. So far, Angor had guided 4 people, which meant he had completed 80% of the quest. Calculating the time, as long as he could bring back another talent within 2 years, he would have passed the guiding mission. Since he was going back to the old Earth anyway, he still had to go to the Land of Revelation to look for the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast hidden by Freud. There were a lot of continents on his way, so he should be able to find a good guidebook. With such a good idea in mind, he accepted the guide mission. The Crocox bone cards were as small as grains of rice, but Angor still managed to read Papaya's information. Just as Good said, Tree Spirit confirmed that Papaya was a bloodline wizard. As for the other 2 wizards, Kudodo and Lakoko, they were both wood elementalists and summoners respectively. Kudodo and Papaya had 15 and 16 spiritual power respectively. Lakoko had the highest spiritual power, which was 18. After going through the baptism at the altar of demise and eating Grea's mermaid soup, Angor's spiritual power was only 17. 5, which was still a small step away from Lakoko's 18. So this is the difference between natural talents. Angor sighed. Their classes were confirmed, but they still needed to go to the resource allocation hall to check their mentors. Last time, Dodoro did not need to go to the resource allocation hall because there was only 1 diviner in Brute Cavern. This time, there were still wizards who could guide the 3 of them. Some of them were very rare, but there were still wizards who could guide them. He brought the 3 of them to the resource allocation hall. After a series of procedures, the 3 of them were each assigned a mentor. Unfortunately, none of them received a golden poster. Kudodo's mentor was Rose Crown Leona. She was more famous for her alchemy and apothecary skills, but she was actually a typical nature wizard. Lakoko's mentor was Nether Whisperer Duncan, a summoner who specialized in summoning skeletons, which didn't seem to fit Lakoko's personality. However, Duncan was the only summoner who was willing to send posters to Lakoko. Angor had to make do with it. Lastly, Papaya's mentor was Ruthless Thorn Madeline. This was the first time Angor heard the name of this witch. Through the introduction of the resource allocation hall, he learned that Madeline was a bloodline adept. The bloodline she had fused with was a rare plant bloodline. Her surname was Celian. This was the name of a wizard family near the Goman Kingdom. Not long ago, the Celian family was wiped out, and Madeline, the only survivor, joined Brute Cavern. Papaya was her first student after joining Brute Cavern. He knew Leona and Duncan well enough. They were both proud wizards, but they rarely vented their anger on apprentices. As long as Kudodo and Lakoko didn't do anything out of line, they should be safe. Angor gave them a general location and asked them to leave with the posters. As for Papaya's teacher, he was a little worried. He didn't know what Madeline's personality was like. If she was like DeMartin from Miniature World, who liked to dissect people alive and treated their apprentices cruelly, it would be troublesome. Papaya was the most important factor in returning the favor to the High Priestess. She was the most important talent among the 3 of them. If something really happened, it would be hard to explain to the High Priest. Angor took Papaya to the Barterfly pub in the underground market and bought some information about Madeline for 1 magic crystal. Barterfly Bar did have some inside information about why the Celian family was wiped out, but it was too expensive. Angor was not interested in the so-called gossip, so he did not buy it. After reading Madeline's basic information, Angor felt a little relieved. From the looks of it, Madeline had completely joined Brute Cavern, and there was no news about her mistreating her apprentices. Based on what Angor knew, Madeline was a wizard who was inclined toward order. Although he could not completely judge Madeline's bias, there was no such thing as a black and white wizard, so there was no need to take it seriously. After sending Papaya away, Angor stretched his body and returned to Phantom Island. As a matter of fact, Angor already expected that the three of them wouldn't receive the posters. They were so small that they could easily fit 2 or 3 Crocots on their palms. They were naturally weaker than ordinary talents. As long as they didn't find their own path, they would always be the weakest among their peers. As such, many magi did not choose them as official students. This was a very normal thing. Still, Angor believed that being small did have its advantages. At least, they were much more agile than ordinary people. If they really wanted to grow bigger, they could do it in the wizarding world. For example, they could inject some giant blood into their bodies and become as big as a human's. In the end, what mattered was how hard they worked and how determined they were. It wasn't right to say that being small meant they could absorb less mana, which made it easier for them to level up. Like the soul land, the mind space was a general concept. The size of the mind space wasn't determined by the size of one's body. That was why the Crocots could absorb as much mana as humans after they started their cultivation journey. When he returned to the manor, Angor saw Toby in his griffin form again, which was being trained by Greya in the yard. When Toby saw Angor, he quickly put on a pitiful look and moaned for help. Unfortunately, Greya just bought Angor's mermaid scallop soup, so he could only give Toby a "there's nothing I can do" look. But instead of trying to persuade Greya, Greya took the initiative to talk to him. "I just heard from Good that you brought 3 Crocots with you to become naturalized citizens, right? Where are they?" Greya asked curiously. He didn't know why Greya was so curious about their whereabouts, but it wasn't a secret anyway, so he told her where they went. Greya raised an eyebrow at Angor. "You can just take them to Phantom Island and give them some channeling method manuals so they can study them on their own. Now that you've pushed them to outsiders, if they really succeed in the future, won't you feel distressed?" Angor was surprised. He didn't expect Greya to be so considerate towards him. He didn't think about the problem, but he didn't care. Papaya and the other Crocots did become successful because of their own efforts. Why should he feel bad? Besides, their ancestors were still in Angor's hands, which meant they were closely related to Angor. More importantly, when Angor took them out of Soul Genesis Garden, he made them swear an oath. Although there was a condition, they could not betray Angor even if they wanted to, as long as they were bound by the oath. Therefore, he really did not care who he would become a disciple of. Greya changed the topic. "I heard you're planning to leave Brute Cavern and visit your family. Is that true?" Angor gave Greya a strange look. He never told Greya that he was going to leave Brute Cavern. Greya cleared her throat and patted Angor's shoulder. "You and that little girl were talking so loudly outside. Who couldn't hear you?" "That little girl was Nausicaa, without a doubt." Angor remained silent. "If I remember correctly, we were talking in front of the fence at the edge of the manor, while Lady Greya was cooking in the kitchen. We were at least a few hundred meters away from each other. You know I'm making soup. Of course I have to use my hearing to listen to the bubbling sound of the soup. It's normal that I accidentally overheard it. But Professor's manor is made of Parmagi black stone, which is completely soundproof." Greya didn't know what to say. "Don't expose me, you know." Greya put away her whip and sat down on a chair nearby. Fine. I was eavesdropping." "Why are you so fussy about something so trivial?" Toby's eyes brightened up when he saw Greya putting away her whip. He reached out his furry paw and secretly gave Angor a thumbs up. Angor wondered where Toby learned to turn a blind eye when doing thumbs up. He walked to Toby and leaned on the bird's fluffy mane. "Yeah, I'm planning to go home in the next 2 months. What's the matter, Lady Greya?" "Nothing major. Just a small matter," said Greya. "It's about the illusion I asked you to make." Angor nodded. "Don't worry, Lady Greya. I already have an idea. I should be able to finish it before I leave." Greya nodded. "Good. I'm looking forward to your surprise." After a pause, she continued, "Although my Barbie's restaurant hasn't opened yet, if you refine an illusion for me, I'll accept it. I promise I'll give you at least 1 golden VIP meal for Barbie's restaurant." Angor was stunned. The reward really surprised him. Greya's VIP meal was something that even a truth-finder wizard would lose his or her appetite for. This time, you're not a mortal who was manipulated by a bunch of wizards in Barbie's restaurant. You can ask me to make a special meal for you. Greya winked at Angor. Of course, it won't be that easy to get my approval. You have to at least give me an impression like the Nightmare Realm illusion. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Angor suppressed his excitement and nodded. I'll do my best. I'll be looking forward to it then. Angor did not linger in the yard for long. He chatted for a while and left. Before he left, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Why are you staying at Phantom Island, Lady Greya? Is there something going on between you and my professor?" Nonsense. I'm not interested in a man who's cold on the outside. I have an agreement with your professor. I'll stay with him until it's fulfilled. As for the agreement, Angor already asked the same question in Floating Mech City's Blossom Manor, but he didn't get an answer. Angor nodded at Greya and turned to leave. Inside the tributary's laboratory. Last time, Greya overheard his conversation with Nausicaa in the yard. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to return to the tributary. He planned to create the illusion Greya wanted here. He already had some ideas about the illusion he was going to create before going to Sleepless City. Greya's illusion had two requirements. First, it had to be infused with the Nightmare Realm, and second, it had to be something new. Angor could easily fulfill the first two requirements. Secondly, he needed to find something new for his illusions. His plan was to create an open-ended illusion world without a main storyline, like Witch's Town or Nether City in the Nightmare Realm, where Greya could explore freely. Now that he was back in Sleepless City, he had a new idea. Angor went to the training ground next to his lab. The training ground was spacious and empty except for a few wooden targets made of special materials. The original purpose of the trial field was to allow wizards to experiment with spells or experiment with alchemy tools. Angor was here to finish his unfinished business in Sleepless City. He wanted to see if he could infuse the mystery energy into his illusion. Not long ago, he was about to construct a mystery illusion in Sunder's gravity garden when he was interrupted by Sunders. Later, he had to go to Pocrates, so he had to put the experiment on hold for a long time. Now, he finally had time to test out his idea. According to his plan, if he could really integrate the sense of mystery into the illusion, wouldn't he be able to integrate the mysterious illusion into the alchemy product? Originally, he planned to use the illusion to slowly understand the essence of mystery energy so that he could become a mystery alchemist in the future. But since Greya asked for something new, Angor believed that if he could infuse the mystery energy into his illusion, it would be something new as well. With that in mind, Angor began his experiment. He tried to recall what happened inside Dalmatian's body, especially when he was completely surrounded by mystery energy. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the same feeling again. But he could feel that the mystery energy had already entered the depth of his soul. Why did something happen again when he tried to capture it? Angor fell into deep thought. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt that the mysterious feeling had become unusually active. But when he tried to capture it, the mysterious feeling ran away again. It reminded him of the summer nights when he was a child. He could not fall asleep on his bed because there were mosquitoes buzzing around his ears. He kept trying to slap them away. But even though he knew that there was a mosquito nearby, he just couldn't hit him. After he gave up on swatting the mosquito still seemed to be teasing him, arrogantly watching from the side and not leaving. It was this feeling of being right in front of him that made him feel a little uncomfortable. He thought for a while and realized that he had the same feeling when he tried to memorize and replicate the mystery feeling. Trying to memorize something on purpose would not work. On the other hand, unintentional memorization could achieve great results. Why not completely eliminate all distracting thoughts and let nature take its course to guide the sense of mystery out? With that in mind, he closed his eyes again. A moment later, he noticed that when he did not pay attention to the mystery feeling, the memory imprinted in the depth of his soul slowly emerged. He felt like he was inside the dog's body again, surrounded by contradictory yet harmonious laws. He was completely surrounded by the unknown. His restless heart slowly calmed down, and he slowly fell into meditation. Time slowly passed. This time, Angor used his body to memorize the mystery feeling in his soul. He meditated for an entire night. At noon the next day, Angor slowly raised his finger with a peaceful expression. Layers of mana wrapped around his left index finger, and the cantrip model built in the axis of the universe began to show its power. The originally empty training field suddenly had a sense of spatial distortion. It was like water falling on a completely transparent glass window. The watermark became the evidence of space distortion. Next, a dense mist spread out from the distortion and surrounded Angor completely. If there were other apprentices around, they would recognize Angor's basic illusion spell, Mist Illusion. The illusion seemed to be completed, but Angor still did not open his eyes. His expression was still calm, as if he was waiting for something to happen. All of a sudden, a ripple appeared in the misty illusion. It was as if the wind was blowing. The white mist began to move slowly and disorderly, as if Angor was standing in the clouds. Woof! 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 A bark pierced through the mist. Angor opened his eyes. It was here. This was what he was waiting for. Angor calmed himself down and stood up from his cross-legged position. He slowly walked toward the source of the bark. After 2 steps, he stopped. The fog could not obscure his vision. Through the thin fog, he could faintly see a small figure. When the mist cleared, he saw a puppy sitting obediently not far away, its short tail wagging from side to side. When the puppy saw Angor, it stood up on all fours and kept barking at Angor. It was not a puppy. It was not a real puppy. But it did look like a puppy. This was one of the variables Angor incorporated into the mist illusion. When the illusion first appeared, he imprinted the mystery feeling deep in his soul into it. He didn't know what kind of changes would happen to the misty illusion in the end. So, he kept his eyes closed and waited. Finally, the variable he had been waiting for arrived. He saw a Dalmatian that was definitely not a product of the mist illusion. So this was the image created by his mystery consciousness? However, why was it this Dalmatian? Could it be that he was worried about her, so this Dalmatian appeared, as John once taught him, if you never forget something, you will get an echo. Angor did not know if his guess was correct, but he knew that the puppy was the biggest variable in the mist illusion. The mystery aura completely matched the name of unknown. Even Angor's own illusion had such an effect. Of course, Angor did this on purpose. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the illusion at all. But now, he saw the puppy. Compared to the mist illusion, the puppy was still an unknown variable, but at least it was under Angor's control. Angor slowly approached the puppy and crouched down. He slowly reached out his left hand and gently touched the puppy's head while the puppy wagged its tail excitedly. As soon as he touched the puppy burst. The spotted dog was like a popped bubble, instantly turning into a shattered shadow and disappearing. At the same time, a large amount of mystery aura escaped from the puppy's body and quickly filled up the small mist illusion. It was here again, the mystery aura completely surrounded Angor and froze his thoughts. Angor could only feel some enlightenment from the mystery aura. He didn't even need heartless memory. Instead, he could sense the mystery energy around him with his eyes and senses. I did it! Angor yelled in excitement. Angor did not want to rely on heartless memory to sense the mystery aura. If he wanted to study the mystery aura, he needed to see the mystery aura in front of him. And now, he did it. Although this mysterious power had a hint of an illusion, it was still very powerful. However, it was still useful for studying mystery aura. Angor could learn a lot from the mystery aura, which was full of conflicting laws, conflicting thoughts, and unknown thoughts. Unlike last time, when he was inside the puppy's body, he did not have time to do anything else because he had to copy and memorize the mystery aura. Now, as he wandered in the sea of mystery aura, he kept getting more and more ideas. After all, there were simply too many things contained in this mysterious power. Just those complicated rules were enough to dazzle him. But, in less than 5 seconds, the mystery aura was completely gone. Angor froze on the spot. Without the mysterious aura, the mist became a basic illusion again. He could not help it. After all, the mystery aura and the nightmare realm aura were two different things. The nightmare realm aura was just a feeling, which meant it could last forever. However, the sense of mystery contained many complicated things. If it were to be digitized, it would be an enormous flow of information that could overturn the sky. Besides, the mystery aura was very weak. 5 seconds was already the best Angor could do. He put away the mist illusion and rubbed his forehead, feeling a little tired. Using the mystery aura once was too tiring, but it worked well. Angor decided to rest for a while and experiment a few more times to determine the rules of the mystery aura. While Angor was trying to integrate the mystery aura into his illusion, something happened in the darkness of Sleepless City. A bark suddenly came. Woof woof woof. The puppy stood on top of the never-ending clock tower and barked toward the southeast. Brood Cavern happened to be southeast of Sleepless City. Hearing the cries, a fiery red fox flew across the dark sky with a fragrant wind and arrived at the top of the clock tower. I've finally found you. Minister Dim's messenger has arrived. If you don't return, Minister Dim will be angry. The puppy whimpered and lowered its head to the fox. Let's go. The fox picked up the puppy and disappeared into the darkness. He wandered in a lush forest, stopping here and there as if he was trying to learn something or find something. The wind brushed past the trees, causing the leaves to rustle in the wind. Angor stopped to listen to the wind. Suddenly, a familiar feeling flashed past his face. He opened his eyes. Found it. Angor leaped into the air and landed on a branch of a dragon blood tree that looked like an umbrella. Shuttling through the branches and leaves, he soon arrived at the center of the canopy. It was dark here, and they could only see a brown bird's nest at the intersection of the branches in the dim light. In the nest, a little sparrow with light yellow feathers was curled up in the nest. Angor could tell that the bird was sleeping by the rhythmic movement of its breasts. I've finally found you. He reached his hand into the nest, wanting to grab little Kair. But at this moment, it woke up the sleeping bird. It screamed in fright, flapped its wings, and flew out of the nest. Angor spent the next 2 minutes trying to catch up with the bird. Luckily, the forest wasn't real. It was just an illusion created by Angor. Little Kair relied on this illusory realm, so it would never be able to escape. It wasn't long before he caught Sparrower. When he touched the bird's feathers, he exerted a little force, and the bird immediately turned into a shadow. Then, a large amount of mystery energy spread out from the bird. Angor wandered in the sea of mystery energy for less than half a minute before it disappeared. After the mysterious power disappeared, the mountain forest illusion was reduced to an ordinary illusion. 27 seconds this time. Angor noted down the data and sighed. He was the one who created the illusion, yet he still had to search for the manifestation himself, and it took him a long time to do so. Well, he couldn't help it. Mystery always had an unknown property. Angor's illusion only contained a small amount of mystery energy thanks to his talent, which wasn't really mystery. However, as long as it had the name mystery in it, it had to be something that fit the description. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. It was like Pandora's box or Schrodinger's cat. Before you opened it, you would never know what was inside. Even if it was an illusion created by himself, he had to find the manifestation of mystery that was independent of the illusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find the unknown property of mystery if he already knew where the bird was. Of course, there was also a situation where he could grasp the whereabouts of the mysteries from the very beginning. That was, he had a deep understanding of the mysteries, or he had become a mystery alchemist and had come into contact with the mysteries. In that case, mystery was nothing but a thin veil in front of his eyes. A week later. During this time, Angor created nearly 100 illusions of different sizes and saw many manifestations of mystery. The spotted puppy and the bird were just some of them. There were also humanoid manifestations of mystery. There were also non-living objects like stones, boxes, books, swings, wooden houses, and so on. Even pure elemental objects like a breeze, a puddle of water, or a flame. Still, they weren't hard to find. Once, Angor created a snowfield illusion, but he couldn't find any manifestation of mystery even after searching for an entire day. It would be fine if he made a mistake and didn't find any manifestation of mystery. However, he could feel a trace of mystery leaking out of the illusion, but he just couldn't find it. After a long time, Angor gave up in the end. He didn't want to waste time. During these hundreds of experiments, Angor collected a lot of data, which allowed him to get a general idea of how long the mystery could last in the illusion. The tighter the logic of the illusion, the higher the level of the illusion, and the longer the duration of the mysterious power released after the manifestation was found. Among them, basic illusions could last the shortest time, which was about 5 to 10 seconds. As for illusions with nightmare effects, they could maintain mystic energy for a maximum of 1 minute. Although 1 minute was short, in this 1 minute surrounded by the mysterious force, as long as one tried to comprehend it seriously, there would be countless streams of data and information hitting one's mind. These streams of information contained a lot of mysterious content, and mysterious itself was all-encompassing, contradictory, and harmonious. With these streams of information, one could even comprehend many things by analogy and understand many things. However, understanding was only Angor's speculation. He believed that one needed to have enough knowledge in order to understand mystery. Angor didn't know if that was the case. Angor didn't feel like he was going to understand anything while wandering in the mystery energy. He was like a sponge, absorbing as much mystery as he could so that he could reach the realm of mystery one day. Angor's biggest wish was to create a manifestation of mystery that wouldn't disappear, something that could last forever. However, 1 minute was already the best he could do. If he could create a permanent mystery illusion one day, he would consider it a real mystery item. That was all he could do to test how to fuse mystery into illusions. The next experiment was to see if mystery could be combined with alchemy. From his bracelet, he took out a piece of blue desolation wood, which was sturdy and resistant to energy. It was a common, untired magic material. Angor was already familiar with alchemy techniques. In a few seconds, a miniature garden appeared on his palm. At the same time, he also integrated a basic illusion that was rich with a sense of mystery into this miniature garden. There were only 2 illusion nodes in total, and they seemed to be stable for now. However, he still needed to test whether the mystery energy could be used successfully. Since it was just a random creation, Angor didn't set up any power source when crafting it. He had to inject his own energy to activate it. Next, he injected a stream of pure mana into the wooden garden. In the blink of an eye, the training field had turned into a garden where all kinds of flowers competed in beauty. Angor walked in the garden while the petals danced in the air, and the fragrance filled his entire body. Angor walked around the garden several times without finding the manifestation of mystery. He would sense mystery energy around him from time to time, but he just couldn't find it. Angor wondered if he ran into something similar to the snowfield illusion again. When he was about to give up, he suddenly remembered something. Hundreds of flowers were blooming here, and the fragrance of the flowers was too strong. Perhaps the mysterious manifestation was hiding itself through such a method of confusion. With that in mind, Angor decided to block the fragrance. As he made this decision, the rich floral fragrance in the surroundings disappeared in an instant. Angor continued to walk around the garden. When he reached a certain corner, he suddenly stopped. A faint, sweet scent reached his nose. His eyes lit up when he smelled the fragrance. The flower fragrance in the illusion was created by deceiving one's sense of smell. In fact, it was just an illusion. However, even though he had blocked out the fragrance of the flowers, there was still a fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Obviously, this was something outside the illusion of the little garden that he had constructed. Something that was beyond the illusion of the small garden must be the manifestation of the mystery. Angor wondered if it was the manifestation of mystery this time, or the flower that was the source of the fragrance. Finally, Angor found an inconspicuous white flower hidden in the grass at the foot of the hill. This little white flower was the source of the fragrance. When Angor touched the flower with his finger, it began to sway. The fragrance and mystery energy it released were twice as strong as before. Angor squeezed a little, and the flower was crushed into pieces. At the same time, a large amount of mystery energy gushed out. The mystery energy lasted for 15 seconds before it disappeared. As soon as the mystery energy disappeared, he was freed from the illusion. According to this experiment, an illusion with a sense of mystery could be attached to alchemy materials. The illusions could only last for a short time, but they were still longer than the ones he used directly. For example, the garden illusion was a very basic one that didn't require too much logic. At first, Angor estimated that the illusion could only last for 5 to 10 seconds. However, it lasted for more than 15 seconds, which was much better than he expected. Angor assumed that the blue desolation wood's ability to conduct energy had improved the illusion a little bit. Since he had doubts, he might as well keep experimenting. In the next few days, Angor experimented with 14 different types of magic materials, which amounted to more than 50. These demonic materials were representative and unranked demonic materials. According to Angor's experiment, any magic material that reacted positively to energy could increase the duration of mystery energy. However, only magical materials that could increase the energy radiation could increase the duration of mystery power to the greatest extent. They could increase the duration of mystery power by about 2 times. Now that Angor knew what kind of magic materials he needed, he could choose the right ones for his alchemy. After several days of seclusion, he was surrounded by all kinds of small, delicate objects. For example, a miniature garden, monster sculptures, ornaments of flowers and birds, and so on. These were basically low-grade alchemy products, but if they were to be sold, each of them could be sold for dozens of magical crystals. However, Angor wasn't in the mood to sell them. He left them in the training ground and headed to his alchemy lab. Now that he had enough basic tests, it was time to put them into practice. Angor already had a rough idea of the illusion he was going to create for Greya last time. However, he had yet to decide what kind of jewelry he wanted to use. Last time, Angor was called out of the room while he was working on his design. He only managed to draw a small part of the design, which was still in his bracelet. Angor took out his design again and focused on designing jewelry that would match Greya's appearance. The feather earrings he made last time were just small items he made on a whim. They lacked novelty and were designed in the style of a pure girl, which did not really fit Greya's image. This time, Angor decided to focus on Greya's taste and design jewelry that matched her personal style. Pompous lady jewelry. That was his conclusion about Greya's taste. Even though Angor did not like pompous lady jewelry too much for his own taste. However, everyone had their own taste, so there was no need to be uniform. A pompous, upper-class design had to be eye-catching at first glance. Anyone who saw Greya would be attracted by the design. Next, it had to be luxurious to the naked eye. Last but not least, it had to be something Greya liked. The first 2 points were not important. More importantly, what kind of element did Greya like? Angor tried to recall. The current Greya did not wear any jewelry. However, when he first met Greya, she was wearing all kinds of dazzling jewelry. As for what kind of jewelry she wore, Angor was a mortal who did not dare to look at Greya in the eyes. He only remembered one thing about those jewelry: shiny. What other elements did Greya like apart from shiny? Food, Toby. These were the only 2 he could think of. He did not know much about food. As for Toby, he could use Toby's image to make something out of it. The tip of the pen scratched on the tanned parchment paper. The noise echoed in the underground lab from noon until 9 o'clock at night. It took Angor nearly half a day to finish the design. During this period, he also referred to some of the top jewelry designs on Earth in the holographic tablet, and then combined his own ideas and considerations to complete this work. In the drawing, there was an image of a bird and a griffin standing together. However, the bird had spread its wings, blocking most of the griffin's body. Only the griffin's majestic side face and its flaming tail could be seen. Both the bird and the griffin were silver in color, and there were many small diamonds embedded in between. It looked very complicated, but because the color was the same, it didn't look awkward at all. Instead, it created an extremely luxurious feeling. The bird naturally represented Toby, and the griffin was another form of Toby. Angor completed the entire design by himself. However, the combination of pure silver and small diamonds reminded him of a jewelry design from Earth. It was a Cartier classic from 1948, the Bird of Paradise brooch. The jewelry he designed was also a brooch. When worn on the body, everyone could see it at a glance. Moreover, the design of the brooch was very flexible. As a beginner in jewelry design, the brooch had more room to display than other jewelry. Angor looked at the design. At first, he was satisfied with it. But after some time, he felt that the pure silver color was a bit dull. He thought for a moment, dipped the brooch in the ink again, and lightly touched the bird's eye and the griffin's eye. One eye was dark red, while the other had a gradual layer of purplish red. It was the finishing touch that gave Angor a whole new look to his design. Angor heard John's story about finishing touches before. He always felt that it was a bit unreal. How could an eye bring a creature to life? But now, he felt it. When he put down the pen, the whole design seemed to come alive. Angor saw a small silver bird flying across the sky. When the bird's dark red eyes met his, the griffin in the distance couldn't wait to jump out of the paper and play with the bird. It was a beautiful and dreamy picture. Angor shook his head to get rid of the daydream. It was just a daydream, but it was enough to show how powerful the finishing touch was. 5 days later, the design on the draft was turned into a real object. Angor looked at the finished product in his hand with a joyful look. He used tiered materials for the brooch, such as mithril, ancient silk platinum, spirit diamond, blue agate, demon pigeon bloodstone, and so on. The result of the refinement was even more luxurious and eye-catching than he had imagined. Moreover, the materials used this time were all translucent and had the ability to amplify energy. The final product was not only unusually harmonious, but the amplification rate was also much better than that of a single magical material. Angor didn't test it, but he estimated that the mystery realization would last longer than he expected. It should last between 6 to 7 minutes. Unfortunately, Angor couldn't test it himself because the mystery realization could only be used once. But he could still test the illusion. At least, he could check if there was a mystery realization inside. In the center of the back of the brooch, Angor designed a clap-shaped power source that could be used to store small magic crystals. He took out a magic crystal and placed it in the power source. Then, he turned on the switch and entered an illusionary world. Half a day later, Angor exited the illusion. However, he remained silent for a long time with a strange look on his face. The illusion was an open one he designed from the beginning, which contained many exploration elements and some of his own ideas. As for the Nightmare Realm sense that Greya asked for, Angor simply filled the entire illusion with a trace of the Nightmare Realm. Practically every single location was suffused with a strange, silent, hazy, and frozen feeling of time. Moreover, it was filled with deep meaning. The illusion was successful, but there was one thing about the mystery realization that made Angor feel strange. He wandered around the illusion for half a day and still couldn't find the mystery realization. Fortunately, Angor sensed the presence of mystery in the wind from time to time, which meant there must be a mystery realization in the illusion, but it was hidden very well. Angor guessed that this was another case like the snowfield illusion, where he knew there was a mystery realization but couldn't find it. Angor considered and decided to leave it to Greya and let her find it herself. He would consider it a decryption element. The wizarding world wasn't a popular place for entertainment anyway, so he could just treat it as a game to kill time. As for the possibility that Greya couldn't find it either, Angor didn't think about it. If even a wizard couldn't find it, then he wouldn't be able to do it either. Angor picked up the brooch again. Among all the items he made, this was probably the most extravagant and eye-catching one. It perfectly fit the design theme of pompous ladies, and it didn't look as flashy as he expected. Angor wasn't sure if Greya would like it, but at least he liked it. There was a saying from Earth, it was easier to earn money from women and children. Angor didn't know if it was easy to earn money from children in the wizarding world. But it was definitely easier to earn money from women. Just think about the extremely profitable perfume market. The glutton flower lord scent Angor used to make perfume was sold by Leona to the witches in Brood Cavern for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Later, Leona went to Manda Plain's Fragrant Moon Alliance, which was famous for its perfume. This time, she probably earned millions instead of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. From this point of view, it wasn't too hard to earn money from witches. Angor believed that when he ran out of magic crystals, he could make accessories of the same kind and sell them. Maybe he could earn more money than if he just focused on making items. In the past, Angor always asked the seller to name the items he made. But recently, Angor had seen many top-tier jewelry designs from Earth, and almost all of them were named by the seller themselves. To prevent others from copying them, they all had their own trademarks and copyrights. Angor felt that this was a good way to go about it. Although there was no such thing as copyright in this world, many alchemists would carve their own exclusive marks on the items they refined to show their uniqueness. Angor decided to follow suit. Not only would he name his alchemy items, but he would also design his own unique emblem. Angor already put the emblem into the brooch during the crafting process. On the back of the brooch, Angor carved the emblem of a lion's heart surrounded by thorns. The emblem of the Pat family was a burning lion's heart. It meant that the fire of the lion's heart would never be extinguished. Angor originally planned to use the burning lion's heart as his alchemy emblem, but he didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to his family, so he changed the emblem from a burning flame to a mixture of thorns and vines. This way, he would not forget his lion's heart and would not bring trouble to his family. Angor also added a rune of concealment on the emblem. The rune would only show up under special circumstances. This was also to prevent pirated copies. Angor decided to use it as his alchemy emblem in the future. He would keep using it unless something unexpected happened. Now that he had the emblem, the most important thing was to name his future creations. As someone who had no idea how to name his alchemy items, Angor's IQ had already dropped to 0. Angor held the brooch in his hand for a long time, but he still could not come up with a suitable name. A pretentious one would not be welcomed. A simple one would not suit the luxurious look. Angor racked his brain for a long time and finally decided on 2 objects on the brooch. One was a flying bird, which represented Toby. The other was a griffin, which also represented Toby. Twin. Angor muttered, "Let's call it Fantasy Twins." It was the first day of the month of rain. Under the faint light of dawn, he pushed the soft quilt away, got out of bed, and walked to the window in a daze. He was going to pull down the curtain and go back to sleep. He had been busy for half a month, and this was a rare chance for him to rest. But when he walked to the window, he noticed that the window was pushed open for some reason. The bone-chilling morning breeze blew into the house. Angor's sleepy mind was instantly awakened by the wind. He yawned and scratched the hair on his head that stood up because of his nap. He turned around and looked at the bedside table. There used to be an extinguished oil lamp on the delicate wooden drawer. At this moment, the oil lamp was gone, replaced by a luxurious and exquisite wooden bed. White gauze curtains hung around the small bed, but the translucent curtains couldn't hide the spring scenery on the small bed. A gray bird was covered by a warm yellow down quilt. The bird's chest was moving up and down rhythmically. If one listened carefully, they could even hear the bird snoring. Of course, Angor knew who the culprit was from the scene in front of him. Toby must have been scared by Gray's torture at Phantom Island, so he came to the tributary to sleep in the middle of the night. Most importantly, even he had woken up, but Toby was still sleeping. Angor shivered and tried to wake Toby up. But his hand was halfway out when he retracted it. Never mind. Sleeping like this, he must be exhausted. He had been staying in the tributary for half a month, but compared to what happened in Blossom Manor, he could imagine how miserable Toby must have been under Gray's whipping. After letting Toby go, Angor enjoyed the morning breeze. Since he was already awake, he did not plan to go back to sleep. However, his mind was still a little groggy since he just woke up, so he did not hurry to wash up. Instead, he pushed open the door beside the window and walked to the balcony. He was now on the balcony of his bedroom on the 3rd floor of the Xenolab. There was a long path outside, which led to a small stream about 2 kilometers away. On both sides of the path were undulating dense forests and valleys. The mountain mist was blowing from the dense forests. He looked at the green world around him and stretched his body. He let out a long sigh as the cool breeze blew against him. Standing on the balcony for a while, looking at the green nature, he felt his mind slowly returning to the right track. He decided to go back to his bedroom and wash up. Suddenly, Angor stopped moving. His ears twitched. He seemed to hear someone singing on the other side of the kernel. But if he listened carefully, it seemed to be an illusion. He could only hear the rustling sound of the mountain mist. Perhaps it was an illusion? He pushed the door open and entered his bedroom. But just as he stepped into the bedroom, he heard another song. It wasn't an illusion. Was someone really singing? He turned around and looked at the mountain in the distance. The tributary was huge. The distance between each Xeno laboratory was hundreds of miles, and each Xeno laboratory had a radius of tens of miles around it. The Xeno laboratory belonged to its owner. If an outsider stepped into the area without the owner's permission, they would be killed. After all, the people in the alien laboratory were basically doing important experiments. If they were disturbed, it was very likely that all their previous efforts would be wasted. Judging from the distance, Angor didn't think the voice was too far away. It was probably only a few miles away. Who would dare to barge into his autonomous region? Wizards from other Xeno laboratories? If that was the case, it would be too rude. Angor considered for a moment. He put on a gray robe and jumped out of the balcony. No matter who it was, Angor had to be cautious if anyone stepped into his territory. With this in mind, he quickly ran toward the source of the sound. 2 minutes later, Angor stood on top of a tree and looked at the top of a col several miles away. He felt relieved. At the top of the col, there was an iron house with legs on it. Smoke was still rising from the chimney above his head. The song came from the house. He thought it was a stranger who broke into his territory. So it was the Iron Fortress. The Iron Fortress was free to move freely in the tributary. No one would dare to stop them. Iron Granny, who lived in the Iron Fortress, looked like a kind old woman. Angor once asked Angor about Iron Granny, but Sunders didn't tell him anything. He only warned Angor not to be rude in front of Iron Granny in a serious tone. That was the first time Sunders ever warned Angor about etiquette, even though he knew Angor had never made any mistakes in etiquette. It was obvious that Iron Granny was no ordinary woman. Since the song came from the Iron Fortress, Angor didn't think too much about it. Maybe Granny was holding a banquet. With that in mind, Angor decided to return to his room. But he only took a few steps when he heard the song changed again. It was a song he was very familiar with, City of Sky? Angor looked at the Iron Fortress in confusion. The music boxes with City of Sky were in Lady Mirror, Lydia, and Toby's hands. Why was the Iron Fortress playing this song? Did Iron Granny invite Lady Mirror to the banquet? As he pondered, the Iron Fortress seemed to have noticed him. The Iron Fortress turned around and hopped toward Angor's direction with its long, thin limbs. Hoot! 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 Angor was planning to leave. But since he was already discovered, he decided not to leave right away. Instead, he waited for the Iron Fortress to arrive. The Iron Fortress stopped in front of Angor, and a wooden ladder slowly slid down from the top. Angor quickly climbed up the ladder and opened the door of the house. Standing in front of the door, Angor could hear the City of Sky music even more clearly. The more he listened, the weirder he felt. The City of Sky was lowered in certain rhythms, and some strange musical instruments were added. It didn't seem to be the original version. Angor raised an eyebrow. Such changes made it sound more meaningful than the original version. Angor stepped into the house with a strange feeling. The furnishings in the tin house hadn't changed. It was still a hut full of things. There were flowers, potted plants, and bookshelves. It looked neat and warm. There were fruits and tea on the table. It was full of the taste of home. Lady Mirror wasn't here. Only Iron Granny was sipping tea with her eyes closed. Right in front of Iron Granny, there was an octagonal music box in the cabinet where the crystal ball was placed. The music box was playing City of the Sky. Good morning, Angor. Iron Granny opened her eyes and gave Angor a kind smile. Good morning, Granny. Angor bowed back. Iron Granny asked Angor to sit down in front of her. She poured a cup of hot tea for him. You've been staring at the music box. Do you like it too? Iron Granny stood up and walked to the cabinet. She picked up the music box and placed it in front of Angor. Your eyeballs almost fell out of your head. Look at it if you want. I knew you alchemists would be interested in this kind of thing. Angor chuckled. What's this music box, Granny? Don't ask me. I don't know much about alchemy. See for yourself. Angor was going to ask about the music box's origin, but Iron Granny misunderstood that he was interested in the box itself. Angor didn't bother to explain. He picked up the music box and inspected it carefully. This music box was different from the ones he made before. However, there was a familiar button at the bottom of the box, which was used to turn the illusion on and off. Some people simply liked music, while others liked to use music to complement the illusion. Angor set up a switch to turn the illusion on and off. He didn't expect the standard octagonal music box to have the same switch. Angor tried pressing the button. In an instant, his surroundings changed into a blue sky and white clouds. Angor frowned. He didn't expect to see someone pirating his music box while he was still thinking about the problem of piracy in the wizarding world. More importantly, the illusion was also pirated. However, the illusion wasn't good enough. The blue sky and white clouds were moving around, but they didn't look like anything special at all. Angor didn't feel like he was there. Moreover, as the music of City in the Sky reached its peak, the pirate did not conjure up the floating island that was supposed to appear. Angor clicked his tongue in his mind. The illusion wasn't good enough, but it was good enough. At least the alchemist and illusionist had reached a certain level. Most importantly, this City in the Sky had been modified by the pirates to sound even better. Angor was a little speechless. There were plenty of artists in this world. Not only mortals had great artists, but there were wizards who loved art as well. Wizards had a long lifespan. Even if they didn't have any talent, they could still earn the title of master artist. When Angor was about to ask about the origin of the music box, it suddenly changed to a new song. The next song was something Angor had never heard before, but it was definitely a masterpiece. It wasn't inferior to City of Sky at all. In fact, it was much better in many aspects. As the song played, the illusion changed again. This time, it was an illusion that matched the music. However, the illusion wasn't as attractive as the music. No wonder Iron Granny only listened to the song without activating the illusion. Still, the music box played one song after another, which made it look like a music player in a hologram tablet. This was the pirate's second innovation based on Angor's music box. "Where did you get this music box, Granny?" While the music was still playing, Angor closed the illusion and asked in a low voice. "What? You want it too?" Angor smiled. "I'm just curious." "Haha. You alchemists just love to get to the bottom of things." "Well, I guess I can tell you." Iron Granny pointed into the distance. "The owner of Anomaly Lab number 7 gave it to me. According to him, he bought it from Twilight Well. I heard it's quite popular these days. If you want it, you can go to Twilight Well and ask around." "Twilight Well?" Angor narrowed his eyes and muttered. "Here, have some tea." Iron Granny gestured for Angor to drink. Angor took a sip and tasted the bitterness in his mouth. This was the first time he tasted this kind of tea in Iron Fortress. Normally, Iron Granny preferred rose tea. This kind of tea was similar to Morning Dew, which was cultivated by John. However, it was more bitter, and it was obviously a mortal tea. The wizard from Lab 13 grew this tea in his own garden. "Ever since he left Brute Cavern, I've been taking care of the garden." Iron Granny sniffed the aroma of the tea and looked at Angor with nostalgia. "I used to hate this kind of tea, but I've been liking it more and more lately. Maybe it's because I'm getting older and my taste is changing." Iron Granny continued to ramble on about the tea garden, and Angor did not interrupt her. With the music and the tea, Angor felt much calmer. According to Iron Granny's explanation, Angor had a general idea about the wizard in Lab 13. It sounded like the wizard was a tea lover. A while later, Iron Granny finally finished talking about the tea garden. She pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something. "What a coincidence. The wizard in Lab 13 is related to you." Angor frowned. Iron Granny grinned, which made her wrinkled face look even tighter. "He's one of Sunder's first students, Sumesh. Some time ago, I heard that this kid has stepped onto the path of truth. Maybe, he will be back soon. The first thing he'll do when he comes back is to visit the tea garden. He's a tea lover." "Sumesh?" Angor blinked. Indeed, Sumesh was related to him to some extent. However, Angor did not think Sumesh knew who he was. "Thank you, Granny." Angor took a sip of the tea. Iron Granny mentioned Sumesh in a seemingly casual way, but Angor felt that she was trying to tell him something. Iron Granny also mentioned that Sumesh was a tea lover, which meant Angor should prepare some tea for Sumesh. Iron Granny sniffed the aroma of the tea and covered her expression. "Why are you thanking me? Everyone knows about this." I'm not giving you any advice. It didn't matter if Iron Granny was reminding him or not. He didn't really care about what Sumesh thought of him. However, if he could maintain a good relationship with Sumesh, he was willing to spend some effort to do so. At least I don't know. Angor shrugged. Iron Granny sighed. Alchemists like you. You just love to focus on your own studies. You don't care about the outside world. From Granny's words, you seem to be very familiar with alchemists? As soon as he asked the question, he heard someone calling out to him from outside the window, as well as some strange, rhythmic ding sounds. He looked back at the closed window and saw Toby, who had woken up at some point. The bird was flapping its wings and knocking on the window with its sharp beak. You. Angor chuckled and walked to the window. He didn't notice that Iron Granny behind him paused for a split second because he was too focused on Toby. Iron Granny was already sipping her tea. Can I let him in, Granny? Of course. I love Toby a lot. Iron Granny put down her delicate teacup and smiled at Angor. Angor opened the window, and Toby quickly flew inside. Toby didn't treat Angor as a stranger at all. He hovered around the room and landed beside the music box with a big smile. I don't know why, but Toby likes music. It was still sleeping when I came out, but now it's awake. Maybe it heard your music, Angor explained to Iron Granny with a smile. Oh, so Toby likes music. You can come here more often. I'll prepare some musical instruments or music sheets for you. Angor shook his head. Toby likes music, but he's tone deaf. What he sings is no different from noise. Toby grumbled at Angor for a while, but the great music from the music box soon caught his attention again. You seem to know alchemists very well, Granny? Angor asked a question he just asked. Iron Granny lowered her head and poured more tea. She looked a little sentimental. Then she pushed the cup to Toby. No, I don't. Angor was surprised. He meant that Iron Granny had been working in the tributary for many years, so she must have seen quite a few alchemists in her lab. To his surprise, Iron Granny gave him an answer he didn't expect. Angor nodded and didn't continue the topic. He could tell that Iron Granny didn't want to talk about it. Angor stayed in the room for a while longer before he stood up and prepared to leave. He had a lot of free time these days, but there were still things he needed to do. For example, he needed to send the Phantom Twins to Grea's place and prepare an illusion for Lady Mirror. Thanks to the mermaid scallop soup Grea gave him last time, Angor learned something about Lady Mirror's illusion. He wanted to finish the mission Lady Mirror gave him before leaving Brood Cavern. Angor stood up, but Toby kept looking back at the music box as if he didn't want to let it go. Iron Granny chuckled. You can have it if you want, Toby. I don't know much about music anyway. I'm just having fun with music on my tea. Toby's eyes lit up, but Angor quickly patted the bird's head and refused. No need, Granny. I can buy one from Twilight Well, and I can make it myself. Toby just wants it. Don't spoil it too much, or it'll get arrogant. Iron Granny considered and agreed with Angor's words. The music box wasn't worth much anyway. As an alchemist, Angor could make it or buy it himself. So Iron Granny didn't insist. Before leaving, Angor stopped at the door and returned to Iron Granny. He took out a fine-looking wooden box from his bracelet. This wooden box was carved out of ordinary fir wood. It couldn't even be considered a magic material. It was just an ordinary wooden carving. The outside of the box was engraved with bat and cloud patterns, both of which were very different from the wizarding world. The combination of these two patterns meant great fortune. The box was made by John before his limbs withered away. Here are some tea leaves from my hometown. You like tea, Granny? Try them. Angor pushed the box to Iron Granny. Iron Granny didn't refuse. She wasn't a tea lover like Sumesh, but she was a tea lover herself. She was willing to take care of Sumesh's tea garden for him. Huh? Something I've never seen before? Iron Granny opened the box and sniffed the odd-looking tea. What kind of tea is this? Iron Granny asked. Morning dew. Angor gave the morning dew to Iron Granny because he still had a lot of it, and he also wanted to thank Iron Granny for telling him about Sumesh's hobby. As Iron Granny said, everyone knew about Sumesh's hobby. However, Angor didn't plan to ask about it. If Iron Granny didn't tell him, he wouldn't know about it in the future anyway. Lastly, he also wanted to see what Iron Granny would say about morning dew, as someone who knew a lot about tea. If it was good, he could give the tea to Sumesh as a gift. Angor returned to his lab, cleaned himself up, and left the tributary with Toby. He didn't go to Phantom Island right away. Instead, he activated his bracelet's special effect, Infinite Reticence, and headed to the underground market. Since Iron Granny mentioned that the music box was quite popular in Twilight Well recently, Dave should know something about it. So, Angor decided to go there and ask about it. Besides, Nausicaa and Xylem were not in Brute Cavern right now, so Dave was the only one who could be considered a good friend of his. So he planned to meet up with Dave. Angor heard people mentioning his name a lot along the way, either because of what he did in the Purification Garden or because of his talent in alchemy. It had been 2 months since Angor came back to Brute Cavern, but his name was still being talked about among the apprentices. Unbeknownst to them, Angor simply walked past them without anyone noticing his presence. When he arrived at Prom's alchemy shop, he saw a group of people standing in front of it. Prom's alchemy shop didn't usually have many customers. Angor assumed that Master Prom's alchemy creations were on sale today. To his surprise, he was wrong. It wasn't Master Prom's creations that were on sale today. It was, anything else, Mr. Dave? A fat man with a big head and big ears took the single-use space capsule and checked it with his spirit tentacles. His face immediately showed a bitter expression. Dave, who was wearing a pair of goggles, looked up. No. I'm working on a new weapon. I don't have time to make these little things. Mr. Dave. Someone begged. Our alchemy team is counting on your goods this time. I can't just give you 3 knives, that's your problem. I can only make so many. Take them or leave them. Dave kept a straight face, but it wasn't hard to see the glint in his eyes. David waved his hand and said, let's go. I have to close the shop early today. You won't get any more if you stay here. Seeing that Dave had made up his mind, the people who were waiting for the goods quickly left. After everyone left, David showed a smug expression. He hummed a tune and prepared to close the shop and go to Butterfly Bar for a good meal. At this moment, David suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was a clear and elegant voice, but Dave noticed a hint of mockery in it. Mr. Dave, you've improved a lot lately, haven't you? It took Dave 2 seconds to realize why the voice sounded so familiar. Angor? His expression changed from surprise to joy. Dave turned around and looked around, but he did not see Angor right away. Just as he was wondering, someone patted him on the shoulder. He quickly turned around and saw a blond young man wearing a loose wizard robe. The man was leaning against the railing of the stairs and lazily waving at him. It's you. Dave laughed and walked to Angor. He put an arm around Angor's shoulder and asked, what brings you here, busy man? I'm not as busy as you are. Look, people are asking you to make something for them. Look at them. Angor pretended to sound strange. Right? Mr. Dave? Dave rubbed his nose in embarrassment and pretended to be angry. Don't be so weird. Speak properly. Angor shrugged and gave Dave a playful look. Dave sighed and rolled his eyes at Angor. He then spoke in a serious tone, it's all thanks to you. I learned a lot from you last year. Moreover, your Tang saber is very popular in the shop. Now, I have to forge more than 10 of them every week just to satisfy those people. So they're here for a Tang Dao? Angor was surprised. Oh, right. Here, take this. Dave took out a single-use space capsule from his pocket and handed it to Angor. There are about 1,000 magic crystals in there. I'll put 1 crystal inside for each Tang Dao sold. Here's your share of the profits. Once again, Angor refused. This was the second time Angor refused. Last year, Dave asked Angor if he could make a Tang Dao and sell it in the shop, and Angor agreed. Back then, Dave offered to give Angor a share of the profits. Angor did not expect Dave to still remember this. Like I said last time, I didn't invent the Tang Dao. Someone else did. You don't need to pay me any royalties. Although it was the first time David heard the term copyright fee, he quickly understood the meaning behind it. But to me, the method and key points of making the Tang sword were indeed taught to me by you. There is no doubt about that. Angor tried to decline, but Dave was stubborn. I don't need magic crystals right now. How about this? You can give it to me when you have 10,000 magic crystals in there. Brute Cavern's market should be saturated by selling 1,000 Tang sabers. 10,000 Tang sabers, it should be impossible. David, on the other hand, felt that the Tang sword had a bright future. It was simple and practical, and most importantly, it looked good. Compared to holding a soft rapier or a clumsy greatsword, holding it in his hand was many times more dashing. 10,000, wasn't it just a matter of time? Alright, I'll save up 10,000 magic crystals and give them to you when the time comes. You haven't answered my question yet. Why did a busy man like you come to me all of a sudden? Could it be that he wanted to buy some materials? Master Prometheus and I bought some materials from Twilight Well a few days ago. Angor waved a hand. I have enough materials for now. I bought a lot in Floating Mech City. I'm here to have a chat with you. There's nothing else. Chat? Sure, I was just about to close the shop and go to Barterfly Bar for a barbecue. I really miss the barbecue sauce there. David said, wait, I'll go and close the shop. Let's talk while we eat. With that, Dave went to close the door with a big smile. Angor stood aside and looked at Dave, who was getting excited for some reason. He remembered the first time he met Dave. The man tricked Toby into helping him with his experiments. Back then, Angor could feel the sense of inferiority and loneliness in Dave's heart. Later, Angor learned that Dave's teacher had passed away, and Dave was trying to survive in Brute Cavern alone. He wanted to rely on alchemy to make a name for himself. However, alchemy required a lot of talent and knowledge. Without a solid foundation, Dave was basically hopeless. Back then, Dave was in such an awkward situation. But now, Dave was brimming with confidence from inside out. That sense of inferiority was nowhere to be found. Angor chuckled. He was really happy about David's change. Nausicaa, Xylem, Davy, all of them were growing stronger. Everyone had found their own path in this confusing world. Nausicaa was determined to become immortal. Xylem was willing to risk his life to turn the book into a spirit. And now, Dave also found a way to realize his own worth on the path of alchemy. Keely, Alan, Sean, Shilyu, and Shilyu were all growing stronger. Angor hoped that he could travel further with them in the future and reach greater heights. Thinking about this, Angor couldn't help but think about the people who came to Brute Cavern with him. Did Nausicaa's subordinate, Ebony, stop acting like a pirate? Did Rafig and Orlando, who claimed to be his best friends but were actually very close to each other, reunite now? Did they no longer need to be separated from each other? Also, Foza and Lafitte, whom Angor had mixed feelings about. Were they still following different bosses? Finally, did Balba, who was the most important person in Angor's life, understand why Flora treated him differently? Apart from Hookdick, Angor maintained a good relationship with everyone else. Even Foza and Lafitte, who used to be Hookdick's henchmen, didn't get any worse after what happened to Hookdick. Angor hoped that these people could go far in the future. The path of wizardry was a lonely one. Only by using dreams as a horse could one live a good life. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, Dave came to him with a Tang saber in his hand. Here, take a look. I made this. What do you think? The future mysterious alchemist, teaching your most loyal follower? Dave handed the saber to Angor. Let's walk and see. I'm already hungry, Dave quickly said when he saw Angor standing there. Angor returned the saber to Dave. Under Dave's passionate gaze, Angor nodded and praised, nice. Compared to the Tang saber I made, it feels more harmonious. That's it? You're not going to teach me anything? Dave looked a little disappointed. Angor chuckled. Oh, come on. What can I teach you? I'm still practicing enchantment. You used synthesis to make your weapon. How am I supposed to teach you anything? David pursed his lips and helplessly put away his Tang saber. Angor was right. Overall, Dave's Tang saber was better than Angor's Tang saber. This was because of the synthesis alchemy. In essence, it was a deeper application of materials. For a weapon like the Tang saber, the most important part was the excavation of the materials. In other words, most alchemy items required a deeper understanding of materials. This was also the reason why synthesis alchemy was considered the mainstream in tooling, while enchantment alchemy was considered to be the last. They did not go to Butterfly Bar this time. Instead of sitting outside, they booked a small private room. While enjoying their barbecue, they talked about the recent news in the wizarding world. Angor was planning to ask Dave about the music box, but he was attracted by Dave's anecdotes. For example, the current situation of Sleepless City. According to Dave, Sleepless City had completely retreated from the monsoon zone. They were planning to leave the Evernight Kingdom and find another place to live. Furthermore, just as they had guessed, the area covered by the Domain of Darkness was slowly expanding. The parasites were also increasing in number, and they were getting more and more aggressive. Those parasites are too scary. I think the entire Evernight Kingdom would have fallen if we didn't have wizards guarding the area. Even so, some of them managed to escape and spread to other parts of the Evernight Kingdom. Not only did they cause chaos in the wizarding world, but they also affected the mortals. David said worriedly, "I'm afraid that the parasites will fly across the Parmagi Highlands and wander around here." "Don't worry. Lady Mirror is here. No parasites can enter the mirror world." Dave shook his head. "It's hard to say. Lady Mirror hasn't shown up for half a year. Now, you only need a pass to enter the mirror world. If someone from Brute Cavern is infected, they might bring the parasites into the mirror world." "Lady Mirror hasn't shown up for half a year?" Angor wasn't worried about the parasites. Even if the mirror world did fall, Sunders would still be there to protect Brute Cavern. On the other hand, Dave's information about Lady Mirror surprised him a little. "Yeah. But it's normal. I heard that Lady Mirror would go into seclusion for a period every few hundred years. Usually, it would last for several years, or even more than 10 years. That's when the mirror world's defense is at its weakest." Dave sighed. "I don't think so. The mirror world's defense can't be weak when Lady Mirror is in seclusion. I think it's going to get stronger." "Core wizards aren't stupid," Angor said. "Lady Mirror was in seclusion?" Angor was planning to finish the task as soon as possible so that he could deliver it to Lady Mirror as soon as possible. "That's right. You're right." David suddenly realized. "You mentioned that there are still many wizards stationed outside the darkness, right?" "That's right." Dave nodded. "You should know. Mr. Sunders is still there. Many Magus organizations have sent people over, and I've also heard some secret news." "Secret?" Angor hesitated for a second. Even though there were only the two of them in the room, his voice was getting lower and lower. "I heard that the darkness is related to the Nightmare Realm. There weren't many people there before. Only a few wizard organizations from the Evernight Kingdom sent people there. But now..." David clicked his tongue and took a big bite of the barbecued meat dipped in sauce. "It's overcrowded. Because the darkness is related to the Nightmare Realm?" Angor took a sip of the juice. The sweet and sour juice went down his throat. "That's right. The Nightmare Realm is like honey to many wizards. It's a place that attracts them. Maybe it's poisoned honey." Angor frowned. For some reason, the more people there were, the more uneasy he felt. Last time, they only went to Sleepless City for a few days, but this time, Sunders had been gone for half a month. Angor believed that there was something else going on. Next, Dave told Angor several other things about Sleepless City, but none of them were accurate. Angor knew a lot about the darkness, but he couldn't correct Dave's words since he promised Sunders to keep it a secret. But to his surprise, Dave did not mention him at all in the speech. It was as if Angor had never been to Sleepless City, and he was just a bystander without a story. Even Nausicaa and the others were not mentioned in Dave's report. But Angor clearly remembered that after they left the darkness and came to Monsoon District, if Sunders was the most eye-catching person, he should be the second most popular one. Angor didn't talk to anyone other than Professor Anglo for a few minutes because they left so quickly. At least, he didn't think he was the outsider in Dave's story. Could it be that someone had suppressed his part in this incident? If there was such a person, Sunders was probably the only one who could do it. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, Dave ordered another serving of roast meat. The new roast meat gave Dave a new idea. Instead of talking about Sleepless City, Dave began to talk about the recent happenings in Brute Cavern. Most of the stories about Brute Cavern were far away from Angor's knowledge, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Do you remember Black Jack? He's the one who beat you up in the shop last time because you're wearing something similar to Mr. Sunders. Angor raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. We even fought in Sky Tower. What happened to him? He seems to have thought it through. He no longer bullied newbies in Sky Tower, and he no longer hoped that Mr. Sunders would accept him. He finally accepted other wizards' posters and became Mr. Wisdom's disciple. At this point, Dave's face showed a trace of envy. That's Master Wanji we're talking about. Ever since Blackjack became his disciple, his talent didn't decline because of his age. His foundation is extremely solid, and now he's become a peak level 2 apprentice in such a short time. Sigh. The current Blackjack has already been called the successor of Nanagi and Vice, the two geniuses. Dave sighed. Back then, Master Prom beat him up. I went to Master Prom's place a few days ago, and he admitted that he can't defeat Blackjack anymore. Dave took a sip of his dark beer and noticed Angor's strange expression. It seemed that Angor was very interested in Blackjack's news. Of course. You're different from Blackjack, Nanagi, and Vice now. You're the most famous apprentice in Brute Cavern. You're the best apprentice in Brute Cavern. Dave was half joking and half complimenting Angor. Angor didn't really care about the comparison. Instead, he followed Dave's words. I didn't know much before, so I didn't think much of it. Now that I think about it, Blackjack's way of attacking is very special. He can use cards to cast powerful cantrips instantly. They're almost as effective as spell slots. Dave nodded. Yes, Blackjack's way of attacking is very special. Do you know how he came up with this kind of attack method? His talent? Dave shook his head. I don't know. I think it's his talent. But there are also rumors that Blackjack found something in the outside world. He always wanted to become Mr. Sunders' disciple, but he didn't until Mr. Wanji became his disciple. Most of his skills came from luck. I don't know much about it. Oh. Angor nodded. He was going to ask if Blackjack's cards had anything to do with runes. Since Dave didn't know either, he didn't need to ask further. Now that they were done talking about Brute Cavern, Dave moved on to Angor. Last time, after you killed Parasite Queen, you became infamous among the apprentices. But did you know that Parasite Queen's reputation was ruined? Now your reputation has taken a turn for the worse. Countless female apprentices are attracted to you, and some of them even come to the shop to ask about you. Dave winked at Angor. How about I introduce you to a few of them? You're not young anymore. You can look around. Angor snorted and changed the topic. Instead, he brought up the music box. Do you know where these music boxes come from? Angor told Dave about what he saw at Iron Granny's place. Hearing this, David looked surprised. The Phantom Soundbox has been very popular in the wizard markets of the neighboring countries. I thought you knew about it a long time ago. I didn't expect you to only hear about it now. Illusion Box? That's a good name, Angor said. What do you know? Tell me. I don't know. Dave paused for a moment and showed a look of righteous indignation. I only know that the person who made the illusion box copied your idea, and the illusion he made was really crappy. But since this is the first time something like this has appeared in the wizarding world, there are many apprentices who like to pretend to be cultured, and the price is not too expensive, so it's very popular now. Dave thought Angor didn't want to talk about it. By the way, Master Prom secretly bought an illusion box a while ago. He didn't tell anyone about it, but I found it by accident. He also wanted to make an illusion box and sell it, but he couldn't figure it out even after studying it for a long time. Maybe he knows something. If you have nothing else to do, why don't we go ask Master Prom? Angor chuckled. Now you're trying to ruin Prom's plan? Dave curled his lips. He knows it's your idea, but he still went to study it in secret. He's trying to poach your talent. Angor shook his head. It was normal for wizards not to do anything without benefits. Let's go. We're almost done eating, and I'm free anyway. Let's go check it out. When leaving Prom's shop, Angor was holding a music box in his hand. Prom felt sorry for Angor, and he really didn't find anything useful, so he simply gave it to Angor. You're still laughing? Angor glanced at Dave. The guy had been smiling ever since they left Prom's place. Angor had no idea why he was laughing like an idiot. That was the first time I saw Master Prom so embarrassed. That was so funny. Too bad I didn't take out my transmitter, or I could record that. It'll make me laugh for a whole year. Dave held his stomach and laughed loudly. Angor shook his head helplessly and ignored Dave's joke. Instead, he looked at the music box in his hand and fell into deep thought. He didn't notice that Dave's expression turned serious when he saw Angor in deep thought. The joy in his eyes slowly turned into worry. Don't worry about it, Angor. Just think of it as a mosquito bite. Those blood-sucking mosquitoes will be killed by someone sooner or later, Dave tried to persuade Angor. Angor was a little surprised. He didn't know what Dave was talking about at first, but when he saw Dave's cautious expression, he realized what he was worried about. To be honest, Angor didn't feel angry as Dave expected. As a matter of fact, Angor already had a feeling that something like this would happen when he first started studying alchemy. He just didn't expect piracy to happen so fast. When he first made the music box, he was just a nobody. He couldn't do anything about it. However, he was confident that if he could come up with something creative, those people wouldn't dare to steal his music so brazenly. He was now famous in the alchemy circle. If someone tried to steal his music again, they would have to consider the consequences. I'm not. I was just observing the crafting method, Angor said. Angor replied, I think this method sounds familiar. It's like alchemy, but it's different. What's the difference? Dave was still worried, but Angor's question quickly changed his mind. Illusion, Angor said. Angor explained, there are only two ways for an alchemist to incorporate illusions into his or her alchemy. You can either inscribe magewares and magic arrays that have illusory effects, or you can use synthesis methods to dig out magic materials that have illusory effects. However, both methods have their own limitations and aren't very accurate when it comes to controlling illusions. But this music box can accurately express the connection between music and illusions. That's why I'm confused. Maybe it wasn't made by an ordinary alchemist. David, you mean, I think he's also an illusionist. Or should I say, he knows some illusionist spells. Angor rubbed the surface of the music box and sensed the ripples of illusion nodes inside. Also, he's probably an illusionist. Illusion array was a branch of illusionist magic. Moreover, it was an extremely high-end branch that required extremely strong talent to learn. To learn illusion array, one had to know two things, alchemy and magic array. In other words, enchantment alchemists were naturally suited for illusion arrays. Just this point alone eliminated 99% of the illusionist apprentices. There weren't many talented occult illusionists in the first place. There wasn't even a single apprentice on Phantom Island. Among all the branches of the illusion school had the least number of people. It could be said that it was 1 in 10,000. Illusion array had a high requirement to learn, but it also meant more benefits. There were two branches of illusionist magic known as world illusion. One was mirage, and the other was illusion array. World illusion didn't refer to a single type of illusion. Instead, it meant that this type of illusion could cover the entire world. In other words, an illusion encompassed the entire world. Since the birth of illusionist magic, only mirage and illusion array could reach this level. Of course, a world illusion didn't mean that it could destroy a world. Its power depended on how it was used. Many illusionist spells could even destroy a world if used correctly. However, they didn't have to be world illusionists. In the wizarding world, most world illusionists studied world illusionist spells based on their coverage, not their strength. However, from this point, one could see how powerful the illusion array school was. He also learned some related cantrips, such as flame array, which was a type of illusion array. Not only did it cover a wide area, but it was also quite powerful. So it's an illusion array. No wonder Master Prom couldn't figure it out. David sighed. He knew very well that although the illusion array was a part of alchemy, it was still fundamentally different from alchemy. Then he thought of something else. If it's an illusion array, it shouldn't be hard to find the creator of the sonar box. Someone who knows alchemy, magic array, and illusionist spells. I don't think there are many of them, right? The range of the sonar box covers several neighboring countries, so the creator must be in that area as well. Angor nodded. He didn't want to look for that person, but he still gave Dave an idea. Prom said that a sonar box only costs a few dozen magic crystals. I checked and found that the cost of a sonar box is about 10 magic crystals, which isn't very profitable among alchemy products. Even if it's a small profit, it won't make a lot of magic crystals. Dave immediately understood. It's not hard for wizards to earn magic crystals. But that person didn't give up such a small profit. I don't think he's a wizard. Besides, I don't think he's that good at alchemy. This is the only way he can make money. An illusory magic array apprentice. He knows a bit of alchemy, but he's not too strong. Combining all this information, we only need to go to the Butterfly Bar to post a mission. Finding him will be a piece of cake. David was pleasantly surprised. Come on. Let's go to Butterfly Bar now. Angor grabbed Dave's hand and asked, why are we looking for him? Your idea was stolen. Don't you feel angry? Let's find him and get our revenge. At the very least, we have to get your copyright fees from that guy? David said. No need. Dave didn't understand. It's a waste of time and energy. Instead of thinking about such trivial things, it's better to stuff more useful knowledge into your brain, Angor said. Dave didn't want to give up. I don't want revenge, but since I asked you about it, I have my own plans. Angor wasn't really angry about it, but he didn't like this kind of behavior. Of course, he didn't want to use this chance to get revenge. But he had his own plan. He had just created his own unique alchemy emblem yesterday, but now he was the only one who knew about it. No one else recognized this emblem. He didn't want to make the emblem into some luxurious brand, but he had to at least make sure it was recognized by the alchemy circle and the wizarding world. Angor was wondering if he should use Mitra's connections to spread the word about his emblem. That would achieve his goal, but it would hurt his reputation. Besides, even if people recognized his emblem, they would only see it as an empty concept. They couldn't see the real thing, so they couldn't fully accept it. But now, he had a chance. Comparisons always hurt people. In the wizarding world, where there was a huge gap between authentic and pirated products, there was a huge gap between them. Why did the Phantom Soundbox become so popular? Angor didn't want to think about it, but he didn't think he could escape from the creative economy. Since the market was so popular now, he only needed to release an authentic Phantom Soundbox that was better than it in all aspects, and he could quickly spread the word about his emblem. Besides, Twilight Auction just sold his alchemy music box not long ago. Naturally, there would be adepts who had participated in the auction to judge who was the original and who was the pirated version. He pulled Dave to his ear and whispered his plan to him. Dave's eyes lit up. He clenched one hand into a fist and the other into a fist. Great idea. Not only can we promote your emblem, but we can also beat down that pirate. I reckon that once the genuine version appears, that fellow will be cursed by the people who bought his illusory sound box. Angor put a finger to his lips. It's not promotion. Don't make it sound like I'm promoting my own emblem. It was true that he was doing this to promote his emblem, but it would be too low class if he just said it out loud. At least, he should make it look like a drinker accidentally found a tavern with the best wine in the world. David snickered. Of course, he knew what his friend was trying to say. I know what you mean. Just leave it to me. Dave patted his chest and assured Angor. I won't let you work for free. I'll give you a 10% commission. Angor smiled. Dave accepted the offer without hesitation. But soon, he looked a little worried. I know what you're trying to say, Angor. But you have to make sure your alchemy work is much better than the pirate, both in terms of technique and quality. If you can't do that, your work won't sell well. Don't worry. You saw how good it was at Twilight Auction, didn't you? He put a hand on Dave's shoulder. Also, I learned a new trump card recently. I think it'll be quite effective. Dave was a little surprised. He did not ask what trump card was. If it was some kind of private alchemy technique, he would be in an awkward position. Speaking of which, there's one thing I admire about that phantom soundbox, Angor sighed. Angor sighed. He improved my music and made it much better than the original. Are you talking about the song City in the Sky? Is it good? I don't think so. I didn't hear anything different, Dave wondered. Angor glanced at Dave but did not say anything. Angor didn't say anything, but Dave felt like he was being looked down upon. Come find me at the tributary the day after tomorrow. I'll tell Iron Granny about it, and I'll give you the finished product. Dave nodded. They parted ways in the apprentice town. Dave went back to the underground market while Angor headed to Phantom Island. Near the manor in the center of Phantom Island, near the lake, there was an extravagant magic hut shrouded in purple gauze. This was Grea's temporary residence. Good offered to arrange a room for Greya at Phantom Island, but Greya refused. She chose to build her own hut by the lake. Ever since she moved to Phantom Island, she was labeled as Sunder's suspected lover. If it were her old self, she would not care about such rumors. In fact, she would be happy to bring some trouble to Sunder's. However, she did not want to attract too much attention since she was not as strong as before. She did not choose to live in Sunder's mansion to minimize her presence. Greya had been living in the hut for half a month. Greya sat in front of her desk and wrote down several runes on a piece of white paper with a fountain pen in the shape of a purple star. No one could understand these runes because they were related to the Genesis spell. Suddenly, one of the runes was interrupted, and all the subsequent calculations became blank. Greya rubbed her forehead impatiently. She put down her pen, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it into a wastebasket. Ugh! Greya stood up and walked to the window. She looked at the sparkling lake and tried to calm herself down. But after a long while, her eyes were still filled with impatience. Even the beautiful scenery could not soothe the restlessness in her heart. She had too many things to worry about these days. What happened in Sleepless City might not be obvious, but her strength had been greatly weakened. In the wizarding world where strength was everything, this was something that troubled her a lot. Besides, her other soul, the original owner of this body, had fallen into a long slumber because of Felicia's spirit wine. However, after what happened in Sleepless City, her other soul was showing signs of waking up. Once her soul woke up, every part of her body, from her muscles to her blood, would serve her. It would be difficult for Greya to walk around freely again. Besides, Greya could not let go of the lost employees of Barbie's restaurant. Her biggest worry was the loss of her physical body. Also, she had not heard from Sunders for a long time, which made her uneasy about her future. Greya heaved a long sigh and glanced at the pile of paper in the wastepaper basket. She also had to worry about spell derivation. Ever since she stepped onto the path of truth with her incredible achievement, Genesis, she had been stuck in a bottleneck. As a result, she was stuck at a bottleneck. She was unable to develop any new spells, and this troubled her greatly. This problem was not as big as the loss of her body. Her body represented her foundation. New spells meant her future. Greya was stuck in both of these major obstacles. Together, they were the real reason why Greya was so frustrated. Life was full of ups and downs, and there were always peaks and valleys. Greya was at her lowest point right now. She could not achieve any of her goals, and she kept getting hit by setbacks. No matter how brave she was starting to feel restless. After standing by the window for a long time, Greya sighed deeply and sat back down in front of her desk. She could not do anything else right now. Whether it was recovering her strength, suppressing her original soul, or searching for the employees of Barbie's restaurant, she had to return to her body. The only thing she could do right now was to derive new spells. The path of truth she chose had a high starting point, creation. There were too many uncertainties if she wanted to continue her research at this starting point. When she became a truth finder, the great being from Candy House told her that the creation spell she created was a beautiful misunderstanding. She did not even know the basics of creation yet. He warned Greya that the path of creation was not something she could learn at the moment, and advised her to find another path to determine her future direction. Or, to put it in another way, she needed to perfect the foundation of creation. Only when she became a legendary warrior could she study this path. Otherwise, not only would she fail, but she would also be killed by the world's consciousness. At first, Greya did not trust that great being. She still spent a long, stubborn time and energy on the path of creation, using the creation spell as a starting point. It was not until 30 years ago that Greya truly understood that the path of creation was not impossible. It was just that she had not solved some fundamental problems regarding the concept of creation, and it was not a path she could take at the moment. She only became a truth finder because of the creation spell. Later on, she realized that the great being was right. Becoming a legend was the true starting point of creation. She was only a level 1 wizard now, 3 tiers away from becoming a legend. Before that, she had to make a choice. She could either give up on the path of creation and choose another path. Or she could continue on the path of creation, but she had to perfect the foundation of creation first. Otherwise, she would be stuck on the same spot, or she would return to being a normal wizard and gradually lose her strength. As a matter of fact, it was easier to choose a new path than to continue on the path of creation. Because walking on the path of creation and reaching the legendary stage, one would inevitably come into contact with the law of creation. This law was the virgin land of the world's will. The slightest bit of carelessness would lead to the interception and killing of the world's will. Moreover, the path of creation was far more difficult than anything else. However, after careful consideration, Greya still chose to pursue the path of creation. The other magi walked the path of creation in order to create their own utopias. Greya, on the other hand, chose this path because she wanted to create more ingredients. Since he had chosen this path, he had to walk it without hesitation. Whether it was setting a new path or perfecting the foundation of creation, it had to be approved by the Great Will first. For example, constructing a new spell and triggering a phenomenon in the world. In the eyes of the public, this phenomenon was known as being recognized by the world's will, but in the circle of truthfinder wizards, there was a different term. You've been targeted by the Great Will. As for whether being targeted is good or bad, whether it's recognition or rejection, no one can say. Perhaps high-level wizards could figure it out. However, in the entire southern wizarding region, there was not even a single mid-tier wizard who had reached the legendary stage, let alone a high-level one. Therefore, there was no need to discuss such a mysterious topic as the phenomenon. Right now, Greya was trying to construct a new spell. However, Greya still wanted to walk the path of creation, so her new spell had a lot to do with creation or creation. She named it Birth. From the name alone, one could tell that birth was related to the art of creation. Even the runes she used to construct this spell were mostly runes that belonged to the Genesis spell. Creation was a small part of creating something out of nothing, while birth was the original, creating something out of nothing. However, the two things referred to here belonged to different substances. In other words, birth was actually creating new substances. To put it bluntly, birth was a derivative application of creation. Or rather, it was the basic application of creation. The Great Will said that Greya's creation was a beautiful misunderstanding, and he was right. When Greya created her Genesis spell, she already had an idea. Genesis was like a building in the sky supported by a single piece of wood. She was so lucky that she happened to be studying this particular piece of wood. In the end, she created creation with the support of this single piece of wood. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. However, a single piece of wood was not enough. If she wanted to perfect creation, she had to build more pillars to support the pavilion in the sky. This was what the Great Will said, the cornerstone of creation. And birth was one of these cornerstones. However, Greya had studied birth for 30 years and still failed to create a complete version. Moreover, she herself knew the Genesis spell, which meant that she had a high vantage point. She had a large amount of data to support the Genesis spell, but she didn't reverse engineer the spell. This showed how difficult the path of creation was. It was such a beautiful coincidence that she had constructed the creation technique. Without anything else to do, Greya had to impatiently work on birth. However, Greya did not manage to complete birth in the past 30 years. There were many obstacles that prevented her from completing the new spell. Now, she had all kinds of troubles. It was even more impossible for her to create something useful under such circumstances. It was an endless loop with no way out. No matter what she did, no matter how she tried, nothing good would come out of it. Unless, in this endless cycle, new ingredients could be added to bring her a new opportunity. But Greya had waited for 30 years and still could not find such an opportunity. Could she really find it here? It was highly unlikely. In the end, Greya had no choice but to tear off pieces of paper, crumple them into balls, and toss them into the wastebasket in a parabola pattern, which carried all her frustrations and frustrations. If only I can manifest my troubles into these pieces of trash. I can just throw them away, and everything will be fine. Greya rubbed her temples and mumbled to herself. This kind of dreaming mentality was not something a truth-finder wizard could think of. However, Greya expressed it so naturally, which meant her weakened power and awakened soul had changed her mentality. She was getting closer and closer to her original age and personality. Greya knew that the only way to solve this problem was to find her own body. However, this was not something she could do right now. Normally, she could only try her best to control herself. But now that her mind was in a mess, she couldn't be bothered to restrain it, so she simply let it go. If she let it go, it would lead to hysteria. When Angor came to Phantom Island to look for Greya, he already heard the loud noise from inside before he even knocked on the door. Seeing this, Angor quietly stepped back and returned to the manor. He did not want to stroke the tiger's whiskers right now. Butler Good, what's wrong with Lady Greya? Good was teaching Hobbiton some basic service training. Hobbiton did not like Good, but in order to stay on Phantom Island and prevent Sunders from going out, Hobbiton had to learn the skills of other phantom servants. Mr. Pad, Lady Greya told us to stay away from her hut, so I don't know what's going on. But my phantom servant number 19 has a strong sense of danger. When he walked past the lake, he sensed something strange coming from the hut. Maybe Lady Greya has something on her mind. That's right, said Good in a low voice. I'm not sure what's going on there. But my phantom servant number 19 has a strong sense of danger. Something on her mind? Angor rubbed his chin. Did it have something to do with Sunders? So far, Angor had no idea why Greya wanted to see Sunders. Maybe Greya's behavior really had something to do with Sunders. Could it be that David's earlier gossip was confirmed, not long ago, when Angor was having dinner with Dave at Barterfly Pub? Dave told him something about a strange woman living on Phantom Island, who was rumored to be Sunders' lover. Dave even asked Angor for confirmation. Of course, Angor did not answer. But now that he thought about it, maybe it was possible. Angor was trying to figure out Sunders' taste in his mind. Alright, I see. Thank you, Butler Good. Angor bid farewell to Good and went to his own bedroom. Next, he took out Toby, who was sleeping in his pocket. Toby had been sleeping ever since he left the tributary, which showed how tired he was these days. Angor patted Toby's head. A moment later, Toby slowly opened his eyes and looked around in a daze. Then, he suddenly woke up. Toby quickly gestured at Angor while mumbling something. It meant, I just escaped from this place. Why did you bring me back? Let's get out of here. From Toby's nervous expression, it was easy to see how afraid he was of Greya's training. Angor narrowed his eyes. Hey, Toby, can you do me a favor? Toby looked around carefully and made sure Greya was not around. Then he sat down and looked at Angor curiously. Can you help me find Lady Greya? Angor took out a brooch from his bracelet, Twinning Dream. Take this to Lady Greya. It's for her. Before Angor could finish his sentence, Toby already flapped his wings and flew out of the window. Toby's wings moved faster than Angor had ever seen before. However, without using the sequence of gravity, Toby was still slower than Angor. Before Toby could get out of the window, a pair of transparent energy hands closed the window. With a loud bang, Toby crashed head-on into the specially made window. After a moment of dizziness, Toby found himself on Angor's palm again. Don't run. I'm not going to kill you. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Although Angor said so, Toby saw the evil grin on Angor's face. Then Toby felt Angor's hand squeezing his body tighter and tighter. 5 minutes later, Toby flapped his wings and flew out of the window. Angor rested his chin on his left hand and waved his right arm at Toby. Go now. Lady Greya needs your comfort. Toby swallowed the saliva in his throat, resigned to his fate, and flew toward the lakeside. Greya finally let it go, and it really didn't want to face her again. It knew Greya was doing it for its own good, but it was too painful and exhausting. Every training session was exhausting both physically and mentally. But Toby still remembered what Angor told him. Lady Greya has a lot on her mind. She's not in a good state of mind, and her emotions are unstable. I'm worried something might happen to her. Toby was afraid of facing Greya, but he still loved and respected her from the bottom of his heart. Despite his physical resistance, Toby accepted Angor's order and flew to Greya's hut with the brooch. Before he even got close to the magic hut, he could already hear the hysterical curses coming from the hut. And what Angor just mentioned was an extremely unstable emotion. Toby's body contained all the emotions of a legendary monster. He was even more sensitive to emotions than the gifted phantom servant number 19, which Butler Good mentioned. It clearly sensed Greya's uneasiness in her mind. As a matter of fact, Greya already knew something was bothering her during its training. But this was the first time Greya showed her emotions so openly. Toby approached the hut anxiously. Before Toby could knock on the door, he heard a loud shout and a powerful aura coming from inside. Who is it? Toby flapped his wings shakily and let out a low cry under the powerful pressure. The aura receded like the tide. After a long moment of silence, a voice came from inside the hut. Toby, why are you here? Did I not train you well enough? Greya was just joking to cover up's threat. But before his emotions dissipated, no matter how he heard it, it sounded like mockery. Tweet 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 tweet. Greya, who was an expert in bird language, could tell that Toby was trying to comfort and worry her. I'm fine. You can go back now. I just want to be alone. Greya didn't open the door. She didn't want to see Toby in this state. She also didn't want to hurt her beloved Toby because of her impulsive emotions. Toby, who was refused entry, lowered his head in disappointment outside the door. His uneasiness before meeting Greya was now replaced by worry for Greya. A woman and a bird stood on the other side of the door, looking at each other in silence. They both felt sad, but neither of them took another step forward. A moment later, Toby placed the brooch on the windowsill of the hut, gently knocked on the window with his beak, and flew away with a gloomy mood. After making sure Toby was gone, Greya went to the window and opened it after some hesitation. Greya immediately saw a silver light among the flowers on the windowsill. She didn't open the door, but she kept her spirit power on Toby. She knew Toby put something on the windowsill, but she didn't know what it was. Only then did she clearly see the true face of the item. Greya was still annoyed, but as a woman, she was still amazed by Toby's gift. Even the frustration in her heart was reduced by more than half. Greya carefully picked up the shiny object. At the same time, a white piece of paper fell to the ground. Greya picked up the paper and saw a neat line of words written in the common language of the continent. Although this standard style of writing was not as elegant and beautiful as the mainstream style of writing in the wizarding world, it was still much more comfortable to see a row of words than a bunch of fancy words when one was annoyed. For some reason, Greya relaxed a little. Lady Greya, this brooch is called Dream Twin. I hope you like it. Signed by Angor Pat. Greya chuckled and looked at the vivid images of bird and griffin on the brooch. Dream Twin? Not bad. Greya waved her hand, and the paper crumbled into dust and fell into the flower bushes. She looked at the boundless blue sky and the sparkling lake. The heavy burden that she had been unable to let go of suddenly showed signs of loosening. Greya closed the window and returned to her desk with the brooch in hand. She assumed the brooch was the illusion accessory Angor made for her. She was curious about what kind of illusion Angor was going to create for her, but she didn't check it right away. Instead, she put it aside. For some reason, Greya felt her irritation calming down after Toby showed up. She decided to use this chance to calculate the missing data again. Greya had a feeling that she would succeed this time. Toby showed up outside Angor's bedroom window while Greya was busy recalculating. I told you Lady Greya wouldn't do anything to you. Angor was about to tease Toby when Toby began to fall from the sky. Angor jumped to the balcony without hesitation and used Hand of Spell to catch Toby before the bird could touch the ground. When Angor held Toby in his hand, he noticed that Toby's body was flushed red, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He put a hand on Toby's head and immediately felt something hot on his palm. Toby was having a fever. How did Toby get a fever? Angor was still confused, but he quickly treated Toby's fever. He then slowly transferred some mild energy into Toby's body. Under emergency treatment, Toby's condition improved, and he slowly fell into a deep sleep. But Angor was still puzzled. He just went to see Greya. Why did Toby get a fever? More importantly, it was normal for mortals to get sick since they were easily infected by viruses. Toby, on the other hand, shouldn't get a fever even if he alternated between hot and cold water. Angor could only wait for Toby to wake up so he could ask him what happened. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the hour hand on the wall had turned a full circle. Toby was still sleeping. Angor stayed with Toby for the whole night. After making sure Toby was doing well, he left the bedroom and went to the greenhouse. The greenhouse wasn't far from the lake. Angor could still see the extravagant magic hut by the lakeside from the door. The door of the hut was closed, and Angor didn't know what was going on inside. But it seemed to be peaceful for now. He thought Greya would come to him after seeing the illusion, but there was no news from her so far. Angor was a little worried. Was Greya dissatisfied with the illusion he created? In the illusion created by the illusory twins, he had borrowed a lot of materials from the holographic tablet. Perhaps it was because the two civilizations were different, causing a gap between them. Angor pushed the door open and walked to the back of the building under the watchful eyes of the Krokiks. There was a misty illusion he created, in which a small purple flower was swaying gently under the leaves of an orchid. This little purple flower was the soul-accumulating flower. Freud was staying inside the flower. Angor believed that Freud had already accepted his fate. However, he didn't want the Krokiks to mislead them, which was why he left Freud here alone. Angor was here to look for Freud. The soul floret would allow Freud to stay for a while, but it wasn't a long-term solution. He planned to create a place for Freud's soul to stay in for a long time, so he came here to ask if Freud had any specific requirements for the residence. Angor slowly reached his spirit feelers into the soul floret. Inside the soul floret, there was a miniature illusion. It was a simple illusion. It was just an ordinary little house. Angor placed some books and magazines inside the house so that Freud could stay here to relieve his boredom. Compared to the illusion he created for little Floey in Dark Castle's graveyard, Freud's house was much more simple. When Angor saw Freud again, the man was sitting on a soft bed with a novel in his hand. It was called The Chronicles of Dragons. This was a fantasy novel from Earth. It was roughly a story about a hero fighting an evil dragon. Although the plot was very ordinary, the ending was quite interesting. The hero and the dragon fought, and the kidnapped princess found out that she had fallen in love with the dragon. The hero killed the dragon, and in her great sorrow, the princess stabbed a knife into the chest of her former lover, the hero. It was a cuckold ending where everyone was killed. Angor decided to use his nightmare illusion to create the story. He didn't think that Freud would actually notice it. Not only did Freud read the story, but he was also about to see the ending. I wonder if Freud will vomit blood when he sees the end of the story. Angor shifted his attention to something else. The room was neat and tidy. Even after becoming a soul, Freud still had strict requirements for himself. Everything in the room was exactly the same as when Angor first left it. Only a stack of books was placed beside the pillow. Most people would put books beside their pillows because they liked reading them or were planning to read them in the future. Angor looked at Freud's pillow book and found it interesting. There was not a single book written by a wizard. They were all books Angor read in the tablet. For example, Gale Swordswoman, a legendary story about a cross-dressing wizard who traveled across the world, The Sin and Punishment of Lily, a story about two soul nuns who served the gods, The Beast Face and the Human Heart, a story about the rise of a monster from a first-person perspective. Most of them were entertaining novels to pass the time. Angor once read them when he was bored on the Redbud. They did not contain any real content, nor did they talk about anything important. Angor did not know much about the background of these books. He could even find traces of them in the wizarding world. Angor created them just to make up the number of books. He thought it would be bad if the room was too quiet. Angor did not expect Freud to like this kind of novel. On the other hand, the wizard magazines Angor used to read were ignored. Angor suddenly noticed a large desk on the right side of the room. There was a thick stack of papers on the desk, which were filled with words on the possibility of the development of the soul, matters needing attention when the soul is compatible with the body, self-cultivation after gender change, drafted. The ravings of dreams, 3 things about the dream whelk, on the combination of illusions and the dream whelk. Angor flipped through a few of the papers and found that they were all about Freud's research topics. The first half was about souls, while the second half was about dreams. Freud's research topics suited him very well. Studying souls was for Angor's future development. He even considered the idea of taking over a woman's body. Maybe he was reading Gale Sword's Woman to see how other men's minds would change after they turned into women. As for Lily's crime and punishment, Angor shook his head. The guy had already planned for his future. He studied dreams because Freud himself was an expert in them. In fact, he was known as the dream reader when he was alive. However, he was more interested in the research topic, the combination of illusions and dream whelk, because he saw his name in it. Mr. Pat's illusion is so real. This was somewhat similar to the dream whelk's ability to create dreams. If the two were combined, perhaps there would be a miraculous effect. This topic was at the bottom of all the papers, and there was only one sentence on it that had no beginning or end. If Freud didn't organize the papers, this was probably the first topic he came up with after Angor created an illusion for him. What did he mean by that, the dream whelk? He must be referring to the mystery item, the dream whelk at the Moonlight Coast. Was there something similar between Freud's illusion and the dream whelk's ability to create dreams? As Angor pondered, Freud put down the Dragon Chronicles and walked to the desk. Mr. Pat? He was attracted by the rustling noise. Freud's research topic on the desk was clearly being moved. Other supernaturals would try to destroy the illusion as soon as they found it. But the illusion was still intact. His paper was the only thing that moved. Therefore, he didn't think of anyone else other than Angor. He paused and put the paper back on the desk. He didn't feel embarrassed about being caught in the act. Freud was the one who created the illusion, so he knew that whatever he wrote would not escape Angor's notice. Looks like you've been busy these months. You've been working on one project after another. Angor's voice came out of nowhere. Freud glanced at the desk and saw that the last piece of paper was the combination of illusions and the dream whelk. It's just a list of topics and a general direction. Most of the content is left blank. Freud paused for a moment before he continued, if there's a chance in the future, you can complete them one by one. Of course, Freud was talking about the chance to survive. Freud was trying to remind Angor not to go back on his words. As long as you don't go looking for trouble, you will. He wanted to ask what Freud was talking about, but he noticed that Freud kept glancing at the topic when he was talking to Angor. For some reason, Angor had a feeling that Freud was waiting for him to ask about it. Freud even pointed out Angor's name on the paper. Angor didn't care whether Freud was inviting him into a trap or not. Judging from your research topic, you already have your own ideas about the future. I was going to give you some suggestions, but since you've already thought it through, I won't give you any. The soul floret's nourishing effect has also weakened. I'm here to move you to another place that's more suitable for soul cultivation. If you have any requests, feel free to let me know. Freud looked normal on the outside, but Angor's spirit power was still focused on him. When Angor told Freud about his research topic, Freud quickly showed a disappointed look. As expected, Freud was waiting for him to ask. Angor wasn't going to let Freud do whatever he wanted. Besides, he had a lot of things to do right now, so he didn't need to pretend that he didn't know anything about Freud's research topic. Angor still didn't fully trust Freud. He had purposely left him hanging for a few months in the hope that he would be able to think clearly about his current situation and not do useless work or think about useless things. If Freud really got the dream whelk of the Moonlight Coast, Angor would fulfill his promise. Whatever you want. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Freud hesitated. I don't have any other requests. It'll be best if you can move the illusion from here. If not, I'll accept. Anyone who possessed the spirit of a wizard would be able to endure loneliness. Freud was such a person. If he didn't die, he might become a wizard one day. Unfortunately, even if he managed to steal the body of a talent, he would never become a wizard due to the natural imbalance between his soul and spirit. Just like Greya had to find her own body before she could truly progress on the path of wizardry. Otherwise, her future would be hopeless. Greya was still a living soul, while Freud was already a dead soul. Even a living soul couldn't see the future, let alone a dead soul. Angor chuckled. You seem to like those novels. Do you want me to show you more? Of course, Angor was referring to Earth novels such as Dragon's Chronicles. Freud chuckled. It's not tiring at all. It helps me forget a lot of my troubles. They don't mean much, but if they're published, they might become popular among wizards who are used to suppressing their emotions. You're quite something. If you like it, you can try publishing it in the wizarding world if you have the chance. Of course, it depends on whether you're honest or not. Before Freud could say anything, Angor waved a hand and several novels appeared out of thin air and landed on his bed. You can read them to pass the time. I'll find a new place for you in a few days. I hope you won't be too disappointed. With that, Angor put the soul florid into his bracelet. He knew Freud had something else to say, but he didn't want to hear it. After this encounter with Freud, it was clear that Freud had his own plans. It wasn't a bad thing to have a plan. Whether it was for the sake of one's future or for the sake of one's livelihood, everyone should have their own plans. But if Freud arranged a role for Angor in his own scheme, Angor wouldn't like it. Angor didn't want to get others involved, especially himself. He didn't care if the role was good or bad. After putting the soul florid into his bracelet, Angor decided to cancel the mist illusion he created to protect the Krokiks. When the mist slowly faded away, Angor noticed that something was amiss. Angor saw several Krokiks standing at the edge of the mist illusion. The leader of the group was an old woman with wrinkles all over her face, Papaya's grandmother. Angor didn't recognize the other Krokiks, but he knew they were Lakoko and Kudoto's relatives. They looked at each other for a long time, but no one dared to talk to him. Angor knew what they were here for, but he didn't say anything. In the end, it was Papaya's grandmother who took the initiative to ask about Papaya's recent situation. Angor briefly told them about Papaya's current situation. Seeing that Angor didn't seem annoyed at all, the other Krokiks quickly followed up and asked about Lakoko and Kudoto. Angor answered them one by one. Hearing that the three Krokiks were very likely to become wizards, not only Angor's relatives, but also the entire Krokiks. Angor watched them with a smile on his face, but he was thinking about something else. Papaya and her grandmother relied on each other for survival. Now that Madeline had taken Papaya as an apprentice, she would naturally stay in Brute Cavern. However, Angor was going to take the Krokiks to the Old Earth soon. Should he ask Papaya's grandmother to stay in Brute Cavern as well? Once Papaya, Kudoto, and Lakoko stepped onto the path of wizardry, they would always be close to Angor even if they had other wizards as their teachers. Angor decided to take some time to consider their feelings. The path of wizardry was always lonely. However, this did not mean that one had to choose to discard their emotions and personalities from the very beginning of their journey as a magus. Most magi would still care about their relatives within 3 generations. In the end, Angor decided to let them think about it themselves. Regardless of whether it was keeping their relatives by their side or staying in the clan, there were both pros and cons. If they stayed with their family members, they would be able to provide for them at any time. But at the same time, they would feel lonely if they lived alone. If they stayed with their family members, they wouldn't feel lonely, but they would still worry about their children who were far away from them. They might even die alone if they weren't careful. It was up to them to make the right choice. After bidding farewell to the Krokiks, Angor returned to his bedroom. Toby was still sleeping, but he wasn't burning up anymore. Angor stayed at Phantom Island for another half a day. Greya still didn't come, and Toby was showing signs of waking up. Angor considered for a moment, put Toby in his chest pocket, and headed to the tributary. 3 days later, the sun rose above the horizon. Greya was sitting in front of her desk and gently put down her pen. She could hear the gentle sound of wind blowing across the lake, as well as the splashing sound of fishes jumping out of the water. If it were 3 days ago, Greya would have been annoyed by the noise. But now, her heart was at peace, and she could even enjoy the symphony of nature in a leisurely manner. However, Greya had a completely different answer when she was in a different time, from a different perspective, and from a different mindset. Greya smiled and rested for a while. She took out her pen again and began to write down the final deduction on the paper filled with data. She didn't look like she was going to stop anytime soon. 15 minutes later, Greya took out another bottle of ink. It was the blood ink of a day unicorn, which was extremely precious. Writing with it would bring luck and blessings. If she could write down the final data with this ink, she wouldn't need to do any more verification to prove that her deduction was correct. The color of the day unicorn's blood ink was a pink that flickered with fragmented light. Rows of data appeared on the paper, and at the same time a faint pink light flashed. Greya looked more and more delighted. Finally, she reached the final step. Greya's wrist finally stopped moving. She dipped her finger into the unicorn blood again and exhaled deeply. She finished her work. A strange symbol appeared on the paper. When the symbol appeared, it shone brightly. In Greya's eyes, the symbol was like a black hole that was slowly sucking all the data into it. In the end, the symbol represented Greya's understanding of the data. Even after a long time had passed, the symbol did not disappear. It was still glowing faintly on the paper. Which meant she did it, she had once again overcome a difficult problem in the birth technique. According to Greya's calculations, there were 369 obstacles in birth. The so-called checkpoint was, in fact, to digitize the difficulty. Every subject, even if it wasn't related to wizardry, had its own difficulties. It was just that when mortals looked at difficulties, it was like looking at layers upon layers of mountains. Only by climbing and conquering them one by one would they know what kind of scenery lay behind the mountains. Wizards, on the other hand, were looking down from above. They knew which path was the shortest, and how many mountains they had to climb. Still, they had to do everything by themselves. Different mountains had different heights, and so did different difficulties. Generally speaking, the higher the difficulty, the easier it would be to solve it. It mostly tested one's accumulation of knowledge. However, the last few difficulties would not only test one's accumulation of knowledge, but also one's comprehension and understanding of the corresponding path. Of course, as long as one's knowledge was deep enough, the corresponding difficulties would be much easier. Greya spent 30 years on birth, and there were only 5 difficulties left. She was able to make such fast progress because her truth-based spell was creation, which was already a great achievement in the path of creation. Therefore, Greya only needed a little bit of understanding and more knowledge to construct a birth spell. But even so, that little bit of comprehension was unable to shine brightly in her thoughts. The last 5 difficulties had been bothering her for a long time. Since she started studying birth, she had spent more than 60% of her time on these 5 difficulties. Today, Greya finally solved one of them. Even if each of the next 4 challenges would take her decades, at least Greya knew there was still a way to go. There was still hope for birth. Greya took note of the glowing symbol and stretched her body. Compared to 3 days ago, she looked much more relaxed. Her eyes were no longer filled with anger and anxiety. Instead, they were filled with joy and laziness. Even the restless soul of the original body in the soul realm seemed to have calmed down a lot. So Toby is my lucky star. Greya's eyes glowed. With Toby here, all her troubles seemed to have disappeared. A wicked grin appeared on Greya's face. Looks like I need to find a chance to get closer to Toby. Maybe I should go find him and teach him a lesson. After several days of seclusion, the door of Greya's hut finally opened. Good had already sent several phantom servants to wait for her outside. Did you see Toby? Greya opened the door and asked the phantom servants outside. Lady Greya, I think Mr. Pat brought Toby back to the tributary. A phantom servant with an unknown number stepped forward. The tributary? Greya repeated. Why did she feel that the name sounded so familiar? Anomaly Lab? Greya raised an eyebrow. So that's where it is. I heard a rumor long ago that Mr. has been living in the tributary in seclusion. The phantom servant did not answer. Greya waved a hand. I'm not here to ask about Brute Cavern. It's not like Mr. is living in the tributary. Fine, fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Greya was planning to visit the tributary and pay a visit to the master, but Greya didn't seem to care. But on second thought, she realized that Angor was going to the tributary because he had an alchemy lab there. She did not want to disturb him now. After some consideration, Greya decided to return to her hut. This reminded Greya of the brooch Angor gave her. It had been 4 days since she saw the brooch on her desk, and she never got the chance to take a good look at it. Since she had nothing else to do, she wanted to see what kind of surprise Angor had for her. Greya returned to her desk and picked up the brooch Angor named Twin of Dreams. This streamlined mithril material, coupled with the transparent spirit-transmitting diamonds and the lifelike Toby twins carving, even though this wasn't the first time she had seen it, she was still breathtaking. The eyes of the twin Tobas were especially eye-catching. One of them was embellished with the pigment ground from the demonic pigeon's bloodstone, and the other was dyed with dark red tassels, giving the silver-white mithril carvings an extra pair of vivid eyes. Greya liked the design of the brooch very much. Even if the illusion was not what she wanted, Greya was still willing to keep it. After all, the brooch was made of a real tiered magic material. It would not look bad even if she wore it on her chest as an ornament. After checking the front, Greya looked at the back of the brooch. There was a clasp device on the back of the brooch. There was already a magic crystal attached to the brooch. As long as Greya could extract the energy from the crystal, the brooch would work. When Greya was about to test the brooch, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Before she could fully extract the energy from the crystal, she sensed a sudden energy reaction from a hidden spot on the back of the brooch. Greya looked closer and did not see anything strange with her naked eyes. Puzzled, she stretched out her hand towards that hidden place. Soon, she felt a strange bumpy feeling on her fingertips. It seemed to be some kind of relief sculpture. Why did Angor put a relief here? Greya wondered. Strangely, Greya could not figure out the specific pattern of the relief in her mind no matter how hard she tried. It was as if the relief would change randomly. Greya did not know what the relief was, but she could guess how it was used. The surface of the relief was absorbing the energy released by the magic crystal, and it was only showing up and changing because of the weak energy. Did that mean she could make it change by injecting energy into it? Feeling confident, Greya injected some energy into the relief. As more energy was injected into the sculpture, it began to change even more. Greya finally saw what the sculpture was hiding, a pattern. To be more precise, it was the pattern of a lion's heart surrounded by thorns. Maybe Angor did something like that? Like a magic rune? But why would he use such an obscure magic rune to hide a pattern like that? Greya was confused for a moment, but she soon realized something. It was a symbol, right? Every alchemist in Floating Mech City had their own logo. Even potion maker Mitra had his own potion bottle. Once the bottle was opened, the symbol would disappear with the air, making it very difficult to fake. Of course, it wasn't just master alchemists. Most alchemists had their own marks. Even if they did not, there were other ways to fake it. Greya looked at the symbol and felt a little nostalgic. The half-naked boy who looked like a salted fish on a chopping board in Barbie's restaurant, waiting to be slaughtered, finally reached this level. Back then, no one in Barbie's restaurant expected the wizarding world to change so quickly, right? Especially that arrogant mithril innovator Jalal. Back then, he only joined Barbie's restaurant because of Angor. Later, he forced Angor to choose Section Ephemera by force. He probably didn't expect Angor to become as famous as him in the alchemy world in just 3 years. Life was a strange thing. A candle in the old world suddenly welcomed a rain in a new one. Greya chuckled. Angor is the most valuable investment I've made in the past century, right? But the luckiest one is Sunders. He only used a few sweet words to get a future master alchemist. Greya raised an eyebrow as she looked at the lion heart wrapped in thorns. She didn't know what the symbol meant, but she still remembered it. Back to the essence of the brooch, dreamy hands. So far, both the shape and the material used were good. However, for an alchemy product, its appearance was not as important as its actual function. I wonder, how many of my requests did he fulfill? As the energy from the magic crystal flowed back into her body, Greya's vision became blurry as she entered a fantasy world. Angor was still too weak. If Greya wanted to enter Angwar's illusion, she had to completely lower her spirit defense. Other wizards might hesitate to do so, but Greya had learned her lesson from the feather earring. She didn't hesitate at all. She let go of her spirit defense and allowed the illusion to invade her mind. In the darkness, Greya tried to listen carefully. She heard the faint sound of the wind. The smell that wafted into his nose was no longer that of the lake shore that was filled with water vapor. Instead, it was the smell of plants with the smell of grass and wood. Greya opened her eyes. She was surrounded by darkness. Only the pure white moon was shining in the sky, sprinkling a layer of frost on the ground. Greya had never seen night since she came to the mirror world. She didn't expect to see night in Angwar's illusion. Where is this place? What kind of experience would this illusion bring to her? Greya looked around curiously, but it was too dark. Even with the moonlight, she could not see anything clearly. Even his night vision has been taken away? Greya knew she could force her way out of Angwar's sensory deprivation, but she didn't. She only asked Angwar to create the illusion for fun. Why would she make such a big fuss out of this rare moment of relaxation? Greya stood still and allowed her eyes to get used to the darkness. When his eyes got used to the darkness, the basic outline of his surroundings gradually appeared. She was standing on a very smooth path, and on both sides of the path was a dense forest. The cold moonlight shone on the top of the tall and flourishing trees, making them look like a blanket of snow. However, that was only the top of the trees. The bottom of the trees was still pitch black. Was it a small path in the forest that was covered by tall trees? But isn't this path a little too flat? Apart from Ivory, Greya had never seen anything like this in other places. But this path didn't look like the stone ground in Everin. Was it made from a mixture of different materials? Greya crouched down and touched the ground. It felt grainy. Strange. Greya muttered. She couldn't see anything in front of her, so she decided to look behind her. The path behind her was a mountain whose height could not be seen clearly. The small path under her feet, however, extended from an extremely neat cave in the mountain wall. This cave is interesting. It looks like a steam train going through a mountain, but it's much smoother. Is that something a mortal can do? Greya asked curiously as she walked toward the cave. When she reached the entrance, she saw a small stone pillar. There was a strange rope tied to the pillar, from which several strange-looking bronze bells were hanging. There were also many sacrificial dishes placed around the pillar. So someone is worshipping this pillar? Greya wondered as she walked toward the cave. A moment later, Greya returned to the stone pillar outside the cave. A part of the path inside the cave had collapsed, and the path ahead was blocked. But Greya did notice something. The path inside the cave was as flat as the one she was standing on. If it wasn't for trains, then was it for carriages? Too extravagant. Since the path behind was blocked, Greya decided to go forward. But as soon as she took a step forward, a strange wind blew from the top of the mountain. Greya stopped right away. She heard a clear tinkling sound behind her. Looking back, he saw that the wind had actually blown the bell tied to the stone pillar. As the vibration spread, all the bells on the rope began to ring. Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. The bell was still ringing, and the wind was still blowing. The trees on both sides of the path swayed in the wind. Leaves fell from the trees. Each leaf carried a crescent of moonlight as it drifted in front of Greya. They looked like sparse snowflakes or willow catkins, which blurred Greya's vision. As Greya was admiring the rare beauty of nature, two headlights suddenly came from behind the snowflakes. The sudden appearance of the lights blinded her eyes and made her tense up. The source of the light was the abandoned cave that she had checked earlier. But when she entered the cave, all she saw were collapsed rocks and stones. Where did the lights come from? Greya also felt the slight vibration coming from the cave. It did not feel like a carriage was moving. Instead, it felt like a monster was running. So it's not the headlights, but the eyes of a monster? As Greya carefully observed, she heard a siren coming from inside the cave, as if it was telling her, "I'm the car. I'm the car." But when it showed its true face, Greya was surprised. It was a monster, but it also looked like a car. It was a big orange-striped cat. The big cat's eyes were bright like the headlights of a car. The interior of the cat was empty. There were also lattices that looked like car windows. The big orange cat stopped in front of Greya. Before Greya could react, the cat opened the door at its waist, revealing a furry space inside. Following the siren, the cat spoke in a strange tone. "Beautiful lady, cat bus is at your service." Angor was currently sitting opposite Iron Granny inside the Iron Fortress. Iron Granny picked up a teacup placed on a porcelain plate and took a sip of the refreshing tea she had never tasted before. The tea carried gentle energy as it flowed down her throat. Iron Granny closed her eyes and enjoyed the aftertaste of the tea. It was the first time Iron Granny had ever tasted this tea, but it didn't stop her from enjoying it. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Toby, who was swallowing his saliva. Toby craned his head and kept looking at the teacup in her hand. Angor, on the other hand, was embarrassed. He tried to calm Toby down, but the ignorant glutton did not give him any face. "Forgive me, Granny. I met Toby because of this tea. Since then, I haven't brewed this tea again, so it's fine." Iron Granny smiled and asked Toby to come closer. "Come, have some. Your master left me a lot of tea leaves. You can come here whenever you want." "You're spoiling him too much, Granny. Like I said, I like Toby a lot. I'll let him accompany a lonely old lady like me." Iron Granny smiled. Fine." He took out some morning dew from his bracelet and gave it to Iron Granny. "I'll leave these tea leaves with you. Consider it Toby's tea fee. But don't spoil him too much, Granny." Iron Granny accepted the tea leaves and smiled. "I'll spoil him, but not as much as you. This little fellow is quite fortunate to have met a good master." "We're best friends," Angor explained. "What do you think of the tea, Granny? Will Mr. Sumesh like it?" "Not bad. It's the best tea. Whether Sumesh likes it or not, he'll approve of your kindness." Iron Granny gave a simple comment. Then she looked at Angor with mixed emotions. "Also, this tea has the same effect as White Orchid Potion. It has little side effects. It's a valuable magic ingredient. You know about apothecary, Granny?" "Not really. But I've tried White Orchid Potion before. And a friend of mine made it for me." Iron Granny paused and changed the topic. "Speaking of which, you said you met Toby because of this cup of tea. What's that about?" Angor was a little surprised. He told Iron Granny how he met Toby. An hour later, Angor left the Iron Fortress and watched it disappear from his sight. This reminded him of the cat bus he built in the Phantom Twins. Just like the Iron Fortress, the two buses used both hands and feet to travel across the mountains. The prototype of the cat bus came from a cartoon he saw in his hologram tablet. In that illusion, there were many different areas. They didn't seem to be connected, but there was one thing that connected them: the cat bus. Did Greya find the cat bus? She should have, right? He set up a lot of bus stops. Please select your destination. This was the third time Greya heard this since she boarded the strange cat bus. The first two times, Greya didn't know what was going on, so she chose to remain silent. This time, Greya finally spoke up. "Witch's Town. The cat bus is about to depart. Sit tight. Witch's Town." As soon as the voice fell, the cat bus began to run crazily. It was as fast as lightning, crossing mountains and running water. Strangely, the cat bus's fluffy cushion didn't give off any resistance at all. She didn't feel any bumps at all. The cool night wind kept pouring into the bus, causing her hair and clothes to rustle in the wind. Greya sat on the soft, orange plush cushion and looked at the changing scenery outside the window. She looked up and saw a circular map on the top of the right wall of the cat bus. Several station names were marked on the map. Greya assumed these were the destinations of the cat bus. The Witch's Town that she had mentioned earlier was one of them. Greya chose Witch's Town because it seemed to be the only station on the map that had something to do with wizards. The others were Hot Spring, Tree Nest, Mermaid Sea, Sky Island, Monument Valley, and so on. Judging from their names, they all sounded quite ordinary. Therefore, Greya chose Witch's Town as soon as possible. Using the cat bus as a bridge to connect different stations? Strange foreshadowing, but also quite interesting. Greya stretched her body and enjoyed the night breeze. I just solved a difficult problem in birth. Let's relax and have some fun. Greya closed her eyes and sensed the speed of the cat bus. Suddenly, the cat bus braked and stopped moving. Greya opened her eyes and saw a strange sign on the side of the road. There was an oil lamp hanging on the sign, and a civet cat holding an umbrella was standing under the lamp. Greya raised an eyebrow. Angor sure knew how to have fun. How many passengers did he get on the bus? Also, the passenger looked like a beast, but he was wearing a human bathrobe. Interesting. The fat face of the orange cat slowly turned to the front of the road sign. The two large cat eyes were like car lights, emitting a bright white light. Cat bus is at your service. The civet cat ignored Greya and spoke to the owl. Is this bus going to Hot Spring? The cat turned around and wagged his three striped tails. Our destination, Witch's Town. Witch's Town? All right. I'll wait for the next bus. As soon as the raccoon said that, the orange cat set off again. Greya turned around and saw the strange raccoon cat standing under the light with an umbrella in its hand. It watched the bus leave quietly. This time, not only is there a cat bus in the illusion, but there are also other intelligent life forms? Greya chuckled. So that tanuki is going to Soup House. If I chose to go to Soup House just now, does that mean the tanuki would get on the car too? What's going to happen if the civet cat gets on the bus? Greya did not forget about the illusion inside the feather earring. Even a scratch on the wall could create a great drama. Perhaps that civet cat also had its own storyline. Greya did not feel like she was being tricked at all. Instead, she felt like she was playing a third-party character who had her own storyline, and she could experience another life through this character. The cat bus ran on the smooth path for a while, and then it stopped at a corner. Greya thought she had run into another passenger, but she did not see anyone outside the window. It was a 90-degree turn. One side was a mountain, while the other side was a cliff. Below the cliff was an ocean that was filled with roaring waves. Greya only saw an iron sign at the corner. There was an arrow drawn on the sign and a line of words, entrance to Witch's Town. Greya followed the sign and saw nothing. She could only see the dark sky and the sea of cliffs glowing under the moonlight. Before Greya could figure out what was going on, the cat bus suddenly crouched down and leaped into the air. Before Greya could react, they had passed through a strange gate in the sky and arrived at another world. Greya's sight was completely blocked by the thick fog. Greya did not mind the fog at all. Instead, she looked excited. The mist was thick, but she could still sense the Nightmare Realm's aura in it. The fog was moving, but Greya felt like she was looking at a frozen time. Everything would fade away, leaving only this scroll of time that never aged, waiting for her in the depths of solitude. This strange feeling lingered in Greya's mind. Greya was completely immersed in it. It made her tremble in fear, but at the same time, she longed for it. She did not even notice that the cat bus was moving slower and slower until it finally stopped in front of a wooden pillar with an oil lamp hanging from it. We've arrived at Witch's Town. Welcome aboard the cat bus. When the orange cat turned around, Greya slowly came back to her senses. So this is Witch's Town? Why is it so foggy? Greya looked at the fog outside and asked in confusion. The cat bus did not answer her question. Instead, it signaled Greya to leave with its eyes. You're right. If the people in the illusion are intelligent, they'll be involved in many different things. It's not something Angor can do right now. With that in mind, Greya stopped talking to the cat bus and got off. As soon as she got off, the cat bus wagged its three tails and climbed up the wooden pillar. There was a thin string attached to the top of the pillar, which led to an unknown place. Cat bus stepped on the silk line without any shaking. Its four limbs moved quickly and ran along the silk line into the depths of the fog. Soon, it disappeared. Greya tucked her hair behind her ear and looked at the place where the cat bus dropped her off. There was nothing around her except for a tattered memorial arch placed in the middle of a fork in the road. She could vaguely see a line of words written in blood between the cobwebs and rags. Witch's Town. There was a small row of words below the words Witch's Town. Greya moved closer and saw the words hinting at something. Welcome to Witch's Town. This will be your amusement park for nightmares. Amusement park for nightmares? Greya chuckled. The nightmare aura alone was enough to bring her nightmares. Using the fog to create a scary atmosphere? Is this a scary town? Greya was not afraid at all. As a wizard, she rarely felt fear. But in this place, Greya could feel her emotions being controlled by Angor's illusion. She didn't feel scared at all, but the intense heartbeat and the heavy atmosphere forced her to focus on the illusion. Without any hesitation, Greya stepped into the mist. On the other side, Angor was working on a blueprint to create a temporary residence for Freud. As a matter of fact, he was planning to make a random one. But after considering it, this was his second alchemy product after getting his own alchemy emblem, so he decided to be serious. Besides, Freud was only going to live there temporarily. Angor would not need to worry about Freud's wealth flowing into other people's hands. However, no matter how serious he was, it was only a temporary residence for a soul. Therefore, Angor decided to work on the outer appearance of the residence. As far as he was concerned, he had to make sure that his alchemy emblem was artistic and tasteful as well before showing it to the public. Angor already decided to use the skull of a dead person as the main material for the soul storage. Therefore, he had to consider the weakness of skeletons when designing the outer appearance. Soon, a church made of white bones appeared on the paper. Pure white bones. Even with the hollow embossments, it's still a bit boring. Angor rubbed his chin and decided to add a layer of mithril on the bones. When the final product was completed, Angor noticed that the pale white bones and the shiny gold merged together in a strange way. There were still some flaws in the outer appearance, but it was still a work of art. Not bad. Let's call it the Church of the Deceased. Angor gave it a random name. He was going to call it the Church of Bones, but he felt that it was too direct. Angor was satisfied with the outer appearance. As for the Church of the Deceased effect, it was not bad either. The Church of the Deceased was made up of two parts. One was the house, and the other was the base. Angor planned to inscribe an expansion rune on the house, which would allow the church to store more souls. However, he had not learned the rune yet, so he had to put it aside for now. At the base of the Church of the Deceased, Angor carved his emblem and a rune of silence. The rune of silence could release a large amount of cold death aura, which was often used by wizards to carve on antiseptic bottles. It could be used to preserve limbs and organs that had lost their vitality but were still working. However, since it released a large amount of death aura, it could also be used to store souls. The skull of a dead person could be used as a shelter for souls for a long time. With the rune of silence, the Church of the Deceased would become a true shelter for the dead. At least, before the magic crystals were used up, the Church of the Deceased could continue to exist. He didn't have to worry about it withering like the soul accumulation flower. Now that the Church of the Deceased was finished, it was time to check its effect. Angor took out the soul floret from his bracelet and placed Freud and the illusions inside the church. By the time Greya finished her tour of Witch's Town, she roughly understood what Nightmare Amusement Park meant. Greya couldn't find her way in the thick fog. However, the fog seemed to have a life of its own. It led Greya to different buildings on its own. Each building was empty. However, everything inside was telling the story of a nightmare. For example, Greya went to a slaughterhouse not long ago. The machete on the chopping board gave her a nightmare of being chased by a butcher. There was also the half-opened cannon in the church, which made Greya feel like a heretic who was being burned by fire while listening to the bloody and evil teachings of the church. Apart from that, there was also a windbreaker missing an arm in a small house, papers strewn all over the ground in the city hall, and a dazzling flower tree blooming in the garden. All of them could be considered a nightmare on their own, but when put together, they would become a nightmare amusement park. It was just like what Greya saw in the feather earring. She couldn't help but imagine all the interesting things she saw in it. This time, however, he took it one step further. Just like before, Greya used her own nightmare to experience the story she imagined herself. This is something new, Greya muttered to herself. She had two requirements for Angor. First, it had to feel like the nightmare realm, and second, it had to be something new. His experience in Witch's Town was more than enough proof of these 2 points. The first one was perfect. The intense nightmare realm feeling was much more moving than the mountain inside the feather earring. As for the second one, something new. The nightmare form wasn't perfect yet, but it could still be considered something new if Angor really wanted to study it. Besides, Greya enjoyed her trip to Witch's Town a lot. She used to have nightmares when she was still immortal. Now, she rarely had nightmares after so many years. She didn't find these nightmares scary, but Angor's control over emotions was unimaginable. Even so, Greya still felt her heart racing and cold sweat running down her back. There were still some places to explore, but Greya decided to leave Witch's Town and visit other places. But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find the stone piles and copper bells that could summon Catbus. Greya recalled the civet cat with an umbrella she saw on the path. It was standing on a platform, but there was an iron road sign next to it instead of stone pillars and bells. Could it be that every platform was different? Greya stayed in Witch's Town for a while but still failed to find a platform. She thought for a moment and decided to leave the illusion. After leaving the illusion, Greya calmed down a little. Although those nightmares were just dreams, they still made her feel a little emotional. Of course, Angor couldn't do this in the real world. But since she was going through an illusion, she had to release her spirit power, which allowed Angor to control her emotions. A moment later, Greya reactivated Dream Twins. She thought she would return to the path in front of the cave, but she did not. She was still in the midst of Witch's Town. It's different from the illusion and the feather earring again, Greya muttered. Was this a record of her previous experience? How did he do it? Greya knew a thing or two about illusions, but she had never seen one that could continue like this. But it's quite interesting. Greya didn't think too much about it. Since she couldn't leave by cheating, she would keep looking. It was a platform, after all, so it shouldn't be hidden somewhere inconspicuous. But Greya was wrong. 2 hours later, Greya entered a small, lonely wooden hut. She had passed by this place many times, but she never went inside. She didn't think the platform would be hidden in a small hut. But reality slapped her hard in the face. Not only was the platform in a small hut, but it was also very inconspicuous. There was nothing in this lonely wooden house except for a lonely oil painting hanging on the wall. And in this lonely oil painting, there was a lonely platform. Greya's lips twitched. Please don't tell me the platform in the painting is Catbus's platform. Greya reached her hand into the painting and found herself being pulled into the painting by a strange force. She was now standing in front of the platform. At the same time, she heard the footsteps of a familiar beast running in the distance. Greya looked up and saw 2 streaks of light coming from the fog-shrouded road. When the orange-striped cat jumped out of the mist, Greya rubbed her swollen temples. You're so good at this, Angor. The orange cat was Catbus without a doubt. Catbus quickly stopped when it saw someone on the platform. It turned its big head around and said, "Beautiful lady, Catbus is at your service." Greya was wondering why Catbus didn't ask her where she was going. She looked up and saw a little girl with 2 pigtails in the belly of the Catbus, looking out curiously. Is there a guest? What's the destination of this bus? Greya changed her mind and asked Catbus, where's this bus going? Our destination is Tree Nest. Greya considered. Alright, I'll go to Tree Nest too. Catbus nodded, opened the fluffy door, and put down the ladder. Greya climbed the ladder and sat down in front of the little girl. Greya finally saw the little girl's face. To be honest, Greya thought the little girl looked a lot like Sean. But she was shorter than Sean, probably less than a meter tall. Also, Sean looked like a little girl, but she was actually quite old. Greya could tell from her mature eyes. The little girl in front of her looked innocent and naive, which was very different from Shan's. Why did Angor create this little girl in his illusion? Does he have a special hobby? Greya looked at the little girl curiously. But the little girl didn't respond. The Catbus started moving. The little girl did not seem to notice Greya at all. She was still standing on her seat happily. However, she was still a bit too close to the window, so she could only use her chubby hands to support herself on the windowsill and raise her feet to look at the scenery outside. A cool breeze came in and messed up the girl's braids. She didn't seem to feel cold at all. Instead, she laughed happily and shouted at the window. Greya tidied up her messy hair and looked outside the window. It was still foggy outside. What was the little girl so excited about? Greya tried to talk to the little girl, but she didn't get any response. The little girl didn't seem to know that there was someone else in the bus. It's like an illusion, Greya muttered. Or maybe Greya was just an illusion in the girl's eyes. She didn't really exist in this world. Maybe this is one of Angwar's storylines? But what's the point of telling stories about mortals? Greya could tell that the little girl was just a mortal. She didn't want to spend time reading stories about mortals. Greya decided to take Cat Bus to the next destination when they arrived at the tree nest. But where? Whatever. Just pick one. At this time, Cat Bus finally ran out of the fog. The little girl on the other side of the bus shouted even louder, like an ape who saw a vine hanging from a tree. Greya shook her head. She didn't like noise, but she didn't care about it since it was just an illusion. She turned and looked out the window. After the fog cleared, she could see the soft moon again. Outside, she saw farmland under the moonlight. There were no mountains to block her view. She could see the scenery outside just by looking at the moonlight. So this is the world of mortals. Is that tree nest a mortal village? Greya frowned. As she pondered, she heard some melodious music coming from somewhere. It was a song Greya had never heard before, but it somehow reminded her of the gentle moonlight. The music was gentle and fit the mood of the moment. The Cat Bus jumped over mountains and seas. Moonlight illuminated the forest. Innocent childhood. Greya suddenly understood Angwar's intention. The Cat Bus stopped, and the little girl hopped away. A young girl who looked similar to her came to pick her up. Greya didn't get off the bus. Instead, she let the bus move forward. Behind the Cat Bus, the two sisters hugged each other and happily ran toward a giant tree. Above the tree, a strange gray beast was floating in the air. Seeing this, Greya had a hunch that the story of the tree nest revolved around the two sisters, and the gray beast must have played a part in it as well. Still, Greya didn't plan to explore the place right now. Witch's Town represented fear and respect, while the tree nest represented not forgetting one's past. After so many years of traveling, she had forgotten what her past looked like. But just now, she felt something stirring in her heart. It was as if she saw her younger self. She didn't allow herself to explore. She wanted to explore the illusion first before deciding what to do next. The Cat Bus kept moving forward. At the Mermaid Sea, Greya saw the waves of the sea and sensed a strong nightmare aura at the bottom of the sea. At the Sky Island, she saw a pile of steel ruins. She didn't know what secrets were hidden there. Greya saw all the areas in the illusion. She didn't stop. Instead, she kept the Cat Bus moving forward. Along the way, Greya ran into several passengers who were wearing different clothes, different identities, and different expressions. Some were silent, some were afraid, and some looked troubled. Perhaps each of them had their own story. Greya arrived at a place called Mysterious Mountain for the last stop. It was a barren mountain. Before Greya could figure out what the mountain meant, she felt a gust of wind outside the bus. Greya bolted up from her seat when the wind brushed past her skin. What the hell? In the nightmare realm, time seemed to have stopped. Everything seemed to have a deeper meaning, even a blade of grass or a tree. Greya also sensed the nightmare realm on this mountain, but it was much weaker than when she was in Witch's Town. She had originally planned to explore all the areas first, and then look for areas that she was interested in to stroll around. She was most interested in Tree Nest and Monument Valley. The former was because of the gray beast in the sky, while the latter was because of some strange puzzles. But now, Greya didn't care about those two places at all. She focused all her attention on this mystery mountain. Because not long ago, when she was sitting in the carriage, she felt an aura that made her heart beat faster. It wasn't because of fear or being controlled by Angwar. It was simply because of the aura. If Greya wasn't mistaken, she sensed something mysterious about this place. Greya had sensed the mystery aura before. The butterfly spirit in Felicia's hand was a mystery item. Butterfly spirit was in Felicia's hands right now, but Greya was the one who had it long ago. However, butterfly spirit never showed its potential in Greya's hands. Instead, it was more suitable for Felicia, who had absorbed the bloodline of Radiant Butterfly. Therefore, Greya gave butterfly spirit to her. Greya didn't have a mystery item yet, but she was quite familiar with the aura of mystery items. Greya wouldn't be surprised if she sensed mystery energy anywhere else. However, she didn't expect to sense it in Angor's illusion. Moreover, she felt that this mysterious aura was somewhat familiar. As a matter of fact, Greya had seen many mystery items before. She even fought against wizards who had mystery items, so she knew a thing or two about mystery items. Most mystery items shared the same aura, which was filled with contradictions and harmony, unknowns, and chaos. However, there were still some differences in their attributes. For example, when she and Sunders fought against Yorkshire in Sleepless City, Sunders used a mystery item. According to Angor, the item was called the Cursing Doll. Overall, the aura of the resentment cloth puppet was similar to that of the other mysterious items, allowing one to immediately identify it as a mysterious item. However, Greya, who had fought the butterfly spirit before, knew that the puppet's aura was similar to butterfly spirits. However, the puppet's aura was gloomy and scary, while butterfly spirit's aura was light and agile. Therefore, every mystery object could be labeled based on the attributes that they sensed. The reason why the wizards outside of Sleepless City believed that a new mystery item was being born was because they had never sensed anything similar to this mystery item before. And now, Greya sensed the same mystery aura. She felt something familiar. Back in Sleepless City, she was tied up in the teleportation hall by Fox. Back then, she sensed the mystery aura almost 24 hours a day, whether it came from the string or the darkness. The mysterious aura emitted from the silk thread originated from the harp in Fox's hand. However, Greya had no idea what the other mystery aura was, or where it came from. But she did remember the attribute of the mystery aura. It was so powerful that it felt like all rivers flowing into the sea. When she sensed the aura, she felt as if she was facing an all-knowing and omnipotent god. She didn't know how the Origin world classified mystery items into different levels. However, she believed that if there was such a thing, the mystery item she was looking for would be much more powerful than the harp in Fox's hand. But now, she sensed the same aura in Angor's illusion. That's not right. Greya frowned. There was still a difference. Although this aura also gave off a vast feeling, it was more than 1,000 times thinner. Furthermore, it was extremely ethereal. It was far inferior to the mysterious harp of the Red Fox. Greya didn't know what was going on. Maybe it was the same mystery item she had never seen before. Or maybe it was another mystery item that was related to Fox's harp. Either way, Greya believed that Angor must have found a mystery item. But why would Angor put the item in the illusion if he really had it? That didn't make sense. If Greya found a mystery item, she would treasure it as much as she could. Of course, she would never give it to someone else. As an alchemist who once studied mystery, Angor was not stupid enough to do such a thing. Was he really going to give her a mysterious item just for a meal of VIP-level food? If everyone in the wizarding world had such a mindset, why would she open Barbie's restaurant? She could just change the name to Barbie's Mystery Shop. Or maybe the mystery item Angor found was something that could merge mystery energy into an illusion? But even if it was integrated into the illusion, what benefit would it bring? Greya also wondered if Angor had learned the mystery aura and merged it into the illusion. After all, Greya already knew what happened to the Nightmare Realm. But she didn't think that was possible. Angor needed at least a mystery item to learn the mystery aura, right? Besides, even if Angor could learn the mystery aura, it would be the work of the mystery alchemist. Angor was still far away from that. Greya could wait for 100 years to find the source of the mysterious aura, and she would know the answer soon enough. Greya calmed herself down and began to search for the source of the mystery aura on the barren mountain. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Greya spent all her time on the mountain. To her surprise, she couldn't find the source of the mystery aura even though she sensed it from time to time. Nothing existed without a reason. As long as something existed, it could be traced back. But now, she couldn't find the source of the mystery aura. Why was that? Greya even considered breaking through the illusion with the help of an external force. But for some reason, when she was about to do that, her heart skipped a beat. It was as if she sensed something ominous. If she really destroyed this illusory realm, she might lose an opportunity. That was her premonition. Everyone, including mortals, would have strange premonitions from time to time. Some of these premonitions were real, while others were just wild guesses or self-deceptions. A wizard's premonition was more accurate than a mortal's. Still, she wasn't a prophet, so she couldn't say for sure. But at least Greya preferred to believe in her premonition. Of all the times, the mystery aura showed up just before she was about to destroy the illusion. Greya didn't think it was a coincidence. She gave up on using her own power to destroy the illusion. But she couldn't keep wasting her time trying to find the source of the mystery aura. She had to think of something. Greya considered for a moment and decided to cancel the illusion. She couldn't find the source of the mystery aura, but it didn't mean the creator of the illusion couldn't find it either. She could just ask Angor directly. With that in mind, Greya left the hut. Angor spent the next few days in Sunder's castle as well. After building the Church of the Deceased for Freud, Angor gave Dave the alchemy items he was going to put up for auction. Next, Angor entered a period of calming down. During this time, he spent most of his time learning a cantrip called Narda's Vision. It was also known as Alchemy's Eye, which could be used to identify unknown materials, properties, and effects. It was a cantrip that every alchemist had to learn. Originally, Angor put Narda's Vision on his training list, but he didn't want to learn it. He would still focus on illusionary cantrips and learn the necessary spell combinations. However, because of Spotty's gift, he had to put Narda's Vision on his training list. More importantly, he didn't want to leave the crystal to someone else, so he had to do it himself. Narda's Vision was a level 3 cantrip. Angor assumed that Narda's Vision would be extremely difficult to learn. But in fact, the difficulty depended on one's own knowledge. Moreover, at first, he thought that Narda's Eye was a kind of cantrip similar to the Eye of Truth that focused on refining one's eyes. However, that was not the case. Narda's Vision looked like a visual cantrip, but it was only a facade. At its core, it was a magic formula algorithm. The algorithm was similar to the sorting and induction of nonlinear systems, but it required a lot of knowledge as a foundation. To learn Narda's Vision, one must first consider one's knowledge of alchemy substances. Moreover, one would also make reasonable deductions based on one's current knowledge. Narda's algorithm was similar to some of the algorithms found in the hologram tablet. However, the magic formula used in Narda's Vision was completely different from the ones found in modern technology. Instead of deducing 3 things from one example, the result could be deduced from 100 or even 1,000 times. Angor didn't know much about alchemy substances at the moment. What he knew were basically things that he could use, such as unrated magic materials or low-grade magic materials. As for the more precious or unconventional materials, he didn't know much about them. Narda's Vision, however, required a lot of personal knowledge. Many alchemists were too weak to learn it. It wasn't difficult. If one had a relatively good inheritance, they would only need to spend some time to understand and memorize the relevant magical materials, and they would be able to get the basics. The more knowledge one had, the fewer blind spots Narda's Vision would have. A master alchemist once hypothesized that if one could become omniscient, Narda's Vision could even see through the truth. Of course, this was a false proposition. If someone was really omniscient, he or she would have already grasped the truth. Angor's current knowledge was not enough to unlock Narda's Vision. Therefore, he decided to stay in the tributary and use his hologram tablet to study alchemy-related substances and reactions. Thanks to the complete alchemy heritage he had, Angor's study was progressing rapidly. If it were someone else, just spending time and money to collect relevant information was not something that could be done in a day. Angor was still studying in the underground lab with his hologram tablet. It was just past noon when he heard Toby pecking on the door. Angor put away the tablet and opened the door to warn Toby not to disturb him while he was studying. But before he could say anything, he saw a note in Toby's beak. Puzzled, Angor took the note and read it. To others, the note looked like a bunch of random characters. But to Angor, there was a distinct nightmare aura attached to it. Angor reached out his right hand and touched the nightmare aura with 2 fingers. The nightmare aura was quickly absorbed into his right hand. The garbled characters on the note began to move and finally formed a short sentence, "Come and see me." Angor didn't think there was anyone else who could use such a trick. Maybe Sumesh could control nightmare illusions as well, but he didn't know Sumesh yet, so there was no way Sumesh would talk to him in a tone that didn't even give him his address. The professor gave this to you? He ignited the paper with his finger and ignited it. Sparks flew everywhere. Toby shook his head, cooing and gesturing with his wings. Iron Granny gave it to you? Angor considered. Perhaps Sunders gave the note to Iron Granny, who then asked Toby to give it to him. All right. Let's go ask Iron Granny first. Angor was sure that Sunders was the one who wrote the note, but he still needed to make sure. Iron Granny was making tea when they arrived at the Iron Fortress. The tea was morning dew after a rain. While making tea, he called Toby over to drink with him. Toby hopped onto Angor's shoulder without hesitation and sat down beside the teacup. It looked less restless and more polite than before. Thank you for teaching me, Granny, Angor joked. Toby rolled its eyes at him. Iron Granny shook her head. She had her own rules, but she didn't force Toby to learn them. Toby realized that Iron Granny would give him more tea if he behaved himself a little bit better. That was why he learned from her. Angor asked Iron Granny about the note, and she told him it was from Sunders. Is the professor back already? Angor muttered to himself. Iron Granny took a sip of her tea. He came back this morning. He looks tired. What happened in Sleepless City must have put a lot of pressure on him. Is the incident in Sleepless City still going on? Iron Granny glanced at Angor. You should know better than I do. Angor chuckled. I don't think it's going to calm down anytime soon. It's going to get worse. Iron Granny sighed. Is there really no way to solve this problem? Solution? Who knows? At least we haven't heard anything from the Brilliance plane yet. Maybe it'll become a cancer in the wizarding world, and we'll never be able to solve it. Iron Granny sighed. The Iron Fortress had moved to the tributary's entrance, and Angor was about to leave. Maybe you can solve it when you grow up, Iron Granny suddenly said. But how? Angor was a little surprised. Nothing is impossible in this world. Iron Granny took another sip of her tea and didn't say anything else. Angor was about to leave with Toby, but Toby refused to go back to Phantom Island and insisted on staying at the Iron Fortress for some tea. Angor warned Toby not to cause any trouble and left the tributary alone. Only the sound of Iron Granny drinking tea and boiling tea on a small stove could be heard in the Iron Fortress. This time, however, Iron Granny wasn't making morning dew. She was making rose tea. Toby took a few steps back in disgust when he smelled the strong rose scent. Leave if you want. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Iron Granny smiled at Toby. Toby was stunned. He didn't know what she meant. But he was already planning to leave. He already found the fairy who tricked his music box not long ago. Toby wanted to talk to the fairy, but he found that the fairy had been kicked out by its master and was now wandering in the woods. Toby had been observing the fairy for several days. Since Iron Granny already told him to leave, he might as well go. After bidding farewell to Iron Granny, Toby flapped his wings and flew out of the tributary. The Iron Fortress fell into a period of silence again. However, the silence did not last long before an uninvited guest arrived. Iron Granny. A respectful voice came from inside the house. The visitor was wearing a long purple robe, purple eyeshadow, and bright red lips. The most eye-catching feature was the brooch in front of her chest, which was unique and eye-catching. Greya, long time no see. Iron Granny spoke in a plain tone. I haven't seen you since my professor left, Greya said in a low voice. Greya whispered. She wasn't surprised that Iron Granny could see through her. Even Greya's teacher was inferior to Iron Granny in terms of seniority. It's been almost 200 years since little Candy went looking for Mr. Starfall, right? Iron Granny sighed sadly. She's too stubborn. She wouldn't stop for an insignificant servant like that. Iron Granny sighed. Iron Granny didn't show any emotion when talking about Mr. Starfall. It was as if she was talking about a complete stranger. However, Greya knew from some historical records in Candy House that Iron Granny and Mr. Starfall used to be best friends. Back then, Greya's professor, Lady Candy Aliidi, was only a servant of Mr. Starfall. She didn't know when Iron Granny and Mr. Starfall became complete strangers. Greya didn't know how to respond to Iron Granny's words. After all, Greya and Felicia couldn't say anything about their professor. Greya glanced at the rose-scented teapot on the stove. "Since when did you like tea, Granny?" As far as she knew, Iron Granny never liked tea. She preferred it to Mr. Starfall. Tastes change, and so do people's hearts. Greya considered for a moment. "I don't know much about making tea, but I know a few special desserts. Do you want to try them, Granny?" "Nah. I don't think I can stay here in seclusion if I eat something from a gourmet wizard." Iron Granny chuckled. "You didn't come here just to see an old hag like me, did you?" "It's fine if you don't want to, Granny. I'm here for Angor. I have some questions I need answers from him." Iron Granny narrowed her eyes. "You came at the wrong time. About half an hour ago, Angor left the tributary." "He left? Do you know where he went, Granny?" "He came back to Brute Cavern not long ago." "Where do you think he went?" Iron Granny didn't answer her question. "Mr. Phantom is back too?" Greya looked surprised. "Thank you, Granny. I'll be going now. I'll see you again next time." "It's fine. Don't come again." Greya didn't say anything and left the tributary. Iron Granny, on the other hand, was sipping her tea. She gulped down a cup of rose tea, but for some reason, she couldn't taste anything. When Angor saw Sunders, the man was leaning against a chair, pretending to be asleep. Just as Iron Granny said, Sunders' face was a little pale, and he looked tired. However, how could a truth-finder wizard be so tired after only a few months? Sunders' current condition reminded Angor of when he was in Floating Mech City. "Professor," Angor whispered. Sunders didn't open his eyes. "I have something to tell you. Don't get involved with what happened in Sleepless City for now. I've already removed all traces of your troubles. I don't think anyone will come after you. But don't let your guard down. Prophets like Anglo might still be worried about you." Angor was surprised. Not long ago, when he was chatting with Dave at Barterfly Pub, Dave also mentioned Sleepless City. Dave mentioned a lot of things, but he didn't mention anything about Angor. Angor was puzzled at first, but now he knew that Sunders was behind it. "What's going on in Sleepless City, sir? Did you get rid of the remaining golden threads?" Angor asked curiously. Sunders was still resting. "It's not good. The darkness is still expanding. It's filled with interlayer spaces. No one can get out of there alive. If this continues, the entire Evernight Kingdom will be destroyed. As for the golden threads, I can deal with them. But they're mutating too fast. Sometimes I can't handle it. That puppy seems to have left Sleepless City. Where did it go? I don't know. Maybe it went back to the Nightmare Realm. I can't sense its presence anymore." Sunders sounded a little disappointed. He was planning to capture the puppy, but it seemed that he couldn't do it now. "I heard from Fox that Yorkshire brought Spotty to the Wizarding World. I think Spotty's master found it and brought it back to the Nightmare Realm." Angor also felt a little disappointed. If Spotty is a mystery item, it must be a high-level one. Too bad it didn't want to leave with me. By the way, did you finish studying the crystal he gave you? Angor shook his head in embarrassment. "I've been studying Narda's vision lately. But I haven't reached the minimum requirement yet. I've heard about Narda's vision before. To achieve something, you must accumulate enough knowledge," said Sunders. He paused for a moment before continuing. "If you want, you can read the books in my study whenever you want." Angor nodded. The alchemy knowledge he received was enough to push Narda's vision to a very high level, but there was still a time difference. The era was moving forward, and the world was constantly changing. For example, in the past, traveling 200 kilometers was already considered very far. Now, with the appearance of steam trains and large cargo ships, the definition of traveling could be even further. Mortals could even travel to other countries for a vacation. Even the mortal world changed every day, let alone the wizarding world. Wizards ruled over all major planes. Every once in a while, a large number of new materials would be recorded, whether they were from the wizarding world or from other planes. This was not something that could be measured by miles. The alchemy books he recorded in Nether City must have been written tens of thousands of years ago, or even earlier. In the past 10,000 years, the wizarding world had discovered many new materials. Many extinct materials were replaced by new ones. Many alchemy and purification techniques were also innovated. Angor did not think he could rest easy just because he had the alchemy knowledge. What should be accumulated still had to be settled. If he only focused on the old techniques, his progress would come to an abrupt halt at some point. Only by accepting new things and extracting the essence of both could he make great progress. Sunder's study did not contain as many alchemy records as Angor's. However, in terms of timeliness, there were many alchemy materials that were discovered in recent times, which was what Angor was missing at the moment. Narda's vision is a level 3 cantrip. Even if you have enough knowledge, it will still take you a long time to construct its model. Don't worry. Just practice it step by step, said Sunders. He knew how fast Angor learned cantrips. Angor could master basic cantrips in one go with his talent. But for more advanced cantrips, he could not use his talent alone. I know. Angor nodded. He knew what his professor meant, but he still wanted to learn Narda's vision as soon as possible. The situation in the world of adepts in the southern region was becoming more and more unstable. One's own strength was the best guarantee. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Sunders opened his eyes and said. I'll leave the southern wizardry region soon and go to the Abyss Plane, he said in a serious tone. I'll leave the southern wizardry region soon and head to the Abyss Plane. I'm not sure when I'll return, so I'll leave Phantom Island to you for now. Back in Floating Mech City, Sunders mentioned something similar, but he didn't mention his destination. So they were going to the Abyss Plane? Master Sumesh is coming back soon. You can leave Phantom Island to him. Flora has her own territory in Brute Cavern. Do you think Sumesh doesn't have one? Don't worry. You'll be taking care of Phantom Island for now, but you can let Good take care of most of it. I know you'll be going home soon. You can choose to shut down the island. Good knows what to do, said Sunders. Actually, that's not important. I'm here to talk about something else. Angor nodded. That's not important. I want to talk about something else. Sunders took out a crystal ball from his storage space and showed it to Angor. See for yourself. As soon as he said that, a ripple appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. It was like a circular screen, and a figure appeared in the crystal ball. It was an old woman with a hunched back. Lady Maya? Angor asked in a low voice. It was Maya, Stargage. She was standing on a stargazer's platform with a pair of unreadable eyes. There was another person behind her, but only half of his arm was visible. Was that Dodoro? Only half of the man's arm was visible, but Angor had lived with Dodoro for almost half a year. He could easily recognize the man's hand by its features. I didn't want to contact you, but Dodoro didn't know how to enter Phantom Island, so he had to come to me. According to Maya, Dodoro had been to Phantom Island before. Angor looked up at Sunders again. Sunders gestured for him to keep watching. I don't care about your business. Maya's voice sounded distant. I'm not here for you. Dodoro sensed something. It's about your student, Angor. Someone is going to deal with Angor. Dodoro didn't see who it is, but I think it has something to do with your enemy. That's all I have to say. Do as you see fit. The video ended there. You heard it. Tell me, what do you think? Sunders spoke again. Angor considered for a moment. A prophecy is an unknown. Since it's showing its fangs, I'll find a way to avoid it. Or, break it. Sunders was surprised by Angor's words. Interesting. Sunders chuckled. Anyone who wants to harm you is my enemy. You don't blame me? They can't do anything to you, so they come after me. That means they've lost their mentality. Sunders nodded. They already lost their mentality the moment I stepped on them. However, most of my enemies are wizards. They may not be as strong as you, but they're still stronger than you. Don't let your guard down. Sunders was satisfied with Angor's answer. Among all my enemies, I think there's only one wizard organization that's willing to lower themselves to harm you. Rat Ant Underground Society. Calling them a wizard organization is an overstatement. They're not even as powerful as regular wizard clans, Sunders said. Sunders explained in a plain tone, it's an organization made up of wandering wizards and wasteland wizards. They're notorious, and they do all kinds of despicable things. I once destroyed their organization, but 2 of their core wizards escaped. I heard that they've become active again recently. They're always shouting about revenge outside, but they never dared to come to my door. Sunders sneered. They're only level 1 wizards, nothing special. But they're good at running away and hiding. They even have items that can help them avoid prophecy spells. You need to be careful if they really want to harm you. However, I'm guessing that even if they wanted to deal with you, they wouldn't have come personally. I'll send someone to spread the word that I'm going to go after them. They'll be worried when they hear about it. As for the other small fries, you should have no problem dealing with them. It wasn't the first time Angor heard about the Rat Ant Underground Society. Many wizard magazines mentioned this organization, but most of them were negative news. The Rat Ant Underground Society was more like a dark organization of mortals. They didn't look like a wizard at all. Angor had heard about them before, but he never met one. But this time, they suddenly targeted him. Obviously, they couldn't do anything to Sunders, so Angor became an innocent bystander when he had nowhere to vent his anger. He wasn't worried, but he wasn't afraid either. Since he had become Sunders' student, he had to be prepared to be dragged into the mess. Both Flora and Sumesh were dragged into this mess, and Angor was no exception. However, due to Sunders' identity as an alchemist, many who held grudges against him decided to wait and see. It would be better if they could avoid any grudges. The Rat Ant Underground Society, on the other hand, decided to take the first prize. As he told Sunders, the prophecy wasn't an unchangeable fact. Since he already knew about it, he had many ways to deal with it. He might not be able to deal with wizards, but he could easily hide from them. As long as you know what you're doing, said Sunders. Sunders closed his eyes again. Angor thought Sunders was going to ask him to leave, so he decided to bid farewell to Sunders. I'm going to visit the Nightmare Realm later, Sunders said without warning. Angor stopped and looked back. Which part of the Nightmare Realm are you going to, sir? Something appeared in Sunders' hand out of nowhere. It was a wooden lock covered with nightmare energy. Here, said Sunders in a plain tone. Angor knew where the lock came from. Not long ago, Sunders tricked Irisa into giving him the lock. An ancient wizard found it in the Nightmare Realm, and the book Travel in Dreamland matched it. You're going to the mysterious attic mentioned in the book, sir? In the records of Traveling in Dreamland, there was a mysterious pavilion in that area. From the inside to the outside, it was filled with mysterious objects. For example, a mysterious mirror that could replicate anything, a swing that swung on the river. Of fate, a box that contained endless secrets, the wooden lock was obtained from the mysterious attic. I'm going to see which part of the Nightmare Realm it is. Sunders rubbed his temples. I hope it's not too close to the core area. He was going to explore a map. Sunders quickly stopped Angor when he saw Angor's eager expression. Don't even think about it. It's an unknown area, and I can't guarantee that I can find you in time. Sunders already knew about Nether City and Witch's Town, but Angor almost fell into his trap. Sunders didn't want to let Angor go to the mysterious attic. Angor was a little disappointed that he couldn't enter the Nightmare Realm. However, he had no choice but to give up when he thought about all the strange things he couldn't figure out. I'll tell you about it when I'm back. Then I'll stay at Phantom Island tonight. I need to borrow some books about alchemy materials from the library anyway, Angor said. Sunders nodded. There are some alchemy books in the open-air library in the Gravity Garden as well. I'll bring them too. Sunders' face suddenly turned pale. His body, which was leaning on the sofa, trembled without warning. Angor was about to ask something when Sunders suddenly woke up. Sunders suddenly opened his eyes and lowered his head, panting heavily like a seriously ill patient. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What's wrong, Professor? Angor asked. Did Sunders get hurt in Sleepless City? Sunders didn't answer. He was still trying to calm his breathing. After a while, he looked up. Nothing. Just some old ailment. Sunders looked a little better now, but his face was even paler than before. You look really weak, Professor. Angor showed a worried look. Maybe you shouldn't go to the Nightmare Realm for now? We don't need to worry about the mysterious attic. I know what to do. Don't worry. Sunders realized that he sounded a little too harsh. It's just an old ailment. It won't bother me. After all, I don't need to worry about anything. Sunders frowned. Besides, he won't let me get hurt. Angor didn't understand what Sunders meant, but he didn't say anything since Sunders had already made up his mind. As a matter of fact, Angor did not need to worry about Sunders' condition. However, when Sunders was gasping for air, Angor saw a shadow appearing on his body. It was a vague outline, so Angor couldn't see it clearly. However, when Sunders looked up, he saw one of Sunders' eyes turning blood red. However, when Sunders regained his composure, the shadow disappeared completely, and his pupils returned to normal. This was not an old problem, as Sunders said. It must be caused by some kind of spell. Did someone cast a curse on his professor? That was why he couldn't help but ask. Angor was about to ask about the shadow when he heard someone knocking on the door of the study. Good afternoon, my lord. Lady Greya is in the living room. She wants to see you, Mr. Pat. Angor? Sunders glanced at Angor but did not see any surprise on the boy's face. I made an illusion brooch for Lady Greya not long ago. I think there's something wrong with it. You made a brooch for Greya? I saw the brooch on Greya's chest. She hit her illusion nodes well. Sunders looked at Greya's living room for a moment before speaking again. Let's go to the living room and see if Greya wants to see you. I want to see how good you are at illusions. Sunders rarely tested Angor's illusions. Compared to the strict rules, he hoped that Angor could develop his own path and walk on his own. However, any illusionary magus had to follow a basic logic when it came to setting up illusions, as long as they hadn't reached the level where they could manipulate them as they wished. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well take a look at Angor's illusions. Besides, he also had something to tell Greya. Angor followed behind Sunders and left the study together. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he remembered that Sunders wanted to test his illusions. It had been a long time since Angor had to consider the logic of illusions. When setting up illusions, he would either use fog illusions that didn't require logic, or he would use nightmare illusions, or he would use his talent to control emotions. He didn't think too much about such things as different plants have to be phototaxis in the illusion, the scattering of volcanic ash has to be measured by the wind, no fish in the river, no freshwater fish in the sea, and so on. He didn't think too much about these things. He just went with the flow and made the arrangements according to his will. Angor wasn't sure if the illusions he set up in Greya's brooch were illogical or not. Because of this, his mood suddenly became uneasy. When they arrived at the living room, Greya was looking at the brooch in front of her chest with a thoughtful look. Greya looked up when she heard footsteps. You're here too? I'm not looking for you. Greya stood up and looked at Sunders. She raised an eyebrow and sent a voice transmission to Sunders, as if she noticed something interesting. You're mutating faster than before. What's wrong? Did something happen to you in Sleepless City that required your life? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Sunders glanced at Greya, then at Angor, who was still looking nervous. I was ambushed by that fox and frog on my way back. Greya's eyes darkened when she heard the word fox. Did you kill it? Haven't you always wanted that mysterious harp of his? Yorkshire came and saved them. Sunders looked a little disappointed. He even used the someone inside him, but he still couldn't get them to stay. Haha. Good. I'll kill that fox myself. Greya's eyes were filled with hatred. A bunch of monsters who know how to scheme? I wonder how they did it to you. Some of the wizards in Monsoon Sector are already under Yorkshire's control. But they've been acting normal. No one noticed anything unusual. Sunders didn't continue, but Greya already knew what was going on. When two armies were at war, if a loyal teammate suddenly betrayed them, whether it was a stab or something else, it would bring a great disadvantage to their side. However, Sunders still managed to force the enemy into a desperate situation. Even the enemy's general came to rescue him in person. Sunders was strong indeed. You took control of some wizards without them noticing? It seems like the situation in Sleepless City is worse than I thought. Greya chuckled and changed the topic. Your mutation is getting worse. When are you going to bring my body back? Once I get my body back, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you as soon as possible. Sunders remained silent. Mr. Monkey has urged me to go to the abyss plane many times already. Let's wait until the situation stabilizes. Also, we need to plan carefully if we want to do something under the watchful eyes of a legendary monster. Sumesh is coming back soon. I'll talk to him about it. Greya understood the gravity of the situation. It was impossible to solve the problem in one go, so she nodded. Greya suddenly looked at Angor. Last time at Sleepless City, I noticed that the fox wasn't hostile to Angor. Should we bring him with us? Sunders shook his head. He did want to bring Angor with him at first. After all, it seemed that the nightmare monsters weren't hostile to Angor. However, after what happened in Witch's Town, he changed his mind. That witch was determined to kill Angor. Angor is just an apprentice. He won't be of any help, Sunders sent a voice transmission. Greya gave it some thought and agreed with him. She had a feeling that Angor, the miracle boy, would create more miracles in the future. However, Angor was still too weak. If he could become a wizard, he would have more ways to protect himself. As for an apprentice, Greya shook her head and decided to give up. They ended their conversation. Sunders sat on the other side of the sofa and put on a casual expression. Why are you still here? Greya frowned. Since Sunders didn't answer, Angor whispered to Greya what Sunders wanted to do. Greya curled her lips. All right. As a truth-finder wizard, I don't think Angor's illusion has many flaws. Can you rest assured now? It was clear that Greya was asking Sunders to leave. Sunders didn't budge. I trust your judgment. Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious. What do you want to see Angor alone? Greya sneered and crossed her legs on the sofa. She looked like she was not going to cooperate with Angor's plan. You can't hide it from me if I really want to know. Why don't you tell me? I'm interested in Angor's illusion as well. Greya remained silent for a moment and finally spoke. What's the source on the mysterious mountain? She looked at Angor and asked, what's the source? She knew she couldn't hide it from Sunders, but she still chose to be vague. She believed Angor would understand her meaning. Greya's question wasn't out of his expectation. However, he was a little surprised. He thought Greya would be able to find the manifestation of mystery, but it seemed that she didn't find it either. You can't tell me? Greya asked when she saw Angor's expression changing quickly. It's not that I can't tell you. It's just that I don't know what the source is. Angor shrugged helplessly. You don't know where it came from? Greya did not believe him. Didn't you hide the item in there? That item? It took him a while to realize that Greya thought he had placed a mystery item inside the illusion. It's just a feeling. It's not real. Just a feeling, not a physical object? Greya muttered in a low voice. She seemed to understand something. She believed that Angor couldn't hide a mystery item in an illusion and give it to someone else. But she still didn't believe that Angor could infuse the mystery item into his illusion. But now that Angor had admitted it, she was able to make up for her mistake. How did you do that? Greya asked. How did you put it in your illusion? That's obviously impossible, unless you've already advanced to a mysterious alchemist. He didn't know how to answer Greya's question. He couldn't tell her about what happened inside Spotty's body. At this time, Sanders, who had been sitting on the sofa as a spectator, suddenly spoke. What are you talking about? Aren't you going to explain? Angor sighed in relief when he heard Greya's words. Greya rolled her eyes at Sanders. Looks like your student is hiding a lot of things from you. Greya's words were sarcastic, but Sanders could sense the jealousy in her tone. Sanders looked at Angor again. Did Angor do something bad again? Even a truth-finder wizard like Greya was envious of him. Sanders decided to secretly ask Angor what was going on. I know you want to ask Angor in private, but no need. Come and see for yourself, Greya said. Greya glanced at Angor with a complicated expression and activated the illusion inside her brooch, which pulled all three of them into the illusion. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and a thin layer of mist appeared in their eyes. It didn't take long for them to break through the mist. It was a basic test. Anyone who opened their spirit defenses would be able to enter the illusion. As long as they did not open their spirit defenses, they would not be pulled into the illusion. Angor and Greya were the first ones to appear on a small path. This was the starting point of the illusion, which was the path in front of the cave. Greya raised an eyebrow. She thought she would be sent to the mysterious mountain by reading her original information. She didn't expect to be sent here. Was it because more than one person entered the illusion this time? See? You two are only master and student on the surface. Your teacher doesn't trust you at all. He didn't even open his spirit defenses. Greya dragged Sunders into the illusion without explaining anything just so she could tell him. She knew that she couldn't drive a wedge between Angor and Greya, but she still wanted to annoy them a little so she could enjoy herself. If your teacher doesn't want you anymore, or if he dies in a foreign land, my door will always be open for you. Greya patted Angor's shoulder as if she was being considerate. I thought you'd use the darkness to cover up some flaws in the illusion. But when I look closer, I see nothing wrong with the basic concepts. Somehow, Sunders appeared behind them and began to observe the surroundings. By the time I die, I think Angor will be as strong as you. But I'm sure he'll be as strong as you by the time I die. Besides, I'm not going to die. So, if you want to do anything to Angor, just give up. Greya rolled her eyes in secret. Sunders walked to Angor and asked, so, what's your purpose in creating this illusion? To Sunders, there was at least a purpose in creating an illusion. Whether it was to trap an enemy, kill an enemy, or even something like Angor's music box, there had to be a purpose. So far, Sunders had no idea what Angor was trying to achieve with this illusion. And what was the theme of the illusion? Did Angor simply put a meaningless illusion into a brooch? Sunders didn't think that was the case. Judging from Greya's ambiguous question, there must be something fishy going on in the illusion. My purpose? Angor considered. To fulfill Lady Greya's request. That's what I want. In other words, Greya was the one who asked to make the brooch. To serve a customer. That was his purpose. What did Lady Greya want? She wants to have the sensation of the nightmare realm, and something new. Greya finished his sentence without thinking. Angor did all of them well. I don't think Mr. Phantom can come up with anything better than Angor's illusions, let alone alchemy skills. Greya mocked Sunders again, and this time, she stepped on Sunders' illusions, which were his greatest strength. Sunders didn't say anything. He quietly observed the illusion and wondered where the novelty and theme came from. Angor mentioned Greya's two requests earlier. The first one was the sensation of the nightmare realm, but he didn't find anything about it yet. So where did the nightmare realm sense come from? Sunders looked up at the sky. The dark mist was thick, and the moonlight was cold. The foundation of the illusion was weak. It might be able to confuse someone below level 3. But for Sunders, he could easily break the illusion. But since Greya was moving around in the illusion as a normal human being, he couldn't do such a thing. He would have to take it one step at a time and see what Angor had planted in the illusion. Greya touched the stone bell in front of the cave and asked, are the stations different in each area? Yes. Angor nodded. That one in Witch's Town. I had to look for it for a long time, Greya complained. Angor chuckled when he thought about the one he set up in the painting. It's fun. You know, you're just messing with me. Greya pretended to be angry. When she saw Angor apologizing, she humphed and said, fine. I'll just kill some time. As they chatted, the cat bus finally arrived at their destination. Sunders looked at the cute and imaginative cat bus and couldn't help but chuckle. So this is the bus station you're talking about? Angor scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes. This is the cat bus. It's a means of transportation in this illusion. Greya was already on the bus. I'm going to the mysterious mountain. Do you want to come with me? Sunders shook his head. Judging from Greya's tone, there was something strange about the mysterious mountain. Sunders planned to check Angor's illusion one last time. It was rare for him to enter Angor's illusion, so he wanted to check it first. Since Sunders didn't want to go with him, Angor decided to stay as well. As someone whose homework was being checked by the teacher, Angor didn't dare to say it out loud. I'll be waiting for you at the mysterious mountain. I hope it won't take too long. When Greya left, Sunders followed her example and rang the bell on the stone pillar. A moment later, the second cat bus arrived, and they boarded. Cat bus at your service. May I ask where you wish to go? The orange cat's large head turned towards the carriage. Two light bulbs shone on the two of them, making their faces pale, a stark contrast to the orange lights in the carriage. Witch's Town. Sunders glanced at the sign on the bus stop. Sunders didn't ask for Angwar's opinion about the illusion at all. Professor, the Witch's Town in the illusion is very different from the one in the nightmare realm. I've only been to a few places in the illusion. Most of them are from my imagination. Sunders didn't say anything about it. Instead, he began to comment on the illusion he saw so far. As Greya said, Sunders didn't find anything wrong with the illusion so far. The forest was so luxuriant that he couldn't find anything wrong with it. However, Sunders did find something familiar. This forest looks similar to Fairy World. You learned from there, didn't you? Angwar nodded. He did learn a part of it from Fairy World. However, most of it, such as the smooth asphalt road, the signs, and the small pavilions, all came from movies from Earth. You have good observation skills. Let's take a trip outside. It'll help you to construct your illusion. Nature is the best teacher, Sunders said. He was satisfied with Angwar's talent. Before reaching a certain level, Angwar's illusion still needed to follow the rules. Sunders raised an eyebrow when they arrived at Witch's Town. He didn't expect to find the Nightmare Realm aura here. Also, he separated the illusion into different zones, which was quite interesting. It was similar to how the Nightmare Realm was divided into different zones. Sunders didn't say anything along the way. Instead, he carefully observed Angwar's illusion. He didn't show any expression on his face, but there was still a hint of admiration in his eyes. Angwar was probably the only person who could integrate the Nightmare Realm aura into an illusion. It was so realistic, so fitting, and so fitting. Every wizard, including Truthfinder wizards, would be impressed by such an illusion. Sunders took a stroll around Witch's Town and witnessed how terrifying Greya was back then. Your talent allows you to control the emotions of others in your illusions. However, the upper and lower limits of your control will depend on your personal experience. Sunders had no choice but to give a brief comment on such a terrifying experience. The horror I experienced just now is the reaction and degree of horror you think it should be. Using your standard to define the horror tolerance of others, this will greatly reduce your illusion. There's one more thing. Sunders continued, you created this illusion of Witch's Town with such a strong Nightmare Realm aura. You're trying to make people feel fear and awe in the face of fear. Am I right? Angwar nodded repeatedly. To be more precise, when he was constructing the illusion, he had thought of a theme for each area. The theme for Witch's Town was indeed the awe of fear. Good idea, Sunders praised Angwar at first, but he quickly changed his tone and criticized Angwar. But with your standard, you can only make mortals and a small number of weak-willed apprentices feel fear and respect. For adepts, this isn't up to standard. At most, it's a little novel, but there's nothing else to it. In fact, some slightly more mature acolytes would have been able to see through the fact that you're manipulating emotions on purpose. They wouldn't have been able to see through the trick, but in the end, they would be able to see through the illusion. That's where you fail. What Sunders pointed out just happened to point out Angwar's blind spot. Greya also experienced the illusion of Witch's Town, so she knew what Angwar was trying to say. However, just like Sunders, she came up with the conclusion by looking down at the illusion from above. She didn't come up with the conclusion spontaneously after experiencing something truly terrifying. Both of them came up with the same conclusion, but the way they came up with it was different. The effect of the illusion was different too. If Angwar could understand the illusion after experiencing it, then the illusion would be truly effective. Angwar understood why Sunders was disappointed. The illusion of Witch's Town wasn't bad, but it didn't achieve the theme perfectly. There are two ways to solve this problem. Either you strengthen your ability to control your emotions so that your tolerance is better than everyone else's. Or you strengthen your ability to create illusions so that no one can break them even if they realize it's just an illusion. Sunders explained the solution in a cold tone and strode to the small, lonely room. He knew Angor well enough to know what Angor was trying to do after visiting Witch's Town for a while. Sure enough, in the painting in the hut, he found the platform to leave. The two of them passed through the oil painting and entered the platform in the painting. He was still thinking about his mistake and did not notice the smile on Sunder's face. His words were harsh, but he was satisfied with the result. He pointed out the flaws in Angor's illusion, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that Angor didn't mean to kill him. He only wanted to fulfill Grea's request. Therefore, as long as Grea's request was met, it was not a big deal. He was here to check Angor's understanding of illusions. Angor already gave him a perfect answer on this point. Not only was there no problem with the logic of the illusion, but the construction of the illusion, including using the painting as a passage to get to the platform, showed how imaginative Angor was. If an illusionist lacked imagination, it would be equivalent to a bird lacking wings or a fish lacking fins. No matter how one looked at it, Angor did a good job. However, Sunders never liked praising people. How could he say something like that so easily? He would definitely nitpick at the bones in an egg and use a magnifying glass to look for dust. Along the way, Sunders also saw another layer of Angor's illusion. He saw some characters who wandered around in the illusion. They looked like living individuals, but they were only clues that led to different areas. Sometimes, these clues told stories that inspired people to think about. Sometimes, they also showed the theme of the area. Illusions that relied on clues to progress layer by layer did not seem to have any advantages. However, Angor's construction skill was very good. It was like watching someone's life and extracting the most interesting story from the person's life, then placing it in the illusion so that people could learn something from it. It was like reading an interesting novel. When he finished reading the novel, he would close the book and slowly recall what he learned from the plot. Angor used the best part of the novel to present it in the form of an illusion. The way he presented it was to let people experience other people's lives. Through the intertwining process, they could slowly peel away the fog and find the stories behind the characters. Sunders did not criticize or praise Angor's idea. But he approved of it in his mind. If one had free time, or if one was busy, it would be a good enjoyment to comprehend the enlightenment brought by the story as both an observer and an observer. In Sunders' eyes, it was a very creative idea and a very advanced way to pass the time. As an old noble, even if he had become a truth-finder wizard, he would still enjoy some fine wine and read a novel on a sunny afternoon. It didn't matter if it was a novel written by a mortal or an adept. It was a form of entertainment to pass the time. Angor's illusions were also very interesting and advanced ways to pass the time. Now he understood why Grea wanted Angor to create an illusion for her. Following Grea's example, Sunders took a quick look at the other areas. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Without him noticing, Angor's mastery of illusions had slowly reached such a high level. Angor could absorb nightmare aura to speed up his training, which made him look weak. However, his mastery of illusions and the concept of illusions were self-taught. Sunders was surprised that Angor was able to reach such a level in just a few years. Among all the illusions, Sunders stayed in Monument Valley for the longest time. In the area of Monument Valley, there was no logic in the basic concept of the illusion at all. Strange blocks, strange geometrical shapes, and that strange color scheme. Sunders shook his head at first. But when he entered Monument Valley, he found it to be a very interesting place. A shadow that was both real and illusory appeared in front of him. This shadow represented all the strange buildings in the valley. As Sunders entered the valley, a character named Ada followed him. Sunders was going to use the shadow in front of him to get Ada out of the strange valley. I'm going to control Ada's fate? Sunders raised an eyebrow and continued the game with a strange feeling. Every time he did something, the buildings in the valley would change drastically. Some would sink, some would stand upright, and some would turn around 180 degrees. As for the strange girl named Ada, she followed the changes in the valley and began a journey of crossing mountains and ridges. Sunders had no idea what was going on at first. In his eyes, there were two completely disconnected paths separated by dozens of meters. How was Ada supposed to cross them? Sunders even considered flying up and taking Ada to the next path. But that was not the answer to the puzzle. Yes, Sunders believed it was a puzzle, and he needed to solve it. Sunders looked back at Angor and saw the boy trying to hold back his laughter. It seemed the boy was happy that Sunders was stumped. But Angor forgot that when he played Monument Valley on his hologram tablet, he also got stuck for a long time. Monument Valley was actually a decrypted minigame on his hologram tablet. Angor found it interesting, so he put it in his illusion as an Easter egg. Sunders soon found the answer to the puzzle. Optical dislocation. By slightly tilting the shadow in front of him, the broken bridge became a path in another view. This was probably a fixed pattern of thinking, and this decryption was a way to break it. Interesting, Sunders muttered to himself. After solving the first puzzle and understanding the mechanism, the rest was much easier. Sunders did not move from the entrance of the valley. He simply controlled the shadow in front of him and let Ada run out of the valley in front of him. However, after Alan left the valley in front of them changed again. A pink castle rose from the ground, and Ada walked out of the castle's gate. The shadow in front of Sunders also turned into a castle. This was another decryption. Sunders did not continue and left Monument Valley with Angor. He didn't leave because he didn't like Monument Valley. He simply thought it was time to stop and visit the mysterious mountain. Sunders was surprised by the strange decryption of Monument Valley. He had no idea how many strange ideas Angor had in mind. He also had some doubts about Monument Valley. For example, he saw a monument when he entered the valley. There was a sentence written on it, "This is a journey to seek forgiveness." So, there was actually a hidden story behind Ada's adventure that no one knew about. Angor was still chuckling on Cat Bus. Sunders spoke with a blank expression, "There are too many flaws in the illusion. From the color, the architecture, to the unnatural logic, everything is problematic." In the next few minutes, Sunders spent his time criticizing the illusion. "Make me another illusion about Monument Valley when you get back, and I'll analyze it more thoroughly so you can improve your skills." Sunders suddenly changed the topic in a seemingly natural way. "That's right. Make me another illusion about Monument Valley, and I'll analyze it more thoroughly so that you can improve it." Angor didn't know what to say. "You just want to play, don't you?" Angor couldn't help but complain in his mind when he saw Sunders' serious expression. "All right. I'll create a new illusion with Monument Valley as the main theme and give it to you, sir." "I'll be waiting for your advice," Angor said without showing any expression. "Let's go and meet up with Greya. I want to see what you did at Mysterious Mountain that surprised her so much." Sunders smiled at Angor's response. "Well, let's go and meet up with Greya. I want to see what you did at Mysterious Mountain." Angor was going to tell Sunders about what happened at Mysterious Mountain when they were on the bus. But after some thought, he decided to let Sunders know first. Mysterious Mountain was a barren mountain. When the bus stopped, the first thing they saw was Greya sitting on a rock with her eyes closed. She seemed to be trying to sense something. Her expression sometimes showed confusion, sometimes emotion, and sometimes understanding. At first, Sunders thought Greya's expression was strange. But as soon as he got off the car, he felt a gentle breeze from afar, which brought a slight touch to his skin. A trace of doubt flashed across his originally expressionless face. He tensed up his body and strode toward the center of the mountain. Just like Greya, Sunders stood still and closed his eyes to sense the mystery aura. Sunders was surprised by the familiar mystery energy. If Angor didn't tell him that it was just a feeling, Sunders would think that it was a mystery item hidden in the illusion. Angor followed them as well. He didn't say anything. Instead, he also sensed the mystery aura. However, the mysterious aura was still the same as the last time he had tested it. It would occasionally fall and occasionally fly up. It was like duckweed without a root. He couldn't find its source. "You put the mystery aura into your illusion?" A voice broke through the barrier and directly appeared in Angor's mind. It was the spirit bond, and the other party was Sunders. Angor was startled by the sudden voice. The mysterious mountain was the most unstable area in the entire illusion. It was extremely fragile in the face of the two sorcerers' energy waves. Even the slightest energy ripple could cause the illusion to collapse. However, Angor noticed that the illusions around him were still as solid as ever. There was not even the slightest ripple in the air. That was why he was so surprised. I used some nightmare illusions to make up for the weakness of the illusion, Sunders explained as he noticed Angwar's confusion. Although Sunders made it sound easy and glossed over the matter in a few sentences, Sunders still couldn't help it. However, Angwar knew that his illusions were different from Sunders. The fact that Sunders was able to make up for Angwar's weakness so easily proved how powerful Sunders' illusions were. Compared to Sunders, Angwar could only see the tip of the iceberg and believe it was the whole story. Your mystery aura is similar to the mystery aura in Sleepless City, Sunders said. Did you learn mystery when you were inside Dalmatian's body? Sunders continued through the spirit bond. Yes and no. I did sense it when I was inside Dalmatian's body. But I didn't really understand it. I just memorized the feeling and tried to integrate it into my illusion. Just by memorizing it, he was able to integrate this feeling into the illusion? Angwar wondered. His intuition must have reached an unimaginable level. Sunders wondered if it had something to do with Angwar's soul. Or maybe it had something to do with the wound in his soul. Sunders didn't ask Angwar how he integrated the mystery aura into his illusion. He already experimented to see if he could integrate the nightmare aura into his illusion. However, it would take a lot of time to collect data and do calculations to reach the same level as Angwar. Adding the nightmare realm sense into illusions could only confuse the enemy for a short while in actual combat. That was why he didn't spend any time on it. The reason why Angwar was able to do it so easily was because of his talent. Just by relying on his sensitive spirit sense, he could remember the environment he had experienced and the emotions he had felt. It was a talent unique to Angwar, and it would be difficult to imitate it. As for integrating the mystery aura into his illusion, Sunders believed that he could do it if he really wanted to. However, it would take more time than integrating the nightmare aura into his body. It might take him hundreds of years to achieve something. If the benefits were not proportional to the cost, then there was no need to do it. You're doing this? Sunders was confused. But what's the source of the mystery aura? What's the point of doing it? I'm doing this because I want to infuse the illusion with the mystery energy so that I can feel it, and understand its true meaning. You want to use this chance to find the mysterious alchemist? Sunders was starting to get the idea. Yes. Angwar nodded. I'm doing this because Lady Greya said she wanted something new. Since I've just discovered the mystery aura, I can't help but show off? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angwar felt a little embarrassed. He believed that this might be what Greya wanted, but he did want to show off a little. Sunders didn't mind Angwar's behavior since he was still a teenager. That's what Greya wanted to know, right? You said you don't know the source of the mystery aura. Why is that? Is this what happens when you integrate the mystery aura into your illusion? Not all illusions are like this. It's a special case that we can't find the source of the mystery aura, Angwar explained. Angwar explained his experiment in detail, including how the manifestation of mystery looked like. Manifestation of mystery aura? Sunders muttered in a low voice. Interesting. According to Angwar's explanation, there must be a manifestation of mystery aura in this illusion. It was just that they couldn't find it. Greya stopped searching and looked at Angwar and Sunders. Greya looked at Sunders first. Now you know why I'm curious, right? Sunders grinned. Now I know why you're so hysterical. You're jealous. Jealous? I'm talking to you, and you're talking about jealousy? Jealous of what? Jealous that you have a good student? Greya stared at Sunders with a twisted expression. But after a while, she let out a sigh of relief. Yes, she was jealous of Angwar. She had such a great talent, yet she chose to follow Sunders. Greya came to Angwar's side and asked him about the mystery energy. Meanwhile, Sunders secretly reminded Angwar through their spirit bond, you know what to say and what not to say. Of course, he couldn't talk about Dalmatian. As for the others, he could tell Sunders about them. But Greya also knew what to ask, especially in front of Sunders. She didn't ask about whether the mystery aura came from the mystery item in Sleepless City or how to use it. But she did ask a question that Angwar didn't know how to answer. If it's not a mystery item, then what's the purpose of the mystery aura? In other words, there had to be a reason why Angwar used the mystery aura in his illusion. Just like Monument Valley, it could be used for entertainment. Could it be that this was purely to surprise them? Sunders was about to ask the same question when Greya interrupted him. She also looked at Angor to see what he had to say. Angor was going to tell Greya that they only needed to find a manifestation of mystery aura. But since there was no manifestation of mystery aura here, it was pointless. As a matter of fact, Angor already created many alchemy illusions that contained mystery auras, but he didn't want to reveal them yet. I don't know. It's my first attempt. Maybe I can find the source of the mystery energy and find the answer. Greya wasn't satisfied with the answer. She knew that Angor was just giving her a perfunctory answer. But since Sunders was here, Greya didn't say anything. She could only complain in her mind. You're such a good seedling, but now you're learning how to be a pervert. If that's the case, I'll wait until I find the source of the mystery energy, then I'll give you your VIP meal. Greya grumbled in her mind. Greya knew it was impossible to pry an answer out of Angor's mouth in front of Sunders. She cancelled her illusion, pinned her brooch to her chest, and stormed out of the living room, leaving Sunders and Angor looking at each other in confusion. Let's talk in my study. I have something to ask you about the mystery energy in your illusion. Angor took out an item and placed it on his desk. It was a pendant carved from pure silver. The shape of the pendant was like a crescent moon covered by clouds and mist. It was one of the alchemy items Angor created when he was experimenting with the manifestation of mystery aura. Since it was just a random creation, he didn't spend too much time on it. Moonfrost pendant. Inside it is an illusion of a snowfield. The manifestation of mystery aura is the same as the one in Mysterious Mountain. I can't find it. Angor handed the Moonfrost necklace to Sunders. The necklace was the only mystery item he had left in his bracelet. Since he couldn't find the manifestation of mystery anyway, he might as well give it to Sunders and see if he could get an answer from the gentleman. Sunders gave it a try. When the endless snowfield appeared in his study, he immediately sensed the mystery energy in the air. However, he frowned before he went to look for the manifestation of mystery. Did you think about the snowfield illusion when you built it? Angor shook his head. I was experimenting with different manifestations of mystery, so I didn't think much of it. In other words, you didn't think about what other purpose you had when you created the illusion? Sunders asked again. Sunders asked. Angor tried to recall what he was thinking when he crafted the Moonfrost necklace. When I built the illusion, the only thing I wanted was to make the snowfield feel cold. I didn't think about anything else. Sunders stared at the snowfield in front of him and thought about the bleak feeling Angor mentioned over and over again. In this vast expanse of white and empty snowfield, there was a feeling of desolation, but it was not the main axis of this illusory realm. Sunders didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt the withering of life. The endless snowfield was usually a forbidden zone for living beings. Even so, he could still sense the life force hidden in the snowfield. For example, there were seeds hidden under the snow, waiting for spring to arrive. There were fish swimming slowly under the frozen lake. There were also plants that didn't fear the cold. Sunders didn't feel anything in this illusion. It was too lifeless. But Angor said that he didn't set the theme for the illusion. So why did Sunders feel that the illusion had a different theme? And why did it have a melody of death as its theme? Sunders didn't know the answer for now, but he had a feeling that this was the reason why he couldn't find the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield. Sunders kept looking for the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield. Angor wanted to tell Sunders about the other manifestations, but Sunders didn't seem interested. Without bothering Sunders, he left the illusion alone and returned to his bedroom to craft the Monument Valley illusion he promised Sunders. Since he was going to make it for Sunders, Angor didn't dare to neglect it. He began to think about the design and style of the item. Sunders was a typical old-fashioned noble. Angor believed that he should craft something based on the preferences of traditional nobles, such as a cane or a necklace. However, Angor realized that Sunders wasn't like Greya. Greya had her own requirements when it came to the appearance of her products, extravagant extravagance. Therefore, he didn't consider whether the outer appearance would be affected by the illusions inside. All he needed to do was to look as luxurious as possible. But if it was Sunders, with his personality, he wouldn't like someone who didn't look the same, would he? For example, when he refined a gorgeous obsidian staff, the illusion attached to it turned out to be a decryption game. Angor didn't like it. He gave it some thought and decided to make something suitable for Monument Valley instead. After playing Monument Valley, Angor noticed that at the end of each chapter, the main character, Ada, would return a geometric object from her hat. Aside from the obscure plot, the gameplay of the entire game revolved around geometry and contradictory spaces. After some consideration, Angor decided to craft something that combined the concepts of contradiction and geometry. It would fit Monument Valley illusion better. Angor combined the concepts of contradiction and geometry and began to see strange patterns in his mind. Penrose staircase, Klein vase, Asher's cube, Penrose triangle, and so on. Of course, there were also other geometric patterns like Black Forest illusion, blind spot shift, and demon tuning fork. However, due to the difficulty of constructing them, Angor eliminated them one by one. In the end, there were only a few patterns left in his mind. Among them, Angor's final choice was the Mobius ring. It was a pattern that perfectly represented the concept of geometry. At the same time, it was very similar to Monument Valley illusion. The pattern alone could remind people of many things related to geometry and mathematics. Angor had already decided on the pattern, but making a Mobius ring right away didn't seem to be a good idea. Angor considered and decided to wrap the Mobius ring with a transparent geometric object and make it into a decoration. With this thought in mind, Angor's crafting became faster. It took him less than 2 hours to decide on the shape, choose the materials, and create the final product. The Mobius ring quietly floated in the middle of a transparent rhombus made of crystal blue lines. It used one of the corners of the rhombus as a support. Overall, this ornament looked complicated, but the finished product was simple and clear. At first glance, it could make people feel a sense of distance and amazement in geometry and mathematics. Moreover, it had a diamond-shaped outer shell and looked very much like a monument. It was similar to Monument Valley in a different way. Angor was satisfied with the decoration. He also carved a special emblem on the base of the object. As for the name, Angor wanted to call it Mobius ring. However, Mobius wasn't from the wizarding world, so it would be troublesome to explain. So, he decided to call it Monument Loop. With the Monument Loop done, Angor had nothing else to do. He didn't know how Sunders was doing, and he didn't want to disturb him. So, he decided to focus on gathering the necessary materials for Narda's vision. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the minute hand of the clock on the wall was moving bit by bit. When the minute hand moved once and the hour hand moved once, Angor heard Sunders' voice in his ears. "Come to the study." For some reason, Angor felt that Sunders was trying to suppress some kind of emotion in his voice, which gave him a strange feeling. When Angor came to the study, Sunders had already deactivated the illusion. He was sitting in front of his desk, quickly writing something down with a pen. The Moonfrost necklace was hanging on top of the demon falcon ornament Angor crafted. "Take a seat and give me a moment," Sunders spoke quickly without looking up. While Sunders was busy writing, Angor looked at the demon falcon ornament again. From what Angor could tell, the ornament wasn't too exquisite. It looked a little rough. But Sunders seemed to like it and kept it on the desk all the time. It seemed that Sunders really loved the demon falcons. Should he make a new demon falcon ornament some other time? If other wizards came to the study and saw the ornament, it would be embarrassing. Angor already had a picture of the demon falcon in his mind. Sunders finally put down his pen. The first thing he said when he looked up surprised Angor. "Remember, don't put mystery energy into your illusions." The serious look on Sunders' face made Angor put away his frivolous attitude. Once the mystery manifestation is confirmed, it will release a huge amount of information that will surround you, right? Sunders didn't explain what he just said. Instead, he asked another question. "Yes." Angor nodded. He suddenly remembered something and looked at Sunders in surprise. "Professor, you found the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield illusion?" Sunders didn't answer. Instead, he used his spirit power to pick up the Moonfrost necklace and put it in Angor's hand. "See for yourself." When the illusion reappeared, it was still the same white snow field, but he didn't feel anything strange about it anymore. Sunders had found the manifestation of mystery. "Professor, What's the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield illusion? Is it some sort of snow scum? Angor asked curiously. See for yourself. See if there are any changes in the illusion. With that in mind, Angor tried to sense the snowfield again. Snowflakes fell from the sky from time to time. It looked the same as before, except that the mystery energy was gone. Something was wrong. Angor frowned. It was a little different. It seemed that the snowfield illusion was more lively than before, and it was not as lifeless as before. Angor told Sunders about his discovery, but he wasn't sure if he was right. Even if the snowfield illusion was a little less lifeless, it shouldn't have anything to do with the mystery energy, right? Of course it has something to do with it. The thing missing is the manifestation of mystery you've been looking for. Angor was surprised. Just a little less lifeless feeling? Could it be that this lifeless feeling was actually the manifestation of the mystery? This was too inconceivable. How could a mere feeling turn into a manifestation of a mystery? You're wrong. It's not a feeling. It's a concept. The manifestation of mystery is a concept called withering. Sunders suddenly raised a hand and released a series of energy ripples from his palm. In an instant, he sensed the aura of death around him. The energy ripples were heading toward a fragrant orchid on the balcony. When the energy ripples touched the orchid, the flowers withered and the leaves withered. That's withering. Sunders closed his eyes. That's why I told you to be careful when you use mystery energy in your illusions. I just learned this spell from the manifestation of mystery. Angor didn't know what to say. The information contained in Sunders' words was too much. Angor was still wondering how a manifestation of mystery could turn into a concept, but Sunders' words struck him like a bolt of lightning. A concept was a cognitive expression of one's consciousness. In other words, it was to extract the common essence of something perceived by one's self and explain it in general. For example, cold was a concept. Take cold as an example. Generally speaking, it was very vague. But we can use our perception to define it. This is the so-called concept. Angor knew that a manifestation of mystery could turn into a cat, a dog, or a human. It could also turn into stones, plants, sand, or even wind or snow. But he never thought that a manifestation of mystery could turn into an abstract concept. According to Sunders, the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield illusion was a concept called withering. Angor gave it some thought and finally understood why he couldn't find the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield illusion. If he didn't try to understand it, he wouldn't be able to find it. But how did Sunders trigger the concept even if he did find it? Angor finally found the answer. Angor's mind was overwhelmed by something even more shocking. The withering spell Sunders used just now was something he learned from the manifestation of mystery? Professor, withering is, Angor pointed at the moonfrost necklace in disbelief. I named the withering spell just now. It's only as powerful as a level 2 cantrip, but I did learn it from the manifestation of mystery called withering. Sunders looked at Angor with both surprise and worry. He thought Angor would be the least worrisome one among all his students. But that was not the case. Ever since he accepted Angor as his student, Sunders had been worried about him. This young man always brought him surprises, or rather, scares from time to time. First, he suddenly became an alchemist, then he almost summoned the queen at the Twilight Auction to destroy the entire wizarding world. Then, it was rumored that he released the genius wizard Isabel from 1,000 years ago, then a magazine reported that he almost became a mysterious alchemist, and now, he created this mysterious manifestation that could enlighten people. There was shock and joy, but more than that, there was shock. Ugh. Sunders sighed. Angor was capable enough to create a manifestation of mystery. However, his talent was unable to match his strength. He was like a baby who was born with a treasure in his arms. Although the treasure had already recognized its master in the mother's womb, the pack of wolves who coveted the baby had plenty of ways to make the baby work for them. Can it really help people learn cantrips? Angor frowned. He still did not believe it. Don't you know? Sunders was a little confused. Angor was the one who made the item, and the man said that he had experimented with many mystery manifestations. He should have some idea of what to do. Angor did know that the enormous amount of information contained in the manifestation could help people learn something. He had once thought that this information flow might be able to allow people to create spells and techniques. However, this was just a fantasy. He never thought that it would really happen. I didn't expect this either. It's just my imagination. How can it really happen? Angor mumbled. Sunders saw Angor's confused look and realized that Angor was really surprised. Maybe fate really favors you. Sunders shook his head. Forget it. Can you create an illusion with a manifestation of mystery? Angor shook his head. I can't do it on my own. I need a vessel to create a manifestation of mystery. In other words, you have to be an expert in alchemy and illusions. You can't create an illusion on your own, Sunders said in a low voice. But that's not good for you. Your personal value will be higher, and the risk will be higher as well. Angor remained silent. He knew how dangerous this was when he learned that Sunders learned withering from a manifestation of mystery. As the saying went, wealth arouses the envy of others. As an alchemist who once touched mystery, Angor was already in trouble because of his wealth. If he told other alchemists about the manifestation of mystery, he would be in big trouble. Apart from me and Greya, did you tell anyone else about the mystery manifestation? Or, did you give away the alchemy product that contains the manifestation of the mystery to others? Angor shook his head. He did plan to create an illusion with a manifestation of mystery and give it to Dave so that his emblem could gain some exposure. But on second thought, he didn't want to use such a big move for a pirated product. For now, he only gave Dave a music box that looked better than Journey in the Sky, as well as an alchemy illusion that he made for fun. His original plan was to use these alchemy illusions to spread the word, and he would slowly release something else when the public's opinion was more or less settled. But now, it seemed that he shouldn't use mystery manifestations until he was strong enough to protect himself. That's better, said Sunders. Sunders paused and continued with a serious look, but it's not always safe. Even if no one has ever seen or heard of such a thing, someone will notice it the moment it's born. There was no such thing as perfection or absolutes in this world. For example, a prophet might be able to see it. Or a mystery item that could detect the manifestation of mystery might expose Angor's identity. This was a world full of wonders. Anything could happen. Even so, I don't think you've attracted anyone's attention for now. The most important thing for you now is to improve yourself. Don't worry about anything else. What about the dream twins I made for Lady Greya? I'll talk to Greya about it. Don't worry. She already made her choice when she decided to let Toby stay with you. She's a pragmatic wizard who knows what's best for her. Since she's already invested in you, she won't stand in your way, said Sunders. Keep that in mind. I'm sure you don't want to become someone else's slave, said Sunders. Since you have to create an alchemy illusion to obtain a mystery manifestation, do you have any other alchemy illusions in your possession? I want to do a comprehensive data collection on this mysterious manifestation. Not yet. But it's not hard to create one. I can do it right now. It's not hard to create one? Angor nodded. If someone finds an alchemy illusion with a mystery manifestation, don't tell them it's easy. Greya's creation spell has a cooldown period of 50 years. I see. Angor nodded. Getting something too easy would only attract unwanted attention. Teacher, should I create an alchemy illusion now? Sunders remained silent for a long time before he spoke again. Not now. Maybe later. While speaking, Sunders was trying his best to suppress the evil that was about to burst out of his mind. He warned Angor to be careful not to become someone's slave. But he also had a strong desire to keep Angor away from the Gravity Garden so that Angor could only craft mystery manifestations for him. However, his self-control told him that doing so would not only destroy Angor, but also himself. Creating a mystery manifestation might look good, but who knew what side effects it would bring? Moreover, if he were to blindly rely on the manifestation of mystery, it would be equivalent to destroying his foundation of truth. He could create new spells by relying on the massive amount of information. But did he really create them himself? This was also an unknown factor. For example, this wither spell used his own knowledge, but the final cantrip had nothing to do with Sunders himself. This, on the contrary, made him feel unreal. If he was trying to create a new spell, and the spell was stuck at a bottleneck, then he could use the massive amount of information provided by the manifestation to break through the bottleneck. But to obtain a new spell out of thin air, any wizard with a bit of ambition would start to doubt himself. Because of this, Sunders restrained himself. If he really let his inner demons go, he would betray Angor's trust. Just like what he said about Greya, Sunders had been investing in Angor's future ever since he found out about Angor's uniqueness in the Nightmare Realm. His instinct told him that Angor might be able to help him reach the legendary level, or even beyond that. That was why he couldn't let Angor down. Next, Sunders obtained some data about the mystery manifestation from Angor. Most of the data was collected by Angor himself. Most of it was about how long the manifestation would last after it was triggered. Sunders didn't spend too much time on it. Sunders had to wait for Angor to create a new batch of alchemy illusions before he could learn more. "Sir, how did you trigger the manifestation of mystery in the snowfield?" Angor asked another question after Sunders took a break. If it was a concept, how did he trigger it? "Spirit power," Sunders explained. "Since they don't belong to the same dimension, you have to use your spirit power to trigger them." Angor finally understood what was going on after listening to Sunders' explanation. Since the mysterious manifestation of the snowfield is the concept of withering, what about the mysterious manifestation on the mysterious mountain? Angor tried to recall the barren mysterious mountain. Is it possible that the mysterious mountain contains the concept of wither too? I don't think so. I didn't sense any aura of death when I was on the mountain. I don't think it has anything to do with wither. If it wasn't wither, then what could it be? Was it a barren land? Or a barren land? You can't say for sure now. Greya will come to you after she understands what it is. You'll know then. Angor nodded and decided not to ask further. However, he was still curious about how the mystery manifestation could be triggered. Is it possible that only mystery manifestations of concepts can do this? The other mystery manifestations don't have this function? Why do you say so? I've experimented with dozens of alchemy illusions. Although I feel that my brain's activity has increased after triggering the mysterious concretes, and I've been able to gain some insights under the torrent of information. But I don't think it's possible to learn a spell out of thin air. Angor frowned. I don't know. I need to see more manifestations of mystery so that I can come up with an answer after analyzing them. However, I didn't really comprehend the withering spell out of thin air. The torrent of information used my own knowledge to create the withering spell out of thin air. As for why you didn't learn the spell, I think it's because Angor understood what Sunders was trying to say. Sunders was trying to say that he didn't have enough knowledge. Angor had to admit it. In terms of alchemy knowledge alone, Angor believed that Sunders was better than Sunders. If he could create a spell from nothing, he should be able to create an alchemy spell as well, right? But that wasn't the case. Maybe the spell had some kind of restriction? Or maybe he couldn't create an alchemy spell. When he thought of restriction, he suddenly remembered what he went through inside Spotty's body. It was the integration of all kinds of laws, the birth and decline of all kinds of civilizations. Perhaps the understanding of the spell was actually within the laws of the little spot itself? After all, the mysterious intent he had comprehended came from Spotty. This was purely his assumption. If he wanted to verify it, the only way was to comprehend the mystery intent of a new mystery object, and then integrate the new mystery intent into the illusion. But this was even more difficult. Even if he obtained a new mystery item, he might not be able to comprehend mystery. Back then, the mysterious core of Spotty was completely unguarded against him, which was why he was able to comprehend it. If he wanted to enter the core of any other mystery item, he would probably have to destroy the mystery item directly. Not to mention whether it was worth it or not, even if he destroyed the mystery item, he might not be able to comprehend the mystery meaning. Therefore, this conjecture was difficult to realize. When he returned to the old Earth, he would look for the dream whelk on the Moonlight Coast, which Freud promised him. If everything went well, he would have a mysterious item by then. Perhaps he could try to comprehend the mystery of the dream whelk. Angor wanted to tell Sunders about his idea, but he decided against it. It was just a guess, and he could always do it after the experiment. Sunders finally stopped talking about the manifestation of mystery items when the burning clouds appeared on the horizon. Next time, if you're going to create something amazing, you better give me some time to prepare. I don't want to be caught off guard. Sundar sighed. Why do I feel like you're even more troublesome than Flora? I didn't expect it to work so well. Angor felt a little embarrassed. It's fine. Just be careful. I was worried about the members of the rat clan, but now I'm more worried that you might be targeted by some old bastards who don't come out of their seclusion. Sundar sighed. You know alchemy, don't you? Make something to protect yourself. Angor nodded. It was time for him to make something for himself since he was about to leave Brute Cavern. Crossing Devil's Water alone was not an easy task. I'm glad you understand. Go back then. If you need any books in the study, you can take them back. Not for now. Angor stood up and hesitated. Professor, are you going to the Nightmare Realm right now? Later. I have something to do, Sunders answered vaguely. At first, he planned to stay here. Even if he could not go to the Nightmare Realm, he still wanted to see how it worked. However, Sunders' answer had already made his decision clear. Angor nodded helplessly and left. Before leaving, he placed the monument loop on Sunders' desk. What's this? Sunders looked at the strange diamond and the Mobius strip inside with a surprised look. It's an alchemy illusion in Monument Valley, Angor explained. I didn't add any manifestation of mystery. It's just an illusion. Sunders nodded. You made it fast. I'll analyze your illusion in depth and give you my feedback. Thank you so much, Professor. Angor bowed respectfully. With that, he stiffly turned around and left the study. Outside the study, Angor saw Good and Hobbiton. Hobbiton was holding a plate with one hand, on which there was a pot and some snacks. Angor noticed that Hobbiton's arm was trembling. He wondered how long Hobbiton maintained this posture. When Hobbiton saw Angor, he immediately put on a relieved expression and strode toward Angor. But because she took too big a stride, she stumbled after a few steps, and the plate was about to fall to the ground. Good put a hand on his forehead and showed a helpless look. In the next second, he teleported to Hobbiton's side and caught the falling plate in his hand. Hobbiton's face hit the ground hard. When Hobbiton slowly got up while rubbing his red nose, Good bowed to Angor. Mr. Pat, this is afternoon tea. Do you want it in the living room or in your room? As he spoke, he placed a plate in front of Angor. Afternoon tea? Angor lifted the lid of the delicate porcelain pot and smelled the rich aroma of milk. Milk tea? Angor's eyes flashed with joy. Let's take it to the bedroom. I'm hungry anyway, Angor said in a serious tone. Angor and Good went to the bedroom together. Hobbiton pursed his lips and followed them. He didn't forget what his grandfather told him. Mr. Sunders might not agree to let him stay at Phantom Island, but he could try to persuade Mr. Pat to let him leave. That was why the afternoon tea was brought up. However, Hobbiton didn't want to get too close to Angor because he felt embarrassed, so he just followed behind them. Hobbiton prepared the afternoon tea? Angor was surprised. Yes. Hobbiton knows you like milk products, so he volunteered to bring it to you. Good noticed Angor's strange expression. Of course, he knew what Angor was worried about. He quickly changed the topic. As you know, Hobbiton is too strong as a phantom servant, so his body and brain are not fully developed. His hobbies and ideas are childish, so he always makes his own milk products. I'm not sure if you like them, Mr. Pat. In other words, Hobbiton had a low IQ and EQ. He also liked milk products, so he wouldn't tell Angor about it as a joke. Angor cleared his throat. He knew Good meant well, but why did he feel like a spoiled brat? Even if Hobbiton knew that he liked dairy products, Angor would not do anything to the kid except feel awkward about it. However, Good's words made it sound like he was going to bully Hobbiton. I understand. It's Hobbiton's kindness. When they walked past the living room, they saw the door of the mansion being pushed open. Flora flew in from outside while cursing and swearing. He locked all the doors and windows in the study and told me to come in through the front door. Damn it. Isn't this a waste of time? Flora mumbled to herself. She saw Angor standing there in a daze. Flora raised an eyebrow and flew over. She smelled the rich milk aroma on the plate and rolled her eyes. She was going to mock Angor for being too young to soothe her anger. But before she could finish, Little Red, who was standing behind her, exclaimed in surprise and happily took out a blood-red rose and handed it to Angor. Angor first greeted Flora politely, took the rose, and nodded to Little Red to thank her. It was an elegant and courteous gesture. Flora clenched her teeth. What else could she say when Little Red was trying to be nice to Angor? He could only force out a sentence from his mouth: if you eat sweets at night, you might get cavities. With that, Flora turned around and headed to Sunder's study. Little Red was lying on her back. She even turned around and waved goodbye to Angor with the green flames in her eye sockets. Angor looked at where Flora was going. She was going to find Sunders. Did Sunders mean he was going to wait for Flora when he said he needed to prepare? Was Flora going to the nightmare realm with Sunders? Angor didn't know. He sighed and smelled the rose again. He put it on the plate and said to Butler, "Good, let's go." Inside his study, Sunders was carefully examining the monument loop in his hand. As he tossed and turned, he soon saw an emblem hidden in a mageweth at the bottom of the tablet, a lion's heart entangled in thorns. Sunders rolled his eyes and realized what Angor was thinking. Oh, the kid did it too? Sunders chuckled. He did not test the object right away. Instead, he placed the object on one side of his desk beside the falcon ornament. Both ornaments were made by Angor himself. Judging from their appearance, Sunders could see Angor's growth in alchemy knowledge. I hope you can go further. Sunders' lips curled into a smile. The door of the study was suddenly pushed open. Flora stormed in angrily. Little Red is pissing me off. She gives Angor flowers every time she sees him. I can't even vent my anger. What? Angor pissed you off? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Of course not. He's not the one who pissed me off. Flora did not mind stating that she was mad at Angor because of someone else. Sunders raised an eyebrow. I told you to go through the front door because you have to follow the rules. Why should I follow the rules? I'm a wizard, not a mortal. If I can become a truthfinder by following the rules, I'll follow them. Flora rolled her eyes. Next, she saw the monument loop on the desk. What's this? I didn't see it last time. It's pretty. Flora moved closer. Huh? The ribbons inside the rhombus are quite interesting. What's this, Professor? Monument loop. It's more interesting inside than outside. What's inside? Flora played with the monument loop in her hand. She seemed to be very interested. All right, we'll talk about that later. Let's get down to business. I'm here because I'm going to the nightmare realm. Flora's expression turned serious as she listened to Sunders' explanation. In the end, she nodded. I see. Inside Angor's bedroom. You need something? He opened the door and saw Hobbiton pacing back and forth in the hallway. Ever since he returned to his room, he sensed Hobbiton lingering in front of his door. When he reached out with his spirit feelers, he found that the kid didn't dare to knock on the door. Hobbiton kept mumbling something with an anxious look on his face. Mr. Pat, there's something I need to ask you. Hobbiton looked both surprised and hesitant. Angor leaned against the door frame. What is it? Could it be that you're still thinking of Peter Pan? Peter Pan? Hobbiton paused for a second. I'm interested in Peter Pan's story, but I want to ask something else. Have you seen Ananda recently? Ananda? A figure flashed in his mind. A sexy woman with a great body. She was the gangster he had met in Midnight Sovereign. She was born with superhuman strength and was the daughter of the city's defense captain. She was also Hobbiton's childhood sweetheart. Back then, when Angor didn't bring Ananda to Brute Cavern, Hobbiton kept yelling at him. However, Hobbiton was venting his anger, so Angor didn't care. Why are you suddenly asking me about this? How am I supposed to know her whereabouts? Angor hesitated. I've never returned to Midnight Sovereign since I left. Did she go missing? Why don't you ask her family instead of me? Hobbiton looked anxious. 2 days ago, when I went to Windmill Town with my grandfather, I met her father, Captain Naboya. He told me that Ananda went missing. Windmill Town was located near the Mirror World, and it was also one of the several airports of Brute Cavern. What's the point of asking me about her? Angor raised an eyebrow. Captain Naboya told me that Ananda listened to you and wanted to try her luck. It's been half a year since she left, Hobbiton explained. Listen to me? Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't say anything to Ananda, did he? What does she want? Angor frowned. A wizard. She wants to become a wizard. Captain Naboya told me that the young master once told her that she still has a chance to become a wizard. Angor frowned. He knew that Ananda wanted to become a wizard since the beginning. However, Ananda's spiritual power was below 10, which meant she wasn't close to becoming a talent. This was why Angor brought Hobbiton to Brood Cavern instead of her. But did he tell Ananda that she still had a chance, really? Angor pondered for a moment and realized that it was true. Back then, he didn't have a space bracelet, so he went to Twilight Well to buy a lot of things and hired Ananda to work for him. Later, when Ananda asked him how to become a wizard, Angor was in a good mood, so he did tell her something. However, he was only willing to tell them because there was an array inside Twilight Well that would make non-talents forget everything they knew about Twilight Well. Even if he told Ananda that she was immortal, she would forget everything after leaving Twilight Well. Did she not forget? Or did she use some other method to remember it? Like writing it down on paper, Angor considered and said to Hobbiton, I told her that she didn't have enough spiritual power, and the only way to become a wizard was to increase her spiritual power. As for how to do that, I only told her one thing, which is to get a potion of austere night. Maybe she left to find the potion of austere night? Angor guessed. Even so, there has to be a place where she can find the potion, right? You really don't know where she went? Hobbiton kept asking. Under Hobbiton's disappointed gaze, Angor shook his head and handed the empty plate back to Hobbiton. She's an adult with her own ideas. If she wants to pursue her dreams, let her be. You can't change her mind no matter how much you worry about her. Angor closed the door. Angor remained silent for a while before he walked to the window. He saw Hobbiton leaving the manor with a sad look, while Butler Good sighed and shook his head. There was one more thing he didn't tell Hobbiton. Only when you hit a wall will you learn to grow up. But he didn't say it out loud. Although the potion of austere night was very precious, nothing was absolute. Perhaps perseverance could be exchanged for success. Perhaps Ananda had finally found the potion of austere night. Everyone was alive in this world, and they all had different paths in life. No one knew where their fate would lead them to. His gaze slowly moved to another place, Sunder's study. He could only see that the study was still lit, but he couldn't see what was going on inside. Did Sunders enter the nightmare realm? The sky was dark. A dark cloud appeared out of nowhere and covered the sky above Phantom Island. After a flash of lightning, heavy rain began to fall, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Angor looked at the raindrops falling on the glass window and sighed. He shook his head and closed the curtains. The sky was bright, and the clouds parted. Last night, he spent the whole night crafting alchemy illusions that contained mystery objects. In the end, he managed to create 5 different alchemy illusions. They all looked like eagle ornaments, but their movements and shapes were slightly different. Angor checked the time. It was already 7 in the morning. Sunders must have returned from the nightmare realm. After all, entering and leaving the nightmare realm only took a second. Angor put away the eagle ornaments and prepared to report to Sunders in the study. While walking through the corridor on the 2nd floor, Angor ran into Butler Good, who was walking toward him from the kitchen. Good timing, Mr. Pat. Today's breakfast is fresh milk from Windmill Town's endless pasture, as well as buttered wheat buns. And the fruits are, Angor quickly interrupted Good. Leave the food in the dining room. I'll be there in a bit. Good nodded. Butler Good, did the professor say anything? Angor considered and changed his question. I mean, did he tell you what to make for breakfast? Good shook his head. Sir hasn't eaten for a long time. He usually only eats on special occasions. Did the professor leave his room today? No. Good paused. But I think I saw Miss Flora leaving yesterday morning. Did Flora leave? Angor thought about it and let go of his worries. If that was the case, Sunders should have returned from the nightmare realm already. After saying goodbye to Good, Angor went to Sunders' study. Before he could knock, he heard a tired voice coming from the other side of the door. "What is it, Angor?" "Sir, I've finished the alchemy illusion. I'll bring it to you now." Angor quickly took out a row of eagle ornaments from his bracelet. A moment later, he heard Sunder's reply. "Got it." With a flash of energy, the eagle ornaments in Angor's hand disappeared. "Anything else? If not, you can leave now." Sunders didn't seem to want to see him. Angor considered and asked in a small voice, "Sir, about the area where the mysterious attic is, we'll talk about it later." Before Angor could finish, Sunders interrupted him. Since Sunders had already made up his mind, Angor had no choice but to nod and leave. When Angor left, a gust of wind swept across the dark study. The wind lifted the curtains, and the morning sunlight shone in. Blood dripped all over the ground. Sunders, who was soaked in blood, let out a long sigh. For the next 2 days, Sunders locked his door and never came out. Every time Angor tried to see Sunders, the door would not open. Flora had been there a few times, but she was always in a hurry when she came out. She was nowhere to be seen. Angor was worried that something might have happened to Sunders in the nightmare realm. But as he told Hobbiton, he had no right to interfere with other people's business. Besides, Sunders clearly did not want him to get involved, so Angor had no choice but to cooperate. Phantom Island had been covered by heavy rain for several days. Good came to discuss with Angor whether they should move the island a little bit. Before he could make up his mind, the dark and rainy weather finally ended, revealing the clear, blue sky. Angor was sitting on a chair near the greenhouse, sunbathing while reading a book called Alchemy Materials of Shortgrave Plain. In order to reach the minimum level of Narda's vision as soon as possible, Angor did not sleep at all these days. His efforts did not go to waste. His knowledge soared at the speed of a rocket. Angor believed that he was not far from reaching the minimum level of Narda's vision. Maybe he could reach it in 2 days. Angor was so focused that he did not even notice Hobbiton's hesitant expression. Even if he did, Hobbiton would probably want to talk about the story of Anunda and Peter Pan. When he heard the sound of wings flapping outside the forest, he looked up for the first time. It was Toby, whom he had not seen for days. While Angor was studying at Phantom Island, Toby had been wandering around outside. Angor assumed that Toby did not want to see Greya, so he did not go looking for Toby. But today, Toby came to him voluntarily. "What? Aren't you afraid of Lady Greya? Why are you here?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "You're not wearing your panda suit today. Nice hat made of flower petals." Toby looked around and made sure that Greya was not around. Then he showed a relieved look. "Lady Greya doesn't have time to talk to you these days. Where have you been these days? You didn't even come back once. I'm thinking if I should ask Sir Tree Spirit to search for you if you don't come back tomorrow." Instead of perching on Angor's shoulder, Toby flapped its wings and began to gesture at Angor. Angor frowned. "You brought your friend here?" Toby lowered his head in embarrassment. "Outside of Phantom Island right now? You're acting first and asking questions later." Angor sighed and stopped himself. "Forget it. Let's go check it out first." As they walked out of Phantom Island, Toby told Angor where Angor and Toby went. It turned out that Toby had been searching for his friend who had betrayed him. During the Twilight auction last year, a Land in the Clouds music box caused quite a stir, and the owner of that music box was actually Toby. However, Toby lent the music box to his friend, who then sold it to someone else. Angor planned to accompany Toby to find his traitorous friend. However, he was forced to do so because Midnight Sovereign was turned into a ghost zone. Then he fell into a plain passageway. All these events had stopped him. So far, Angor had never seen this friend of Toby's. According to Toby's description, the friend was small, with a pair of translucent yellow-white wings and a faint floral scent. It seemed to be some kind of fairy. Now, Toby had brought the partner that it had wanted to kill back then to Phantom Island? And judging from Toby's tone, Toby had forgiven his friend and was getting along well with him. What kind of drama was this? Love and hate, according to Toby. Toby's friend didn't want to hand over the music box. Instead, the owner of the music box took it from him. Because of this, Toby got into a fierce argument with the owner. Later, for some unknown reason, the owner abandoned Toby, and Toby had been wandering in the forest ever since. Toby had been observing Toby for several days. Only yesterday did they reconcile. The flower hat Toby was wearing was made by Toby's friend. Of course, Angor didn't believe Toby's words. Maybe Toby was fooled. As for the truth, Angor would have to wait until he saw Toby's friend. A moment later, Angor arrived at the outskirts of Phantom Island. Toby circled around the island and landed on a piece of gravel near the beach. Angor looked over and saw a palm-sized fairy hiding behind the gravel, trembling in fear. Angor took a closer look and saw that the fairy had the features of a beautiful woman. She looked both masculine and feminine, which combined the strengths of both genders. Toby introduced the fairy to Angor and told him that it was a moon lily fairy. The fairy's intelligence hadn't fully awakened yet, and it couldn't speak either. After being abandoned by its owner, the fairy was naturally isolated from the outside world. If Toby didn't bring it here, it would probably still be living in a corner of the forest. After confirming that Toby was telling the truth, Angor looked at Toby curiously. "So what are you going to do now? Did you bring it here because you wanted to stay on Phantom Island?" Toby quickly lowered its head and gestured in embarrassment. "You want me to find a place for it to stay?" Angor rested his chin on his palm. If Toby brought back any other creature, Angor would have rejected it on the spot. But since it was a flower fairy, especially one so young, Angor didn't need to be cautious. He had read many books about flower fairies, so he knew that they were usually pure and kind, unless they were born with the attribute of darkness. This one, in particular, wasn't even fully developed yet. It didn't seem to be a schemer. So when Toby said that its owner stole its music box, Angor realized that it wasn't too far from the truth. Besides, most flower fairies weren't that strong, so it shouldn't be too hard to keep it at Phantom Island. "It's fine. But what can you do?" Angor looked down at the moon lily fairy and lowered his voice. The fairy couldn't speak, but it understood what Angor meant. Of course, Angor couldn't understand it. In the end, he asked Toby to translate for him, and only then did he get the message. "You only know how to make moon lily nectar and moon lily perfume? But they're both very common." Angor muttered. The moon lily fairy lowered its head in fear. Its future seemed to be in the hands of this human. Angor considered for a while. Under Toby's pleading gaze, he finally nodded. "Fine. I don't need your help. Come with me." The moon lily fairy carefully flapped its petal-like wings and followed Toby into Phantom Island. Angor agreed to let the fairy stay, but he was still thinking about where to put it. Should he give it to the phantom servant? That was a good idea. But the phantom servant's real master was Sunders, and it would be inappropriate for him to do that. Or maybe he could give it to Nano. According to Good, Nano had a lot of free time recently. But Angor quickly gave up on the idea when he thought about Nano's bad temper. If the moon lily fairy followed Nano around, it would probably turn into an irascible flower fairy. After some consideration, Angor decided to leave the fairy to the Crocox. The Crocox were all kind creatures, and they could teach the moon lily fairy the correct way of life. Besides, the two Crocox shared the same body shape, so it shouldn't be a problem. The moon lily fairies were the fairies of the flowers, and the Crocox had a nickname called the fairies of the attic as well. There were some similarities between the two. With that in mind, Angor brought the fairy to the flower room. After introducing the moon lily fairy to the curious Crocox, Angor asked Papaya's grandmother to come over and ask her to teach the moon lily fairy how to read and write. Dodoro also learned a lot from Papaya's grandmother, which was why Angor immediately thought of Papaya's grandmother. Papaya's grandmother was old and had nothing to do in the clan, so she didn't hesitate to take the moon lily fairy to her small wooden hut. Seeing that the Crocox were getting along well with the Crocox, Angor patted Toby's head. "Do you feel better now?" Toby chirped and landed on Angor's shoulder. The bird rubbed its head against Angor's cheek to show its friendliness. "You know how to do favors." Angor chuckled and led Toby out of the flower room. He wasn't sure if leaving the moon lily fairy with the Crocox was a good idea. Just in case, Angor asked Butler Good to send a phantom servant to keep an eye on the Crocox. If the moon lily fairy tried anything funny, the phantom servant would kill it immediately. Angor also set up an illusion outside the flower room to prevent the Crocox from moving. While Angor was making his decision, Toby also listened to him and didn't try to interfere. He knew that if the Moon Lily Fairy really tried to betray Angor, Toby would be the one to blame. After all, Toby was the one who brought the Moon Lily Fairy to Phantom Island. When everything was done, Angor asked Toby, "By the way, have you asked who the Moon Lily Fairy's master is?" "It was abandoned by its master, but it still has the mark of a phantom servant on it. It's going to be a problem if we don't deal with it." Toby nodded and gestured at Angor angrily. "A female apprentice? Fine, if you want to solve this problem by yourself, then do it by yourself. But make sure you stay safe." Angor didn't ask further. He couldn't take care of every detail, and Toby was also involved in this matter, so he didn't mind letting the bird handle it. 1. The month of rain was finally over, and the month of wildfire arrived. Angor worked tirelessly to memorize all kinds of alchemy substances and their reactions. Finally, on the first day of the month of wildfire, he reached the minimum requirement to learn Narda's vision. However, as Sundar said, Narda's vision was a level 3 cantrip. It would not be easy to learn it even if one had the necessary knowledge to do so. Regardless of whether it was a cantrip or a spell, most of them used mana as the core, mana as the kinetic energy, and knowledge as the structure to express themselves. To be specific, they could pry and interfere with the material world. In other words, mana pool, mana, and knowledge were the three main components of a spell. Narda's vision was no exception. However, the most important part of the spell was not mana pool or mana. It was knowledge. However, even with the knowledge foundation, it was not possible to see through the truth of an item at a glance. It also required some kind of algorithm to connect all kinds of knowledge foundations. This algorithm was the core of the cantrip. And the name of this algorithm was Narda's algorithm. It was the name of a mysterious alchemist in ancient times who created this algorithm. In other words, Narda's algorithm was the model of the cantrip Angor needed to build. But why was it called Narda's vision instead of Narda's algorithm? This was because after the model of the cantrip was constructed, the only way to cast the cantrip was through the eyes. Even if it was not an eye cantrip. That was why it was called Narda's vision, or alchemy's eye. The records in the book were complicated. According to Angor's understanding, Narda's vision was a server built in his mind space to serve Narda's algorithm. For example, if Angor wanted to identify an item, without using Narda's vision, he could only see the basic material of the item. But with Narda's vision, Narda's algorithm could quantify all possible combinations of materials and their effects, then slowly refine them and quickly pick out the most reasonable one. In other words, Angor had to find the existence of order in the chaos. With the computational capacity of the human brain, it was extremely difficult to find a variable in such a nonlinear system. It required great insight and calculation ability. This was why ancient alchemists created this cantrip. By building a server in his mind space, he could push Narda's algorithm. This server was the core of Narda's vision, which was also a cantrip model. What Angor needed to do now was to successfully build the server once. The cantrip model was extremely complicated, and it surpassed most level 3 cantrips. For any apprentice, adept, it was not an easy task to construct a cantrip like this. He had to start from the starting point and test every line of the model again and again to see if it was correct. This was a painstaking process. If he was lucky, he could succeed in a month or so. If he was unlucky, he might not succeed in several years. Of course, Angor's vision of Angor's vision. Of Angor's vision. In addition, the axis of the universe had turned his mental space into a quadrant of coordinates. With the help of the holographic tablet, he should be able to construct the cantrip model in no time. Calculation target, spatial coordinates with the axis of the universe as quadrants. He sighed in relief after confirming that the hologram tablet had entered the system's back-end. It was close to 42 hours, which was not very long. While the hologram tablet was busy, he continued to study alchemy reactions and alchemy substances. Narda's vision allowed him to see the truth of an object, which was also known as appraisal. However, success in Narda's vision did not guarantee a 100% success rate. The more knowledge he accumulated, the higher the success rate. For example, if you appraised an object with materials you did not know or know about, and you could not figure out its effects through deduction and drawing, the result would be uncertain. Narda's vision was a gradual process. All alchemists were actually accumulating knowledge throughout their lives. Narda's eye would also slowly grow along with their experience, and it would never end. When the countdown on the hologram tablet reached 0 seconds, 42 hours had passed. 27 sets of arrays popped up on the holographic tablet. Each set of arrays had 612 spatial coordinates. In the end, there were nearly 20,000 spatial coordinates. These 27 groups were all correct. They could all be used as servers. However, Angor still needed to experiment which one was the most suitable for him. For most other alchemists, it was enough for them to come up with a set of arrangements. But since Angor had the hologram tablet to help him, he had to choose the best ones. But before that, he had to construct a model first. Even though he already had the coordinates, he still needed time to familiarize himself with the cantrip. Plus, this was a level 3 cantrip, which would consume a lot of mana. Even if he spent all his mana on it every day, he would not be able to do it. It would take him a long time to fully familiarize himself with the cantrip. The first time, it took him 10 minutes to construct the model. Half of his mana was gone, and the model was not completed. The second time, it took him another 10 minutes. But it was too long, and he could not do it in the end. The third time, the fourth time, after using up all his mana, Angor began to meditate. Finally, several days later, Angor shortened the time for the first set of arrays to 5 minutes. At the same time, he successfully constructed the cantrip model for Narda's vision for the first time. Angor looked at the server running in his mind space with glints in his eyes. Every second the server was running would consume mana, and it could only be maintained for a short time. Therefore, Angor decided to choose an alchemy item as his first experiment tool for Narda's vision. After thinking for a while, Angor took out Prelude to Rebirth from his bracelet. He then performed the first appraisal on the item. Angor's eyes glowed. In his vision, countless data appeared on Prelude to Rebirth. Using Narda's algorithm, Angor sorted the data and removed all unnecessary effects. In the end, only 5 sets of data were left in front of him. When the data was printed in Angor's mind, the server in his mind space disappeared. Among all cantrip models of the same level, servers were one of the most difficult to construct. Therefore, more than half of the alchemists chose to fix the cantrip model in the witchcraft slot so that it would become a permanent server in the mind space. However, Angor didn't plan to do that. Building the server took a long time, but with the help of the axes of the universe, Angor believed that building Narda's vision wouldn't take too long. He didn't want to waste his precious spell slots. He checked the result of using Narda's vision for the first time. Prelude to Rebirth gave him 5 sets of data. In terms of materials, all 5 sets of data were correct. In terms of magic arrays, all 5 sets of data were the same. However, in terms of alchemy reaction and basic effects, the 5 sets of data differed a little. However, they were all mostly the same. For example, they all pointed out that the effect of Prelude to Rebirth was to eliminate the undead, but there were some slight differences in the data of the undead. For example, the upper limit of the level of the undead, the number of undead that could be eliminated in one go, and the range of the undead also varied. These changes were negligible. However, there was a huge difference in the special effects of the 5 sets of data. Prelude to Rebirth was supposed to be a mystery item. However, Isabel took half of its mystery spirit, which greatly reduced its effect. However, there was no doubt that even though only half of the spirit of mystery was left, the Prelude to Reincarnation still retained some special effects. Angor chose to appraise Prelude to Rebirth because he wanted to know what it could do. However, all 5 sets of data were vague about the effect. One set of data said, using nether energy, it creates an infectious undead toxin inside an undead creature, which can destroy a large number of undead creatures. Another set of data said, it can remove negative substances from an undead creature's body and turn it into a pure soul. Another set of data said, it can correct the undead's chaotic energy and give them intelligence. Wait, Angor didn't know which of the 5 sets of data was correct. Of course, it was more likely that all of them were fake. These 5 sets of data were based on Angor's own knowledge. However, Angor's current knowledge did not allow him to see such a thing. Therefore, it was highly possible that all 5 of them were fake. It might seem like the appraisal failed, but in the wizarding world, this wasn't a real failure. At the very least, even if there were 5 sets of data, the basic effects were all correct. As for the special effects, Angor didn't know what they were. If he asked the appraisers at the auction house to find out the data, they would only need to pretend to be arrogant and say, "It can destroy undead creatures in a large area and has special effects." Special effects need to be tested. Every word he said was accurate. Who could say that he had failed the appraisal? Of course, this was just an excuse. Angor used this method to comfort himself. His first appraisal wasn't a complete failure. At least, he was halfway there, right? It wasn't a perfect start, but it helped him gain a basic understanding of Narda's vision. Both the identification mechanism and the uniqueness of the algorithm were completely different from what Angor expected from the cantrip. He originally thought that the results of the appraisal would be unique, but he didn't expect that there would be different branches in the appraisal. Perhaps it was because his knowledge was too limited, which led to too many variables in the final result. Angor put away Prelude to Rebirth with a regretful look. He planned to use Narda's vision to identify the function of the white bullet, but he didn't expect to get such a result. The 5 different sets of data might not give him the correct answer in the end. To truly understand the function of the white bullet, Angor needed to conduct further experiments. However, he had to keep at least 1 undead specimen in captivity. In other words, Angor had 2 prerequisites for this experiment. First, he needed to capture undead creatures, and second, he needed to find a place to trap them. It wasn't difficult to find a place to trap undead creatures. The Church of the Deceased he created last time could be used to trap undead creatures. However, capturing the undead was a difficult task. It was extremely easy for him to use Prelude to the undead to eliminate the undead, but capturing them was equivalent to saying that he couldn't use Prelude to the undead, which was very difficult. Angor wouldn't be defeated by an undead creature in a one-on-one fight, but it wasn't easy to defeat an undead creature either. Apart from creating a place to trap undead creatures, he also needed to create a weapon that could restrain them without killing them. Angor pinched his forehead in frustration. He decided to put this matter aside for now. For now, he needed to get familiar with Narda's vision. He put away Prelude to Rebirth and continued to build the server in his mind space. Since the first one worked, the second one went without a hitch. It still took a long time, but at least it worked in the end. This time Angor asked the server to do some calculations. Instead of choosing hell items, it began to identify individual items. For example, ordinary items. Angor noticed that the server didn't require much computing power when identifying ordinary items. Even after identifying a dozen items at once, the cantrip model didn't break down. However, he also found something interesting while inspecting the items. For example, an ordinary item would only be appraised based on its material. However, if an ordinary item was a work of art that even Angor himself was amazed by, the appraisal would show some artistic appreciation. However, this kind of art appreciation was still limited by his knowledge. There were some common objects that even Angor's art appreciation skills could not give him a satisfactory result. He didn't think he would fail at appraising ordinary items. This was why Angor was a little nervous when he began to appraise the item. Luckily, Angor had already appraised several alchemy creations, and all of them gave correct results almost instantly. Angor did not know whether to sigh in relief or to sigh in disappointment. After appraising 10 low-tier alchemy products in a row, when he finished appraising David's tang sword, the cantrip model in his mind space finally showed signs of collapsing. Angor did a quick calculation and found that the server could appraise more than 30 ordinary items and 11 low-tier alchemy products at once. He didn't know how good this was. He considered for a moment and took out 2 alchemy manuals from his bracelet. One was Prom's alchemy handbook, and the other was Mitra's. Angor flipped through the manuals and found some records about how they learned Narda's vision. Prom only managed to identify 17 ordinary items before the cantrip model collapsed. Mitra, on the other hand, identified 50 ordinary items, 7 low-tier alchemy products, and 1 tiered alchemy product. In terms of numbers, Angor was better than Prom, but he was still far behind Mitra. Mitra also created a cantrip model for Narda's vision for the first time, yet he was already so powerful. Angor couldn't help but admire Prom's talent. As expected of the alchemist in floating mech city, Mitra was already much stronger than ordinary alchemists. However, this was only a horizontal comparison. In terms of depth, Angor might not be better than Prom. If Angor remembered correctly, Prom already listed Narda's vision as one of his cantrips. When the time came for the appraisal, as long as there was magic, the server would keep running and would never dissipate. Angor spent the next few days immersing himself in Narda's vision. His daily routine was simple. Either he appraised items, meditated, or improved his knowledge. Such a life of 3 jobs and 1 line might seem boring, but Angor's daily gains were measured by the number of points he gained every day. He could see his own growth, which made him feel satisfied. During this time, Angor not only finished experimenting with all 27 alignments, but he also found the one that was most suitable for his mind space. This allowed him to construct the cantrip model in the most comfortable and efficient manner. Currently, he only needed 1.5 minutes to construct a cantrip model. It was still slow, but with the help of the axes of the universe, he never made any mistakes. His success rate was now 100%. If it were any other alchemist, the failure rate of constructing such a huge and complicated cantrip model would be more than 50%. Although the success rate of constructing the cantrip model was 100%, there was still a large margin of error when appraising items. After several days of experimentation, Angor learned that if there were materials he didn't recognize, materials he didn't know, or alchemy reactions he didn't understand, the final result would be the same as when he appraised Prelude to Rebirth, where multiple sets of data would appear. When multiple sets of data appeared, Angor would have to figure them out himself. Then, he would have to extract the key information that overlapped with each other to determine if it was true or false. Now, Angor truly understood Narda's vision. To some extent, Narda's vision tested not only one's knowledge but also one's wisdom and judgment. No wonder Narda's vision was a cantrip that alchemists would never abandon. It would accompany them for the rest of their lives. Narda's vision wasn't just a cantrip. It was also a test of one's self-knowledge. When Narda's vision was appraising other items, it was also appraising itself. The middle of month of flowing fire. The clock on the wall showed 10 o'clock in the morning. It was a fine day with no clouds or rain. Sunlight shone through the leaves into Angor's bedroom and sprinkled some mottled pieces of gilded paper on his desk. He sat in front of his desk and enjoyed a sip of milk while basking in the sun. The milk was delivered by butler Good. Angor didn't ask for a proper meal, but Good would send him desserts and milk almost every day. While tasting the bitter taste of milk in his mouth, Angor happily took out a diamond-shaped crystal from his bracelet. It was the crystal given to him by Spotty. Since he was in such a good mood, Angor decided to appraise it for the first time today. He took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind. Then, he put away his lazy expression and began to construct the cantrip model of Narda's vision with a serious look. A moment later, Angor opened his eyes. His blue irises were shining in a strange way. In his vision, lines of data began to appear on the surface of the crystal. Angor frowned at the first glance. There were a lot of question marks in the data. Even the material composition of the rhombus-shaped crystal had several question marks. Based on his recent experience, Angor knew what those question marks meant: variables. Once there were variables, the final result would be multiple sets of data. If there were too many variables, there might not even be any data in the end. If there were multiple sets of data, Angor could still use the method of extracting community and finding common divisor to get a rough idea of the result. Just like Prelude to Rebirth, he only succeeded half of it, or rather, he failed half of it. However, if there were no data at all, it meant that the appraisal was a failure. He had to keep accumulating knowledge. Looking at the rows of question marks and variables, Angor wondered if Narda's vision could really work. He frowned and waited for the final result. When the result came out, Angor suddenly felt a little dizzy. Narda's vision's computing platform was still the brain. However, most of the computing power came from the server, while the brain only did a small part of the calculation. Angor's brain felt uncomfortable from the result, which meant the calculation was overclocked. After calming down a little, Angor checked the result in his mind. Angor thought there would be too many variables and no data would appear. But to his surprise, the data came out in the end. However, there were 6 sets of data, and Angor noticed that they were all different from each other. Those differences might give him the correct answer, but just in case, Angor set them as not acceptable for now. He directly extracted the same parts of the 6 sets of data because they were all correct. He took a closer look at the same data, and his pupils shrank when he saw what he saw. It was actually like this? End of chapter 664. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.